this thing off. Good morning and welcome to the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede for some of the best side-by-side high-flying action we can give you. I am Miles Hasselus alongside Mrs. Pam Hall, and we are about to get this party started.
Yes, we are. It's a beautiful morning out here. The water trucks have been laying down lots of water. We have our lineup over there all ready for our first race of the day, and we are super stoked to get this going.
We had some great qualifying yesterday afternoon. It was an awesome day, and it's only going to get better. This is a 1.5-mile short course here. John Goodby and the NORCAL team has teamed up with Ultra 4 USA and going to give you some of the best short course action we can give you.
Yes, and let's talk about that. Paul Wolf yesterday's, throwing down the fastest lap of the day with qualifying with a 1:52, and here he is going to be later on in the 4400s starting off. And so 1:52 is a great time by those guys yesterday. A lot of action on the course yesterday. We had a couple little tumbles, but so far I think everybody's good, and they'll all be racing today. So that's what happens, when you're pushing it so hard, trying to get that number one spot. But it's going to be an exciting day out here racing in NORCAL.
We're going to start off with the stock prelims. There'll be 6 laps, and then we'll go to the 4,500 class, then the 4,600 class, move into the UTV Open, and then we'll have 2 prelims for the 4,800. We'll split that class in half, and then we'll go to the Pro Mod. Youth 1K is actually going to move up to the UTV stock. We'll do a little lunch break and track maintenance, and then kick out the Youth 170s this afternoon, and then go into the 4,400 prelim number 1, 4,400 prelim number 2, UTV stock main, 45 stock main, or 4,500 main, 46 main, UTV Open, 48 main, UTV Pro Mod main, and then the 4,400 main event later on this afternoon. So we should be live racing for about, I'm going to say 10 to 12 hours, Pam.
Yeah, it's going to be a great day, though. It's always fun out here at a racetrack. So here we are, and if you're watching from home, obviously you're hearing us, but they also had the schedule up of how the all the racing is going to kick off here in just a moment. So they're just finishing up throwing down water on the course before we do send our drivers out.
Yeah, we watered here last night until it got dark, until it was just too slick to drive them around. We got here early this morning and put down a good cover, and now we're just touching up little things. The track is absolutely perfect. It's going to be a great day. And in this first heat, it is Travis Zollinger in that pole position. And then John Bonanno, Robert Reno, Trent Roberts. And then we also have the Youth 1K that's going to start in the back with Tice Healy and Dylan Trent.
Now, I know that I believe Dylan Trent was having a little bit of issues yesterday, and that's the reason why he ended up not qualifying yesterday as well. So 2 of the Youth 1000 going to be out there with the big dogs. It's going to be kind of cool to see this. And, talking to Tice last night, and he was saying, I was trying to get him to talk a little. He's a little shy, and asked him if he was excited to be out there racing with these bigger names in our UTV class. But, his co-driver, Lauren Healy. So his dad right there. Who best to have in there than a professional like your dad who does this all the time and is a king and everything else. So
and making memories at that.
I need you guys to check your mic. Okay? Because I just heard the whole morning conversation. You guys have a radio up here?
It's going to be a great day of racing. We are about to kick it off. We are just here at Prairie City SVRA. It is a California state park, 836 acres, located at the base of the Sierra Nevada foothills, 20 miles east of downtown Sacramento. It's an amazing place. They've got, for UTVs, 4x4 vehicles, and next door is Hangtown for the dirt bikes. They've got a great AMA track with lots of history. We're just outside of Rancho Cordova. Population is roughly 80,000 people. Elevation's only 120 feet. And the weather, it is going to be absolutely beautiful today. It's in the mid-60s right now, but it's going to sneak up into the 90s this afternoon. So be sure to bring an easy up, bring your lawn chairs, a cooler with some ice-cold beverages, and it's going to be an amazing day. I can't wait to get this party started.
Yes, and yesterday it snuck up around into the 97-degree later
hot
on in the afternoon, and it was definitely warm out here. But we will be making sure this track keeps water down because, of course, it's going to dry up super quick if not. But, yeah, coming up here in just a little bit, like you were saying, Miles, the UTV stock and the Youth 1000 class will be taking the green flag. They're just finishing up the course prep. And we have people over here in the stands already watching and spotting. Over across the track, we have our spotters tower, and that is... You have to have a spotter at short course racing out here.
Every single racer does. Yep.
Every single racer does. They check, safety on course with short course as well. So we do have our spotters tower over there as well. But we do have sounds like quite the spectators that will be coming out today, according to John Goodby saying that they did a lot of pre-sale.
Pre-sales was huge this year, yeah. And then obviously there will be people who just walk up and come on out, and this is a lot of people's favorite track out here. It's going to be a great day of racing for sure.
I do have to say this is my favorite track, too, for short course, having everything that they have out here. The rock section. They have two different rock sections. They go down to gunite. They have the whoops that they come out here and build, the jumps. And it's a fun track to watch. You can see roughly about 85% of it.
It's a great spectator-friendly park. We got lots of vendors here. Roxy with Mega Merch is down there. I know the NORCAL crew has their vendors set up. Take It Live is out here putting on a great production for you guys and gals back at home. Thank you again for tuning in to the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede here at the Prairie City SVRA.
We have lots of people tuning in already this morning. Thank you guys so much for watching, and make sure you're cheering on your favorite drivers. Let us know. We'll try to keep in contact with you guys on the comments and everything. Sometimes we get a little busy up here in the tower where we can't do that, but it's awesome to see that you guys are watching. So thank you again so much. It's going to be a great day out here. We have Casey Gilbert chiming in. People from Arizona, people from all over. All right, Australia as well.
Nice. I love it.
Washington
Ultra 4
State.
is all over the world for sure. Again, thanks to everybody who makes this possible. John Goodby and the entire NORCAL crew has done a great job putting everything on. And all the volunteers, the Ultra 4 USA staff, all the media, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and marketing partners.
All right, we can see our flag, green flag is down there getting ready to wave here in just a moment. So we will see some live action here just shortly.
So before we get all the action kicked off, for the METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede, it is presented by METALCLOAK and brought to you by your official sponsors, Brannick, PCI, NORCAL Rock Racing, and by METALCLOAK. We are about to go live racing any moment. Getting all the safety checks in line. And it looks like we're heading on out. So in that pole position is Travis Solinger side by side with John Bonanno. And then Rob Reno and Trent Roberts. And in the back of the pack in the Youth 1K is Tice Healy and Dylan Trent.
I love how we do these starts where it's not a rolling start. It's a green flag drop and go.
It's going to be a wild one for sure. And they go straight into the METALCLOAK gap jump, so they have to be on it right out of the gate. Oh, I do not see Dylan Trent.
Okay, so he was having an
bummer.
issue from what my understanding last night, and it looks like he was unable to get it fixed.
Yeah, tough break for him, but at least Tice Healy gets to get out there and have a great race going on. And it looks like the 4,500 modified class is starting to line up. I hear a lot of chatter over the PCI race radio. It looks like we are about to take off.
Our pace car pulling off to the side, flagman making sure everybody's all ready.
So Travis Zollinger out of Logan, Utah with Zollinger Racing Products taking that whole shot. We'll see if he can beat Joe Bonanno over the METALCLOAK gap jump, and he does. Travis Zollinger out first. And Tice Healy out the back launches it over. What a great run by that young man. But Travis Zollinger with that whole shot heading into the finger. We'll do a hard 180 left-hand turn and come back towards us.
And as we always say, Miles, the cameras don't ever do it justice. There's a decent whoop section also in that back area where they are getting ready to come up to, and you can see like a
between
rhythm
the flags
section.
are hitting right now is the whoop section.
Yes, and they make it look super easy, but they talking to the drivers, they're like, it is not smooth out there whatsoever.
And that's a great shot of the rhythm sections. There's 2 lanes side by side, but they're opposite. So it's really cool to see that as they head towards the Gomez jump.
And John Bonanno, you can see him, he kind of got a little sideways at the end of that jump, and that right there, the jump they just went off
that's the Gomez jump.
Gomez tree, and it's
a
we
cinder.
were watching them yesterday just launching off of that jump.
Now they're getting ready to drop down the PCI Gunite section with the race right now out front is Travis Zollinger and Joe Bonanno. John is really trying to chase down ZRP himself. I was looking at Travis's UTV the other day. That Maverick car is an absolute work of art, and it's fairly stock. It's a great-looking race car.
Oh, it looks like he's taking that inside line there. John is definitely trying to catch up with him, like you were saying. Look, he's right on his tail going into the Brannick boulders.
And there's a couple lines in there, but it looks like they're playing follow the leader for this first track. Remember, this is a 6-lap race. This is a physical finish, getting them all set up for the main event later on today. Travis Zollinger clean through the Brannick boulders. John Bonanno lost a little bit of time, but he's still in the hunt.
Yeah, a little bit of a gap right there, and we will see our other drivers here in just a moment. Looks like in the distance, Tice Healy's going through our Brannick boulders.
And Rob Reno and Trent Roberts are still in the mix out back as Travis Zollinger, our physical race leader, into the Monster Alley. So he'll come around and hit this METALCLOAK start finish, heading out for lap number 2 of 6 on this 1.5-mile short course.
It's going to be interesting to see what their times are going to be during the race, because yesterday Travis kept going back and forth of being a fastest lap time. So a 2:16.381 is what he just threw down, and John Bonanno with a 2:21.270. Let's see here. I do not see Rob Reno. It looks like we might have some action over there in the Brannick boulder section. I'm not quite sure in the distance, but we do see Mr. Travis Zollinger making his way through that rhythm section, or the whoop section. Those look more like washboards than they look like whoops. Oh, Bonanno is over. All right, John Bonanno definitely took a gnarly tumble. Our safety crew is already on their way over to him, and he took that a little hot on the first lap. He got a little sideways as well. So Travis Zollinger actually took the left-hand lane this time as well, but that was a gnarly tumble. Hopefully all will be okay. All right, Travis Zollinger making his way through the Brannick boulders.
Yeah, the spotters tower is going to be busy telling them to keep their eye out for the little roller section there as Travis Zollinger making his way through the Brannick boulders with a commanding lead out front. But he's got to keep this car together. There's a great shot of Tice Healy heading through he'll about hit the whoop section here in just a moment.
Looking in the distance, it looks like I can see John outside of the car and doing a little bit of assessment. I'm not quite sure, but I'm pretty sure I see him outside. So he might have a little bit of work to do, because that was a definitely a gnarly roll for sure.
There's Travis Zollinger out front, clicking off another lap. Heading out for lap number 3. Almost to the halfway mark of this first stock prelim as he hits the METALCLOAK gap jump. And a tough break for John Bonanno. Travis Zollinger just clicks off another 2:16 lap, so very consistent.
All right, Travis Solinger making his way through. I do see that they're getting Bonanno's car out of the way, but there is Travis Solinger going through that rhythm section.
And that's right where John just took that tumble last lap. And it was a big tumble at that. There's a great shot of Rob Reno and Trent Roberts fighting for second and third. That's kind of the race we need to be watching right here. Second and third's getting pretty tight. It is Trent Roberts out front, and that 48-11 with Rob Reno right behind him as they hit the METALCLOAK gap. And look at that. Camera doesn't do it justice. That's probably about a 30-foot jump, and they're just making it look easy. We're in the back section chasing Trent Roberts and Rob Reno. Trent Roberts with TWC Racing out of Clarksburg, California. And chasing down, right behind him is Rob Reno out of Fort Bragg, Carolina with Rob Reno Racing. There's Tice Healy with his dad, Lauren Healy. Tice Healy just turned 12 years old out of Farmington, New Mexico with Fun Haver Off-Road Team. Looks like he's easing into the Monster Alley. He's taking the rocks a little easy, but he's not scared to send it over that METALCLOAK gap jump.
No, he's not, and it's interesting. He was getting some practice in and everything this past week as well, and because, you know, there's usually a little bit of a gap jump here, so he was out practicing it, and he was a little nervous about this one from what I was getting, you know, taking from Lauren's conversation last night, but he's sending it over. He's not even scared. It doesn't even look like he's even checking up at all before he goes over that gap jump.
There's Rob Reno and Trent Roberts, and it does look like Travis Solinger does make the pass over Tice Healy. And Tice pulled over. Really nice like. I'm sure Lauren's like, hey, we got the leader coming around. This is what you do. You pull to the side and let him around. And that's exactly what he did.
Let's talk about that. Like I said, I was talking with them last night, and Lauren was saying that he had no problem getting into this class racing in the stock class because if he knows if somebody's coming up.
The spotters are in your ear.
Exactly. That's what I'm just getting at. Is the spotter's telling him he has 100% trust in that, and he knows that it's only going to teach us.
Rob Reno gets a pass in the rock sections over Trent Roberts. The Brannick Boulders is going to be a fun one to watch today. And look at Zollinger just clicking through there, making that Can-Am Maverick R just work. And he's taking a little bit easy in that section after John Bonanno took that huge tumble.
I would too. That was not a good tumble at all.
Yeah, hopefully they can get that car back to the pits and get it fixed for the main event later on today. So Rob Reno just out front of Trent Roberts. Trent Roberts will be racing in the 4,800 class later on today as well, so he's doing a little double duty. So finishing up lap number 3, they are at the halfway part of this race, of this 6-lap prelim. So the way you finish this race is how you start the main.
Yes, it is. And Travis Solinger clicking his way through. His fastest lap of this prelim so far was a 2:16.127. His last lap was a 2:21, so he definitely has checked up a little bit. But if you have that kind of gap and that kind of lead, why would you keep pushing your car that hard? You want to save it for the end.
The spotter's in your ear saying, hey, back it down a little bit, and he did. He backed it off 5 seconds, so it's a great run there. There's Rob Reno making it through the whoop section.
It's so awesome to see them going through the sections like that because the way the suspension work is always amazing to me.
I can't wait to see that the rhythm section right there side by side later on today. During qualifying, it was pretty wild. We just saw John Bonanno take a big tumble, but I can't wait for the side by side action later on today.
I'm hoping his car's all good and he'll be able to get back out racing at our main events. Starting in the back, of course, was what will have to happen, but hopefully his car's okay. We saw him out of it, so obviously he's okay as well, but such a gnarly tumble earlier on.
The cars are starting to spread out just a little bit with Travis Solinger out front. Then it's Rob Reno, Trent Roberts, and then Tice Healy. John Bonanno took that tumble, and Dylan Trent did not start this race. We'll see if he can get that car together and make it to the main event later on today. Here's Rob Reno, physical second place, heading into the Brannick Boulders. Trent Roberts
a little bicycle.
Yeah, good little bicycle. We saw a couple tumbles on that corner yesterday during qualifying. So Trent Roberts is actually reeled back in Reno. So second, third is going to be a little battle. It's going to be a race to the finish.
Yeah, I saw Cole Clark last night, and I was like, good job today. He's like, what, on my roll? I'm like, no, not the roll, but in the 4,800 class. It was kind of funny because, you know, obviously he took the tumble right there where we just saw the bicycling. But there we have Lauren Healy and Tice Healy making their way through.
And you see how they stopped there. I believe Tice is switching from low to high in the rocks because, he is new to the rocks out here. So Lauren has him slow down, throw it in a low gear, make it through the rocks, stop afterwards, put it in high gear, and hammer down as Tice Healy hits the METALCLOAK gap jump. And
nice.
Just completely clearing it, making easy work of the gap jump. Great job by Tice Healy, that 12-year-old. And the Youth 1K, I love that class because, you race the 170s till you're 12, and then you have to move straight into with the pros. But with this Youth 1K, it's just a great stepping stone
that
it is. Dave Cole and Hammer Key Productions brought in earlier this year.
What's really awesome about it, too, they have the 170s. There's really not a middle class that they can step into before they get directly into the 1000cc.
There is now. As Tice Healy's making his sail right through the rhythm section and back to Travis Zollinger through the Brannick boulders. Travis will hit the little king hicker here. And he has a great run with 2 laps to go.
All right, Travis Zollinger making his way into the Monster Alley. And looks like, is it this lap? Next lap we'll be getting the white flag.
Yeah, he's got it. What a great run for
and the white flag
Travis
is out.
Zollinger. Yep, white flag is out. 1 lap to go for Zollinger Racing Products.
And right now, he just has to finish.
Yeah, he's got a great lead. So the spotters are in his ear saying, hey, just drive your race. Remember, this only sets you up for the main event. So Travis has just to tame it down a little bit and get out there. He'll be in that pole position once again. He was our pole setter in this class yesterday. And he'll set pole once again, it looks like, as long as he can keep her all under control. And Rob Reno just gets around Tice Healy, it looks like.
I'm wondering if they're trying different lines just because basically right now he's in his own race by himself. So why not
racing for himself?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Try the different lines and figure it out and just finish the race. But I'm wondering if that's what they're kind of doing because they just look like they took a different line than they have in the past.
He is at the back of the track, getting ready to drop down the PCI Gunite section. This is a great 1.5-mile short course out here. Absolutely awesome. So he's about up the halfway mark. Travis Zollinger, next time around, will get the checkered flag at the METALCLOAK finish line. Rob Reno grabbing the white flag as well, heading out for his 6th and a final lap.
And Travis,
so what happened to Trent Roberts? He's a little off pace now. He must have got hung up. There's Travis Zollinger. Yeah, I don't see Trent Roberts.
I haven't seen him either as well. These rocks will get you, though. It looks like down here in the infield there is a UTV. I can't tell if that is John Bonanno or not, but there is a UTV down in the infield.
Trent Roberts just made it through the Monster Alley. And there is Travis Zollinger, our physical race leader, hitting the king kicker. 1 more rock section to go, a couple more turns, and the checker flag will be flying for Travis Zollinger. So Zollinger in Monster Alley as we speak. This race is all but over. He put on a clinic out there. Travis Zollinger, 1 more long turn to go.
All right, checkered flag is going to be out in just a moment.
And the checkered flag flies for Travis Zollinger, getting first place. Out of Logan, Utah, with Zollinger Racing Products and his Can-Am Maverick R. He'll be racing that one in the Pro Mod as well. And then in the Open, he's got a single-seat Can-Am will be racing. So he's racing all 3 UTV classes today.
It's really good seat time, especially out here on short course. He has it already memorized, I'm sure, but it's definitely a good thing racing in multiple classes. So they have it memorized. The rocks do move, though. The bigger rocks that are out there in the rock sections, they don't stay still as we were seeing them move with the bigger cars as well. So once our 45, 46, 48s, and our 4400s go, they will change up.
It's going to be a great day of racing out there as Rob Reno makes his way through the Brannock boulders for his final time in this prelim number 1 for the UTV stock class. They have to have an OEM chassis, maximum of 33-inch tire, maximum of 1,000 cc's. Must use stock suspension pickup points. Reinforcing is allowed, but it's a fairly stock machine with a lot of safety components added to it.
Yes, it is. You can tell they're proven in these bigger rocks as well.
And getting second place goes to Rob Reno, grabbing the checkered flag at the METALCLOAK finish line. So Rob Reno grabbing that second place. And this is a Grand Prix finish, I do believe. So the checkered flag should be flying for Tice Healy, even though he is a lap down. But what a great run he had going out there, running with his dad, Lauren Healy, 2-time King of the Hammers champion. Again, just a great stepping stone for the future of our sport out there. And there's Trent Roberts going to make the pass. Again, sportsman, right? Oh, no, they're going to race to the finish. Okay. The checkered flag's out. We're going for it. He was switching from low to high. So Trent Roberts will grab third position. And Tice Healy grabs the checkered flag, getting first place in the Youth 1K.
How fun, though, coming across the finish line. Almost side by side.
Yeah, that was fun.
All right, so here we are with our first race of the day complete for our prelim for our UTV stock and our Youth 1000.
It was Travis Zollinger, Rob Reno, Trent Roberts. In the stock class, and the Youth K was Tice Healy.
And we did see the unfortunate tumble there by John Bonanno. So again, hopefully the car is fixable and he'll be able to get out for the main events later on.
So up next is the 4,500 modified class. And then starting to line up behind them is the 4,600 stock class. And it looks like we're going to keep this one rolling quick like.
All right, and here we are. And, you know, I didn't find out if John Rance ended up getting his car fixed last night. I know he's not in this class, but I'm wondering if he got that fixed last night.
I sure hope so. I was in the pits late last night checking on a few things, and Waylon Campbell was trying to weld up a water pump. He got a hold of Joe Thompson. Joe Thompson left his house, drove to his shop to weld it up for him. Awesome. That was like at 9:30 last night. Who else was scrambling? Paul Wolf was working on the UFO. Brendan Thompson and Austin Thompson had to take both cars back. They're both having engine issues.
Oh, wow.
But they thought they had enough parts to put it all together. But, man, everybody was in scramble mode. A heartbreaker of Shannon Campbell. He lost oil pressure during practice yesterday. So he packed up everything, took it home, started work on it, get it going, and just, there's nothing they could do. So tough break for 3-time King Shannon Campbell. We were really hoping to watch him battle it out today. But, hey, racing happens.
Racing happens, and that's what we always say. And again, it's unfortunate, but here we are out here right now getting ready again to start our 4,500. We have Jesse Balter in that number 1 spot. Dan Wyrick sitting in that 2nd spot.
And row number 2 is Justin Hall and Logan Goodall.
And in that 3rd spot is, in the 3rd row, John Rance and Steve Crawford.
So in that pole position is Jesse Balter, number 4533 out of Forest Hill, California, with Balter Built Racing. Right next to him is going to be the 218 of Dan Wyrick out of Santa Rosa, California, with DW Racing. They're getting everybody tuned up. Chris Elrod's backing them up, getting everybody safe and sound. This is a dead start finish. Side by side, this race is a physical finish. We'll have 6 cars out there battling. This should be a great show. The first race got spread out pretty early, so I hope to see a little more action out of these guys.
Yeah, with having that rollover too, I mean that was definitely a battle that we were seeing was between Travis Zollinger and John Bonanno. But with John rolling, obviously it didn't. We didn't get to finish out that battle that was going on. But here we go. Green flag is up and it is down. So here we are, green flag racing. Let's see who's going to get that pole shot.
And it is Jesse Balter first over the METALCLOAK gap. But I think Dan Wyrick stuck it on the inside. Yeah, so Dan Wyrick actually got the whole shot. And Justin Hall sneaks in there as well.
You just stick the nose of the car in right there, and here you go. Get out in front.
Inside, outside. That was a little wild in that first corner.
It's like a little NASCAR style, inside-outside racing.
And Dan Wyrick, number 218 in that UFO, out front. Justin Hall in that second. Jesse Balter. Logan Goodall. Sean Rance.
Wow, and look
and
at them.
Steve Crawford.
Them going through that whoop section, definitely smoother
here we
looking.
go. Inside, outside on the little off-rhythm section. Really sending it out there. That's where John Bonanno took a tumble earlier. It looks like everybody made it through there quick, and we got her packed in there pretty tight. This is some great action, and look at him launching. Logan Goodall gets a little slideways there, keeps her under control.
Oh,
whoa,
that was
huge jump by Sean Rance.
Yeah.
Was able to keep her under control as they're heading down the PCI Gunite section. And 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are neck and neck.
And this being Justin Hall's home track, also Dan Wyrick's. I mean, Justin's trying to chase down Dan.
Yeah, a lot of these guys run with NORCAL 4 or 5 times a year out here. So it's great to see him out here having a great time. And I believe this is Justin Hall's last race in that car.
You see, he was trying to stick the nose in right there.
But Dan shut the doors. They're heading into the Brannick Bulger. Oh, it gets a little crossed up. Took a little bounce. We'll see if anybody complete full sends through here. Or remember, 6-lap race plus the main, so take her easy.
You don't win it in the first turn or definitely the first lap. So those rocks will get you too. We were seeing people yesterday having some issues, and they were having some steering issues after they were going through that first rock section. But Dan Wyrick out front, making that right-hand turn into the Monster Alley.
He's been sharing driving duties in that 4500 car with Paul Wolf. Dan Wyrick running the West Series, Paul Wolf running the East Series. And that's just a beautiful UFO. Oh, it looks like Jesse Balter makes a pass in the Monster Alley. Can he make it stick? No, Justin Hall seals or closes the door.
Wow, that was a great run, though, by Jesse.
And
going
1,
over
2, 3 over the METALCLOAK gap. Pam, what a great race we have on our hands. This is getting fun.
It is. I mean, the top 3 are sticking close together. Between 4, 5, and 6, they're kind of gapped out just a little bit.
And don't forget, Jesse Balter has a little bit of nitrous on there, so we'll see if he can make that give a little horsepower advantage. The top 3 are running, roughly about 700 horsepower apiece.
And Jesse Balter is definitely knocking on the door of Justin Hall.
I love that old Willie's look, too, and out of Jesse Balter. And he takes the right line. I like this.
So smart right there, though, because if he does end up getting, obviously they've watered it, there's not a lot of dust right there, but that's a smart move by Jesse, because if he got a great run, he could possibly pass Justin in it.
Because if you're following, you aren't making the pass. So if somebody takes the left, I'm taking the right. If they take the right, I'm taking the left in that section. And it's getting close as they're getting ready to drop down the PCI Gunite with Dan Wyrick still out front. I know Stacy's tuned in, watching, rooting him on.
I think she was going to come out here today as well.
Oh, she made it out. Okay, great.
I don't know if she's here yet, but she said see you guys tomorrow. So Dan Wyrick, though, what's going on here, though? Justin Hall knows. You know his spotter's telling him Jesse is right behind you and not, can't make any mistakes.
Don't open the door.
But that also makes a driver drive a little harder, and that opens the door for mistakes. So that gives Dan Wyrick the opportunity.
And look at that. Balter just throws himself in there. Justin Hall did not have anywhere to go. Jesse Balter's on a mission.
Oh, look at he got a little stuck right there.
But he cut off Hall. There's Rubbins racing in the Brannick Boulders.
Oh, look at this.
Hall's on the inside heading towards the King Kicker and gets it back. So back and forth between Hall and Balter there in the Brannick Boulders.
Again, and that opened up a huge gap between Dan Wyrick and Jesse and Justin.
And it looks like a right front tire possibly on Balter. It looks like that car's leaning a little bit. I don't know. I can't quite tell. So that opens the door for Logan Goodall there in Monster Alley.
You are probably right on Jesse. Something's going on because he is definitely not on it like he was.
It's got to be a right front flat tire, I believe. Yeah, there it is. I've got physical eyes. Right front tire on Jesse Balter. Hit the Brannick Boulders a little too hard. Got a little bit excited there. So now Dan Wyrick starting to spread out just a little bit. Justin Hall's comfortably in second. Now Logan Goodall pulling into that third spot. And don't forget there is a hot pits.
So Jesse pulling off. Not sure if he'll go into the hot pits for the prelim or just get off course.
I think I would. I'd go up there, change the tire, and just keep a clean lap. So there is Justin Hall heading through that little rhythm section, trying to chase down Dan Wyrick. Up and over the Gomez jump, and there is Jesse Balter changing that right front flat tire. Tough break for him. Hopefully he can get it in and out and stay on that lead lap, but that'll put him in that 4th position. So Steve Crawford still in the mix, so is John Rance, as Wyrick is starting to pull away with a pretty decent little lead in that beautiful UFO Toyota Tacoma. So Dan Wyrick starts on the right, goes, ooh, Justin Hall misses the entrance, and now Logan Goodall moves into 2nd position. So that's going to get in Justin Hall's little brain a little bit. It looks like Goodall got a little crossed up. But Wyrick's still out front, the number 218. I love his number in memory of his son.
Yes, and let's talk about this really quick on some lap times. Lap times right now. Logan Goodall actually has the fastest lap, even though the lap times are not what counts in this. It's physical finish, but Logan Goodall is definitely picking it up, having a 2:13.854 with Dan Wyrick with a 2:14.979. So that just goes to show you how hard these guys are pushing it. As
Dan Wyrick hits the METALCLOAK gap once again. We are about at the halfway mark, heading out for lap number 4. This is a 6-lap race.
Oh, and in the distance, not on the camera right now, Justin Hall is pulled off to the side.
Can't quite tell. It looks like at least a flat tire and possibly more. So tough break for him. We did see Jesse Balter head into the hot pits, was able to get back out there and running.
Unfortunate for Justin Hall. He was having a great race out there.
Until he wasn't.
Until he wasn't.
That's the same old song. And there's Dan Wyrick, our physical first leader in the 4,500 class. As he's heading down, he'll do a 180 and head through the Brannock boulders here in just a minute. So that means Logan Goodall's in that 2nd position, and Steve Crawford moves into 3rd. Steve O. Crawford with a good run under his belt. Jesse Balter had a great run going early until he didn't. Justin Hall had a great race going until he didn't. The attrition is going to be extremely high here during the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede here at the Prairie City SVRA, just outside of Rancho Cordova. There's our physical first leader, Dan Wyrick, as he's heading through the Monster Alley, and Logan Goodall's starting to reel him in a little bit.
Yes,
so Wyrick's back the pace down a little, and Logan's picked it up.
Exactly. I mean, he might not be able to close that gap up at all during this prelim, but 2nd place, why not? That's a good start. Good spot. I can't talk right now, Miles.
One of those days, and we're just getting started. So Dan Wyrick across the METALCLOAK start finish, finishing his 4th lap of 6. Next time around for our leaders should be the white flag.
So Dan Wyrick, I mean, that's awesome to see him out here in that, but like you were saying, that he's sharing
driving
West
duties.
Coast and the East Coast with Paul Wolf, but it's such a unique looking vehicle. You know, they brought that out at Hammers, and I believe, did Paul race Hammers or was it Dan? I think they
shared it, but I know Paul definitely drove. Yeah, I think they were sharing driving duties in that car.
It's definitely an awesome vehicle. I love the wrap on it as well. But Dan Wyrick out there in that number 1 spot. He has slowed down, like you were saying, Miles, on his lap times just a little bit by about 3 seconds. And Logan has stayed pretty consistent in the 2:13, 2:14 range, but he is trying to catch up with him. But John Rance just now coming on through for his 4th lap.
And speaking about the wrap on Wyrick's, the American flag, and the Off-Road Patriot, it just is an awesome looking machine, and Joe Thompson with UFO is one of the top builders out here. He's got a lot of cars running this weekend. They're fairly local to the NORCAL Stampede.
Well, and like you were talking, I mean, even though he did not build the Campbell car, obviously, the Campbell chassis, but for him to go over and help out another racer, another vehicle, that's what is really all about with all of the Ultra 4 racing and racing in general in the desert style racing as well. It's all one big family. We talk about this all the time.
Everybody's there to help everybody.
Look at Logan, though. Look how much he has caught up to Dan Wyrick.
Yeah, I think Dan Wyrick slowed down a little bit, and Goodall has picked it up a little bit. So I'm sure the spotter tower is getting a little busy. I'm like, hey, okay, you backed her down, but now pick her back up.
Pick it back up, exactly.
And Goodall's just saying full send.
Well, and I think by that camera angle that we were looking at, Logan had just entered into the rocks, so there was more of a gap than it looked like, because right now Logan's just now making that right-hand turn going into Monster Alley when Dan Wyrick is actually getting ready to exit out of it. But still, Logan Goodall, great driving by him, picking it up. All right, we see the white flag in hand and waving for Dan Wyrick, coming through and completing his 5th lap.
One more lap to go as he hits the METALCLOAK gap jump. So Dan Wyrick, 1.5 more miles to go, and he should have this race all but locked up. But how far back is Logan Goodall? Not too bad. Looks like only about 6 second split between the two.
And that, a lot can happen in that. Dan's got to keep consistent with what he's doing, because one little mess up or one little spin out can give Logan that chance to catch up.
Especially in those 2 rock sections.
Right, exactly.
One bad bump can really cost you the day.
Or even a bad hit on it in a flat tire.
And I think Logan's full throttle right now, and Wyrick's still taking her a little bit easy. But remember, this is prelim. This sets you up for the main event later today. So it looks like, regardless, they'll both be on the pole position. Steve Crawford still pushing strong. John Rance is still going, and Justin Hall and Jesse Balter have dropped out, so they'll be taking a rear start. Sean Rance, sorry. So there's our physical race leader, Dan Wyrick. It's been a great day of racing, and we are just getting started. Thanks again for everybody to tune in for the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede with Ultra 4 USA. And there's Wyrick in the Brannick Boulders, and Goodall starting to catch him. This could be a great race to the finish. Oh, there's Wyrick picking it up a little bit. All right, spotter's in his ear saying, let's roll. Half a lap to go, let's put her there. Get that pole position. Goodall's not too far behind. And then it's Steve Crawford and Sean Rance. Be battling for 3rd and 4th place. Dan Wyrick in the Monster Alley. And the checkered flag is in hand. One more turn. And Dan Wyrick looks like he is grabbing the checkered flag at the METALCLOAK finish line. Great run start to finish for Dan Wyrick. In that 2nd position, here comes Logan Goodall. The checkered flag is out. 1-2, Dan Wyrick and Logan Goodall. So who's it going to be next? Is it going to be Steve Crawford or Sean Rance?
And I have to say, Miles, that looking at the timing, that last lap, Dan Wyrick obviously had his spotter in his ear telling him to pick it up, because he ran his fastest lap on the last lap.
Good catch there. And speaking about timing, don't forget to go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same live timing we have here in the METALCLOAK studio.
And for all of you that are at home looking at the timing and watching the live show, we do have John Rance in there on this, but it was the way it was registered. But we all know that it was Sean Rance out there. John will be coming up here in just a moment. It looks like he's in lineup.
Good.
Went and got his car all fixed up after that gnarly tumble that he had yesterday. And on screen there is the 45-32 of Steve Crawford getting ready to make his way around the last sweeping turn and getting the checkered flag.
Steve O. Crawford, what a great run. That'll put him in the 2nd row in that 3rd spot.
So Justin Hall, we saw pulled off the course earlier with a little bit of issues. So hopefully he'll be able to get it all fixed up and back out on course. All right, so that is a conclusion to our 4,500. So Dan Wyrick in that number 1 spot, Logan Goodall 2nd, Steve Crawford 3rd, Sean Rance 4th. So.
And then in the back will be Justin Hall and Jesse Balter, who both dropped out early with flat tires. The attrition is already just starting to set in. We saw a couple flats. We saw a nasty rollover by Joe Bonanno. Hopefully he can get that car back in action. So up next is the 4600 stock class, and that pole position is Bailey Cole. Next to him is driver record Lauren Healy, driven by Vaughn Gittin Jr.
And in that second row is going to be John Williams in the 4623, next to Brexton Glines in the 4689.
Third row is Megan Miller, a METALCLOAK athlete, side by side with Albert Contreras.
And in that fourth row, the number 4695 of Jesse Bennett, next to Tom Biddle in the 4653.
And in the back is Kaylin Myers and John Rance. So we got 4 Broncos out there running, a Samurai, a couple Jeeps, at least a Toyota out there. So a little bit of everything. I love it. And what is a 4600 car? You have to have the stock OEM frame. Wheelbase must stay within 3 inches.
The factory engine but may be replaced with any available engine in the same make, model, and year.
You have to have a factory transmission.
35-inch DOT tires, and what we talk about, the DOT tires are what you can go buy off the shelf at any tire shop.
Or is on some of their tow rigs.
Exactly.
Single shock per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel.
And they have the factory-style suspension, like the leaf springs, the coil springs.
And you have to have mechanical steering. So it's a lot of these, obviously all of these race cars started life as a daily driver, and now they're out here as full-blown race cars. So Bailey Cole in that pole position out of Temecula, California, with Bailey Cole Racing in that Bronco. And then next to him is going to be Lauren Healy, driven by Vaughn Gittin Jr. out of Farmington, New Mexico, with Fun Haver Off-Road Team in another Bronco. So Ford Performance up front. And then John Williams, Bronco, Brexton Glines in a Jeep, Contreras and Miller both in Jeeps, Jesse Bennett another Jeep, Biddle in a Toyota, Kaylin Myers in that Samurai, and John Rance, another Bronco. So again, about every manufacturer is out there racing today. The only one that's about it. That's awesome.
It is awesome.
And
it's awesome to see the difference out there.
I love the stock class because it's, that's where it got started. The Everyman Challenge, the EMC. You can come out here and race with us. That's where Cody Addington got his start at old Toyota, and he's worked his way, and now he's, definitely a fan favorite out here at the METALCLOAK Stampede.
And who doesn't love a Samurai?
Yeah, I had a couple of them back in the day. They're fun little rides.
I've never owned one, but they're fun to watch race out here. All right, you can see the water truck was on screen. They're throwing some water down out there for our racers. We're keeping in front of the dust. We'll get a little bit here and there, but track maintenance is definitely key on short course.
Yeah, they're going to be busy today. We watered until it was about 9:30, 10 o'clock last night. Got a really good base into it. And then this morning they started first thing, and they're just kind of giving it a tune-up. I think we're going to have to do track maintenance, or at least a little bit of water between almost every single race to keep on top of it. Because once you lose it, it's hard to get it back. But right now, it is a excellent, excellent racetrack. And
there we see the little Samurai that we were just talking about on screen, the 4629 of Kaylin Myers.
And that one's got a little 50 shot of nitrous on it as well. I love the little underpowered machines out there throwing some nitrous on it.
All right, so let's talk about this really quick. They got a little nitrous on there. Miles, when we were go-karting at Apex the other night, did you use the little boost button ever?
I used it a couple times. That was fun. Yeah, speaking about that, a couple nights ago we were able to go to the Red Hawk Casino and race at the Apex, and it was just a great time. The camaraderie was the best part about it. You can go there, go gambling. Obviously, they've got a great hotel, but there on the Apex side, you can go bowling. They had golf, great little bar and grill, and then the go-karts was a blast out there racing, and man, I had some fun mixing up with some of them guys.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to watch you guys. I only went out on the course one time, but it was so much fun watching everybody have fun, and it's different. It's still out there being competitive go-kart racing, but it's just fun to watch everybody in a different world of outside the dirt, I should say.
Oh, yeah. And everybody was having fun, talking a little smack and getting out there and rubbing elbows. And, everybody had a good time. And sitting in that pole position, Bailey Cole, he was the fastest Ultra 4 racer of the night out there at the Apex. He put the clinic on everybody.
Okay, so Bailey Cole, definitely, like you're just saying, the fastest out there. But I've never raced against Dave Cole. I've heard he is super fast
I can see that.
Go-karts.
He comes by it on us, that's for sure.
And who was it? Paul Wolf calling you a sleeper yesterday?
Yeah.
Miles the sleeper here.
We got him. I mixed up in my heat, had some fun with him.
No, it was a lot of fun, though, going and seeing that facility. It was a beautiful facility just up the hill, about 15, 20 minutes away. But it was absolutely gorgeous area and fun to see, like we were just saying.
And they are heading out. So they'll be getting stage up here in just a minute. And it's going to be a drag race between Bailey Cole and Lauren Healy is driver of record, but Vaughn Gittin Jr. is driving that Bronco for him. You can have one substitute driver per year. And with Lauren having his son Tice out here, Lauren's like, man, I got enough going on. Vaughn, you do 2 races, I'll do 2 races. They're fun haver off-road teammates, and it's just great to see them enjoy that. And, again, to be able to have your son in the race car with you, Lauren's out there, he gets to do his thing, but then gets to enjoy it with his family. It's absolutely amazing. And it looks like the UTV Open class is starting to line up, so we got another UTV race coming up next.
All right, what a view.
We got 10 race cars getting ready to head out. This is going to be a busy race for the 4600 stock class.
I love that view right there, though, seeing them all lined up perfectly. Chris goes down the line, makes sure that they're all even in the front as well. No advantages whatsoever.
And it is not a rolling start. It is a standing stop start. So it's going to be a fun one to watch. And it's going to be a great drag race between Bailey Cole and Vaughn Gittin Jr. Basically 2 identical Ford Performance Broncos. You see the beautiful jigs on the side of Bailey Cole's?
Oh, goodness gracious.
Ian had fun with that at KOH
I was
this
going
year.
to say,
it made me laugh.
Bringing back memories from KOH. I'm not sitting next to Ian. I'm sitting next to you. Sounds like Ian, though. Every single time he said it, he had to say it that way.
Oh, we had a great time this year. Another huge success out there for King of the Hammers, and we're already planning hot and heavy for King of the Hammers 2025.
I always tell everybody that's never been that say they want to go, I'm like, what are you waiting for? Just go.
I told my wife, I think about 17 years ago, it was a once-in-a-lifetime trip, and I haven't missed one since. It's definitely a bucket list item. So if you've never been to King of the Hammers, you need to come check it out.
100%. All right, it looks like we're getting ready to go here in just a minute. I think we have a water truck finishing up over there, but right below the gunite section, so we'll wait for them to clear course before the green flag drops. And that right there is Mr. Vaughn Gittin Jr. And the 2567. I love how they combine their numbers for this class.
Yeah. Lauren Healy's 67, Vaughn's 25, so they've mixed it up. Looks like Sergio Pinillos, who usually races the stock class, is tuning in. He's busy with work. He's traveling today, so he's unable to make it. But he's tuned in saying, course looks great, and he's missing being here, mixing it up with all of his buddies. But thanks for tuning in.
All right, so right there, John Williams right there sitting right behind Vaughn Gittin Jr., Megan Miller. And
getting some chatter over the PCI race radio. We are about to go hot. The green flag is up. As soon as it drops, it's a drag race towards the METALCLOAK gap, and here we are. Who's going to get the whole shot? Bailey Cole or Vaughn Gittin Jr.? Oh. Bailey Cole on the inside, but Vaughn gets the early jump, and he does. Vaughn Gittin Jr. gets the whole shot. But look how slick that corner is. Bailey Cole on the inside may have a little bit more traction. It is going to be a drag race towards the back.
Vaughn
getting a little squirrely.
Well, let's talk about that, though. Vaughn, this is his world, slipping and sliding. He's a drifter by nature.
A world-famous drifter out there having some fun. Mix it up with Ultra 4 USA. And this is going to be a great shot heading into the whoop section. And it looks like it's going to be side-by-side into that off-camber rhythm section.
Oh, and Bailey gets a little jump. Okay, so
they're checking up. Just a little bit. Those Ford Broncos. Oh, look at this shot. Absolutely awesome. Great job by our drones.
But then right there, it comes back down almost to a one-laner, but they are going on to Gomez Tree side by side off
Way
that
up
jump.
the hill. Just an absolute drag race.
So Lauren Healy, Vaughn Gittin in that inside line, Bailey on the outside line. Bailey getting a little bit of a jump, going down the gunite section.
The PCI gunite section's a fun one. You can see both of them caught a rock at the very bottom. Remember, these are fairly stock machines. Both up front have those 74 weld portals.
Yeah, but we were talking to Bailey about that yesterday, and you said it looks like it's a little bit smooth, and he's like, it's not.
It's not. It looks like John Williams in that third spot, and Brexton Glines in fourth position. We'll work our way backwards through the field off and on today.
So there's that tight right where we've seen some little topple overs, and you could see that they were trying to be careful in that because they're a little bit more top heavy as well. The stock class and the Broncos are not so, the swaying of them is not so fun.
Look at this. Hopefully we can keep this exact picture right here and watch them all come through the Brannock boulders. And that's a great shot as we see.
It almost looks like follow the leader right now.
Well, not just.
Except the leader's already out.
Jesse Bennett is not trying. He's trying to get around Megan Miller. Megan Miller, one of our METALCLOAK athletes out there, pushing strong. And Bailey Cole out front, heading into Monster Alley. Then it's Vaughn Gittin Jr. And then John Williams. Then Brexton Glines. Albert Contreras, Jesse Bennett, Tom Biddle, Kaylin Myers, and John Rance.
All right, we see Bailey Cole making that long sweeping turn right before the start-finish line, coming in through lap number 1.
Heading out for lap number 2 of 6 on this 1.5-mile short course. And it is a good run. They're starting to spread out just a little bit right now. And Bailey Cole is in the zone.
All right, I do not see... I know Megan Miller was having some issues with her Jeep the other day, but I'm not sure. I don't know if she has made it out of the Brannock boulders quite yet.
So Bailey Cole with a 2:39 lap time, fastest of the day in the stock class. There's a great shot of Brexton Glines and that TJ. There's Albert Contreras right behind him as Bailey Cole and Vaughn Gittin are still in. Look at Jesse Bennett.
That was a great angle.
Clearing
that was
METALCLOAK gap.
That was a great view of that jump. We've been seeing it at different angles, but that was an awesome view to see.
We got the Dusty drone out there. We have Believe Cam, and I'm gonna throw it out here. I hope Believe Cam can jump under or drive under the car over that gap jump. We'll see if he can make that happen. I see him out there shaking his head a little bit at me.
Well, we'll see. I mean, the 4400s, obviously, they jump a lot higher and farther, so maybe he'll have to test it out with that.
You're right. Megan Miller is pulled off to the side. Not sure what's going on with her. I hate to see that for that METALCLOAK Jeep having issues early.
I know the day of practice, they had to take it back to the shop at home and do some work on it. I think it was something flywheel.
No, it was a starter.
Starter.
Yeah, they were worried it was the flywheel, but it was just a starter. Oh, look at this. Bailey Cole and Vaughn Gittin are starting to mix it up as they head into the Brannock boulders.
He is right on his a little bump maybe there.
Hey, Rubbins Racing.
Rubbins Racing, exactly.
So Bailey Cole and Vaughn Gittin Jr. in the Brannock boulders. Nose to tail. There's definitely multiple lanes through here, but remember, these are 35-inch DOT tires, so they have to really save these tires. If you take a wrong bounce, you can really pop one quick. John Williams starting to reel in, so 1, 2, 3 starting to get a little close again.
Well, and another thing, too, Miles, is if you're staying on the same line every time and you decide to switch it up last minute, might be a little bit of a bigger rock or whatnot and get you hung up, so you might as well just stick to your line. Here we are in the right-hand turn into Monster Alley. Vaughn Gittin is right behind Bailey again.
Brian Hentz is tuning in, loves the Bronco horsepower. There's Jesse Bennett and Albert Contreras there in the Brannock boulders. Got a great little battle. That's mid-pack.
And that is awesome right there. A great view as well from the gap jump from METALCLOAK.
I love this angle. Vaughn Gittin and Bailey Cole are battling. Now on live.ultra4racing.com, you will see Lauren Healy, but Vaughn Gittin Jr. is the substitute for this race.
All right, so let's see here what the lap times have been so far. Bailey Cole's first lap was a 2:39, and this last lap was a 2:37. But Vaughn Gittin Jr., his fastest lap was a 2:33.675, and that was the last lap.
So he's
picking
turning it
up.
on. Finding the lines, getting comfortable with the car, and look at that little rhythm section as they're heading up towards the Gomez jump. Oh, it looks like Vaughn Gittin's trying to take the outside. We'll see if he can get a little run at Bailey Cole. And I'm hearing a little chatter through the PCI race radio. We may have a little bit of a tumble out there.
And you can see Chris Elrod going. It looks like it is right there at that right-hand turn right before the Brannick boulders.
So that'll be a full caution over there. Can't quite tell who it is, but our leaders will be coming to it. So we'll be able to tell who it is here very soon as the yellow flag is out. So they'll have to take her slow a little bit. No passing through here. They take it slow. It looks like that's Tom Biddle. It is. Tough break for Tom Biddle.
He is a turtle right at this moment, but such a bummer.
But both drivers slow down, get past the accident, and then they got to give it about 30 yards and then hit the gas and go back to racing. Now both of these drivers are at full race pace. And I missed it. Vaughn Gittin Jr. gets around Bailey Cole.
He got around him right before when they went by the rollover of Tom Biddle. I noticed that on the camera.
I guess I was trying to notice who was upside down. Vaughn Gittin out front as Bailey Cole hits the King Kidder.
Oh, and Vaughn's drifting his way around that right-hand turn into Monster Alley.
What a great race we have on our hands, Pam. Thanks again for everybody for tuning in. This is the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede, and this is Ultra 4 USA Racing at its finest. This is one of my favorite short course races of the year.
I wonder if Bailey was having some issues or whatnot, because on the Brannick boulders, he was looked like he might have been struggling just a little bit, but right now he's just making that sweeping turn super easy.
But don't forget, this is just the prelim, so you don't want to tear up the car too much. And there he goes. Thanks. Believe Cam goes underneath Bailey Coles. He makes the METALCLOAK gap. I gave him a challenge accepted and challenge made.
That didn't take long either. All right, fastest lap of this race as well. It has been put down by Vaughn Gittin Jr. on his last lap at a 2:30.749. So he picked it up by 3 seconds. Wow, he shaved 3 seconds.
That's pretty impressive. Vaughn's really getting in the rhythm right now. And what a better way to pre-run for his 4,400 race than in this Bronco to really feel the track out.
Exactly.
That's such a stacked field for the 4,400 class. I love all the racing, but the 4,400, that's why we're here.
You say you can't wait for every single race.
I love it. Yeah, I can't think of a better place to be than right here, right now.
All right, and Bailey Cole yesterday in qualifying obviously started on the pole, so the fastest lap in qualifying yesterday was a 2:29.524, so Vaughn Gittin's right about 1 second away.
With having to battle with some other cars out on track.
Exactly. He has some pretty clean air now by himself out there going down the PCI Gunite section. And that is a great view of it right there. All right, so it looks like they do have Tom Biddle put back wheel side down. There's still a caution right there until they get him completely off of course.
Yeah, must have an issue with the car after he flopped her over. But remember,
they're hooking
and look
up.
at that. Everybody's slowing down, behaving, being sportsmen. And as soon as he enters the Brannick boulders, it's back to full race pace. So lap traffic could be an issue. Looks like they're starting to sneak up on Kalen Myers. And so we'll see if Bailey Cole can reel in Vaughn Gittin Jr. or not. Looks like Matt, JV Sandbox, is tuning in. Having some fun out there on course. There's Kalen Myers. He's having a fun run out there in the Little Samurai. Little 1.3.
I want to say the little Samurai that could, but we always talk about Mick Henson's little Toyota that could.
And Vaughn Gittin Jr. does make around him in the Monster Alley. So he should be finishing up lap number 4, heading out for lap number 5. 2 laps to go for Vaughn Gittin Jr. for the 4,600 stock class.
Oh, nice launch by Vaughn Gittin Jr.
I remember when we were doing track walks, there's a lot of people that are a little bit nervous of that gap jump, and they are out there just absolutely sailing over it.
I would say, looking at that, you have to go over it. Just don't check up. That would be your biggest mistake. Another great launch by Bailey Cole, making his right-hand turn. He's getting ready to come up onto Callan Myers. And look at the suspension work on these. Vaughn Gitten's ready to enter into the rhythm section. But he just sailed right over. I call it washboard. It looks more like a washboard.
Yeah. But as long as you hit it hard, fast and stay on top, it's awesome. But I love that off
section.
rhythm, yeah.
That looks like a washboard section to me.
But right here with the rhythm section where I love the side-by-side one. It's the left and the right opposing little lanes there. Brexton Glines clicking off another lap. That puts him in that 4th position. He's trying to chase down John Williams. So let's go through the field once again. It is Lauren Healy out front, driven by Vaughn Gitten Jr.
In that 2nd spot, Bailey Cole in the number 13X.
And that 3rd spot, number 4623, John Williams.
And 4689 of Brexton Glines.
And 5th spot goes to Jesse Bennett in the 4695.
All right, and where is Mr. Albert Contreras? He's just not coming through right now. So Albert Contreras in the 4605 in that number 6 spot.
And rebuilding his Bronco last night in that 7th spot is number 431, John Rance.
And there we have it. Kaylin Myers will be coming through in that number 8 spot, as we did see Tom Biddle topple over, and Megan Miller was off course earlier on. So hopefully she can go and get her Jeep all rebuilt to go on out for the main event here later on.
Yeah,
and Megan was one of our rookies this year at King of the Hammers.
And speaking about Megan Miller, she's one of our METALCLOAK athletes out there. And we had the opportunity to go tour the facility at METALCLOAK. And I took it for granted. I knew they were a Jeep shop. I knew they built a lot of great bumpers and fenders and all that. But I've never been there. And they took us on a tour. 70,000 square feet. They've been around for 14 years. They started in a little shop with 2,000 square feet and have stair-stepped their way up. All American made. They build, I believe, 95% of everything in-house. Absolutely amazing facility and top-notch. And again, I love the American made with METALCLOAK. We'll get Mattson up here in the booth with us a couple times today and chat away.
And there is a great view right there of Bailey Cole.
Yep. Back in 2017 was my first time ever coming to a regional Ultra 4 race, and it was right here at the Stampede. And Mattson with METALCLOAK was my co-host.
That's awesome.
So we'll get him back up here on the mic one time. And there's back to our leader, Vaughn Gitten Jr., driving for Lauren Healy. Team Fun Haver Off-Road Team. Hitting the little washboard section. I like that.
Yeah, the washboard, like the chatter bumps.
Yeah.
That's probably, as fast as they're going, it probably feels more like a chatter bump because they are staying on top of them. But yeah, that little washboard chatter bump section.
So the white flag is out. 1 lap to go. There's Vaughn Gitten hitting a Gomez jump with a pretty good lead over Bailey Cole. Then it's John Williams, Brexton Glines, Jesse Bennett, Albert Contreras, John Rance, and then Kaylin Myers. And off pace is Tom Biddle and Megan Miller. They had to pull off early with mechanical issues.
Well, Tom Biddle had a little turtle issue.
Turtle issue that turns into a mechanical issue.
Hopefully not. Hopefully he just toppled over and landed on top. But, yeah, there we do see, though, Vaughn Gitten Jr. making his way through. White flag is out for Brexton Glines coming through.
Is he going to be able to chase down John Williams? Remember, this is the prelim going into the main event. So basically this is just a qualifying race. It's obviously a race, but it's getting everybody qualified where they set up for the main event later on today. As Vaughn Gitten Jr. making his way through the
he stopped for a second.
boulders. Yeah, not sure what happened. I was a little nervous, but he was able to pick a line. Maybe he was grabbing first gear again.
But he does have some space between him and Bailey Cole. But again, last lap, that would not be good to have any issues. But here he is trucking along. He'll be making this left-hand turn into a 180 right-hand turn into the Monster Alley. There we do see Bailey Cole.
So that shows you the split on them. I'm going to say that's about 15 to 20 second split.
Yeah, roughly.
So Vaughn Gitten Jr., the monster athlete, heading through the Monster Alley for the last time in the stock class for prelim number 1. The checker flag will be flying for Vaughn Gitten Jr. there at the METALCLOAK start finish. A great run by him, and there it is. Vaughn Gitten Jr., first place. Remember, this is a physical finish race since we're doing short course. As Bailey Cole clears the Monster Alley, so he'll be getting second place.
All right, great driving by Mr. Von Gittin Jr. The fastest lap of the race was thrown down by him as well at a 2:31.31, but it's not about time, it's about position.
And second place goes to Bailey Cole. And it looks like John Williams should have third place locked up.
He is making his way through Monster Alley right now.
There's Albert Contreras, it looked like, out back. And there's John Williams. The checker flag will be flying. Third position, John Williams. So Broncos 1, 2, 3. Lauren Healy, Bailey Cole, and John Williams. And we're going to send the water trucks out instantly and put down some water out there.
All right, here we are. Next up.
Yeah, what
after
a
these
great
guys are done.
run we have. And the race isn't quite over yet. There's Brexton Glines heading into Monster Alley with Jesse Bennett right on his heels. So this is for fourth place.
And Jesse Bennett actually has a super fast time for himself. He ran a 2:38.825 last lap, so he definitely picked it up for himself.
Yeah, what a great run by those two young gentlemen.
All right. We should have John Rance is making his way through Monster Alley.
Sean, John, Brett, Brent. We're going to mess it up a couple times, but we'll do our best.
Vaughn, Lauren. Whoever's in the driver's seat that day.
There is John Rance grabbing the checkered flag, getting him in that sixth position. And that Bronco's got a 7-speed manual transmission. Everybody else, most everybody else is running an automatic.
I did not realize that.
It's interesting. I like it.
There's Mr. Albert Contreras.
From Compton, California.
That man, I don't think I've ever seen him without a smile on his face.
I mean, that's why he was the Sportsman of the Year a few years back. Albert Contreras is definitely what Ultra 4 USA is all about.
Positive attitude, smile on his face, great attitude all the time. I was talking to Roxy and Robert. We were talking about him last night about how awesome he is and how he's always got that great attitude. I mean, all of our racers have great attitudes, but
most of the time. Everybody, every once in a while somebody will get a little heated, and that's just part of it. But the adrenaline gets flowing, and what a great race we just had. Von Gittin Jr., Bailey Cole, and then John Williams. Brexton Glines, Jesse Bennett, John Rance, Albert Contreras. And
there's Tom Biddle.
He's on the nope rope, though.
That's good that he's still running, and we'll see.
I don't know if he's running or not. He's getting towed.
Oh, I need to get new contacts already.
Yeah, so he's getting towed back to the
rolling.
pits.
He's rolling.
He's on all fours. So up next will be the 4,900 open class. In that pole position is Travis Zollinger.
And in the second position, Mr. Paul Wolf.
In that third, the 88 of Mark Welch.
And in the number 4th position, the 212 of Jason Susie.
And all the way from Great Britain, the number 646, Shabs Piercy.
And quite the group is watching from down under and cheering him on our YouTube. So you guys, thank you again for watching. But we are out here for the METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede. Up next, again, like we just said, the 4,900 UTV Open class.
And what is an open UTV? It basically has to have a 2,000 cc or less. Build it, dream it, come and race it. It's kind of a spot for a builder class. Oh, looks like Kaylin Myers is on the tow rope as well. So we had a couple of them break down during this race. We saw Megan Miller, Kaylin Myers, and Tom Biddle. So our NORCAL and Ultra 4 USA safety crew is definitely going to be busy today. The attrition is going to be high. We were worried we were going to have a LCQ, but I think they're going to weed out themselves. Oh, a blown motor for Kaylin Myers, I believe.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay.
Hate to hear that. It has been an amazing weekend out here just outside of Cordova, California at the Prairie City SVRA, just outside of Sacramento. This is the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede with Ultra 4 USA. We're putting a little bit of water down. It's been a hot one this weekend. It started out at 60 degrees. It snuck up 10 degrees already. We're at about 70, and it's going to get up in the 90s today. It's going to be warm, but we got a little bit of a breeze. Not much right now, but we're hoping it picks up a little bit. But the water crews, we got 4 water trucks. That's the most that John's ever had at a NORCAL race. But we got 4 water trucks out here doing everything they can to try to keep this track as dust-free as possible.
Yes, and talking about that, we had plenty of them out here, and yesterday after seeing the dust through the practice, they decided we need one more, and it's actually working out very well because the track being as large as it is, they can sit in different areas and, you know, keep getting the areas that are the dustiest spots. But keep up on that, but we will be going live racing here in just a moment once they are done watering the course. Yeah, this is where the drivers sitting and staging are going, okay, they just watered. How hard do I take it in that first turn after the METALCLOAK jump?
We saw Bailey Cole and Vaughn getting side by side, getting a little slideways out there. And let's talk about Travis Zollinger and Paul Wolf. They're both racing multiple UTV classes. Travis Zollinger is racing all 3. Paul Wolf is racing the Open and the Pro Mod. So, you know, getting seat time, there's nothing better than that, is it?
Nothing better than at all. But yesterday, Travis Zollinger with that fastest time of a 2:04.482, and Paul Wolf was actually 4 seconds off his pace yesterday from Travis Zollinger with a 2:08.669 in that number 2 spot. But they kept going back and forth yesterday with the fastest lap times in each class that they were racing against each other. It was pretty cool to watch. But Travis Zollinger out there, all that mattered yesterday was the fastest time. So the 2:04.482. Let's see if they try to get close to that during this race, even though the heat races, the prelims are not about lap time, it's about position. But I like to see if they pick it up being out there racing against each other or if it hurts their time.
And you want a great qualifying run to set you up for the main event because starting out front, it's got this huge advantage for sure because, you know, traffic out there when you're battling with one of your buddies, it can really slow you down. So we're about to kick out the Open UTVs. And then after that, it'll be prelims number 1 and 2 for the 4,800 Legends class. We had, I think, about 20 of those registered.
It was our largest class, yeah.
So then we cut that in half and did 2 prelims, and they all will advance to the main. But your prelim sets you up for your main event, so it'll be very interesting to see how it all shakes out. But in that pole position is number 20, Travis Zollinger.
And his very unique single-seat Can-Am that he custom built.
Oh, that thing is an absolute work of art. Zollinger Racing Products builds an amazing machine out of Logan, Utah.
So, funny thing, though, so obviously Can-Am does not make a single seat. Him making that. There's only one other one that I have seen out there, and it's Bruce Davidson, who races in short course, and he absolutely loves that car. He talks about it all the time, but it's really cool, you know, to see these guys out there doing something a little different because obviously, you know, Polaris had the RS1 single seat, but to custom make yourself a Can-Am, a single seat, and out here racing like this is pretty cool.
We have some amazing builders here with Ultra 4 USA. That is an absolute fact. So Travis Zollinger in that pole position. Side by side, number 1018 is going to be Paul Wolf out of Alton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing in his Can-Am. So it's Can-Am first and second, and then the third is Mark Welch in a Polaris. Fourth, another
Can-Am, I believe.
Can-Am, yeah, Sushi. And then Shavs Piercy and Corey Willis's old Can-Am.
So only one Polaris out there right now. Yeah, how cool is that?
So I hear some chatter over the PCI race radios, making sure the water trucks are putting their last little load down. We should be live racing here any moment. Looks like the last water truck is pulling off. Green flag is getting ready to go up. Once it drops, we'll be live racing here for the 4,900 Open class for the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede here at the Prairie City SVRA. Looks like safety is in their spots. Looks like all the spotters are in the stands.
And you see what they did over there in the spotter stand? They put an easy up.
Yeah, it's a warm one.
Directly in the sun over there for sure.
Looks like heat number 1 for the 4800 Legends class is lined up and staged.
I see the green flag in hand. It's just waiting for the okay to go.
Yeah, Roy's out there.
Okay, I know Travis and Paul are both so competitive, obviously.
We are live racing, Pam. They're off and running. It looks like Travis Zollinger gets the early hole shot over Paul Wolf.
That's what I was getting ready to say, is I'm wondering who it is that's going to get that hole shot. But yes, we do have Travis Zollinger out front, but that is freshly watered, and Paul Wolf is on the inside. And it looks like he did step out in front.
But now Zollinger's going to be on the inside of this next turn, so it's going to be really close.
Not unless Paul Wolf closes the door.
Paul Wolf gets it. So Paul Wolf out front, then Zollinger, then Mark Welch, then Jason Soucy and Shabs Piercy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Very close as they hit the washboard section.
Whew.
And we got left and right. Perfect. Can Zollinger make the pass over Paul Wolf? Look at this. Opposing roller sections. I absolutely love it. But Paul Wolf's still out front.
Oh, and somebody is on their side. Is that Jason or Mark?
I believe Mark Welch.
That did look like Mark Welch, because I do not see him on screen. So, yeah, that must have been Mark Welch on his side.
Tough break for him. As Paul Wolf drops down the PCI Gunite section with Travis Zollinger hot on his heels.
Did we see Shabs get by? I'm not sure if we saw Shabs go by either. All right, Paul Wolf, though, making his way down. He'll be making that right-hand turn into the Brannick Boulders.
What a great race just getting started. Yes, that is definitely Mark Welch on his side in that little roller section, so tough break for him.
Oh, Paul hitting that rock super hard just now.
Nose stand.
All right, so Shabs is right there in the number 4 position, so definitely still going. See how they just were started on the right-hand side and then
fade to the left?
And that's something, talking with drivers, they were talking about what they're doing is they're kind of at the end doing a little crossover there.
We'll see if that gets a little action as the King Kicker gets in there. And Paul Wolf first to the Monster Alley. What a great day of racing we have.
Oh, and look at Travis is catching up in that rock section. In the rock section there. Sorry, lost my voice for a second.
All good. It's going to be a long day.
Too early for that.
So Paul Wolf finishing lap number 1 of 6 on this 1.5 mile short course as he just completely clears the METALCLOAK gap jump. Travis Zollinger still has him in range.
So Paul Wolf coming through 2 seconds faster on that lap time from Travis Zollinger. It's going to be interesting to see if Travis picks it up a little bit just to try to catch up. It looks like his car's leaning a little bit to the left. Or it might have just been the way the sun was looking, but Travis, his car looked a little weird, but now he's going full force again. So just deceiving.
Going on.
Well, they're
still recovering Mark Welch.
Right.
Okay. So right here, they have to just stay slow, no passing. It is a local caution. There's Mark Welch back on all fours, but still in the car, obviously still having some issues. So now the leaders are back on the gas. And Jason Soucy, Zollinger Racing Products teammate, right there in that 3rd spot. And then Shabs Piercy getting some seat time over here, all the way from Great Britain. Great to see Shabs over here. He's been racing, or been to King of the Hammers with us multiple times. It's great to see him out at a regional race having some fun. When I first got the registration list, I was doing my homework and saw his name, shot him an email, and was stoked he was coming over to come racing with us here at the METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede.
He has quite the group of people watching, too, on YouTube.
Got a couple fans out there,
Yeah, just a couple. No, there's a lot of people watching. Thank you guys for watching. As I was mentioning, Bruce Davidson has a single-seat DRP Can-Am, and he's watching as well. So awesome. So thank you, guys. Looks like people are giving Zach Pollard a hard time, saying he needs to be out here racing, or in the shop, actually.
There's Paul Wolf and Travis Zollinger. And then there's Jason Soucy and Shabs Piercy. Mark Welch took a tumble early and is going to take a rear start in the main event. I assume he can get his car back in action as we're back to Monster Alley with Paul Wolf out front. Travis Zollinger right behind him.
Travis is not letting him get too far out of range. I mean, we have 6 laps that we have to race, and so he can catch up at any time. That's another thing we were talking about too, is you know that you're pushing it because you have somebody so close behind you, and that's where mistakes can happen. But this is a great view of Paul Wolf jumping over the METALCLOAK gap jump.
Finishing lap number 2, heading out on lap number 3 of 6. So next time around will be the halfway mark for Paul Wolf, Travis Zollinger, Jason Sushi, and Shabs Piercy. They're starting to check up a little bit for that METALCLOAK gap jump. And it looks like we still have Mark Welch slowing us down here in the rhythm section. So Paul Wolf slows down. Travis Zollinger not too far behind us.
And as you were saying earlier, there is no passing whenever you are going through the caution section.
Once he clears that, here in just a moment, it'll be wide open racing.
All right,
right about now.
They have him all tied up to the toe strap. They'll get him moved off of course. Whoa, look at that.
Look
wow.
at the Gomez jump up there. They are sending it. And Zollinger's starting to reel in old Wolf. Remember, this is prelim, so this just sets you up for your main event. So you definitely want to race hard, but you definitely need to save the car for the main event.
Exactly.
But once that helmet gets on, sometimes you kind of forget what's going on. You're just in full race mode, and whatever happens, happens.
But again, Travis is not letting Paul get too far out in front of him. But again, if they finish like this, they are still going to start 1 and 2 in the main event. Oh, Paul hit a little bit of a rut, got a little bit of a bicycle.
Are we going to see a pass here in the Brannick Bulge? It looks like we are. Travis Zollinger on the inside. Paul Wolf sees him, and they're both on the throttle. But, yeah, Travis Zollinger gets around Paul Wolf. Oh, Paul Wolf on the inside heading towards the King Kicker.
Oh.
Side by side, open wheel racing, and Paul Wolf takes her back. What a great battle between Paul Wolf and Travis Zollinger. This is some awesome racing.
Oh, and here we go. Travis takes it inside.
Going to push Paul wide, but he just had to check up just a tick.
Paul is not going to get let up at all. Right now he knows that I have to keep that skinny pedal down.
I'm sure Hickman's yelling at Paul right now saying, go, go, go. Remember, you do have to have a spotter in the stands at every short course race with Ultra 4.
All right, so they both just threw down their fastest laps of this race so far. And Paul Wolf with the 2:14.925 and Travis with the 2:15.315. Not qualifying times, but that's their fastest laps of the race.
And Jason Sushi clicks off another lap, heading out. And right behind him is Shabs Piercy, 3rd and 4th. We did see Mark Welch take a tumble, so he will take a rear start during the main for the 4900 UTV Open class.
And obviously we can see right here that course is cleared and he is off. I'm not sure if that was him that they just had on the forks or not, but they had a car on.
It looked like Welch, so he has more issues than he wants to, so hopefully he can get back to the pits, get that car figured out, and back in action.
There's quite a gap right now between Paul Wolf and Travis Zollinger. Oh, and Paul taking that inside line, hitting a little bit of a dust pod. Popped him up just a little bit. We were talking about that right-hand turn he just did right there. There's a little bit of a kicker right there.
Yeah.
So it's kind of, you have to set yourself up for it, like short course style, Pro 4, Pro 2 style racing.
And right there where Wolf and Zollinger just came through, it's starting to be a little bit of a berm, so I suspect to see some bicycles there as well. And yeah, there's Welch in the background on the crane of shame. Tough break for him. Hopefully he can get that car back fixed and back to the main event later on today. As Paul Wolf is out there hitting the King Kicker.
Not letting up whatsoever, being in that number 1 spot. There's Jason Susi.
Travis Zollinger's teammate. He actually works at Zollinger Racing Products. And what a better place to, Travis Zollinger races all over. He races desert here at Ultra 4 King of the Hammers. And what a better place to test your machine than with Ultra 4 USA. He puts those cars through the paces. So Paul Wolf clicking off another lap and a new fast lap for him, a 2:05.670.
Wow, his qualifying time yesterday was a 2:04.482. So he's getting really close to beating his qualifying time. Making his way up through that 180.
And we should be wide open racing through this section now. We saw Welch was out of the way. Yeah, no local caution there, so both cars will be hot on the throttle.
It's really about how, in this section, in this rhythm section, it's about how well your suspension is set up, because you can't just full throttle through that. You have to figure out what's going to make you flow over the jumps and when you can get back on the gas, or else, like we were seeing yesterday, we saw some of them get donkey kicked and we saw that rollover.
And again, it just goes to show you all the different terrain that the NORCAL team did. Chris Elrod's been out here for a week building this track. I love the washboards. I love the rhythm sections, the big jumps, and then they plucked the rocks out of the little rock sections, made them a little gnarly, and it just goes to show you that these Ultra 4 cars can do a little bit of everything and do it well.
Exactly, and there we have Mr. Paul Wolf right there, making his way around to the Brannick boulders.
I believe the white flag will be flying for Paul Wolf next time around, out on lap number 5 of 6. And Zollinger well in sights there in the Brannick boulders.
So watching Paul Wolf go through there just now, the line that they're taking, it's kind of, I know it's not naturally made, well, it's naturally made by the cars, but you could see how all of them are taking it. It's like a little, like a flow.
Little track, yeah.
Yes.
As Paul Wolf heading into the Monster Alley. The second little rock section out here, right before the METALCLOAK start-finish. So yes, white flag is out for Mr. Paul Wolf. 1 lap to go, another 1.5 miles. Let's see if he's got enough to hold her together as he hits the METALCLOAK gap jump. Paul Wolf is a man.
I'm always like, the man with no fear.
He's racing 2 UTV classes and the 4400 Unlimited Mario Kart later on today. He's our fastest of the day with that 152 in the 4400 class. That was a smoking run yesterday evening.
There we do see Jason
Susi
going through the start-finish line.
Grabbing the white flag as well.
Launching over the METALCLOAK. That jump is so awesome to watch.
And then not too far behind him is Shabs Piercy. So 3rd and 4th is a pretty decent battle, and we've been watching that battle between Wolf and Zollinger, but Wolf's starting to pull away with it again. Got about I'm going to say an 8-second lead.
Yes, last time through it was almost a 7 second, so.
Okay, perfect. Yep, should have looked at that.
Live.ultra4racing.com will tell you all of the lap splits and on their times.
That's the same time we have here in the METALCLOAK studio. And Paul Wolf, last time through the Brannick boulders for this race. This is prelim number 1 for the UTV Open cars. This is getting everything set up for their main event later on today.
Right there where Paul just went through, you could see that little track of how he was going through. Oh, and Paul Wolf got a little bit of a kicker right-hand side of his car. Passenger side went up a little higher than it's been. He's been really pushing it hard. And making that right-hand turn into Monster Alley, almost at the finish line. This is where you have 1 turn to go, that big, long, sweeping turn. Keep it smooth. You're out front. And where is Travis Zollinger? There he is going through right now through the that Monster Alley.
The checkered flag flies for Paul Wolf.
All right, and Travis Zollinger coming through as well. And there we do have Shabs Piercy going through our Brannick boulders.
So great run by Paul Wolf and Travis Zollinger. It was a dogfight from time to time, but Paul Wolf came out on top for this one. But remember, this is just the prelim. Up next for them will be the main event. And I think Paul Wolf and Travis Zollinger are going to battle to the finish as a checkered flag flies. 3rd place goes to Jason Susi. And not far behind him in 4th position is Shabs Piercy from Great Britain. So a great run by those gentlemen. Up next will be prelim number 1 for the 4800 Legends car. We're going to throw some more water at this track and keep this, man, our NorCal Ultra 4 crew has done an amazing job today keeping this track as dust-free as we can. It's been hot and dry the last few weeks out here, and it looks like Mark Welch does have a tire hanging off of his car, so tough break there. Hopefully he can get it back into the pits and get it fixed.
Yeah, that's very, very unfortunate. Lap number 1, that'll catch you over there. We saw that yesterday, a couple cars. It was actually in the UTV class. My brain, I can't remember which one it was, that took the little bounce and ended up tumbling in that same section where Mark Welch was. I know you're thinking now, your brain's moving.
John Bonanno did it this morning. Oh, JP Gomez did it during the 44.
He did the right hand right after the METALCLOAK gap jump.
There's been too much action, sorry.
Lots of it. It was not this morning, but yeah, no, awesome racing right now. The METALCLOAK NorCal Stampede. Up next, our 4800 class. Again, throwing some water down for us, not for us, for the racers. Making sure the track stays pristine. All right, so in our first heat of the morning, our first prelim in our 4800, like you were saying, Miles, we're doing prelim 1, prelim 2. We will have in that first row Woody Rose and Trent Roberts.
And that second row goes to Derek Summers and Chuck Crossland.
And in the third row, Jacob Pacheco and Joshua Bashi.
Next up is Travis Riley and Ross Glave.
And then Kevin Condon and Luke Campman.
And don't forget, there's 20 cars total in the 4800 class, so we split them up in 2 different prelims. At the main event, they will all race in the same race. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all shakes out. And since there is 2 heats, or 2 prelims, your fastest lap time gets you the pole position. So first, whoever got the fastest lap from each prelim gets that pole position.
Exactly.
And then it goes on down. So, you know, I don't know exactly how it's going to go, but let's say all of heat or prelim number 1 will get the even numbers and prelim 2 gets the odds, or vice versa. Depends on lap times for the fastest pole setter. And then, so yeah, if you get in first place, you get the front row. If you get second place, you get the second row, and they're on back. And there they come. Woody Rose, number 22, out of Sparks, Nevada, with Trent Fabrication, side by side with the 4811 of Trent Roberts out of Clarksburg, California. And that second row, it's the 1006 out of Derek Summers out of Santa Cruz, California, with Summers Racing. Right next to him is the 4869 of Chuck Crossland out of Los Molinos, California, with Crossland Off-Road Racing. And that's the 4812 of Jacob Pacheco out of San Martin, California, with VP Racing. The 44 of Josh Bocci out of Orangevale, California, with Havoc Racing. And it looks like the green flag is in hand. We should be live racing here very, very soon. I see a couple of the water trucks have already pulled off. Getting everybody pulled up. Chris Elrod's walking the line. Roy's got the green flag in hand.
Oh, look at
Ryan
this.
Trotter's getting everybody. Oh,
we have
sweet.
some in-car.
This is Trent Roberts, I believe. Yes, it is. So we're got a front row view
Awesome.
from Trent Roberts. Going to drag race with Woody Rose. So let's stay with this camera up and over the first jump and the first turn. I think it's going to be a drag race. Trent Roberts versus Woody Rose, and here we go. And it is off and running.
All right, it looks like Woody Rose actually hopped out in front of Trent Roberts. Oh, Chuck Crossland getting a little bumpy bump in that corner.
Had a little bit of delay on our on-car. I apologize for that. We'll be able to flip back to that here in just a moment. But it is Woody Rose out front, then Chuck Crossland, then Trent Roberts, then Derek Summers, Travis Riley, Josh Bocci, Ross Glave, Kevin Condon, Luke Campen, and Jacob Pacheco. There's Woody Rose. Oh, getting a little crossed up there. We just saw that bite Mark Welch a little bit. And Chuck Crossland moves from fourth to second real quick. Great run by him. And he's got the most horsepower on the track right now. So Chuck Crossland is going to try to show out that twin turbo Brian Tooley horsepower.
And it looks like Trent Roberts, there we
Here
are
we
again
go.
on board with the 4481 of Trent Roberts. How cool is that view? We get the in-car watching him drive and switch gears, also the front view as well to see what he's doing and looking at from his view.
And he's got a supercharged LQ4 under the hood on that thing, so he's no slouch on the horsepower either. But Trent Roberts, we saw him in the UTV earlier, but now he's hitting the Gomez jump, getting some hang time next to Hangtown. As first into the Brannock Boulders is Woody Rose, then Chuck Crossland, Trent Roberts, Derek Summers, Travis Riley, Josh Bocci. What a great race we have out here.
Yes, it is. This is going to be a good one. I mean, this is only the first 10 of our 20 car count for our 4800 class. And Woody Rose making his right-hand turn into the Monster Alley. Chuck Crossland not too far behind him, gets a little bit sideways out, but another in-car.
Look how rough the Brannock Boulders is right here.
See, this is what I was talking about yesterday, how cool it would be to see what they're going through in the car and how much their body is moving.
So Woody Rose through first, then it's Chuck Crossland. Not too far behind him is Trent Roberts, then Derek Summers.
Oh, and we can see, oh,
Trent Roberts blew
looks
the
like,
corner.
I think he's having some steering issues, it looked like, possibly. Wait, possible flat on driver rear, not sure, but that was a little...
I couldn't quite tell what happened there. But on lap number 1, it was Woody Rose, Chuck Crossland, Trent Roberts, Travis Riley Sr., Kevin Condon, Ross Glave, and Luke Campman.
And there we do see Woody Rose making his way past the Gomez jump.
Looks like we do have somebody broke down just on the outside of the Monster Alley.
Looks like it's a blue rooftop, but I can't
So
quite make it out.
that must be Derek Summers in. Tough break for him. Not quite sure what's going on. As we're watching Woody Rose just drop down the PCI
we have
gunite.
somebody on their
And
lid.
who is that?
It's boat-sided.
I can't quite. Oh, that's Kevin Condon. Tough break for him. That's where Mark Welch took his tumble. So that, and JP Gomez yesterday. It's definitely a tricky section. And look at the slideways job there by Woody Rose. He heads into the Brannock Boulders. So attrition has set in already.
It looks like from here, it looks like Chuck Crossland made his right-hand turn into the Brannock Boulders, but he had something he was pushing. It looks like the tire might have been, he's pushing the tractor tire.
Old Chucky. But Woody Rose out front early and with a great race, starting to pull away with a commanding lead a little bit over second place of Chuck Crossland. We do have a yellow caution there, so we have to take it slow. Once he passes that, it is full racing action right here as he crosses and checks off another lap, heading towards the METALCLOAK gap jump. Woody Rose in that Nexen tire-powered Trent fabrication machine with a great run. Right behind him, in that Liberty Mountain Fab car, is Chuck Crossland. Then another Trent Fab chassis. And we're back on car with Trent Roberts.
There we do have the number 4 of Travis Riley making his way through on another lap. But that on board is so cool to see. I love it.
He's heading through the Monster Alley, and that just goes to show you how actually rough, because from the outside these cars really, their suspension works so well that you can't, oh, no, okay, that's Condon. I thought we had another rollover. No, they're rolling him back over. That's
you just
Kevin
saw
Condon,
movement.
yeah. But Woody Rose got around him and making quick work. So Kevin Condon back on all fours. He'll hopefully get that car back to Jimmy's 4x4 there in the pits and get it checked out.
All right, here we do see Woody Rose making his way down the PCI gunite. And Woody Rose was obviously yesterday our fastest qualifier with a 2:03.738. So far this prelim, he has been at a 2:15.641. So quite a bit slower than qualifying. But we've seen the drivers creep up closer to their time. But
remember,
again, it's not about time.
Yeah, it's you got to save the car. This is just the prelim, getting everything set up for the main event later on today. And Woody Rose is right where he wants to be, with Chuck Crossland in his rear view mirror. Chuck Crossland has that 1,150 horsepower. I believe Woody Rose is in that 750 range, so there's definitely a horsepower advantage, but Woody's putting it down to the ground.
What was yesterday? We had Bailey up here talking about that, and he was mentioning something about that engine. I can't remember exactly what he was saying.
Yeah, I guess it's a new one.
Yes.
Yeah. So he's got all the horsepowers. Look at this battle in the back heading in the Brannick Boulders. Looks like Trent Roberts, Travis Riley, Josh Bocci, Ross Glade. They're really battling it out back.
What a great race so far for our 4800.
Trent Roberts is a little off pace. Not sure what happened there.
Racing happened.
Yeah, racing happened. So here's a great shot going into the Monster Alley.
Oh, it looks like
look
we
at
have
Ross
somebody
Glade making a pass on the rocks. Oh, and then gets pit maneuvered.
I can't see who it is, but over in the Brannick Boulders, we do have somebody on their lid.
But look at this action. Ross Glade goes for a pass and then gets tangled up a little bit. He's crawling out of the car quick.
Not sure what happened
for Ross Glade.
Such a bummer.
Looks like he's got a little bit of smoke up front, so the safety crew is taking care of that.
Kevin Condon looks like they put him back on all fours, and he is actually moving along, going through the Gomez jump area.
Oh, we have another one.
That's who I was talking about. I couldn't see who it was exactly. It's not Trent Roberts, is it? 54. It is Trent Roberts. No, it's not. That's Luke.
That's Luke Campman.
So Luke Campman on his lid over there in that right-hand turn going into the Brannick Boulders.
So Woody Rose is slowing down as he's headed into that section.
Yeah, that happened whenever that other with Ross Glade was happening, that I should have been watching our stream.
You should have been watching TV like I was. Keeping everybody at home lined out to see what's going on as Woody Rose crosses through the Brannick Boulders once again. But what a great run down the PCI Gunite we have out back. So there's second place, Chuck Crossland, and there's Kevin Condon, who took that tumble but is back in action.
It's good to see whenever they get moving again. I mean, he probably got out and assessed the vehicle, because you don't want to just continue to keep running it if something's wrong, but at least he's still moving along. As Woody Rose comes on through and clicks off another lap at 2:17.448, launching over. When he just landed, there was a little bit of white smoke, it looked like, on that front right.
That. There's Jacob Pacheco hitting the King kicker. He's sitting in that fourth position. We'll see how it shakes out as they head out. Looks like next time around for Woody Rose and Chuck Crossland, the white flag will be flying on this 6-lap race.
Everybody always talks about short course racing and how, it's not just our short course racing, but how they like to have the longer endurance courses. But short course racing, as we're seeing, look at all of the stuff that we've already had happen today. Rollovers, flat tires.
There's lots of attrition. Ooh, and on live.old4racing.com, it looks like Jacob Pacheco just moved into third position. So Travis Riley dropped a spot as our leader is heading back towards the back down the PCI Gunite drop. What a great day of racing we have started here for the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede with Brannick Motorsports, PCI Race Radios, METALCLOAK, and NORCAL Rock Racing. Make all of this racing possible, so again, a huge shout out to those companies for supporting Ultra 4 USA. As we see Luke Campman still turtled right there at the start of the Brannick Boulders.
So unfortunate. There was a little upside down right there, but here we do have Woody Rose.
That was the drone roll, not a car.
Are you going to give him a hard time about that one now?
No. They've already made my day.
Woody Rose bouncing his way through the Brannick boulders.
Yeah, Believe Cam and the Dusty Drone out here flying the drones, giving this amazing shots, and then Take It Lives, shooting it to the internet. Our entire production team has done an amazing job putting this live show together. John Goodby and the entire NORCAL and Ultra 4 USA teams have put on. We've been out here for a week, and everything was for today, and we are making it happen.
So I don't know if you were noticing, Woody Rose just backed up when he was making his right-hand turn into the Monster Alley. I don't know if he overshot it.
Yeah, he overshot it. And the white flag is out for Woody Rose as he hits the METALCLOAK gap jump.
Chuck Crossland is going to be coming through here in just a moment, but not with 4 tires aired up. He has a driver rear, his driver rear.
And he may have been in two-wheel drive there for a second. So Jacob Pacheco gets by Chuck Crossland. Remember,
with Kevin Condon, even though his
Kevin
lap's
Condon's
down.
a lap down,
Yep.
but Jacob Pacheco, spins her out. Gets a little, Kevin Condon's got a left rear flat. So Jacob Pacheco does a little donut. You know, he did his pre-victory donut for second place. So Jacob Pacheco physically in second place, and Chuck Crossland has been running strong all day, is stuck in the Monster Alley. And I think he's trying to
spin his way out, and he's not.
All 4 tires are not turning, so he's got a driveline issue or something. So tough break for Chuck Crossland. He was running such a great race all day long.
So Jacob Pacheco in that number 2 spot just ran the fastest lap of the race. That goes to show you how hard he's actually pushing it.
With a victory donut?
Yes.
Wow.
Well, it wasn't the last lap. Fastest lap.
Okay.
The fastest lap was on lap number 3 out of 2:14.466. Yeah. But what I was meaning is that goes to show you how hard he is pushing it.
But again, if I was his spotter, I'd say, hey, slow down. You're in a good spot. You're in second place, which means you're on front row. Well, no, that means you're second row, because remember we have 2 prelims.
Yes,
so
exactly.
Second place means second row.
Exactly.
So that's a good way to remember it. So whatever place you get is what row you're going to be in. We'll figure out who gets the inside or outside line. And there's Travis Riley with a flat tire jumping the METALCLOAK gap. That'd be a little sketchy.
At least he's got the white flag out, but now he's got to go through the Brannick boulders and Monster Alley with a passenger front flat. That is not going to be fun.
And there's Woody Rose just cruising along.
See, I'm wondering if he's having a right-hand turn. No, he's slowing up for this. Okay.
He's slowing up for that.
He's making me nervous.
And he's got a spotter in his ear saying, hey, just Sunday cruise right now. You got a great lead. Come on in. And the checkered flag will be flying for number 22 with Trent Fabrication Racing. Woody Rose winning prelim number 1 for the 4800 Legends class.
Great run by Woody Rose, our pole setter yesterday. And here we are now in that number 1 spot.
So there is Kevin Condon coming through. He is a lap down and has a flat tire. And fresh in the booth with us, we've got Mr. METALCLOAK Matson. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, I am good. How are you guys?
Oh, we're having a great. We started out this morning at, just after 7:30. Yesterday qualifying was great, getting everything set up for today. But this is what it's all about: wide open racing.
Absolutely. I didn't get a chance to be here for the qualifying. Last night about 1 a.m. I pulled it up and started watching it.
You've been busy,
the cover is excellent.
Oh, the team has done an amazing job.
If you can't be here, you've got to be online watching it. It's just amazing.
Yeah, the whole team's done an amazing job out here. And again, thanks to METALCLOAK for sponsoring the Stampede. You've been a long-time supporter of John Goodby and this facility itself.
Yeah, back in the day when Goodby started out, and it was just a tiny little track over here on what we call the obstacle course now.
Oh, that's where it started out.
It started in
I didn't know that.
The place that's the parking lot right now.
that's
where John started.
That's pretty wild.
It was crazy. It was side by side too. It was like 2 cars would go at once and go around, and of course back then buggies were not built right. Right, they didn't have the technology. The way that these rigs have advanced over the years, and what King of the Hammers has done, what Ultra 4 has done. And just how the advancement that's come from
the technology's mind-blowing the last 10 years.
It's incredible. It's incredible what they can do and how much they can fly through the desert and competing against trophy trucks and everything else. It's just these 4400 class, the 4800 class, all these cars are just so amazing. So amazing.
There's Josh Bocci heading through the Brannick Boulders, and Jacob Pacheco grabs second place, so he'll be in the second row during the main event.
Nice.
Oh, we got another car stuck. We've had a few cars. Oh, that's probably Travis Riley who had a flat tire possibly.
That's not a good thing out here. But, I told the drivers yesterday, this track will eat you up.
You called it.
If you're not careful.
Right.
If you're not careful.
We've seen a couple rollovers already today, multiple flat tires, and some great side-by-side action.
It's beautiful out here. Now, it's a hot day, but these cars, they can handle it, and the drivers can handle it. Probably the hardest thing for the drivers is sitting there waiting right now to try to drive, try to get out there on the track. But once they're going, it doesn't matter what the heat is like. It doesn't matter all that matters is racing.
Absolutely. Well, let's give METALCLOAK a little bit of love. You were kind enough to take us on a tour, and let me see if I'm got my data right. So 14 years ago, you started in a little 2,000 square foot building, and you worked your way up through a couple buildings, and now where you're at, 70,000 square feet. And I'm telling you, I've been to a lot of cool places. That place was perfect, beautiful, clean, and so much stuff going on. And one of my favorite parts, American made.
That's right. That's right. It's been our goal since the beginning to make sure we're American made products, and we have the facility to do it. So we expanded to that 70,000 square foot facility. And it's interesting that you say that, because my experience with manufacturing, I come from a sales and marketing side. So my experience with manufacturing is small. So I only know how to do it one way.
Well,
and
you're doing it right.
Exactly. The way we're doing it, keep things clean, keep things organized, right, and really have a nice environment for our people to work in. And I've had some employees come from other companies, and they say the same thing. It's like, wow, it is a pleasure to work here.
Yeah, no, when you gave us that tour, I just kept saying, it was so nice seeing the organization, the cleanliness, and even just the simple diner, the break room. That's so cool to give your employees a nice working environment, and that goes a long ways for shop morale.
Right, absolutely. Well, it's important for our guys to understand that, I'll say it this way. Our phrase for METALCLOAK, our tagline is, it's your Jeep only better. That's expanded to be, it's your 4x4 only better. Our company is, it's your life only better.
Yeah.
And we want our people to enjoy things. We want them to have a good time, because when they're having a good time, when they're enjoying it, they're going to make a better product. They're going to get the right product out to the customer, and we're going to have less warranty issues. Everything's going to be better for that end customer when he's out here having fun and wheeling with his rig.
Yeah, and you do your own shipping. I mean, you have a FedEx truck that they drop you off a brand new FedEx truck every day, and you fill that thing up.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I can go back to just the first time I dropped a box into the back of a UPS truck in 2009 to now what's happening with the products coming in and the customers from around the country and around the world.
Yeah, it's top notch for sure.
Yeah, well, we appreciate it, and we appreciate all of our customers. We've always pledged that we will never, ever, ever take their hard-earned cash for granted.
Yeah, absolutely. And then walking through your facility, it was, I'm going to say 6 or 8 years, we had a pre-show at Amada, and they gave us a tour of their place. That was even bigger and mind-blowing.
Right.
But you had one of their machines out there, and it was working. It was cool to see their shop, and then you have the Amada machines in there, and, I mean, you just have a little bit of everything.
Yeah, they're a good company. They're a good company. We again, over time, we brought things in-house, right? We bring in the sheet metal now. We do the brake pressing in-house. We do all of our tube in-house. And, of course, you saw the CNC machines for our favorite new product, which is the Rocksport Blacks.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you were just start building your own shocks in-house. That's
right.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah, every component's machined on those machines, on those CNCs. And it's a beautiful thing to be able to take and build it. And the Rocksport Black, there's a long story there, but it comes down to, we thought we'd have it manufactured by somebody overseas, and we played with that game, and they came back and they were crap. They
wasn't up to par. Huh?
They were not up to par. And so instead of having this mid-range shock that would kind of go between our reds, our basic reds, and our really cool 6-packs, we ended up creating one that's better than all of them.
Well,
and the new technology.
What you should do.
Yeah,
and you did it. And they were building it while we were in there, and you were explaining the little shim stack deal. It's I'm not going to say it's simple, but it is simple.
It is
once you figured it out.
Right, and we call it stackless. It's our stackless valving, because you don't have to deal with all the complications of a shim stack.
Yeah, it was interesting, and yeah. I'm mechanically inclined, but shocks are out of my league. When you were explaining, I was like, okay, I've seen shim stacks. I've watched Wayne tune some shocks and do his magic however he figures that out. But, yeah, it was just such a clean and simple process, and it's a good-looking addition to your Jeep.
That's right. We wanted to make it beautiful. And black and gold, everybody likes black and gold, right?
Yeah. That's my hometown Panther pride colors, so black and gold. I like it.
Nice. Yeah, and out here, John Goodby bringing this back and being in charge of Ultra 4 USA now.
He's been a great addition to the team for sure.
Absolutely. Just seeing what they're happening and what's happening here. And I think all the racers really appreciate that too. We couldn't be doing this, just like I couldn't have METALCLOAK without the customers. We wouldn't have Ultra 4 out here if it wasn't for all those guys willing to dedicate their time, energy, and money into these rigs for the sole purpose of enjoying a hobby.
Just having fun, 100%.
That's right.
Yeah, up next will be 4800 Prelim number 2. And it's going to be a great run out there for sure. I can't wait to see these guys and gals hang it all out on the line. And we had 20 cars register for 4,800, so we split them up in 2 separate prelims. But during the main event, we're going to send 20 of them out there, and it's going to be a wild show.
It sounds like fun.
And then the 4,400 main, I believe we should have 18. Depends on Shannon Campbell lost an engine yesterday. I know Brendan Thompson was scrambling a little bit. Waylon Campbell last night was trying to have Joe Thompson weld up a water pump. So they were working last night, making sure everything's possible. But there's going to be 2 wild races later on today between the 4,800 and the 4,400 main event.
Last night when I was watching the recorded live feed, I didn't realize that your first time out here was the time that you and I co-hosted.
That was So I've been doing King of the Hammer I've been going since 9, but been on the live show since 2012, and that was just once a year. That was cool, right? Well, then in 17, my first regional race ever was right here, hanging out with you. So this place has a little special meaning for me for sure. I've got a lot of great memories here, and just again the spectator-friendly aspect of it is bring the family. This great spectating. Bring your easy up, your cooler, your chair, and come hang out for the day with us for the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede.
Well, you've got a nice little operation up here because I think we were down there in the field that year, weren't we?
We were under an easy up on one of these tables, and I was still new to the announcing game, so I had stuff taped all over the table, and Shannon was feeding me information, and thank God I had you next to me to help because, again, I still do my best, but I was definitely a rookie back then.
Well, I'm color commentary, man. I'm just color commentary. The thing is, it's evolved so much. I don't know all the guys, and you know the guys.
I know most of them. I try.
Yeah,
I do a lot of homework.
You do. You hang out, you talk. It's the stories you get after the race and before the race, and
100%
at night that make a difference.
Yeah, that's some of my favorite things to do is grab an ice cold beverage at the end of the night, and do a wander through the pits and see who's having issues and see who's helping who. And I think it may have been that year when Jason Shear. It was like midnight, and he's underneath his car. JB welding the engine up, and then he was leading his race, and boom, it popped an engine. It was such a heartbreaker for him.
Was that the Jason Shear and Levi Shirley?
Yes, it was.
That was one of the best races ever.
And speaking about that was my first regional race. The YouTube popped up. They shared it on Ultra 4, and I was watching it, and I got a little overexcited during that last race. I was laughing at myself, but that's what happens.
It's fun. It's fun. And that's great about here. By the way, anybody who's out here, and I know not if you're watching us online, I appreciate all of you. But if you happen to be here on site, we have free shirts down at the METALCLOAK booth. Just come on down. If you're out here, just go on down and give them your size. We have 200 shirts we're giving away.
Awesome.
All commemorative shirts just for this event.
That's cool. Well, great job, Mattson, with METALCLOAK for supporting this and bringing it happen. And then, take a little souvenir home.
Absolutely.
So are you set down over by King, it looked like, I believe?
Yeah, down at the bottom of the hill. So right where they kind of have that cut in and out for emergency purposes. We're right down there. We got a dozen rigs down there. Come check it out.
Got a little Jeep show going on, huh?
That's right. Little Jeeps. We've got the Bronco out there, the Cal 4 Bronco
nice.
that we did, which is I
hadn't seen that one yet.
Oh, you got to come check it out.
All right.
All our Bronco product.
Are the keys in it?
Well, you know what?
That wasn't a no.
I think it's $25 or $20 for a raffle ticket. You can win it.
Oh, all right.
They'll give it away in February next year.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and it supports Cal 4, which is a great organization that helps. And, of course, in California, it's about keeping all these trails open because it's a constant battle out here. Even John, what John does out here at this state park.
With the permits and everything, there's so much behind the scenes.
Right, and it's really its personalities, too, because if John didn't get along with the people at the state, they wouldn't do this for him. So being able to do this, work the system, being able to build the relationships is why we can have racing right here, literally a stone's throw from houses and other things in this region.
Yeah, it's awesome. And just a moment ago, we saw Hangtown in the background, the dirt bike track. That's got a lot of great history over there as well.
Yep. Hangtown is incredible. I've never made it out here.
Oh, really?
Once as a kid, my father and I were going to come out here, and we're driving out.
Was that 10 years ago?
Yeah. Yeah, talking a few centuries ago. And we're coming out, and we're driving in his big old Travelall, and the line is huge. And for whatever reason, we decided we're not doing it, and I think I was like 8 years old. And instead, we stopped, and we picked up probably 1,000 Coors cans from the side of the road.
Well, doing a little recycling. Good for you.
Got some money out of that.
And speaking about go and get shirts, Roxy's down there with Mega Merch, so go check her out. We're selling all the things. She's got a lot of the Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers swag.
Yes.
And it looks like we are getting everything set up. And it looks like it is Cole Clark and Brent Harrell on that lead lap. And then row number 2 is Chad Jesse and Adam Dixon. Next up is Tony Howard, Johnny Valadez, Danny Guttenberg, Andrew Gorman, and back in the back is Austin Thompson and Jeremy Brown. But I don't think I see Austin Thompson. I do know he was having engine issues, so he may have not been able to fix that. So tough break. We'll see when they start, but just what I'm looking at, I see him on my list. I don't see him physically out on course.
You know, it fascinates me, and I think it's so awesome, is the horsepower in these rigs is enough that they can go from that start-finish line and have enough momentum to clear the METALCLOAK gap.
Yeah.
I was a little worried about that 4600 class.
Oh, they were sending it, weren't they?
Yeah, oh yeah.
So in that pole position is Brent, the Iceman Harrell out of Almsville, Oregon, with team changeover in that Horsel chassis. Side by side with Cole Clark, number 24 out of Cortez, Colorado, with J4 Racing in that Jimmy's 48P chassis. So the front row is going to be an absolute drag race between Brent Harrell and Cole Clark. But Chad Jesse and Adam Dixon, Tony Howard, Johnny Valadez, man, this is going to be a great battle. We just saw prelim number 1 for the 4800 cars, and this is prelim number 2. And what is a 48 Legends car? You have to have a front or rear mounted engine, unlimited horsepower. Vehicle must contain 2 seats side by side, single shock per corner. Maximum of 37-inch DOT tire. Only solid axles are allowed. A lot of new cars are built like the 2 up front, but this is a great place for an older 4400 car to, technology's gone a long way. So some of these old cool 4400 cars put a single shock, put 37-inch tires, and race it with the 4800 Legends class.
Yeah, I think it was one of the brilliant things that Dave Cole did was he created the MC classes, and then he created the 4800 class. Because you're right, these cars were built, they had a lot of love, a lot of care, a lot of money into them, and we can't just set them aside and retire them.
Yeah, they're still fun cars. I mean, look at them. They're out here battling it out.
That's right.
But again, the lead line out there with Harrell and Clark, those are purpose-built 4800 cars. They're going to put on a show for us. Green flag is up. And we are about to go live racing, and here we go. Brent Harrell, Cole Clark, drag racing towards the METALCLOAK gap jump. And it looks like it's Brent Harrell with the early lead in front of Cole Clark. But this corner gets a little slickery out there, and it does. It bites Harrell a little bit, so it's a drag race. Cole Clark and Brent Harrell. But it's still Brent Harrell out front. Ooh, we got a little tire action. It looks like it may have been Tony Howard, but is able to save it. Chad Jesse, Adam Dixon, Valadez all in the mix. Jeremy Brown coming from the back and Gorman. But up front is Brent Harrell and Cole Clark through the little rhythm section. Is Cole Clark going to go on the outside? He does. I wish they were side by side for this one, but you can see them both in the same frame. That's awesome. That little section's definitely bit a few people already this morning. Thanks again, everyone, for tuning in to the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede here at the Prairie City SVRA here in Rancho Cordova, California. What a beautiful part of the country, isn't it, Mattson?
It's amazing out here. Very industrial town, lots of good stuff, lots of good people. Sacramento right outside that area. And, of course, right here we're an hour and a half from the Rubicon Trail, so...
That's one place I haven't made to yet, but it's on my bucket list.
What?
I've been busy, but I haven't made it yet. I need to.
Okay.
You got a Jeep I can borrow?
We have to remedy that. Well, you're definitely. I think you should just come out here for Jeepers Jamboree.
I looked at my calendar. I'm busy that weekend. I hate to say, I'm sorry, but one of these days I got to make it out.
You have to, absolutely. You just can't be a real wheeler until you've actually been on the Rubicon.
I guess I'm just a talker then,
huh? That's okay.
There's Brent Harrell and Cole Clark. May have been Valadez moving up quick. There's a lot of action out here on course. So, yes, getting confirmation. Austin Thompson did have engine issues, was unable to fix it overnight, so tough break for him.
Yeah, it's always tough when you do that. And you know you're working hard for it. Yeah. These guys really, really try to put all the effort into it and don't just give up.
They pour all their heart and soul into it, and it just is what it is. There's Chad Jesse. And, man, the horsepower is thick out here as Brent Harrell clicks off a 2:18 lap with Cole Clark, and it was Jeremy Brown making he started in the back and has made it all the way up to third position already with Adam Dixon behind him. Then Chad Jesse and Johnny Valadez side by side. So great run. There's a quick shot of Gorman and Guttenberg. But out front, getting that whole shot and keeping his lead is Brent Harrell with Cole Clark. Cole Clark, this is only his second time racing a 4800 car. He's a UTV racer, so he stepped up and doing some great things.
There's a big difference between a 4800 car and a UTV, but if you got skills, you've got skills.
Exactly. A wheelman is a wheelman. As we see Paul Wolf driving a little bit of everything this weekend. He's definitely a fan favorite and one to watch. But Jeremy Brown's starting to sneak up on old Cole Clark. So Cole's got to watch his mirrors a little bit. I'm sure his spotter up in the spotter tan is saying, hey, you got one coming for you. So it's Horschel car 1, Jimmy's car 2, and Trent Fab car in that third position. So great to see all these great manufacturers out here racing with us. And you can kind of tell a different style in each one of these cars. And, man, they're all nice. But Paul Horschel out front, that's Paul Horschel's car, driven by Brent Harrell. That's one of my favorite cars in the 4800 class. Just has a great look to it and, just a great build.
Right.
But Jimmy's, they pump out a lot of cars. So does Trent Fab. So there's a lot of those cars out here racing with us.
Well, you think about the industry that's surrounded, how much money is produced and how many people are making a living because of Ultra 4. And not just the manufacturers who have come to the table and added more product, but the shops building rigs and really having to build something that has to prove itself. You can't mess up. You can't mess up a weld on one of these.
And King of the Hammer started with just 12 people racing for a 6-pack of beer and then built an entire industry, like you're saying. And I'm sure it's helped your business out quite a bit as well. Yeah, following.
Well, it's more the excitement for the off-roading, right? And that's been great. So, and it's true even in the Jeep world where you have so many shops across the country, 1,000 shops across the country that make a living, feed their families by working on Jeeps and building up Jeeps. And then you have shops that are building these rigs and supporting these rigs. So, yeah, I'd like to think that thousands and thousands of families are actually making a living or eating and feeding every day because of off-road.
Yeah, it's great to see it all come together. And now we're here racing here at the METALCLOAK Stampede. And what a great showing it has. But, man, Brent Harrell is out front looking good. Cole Clark's kind of settling into that second position. And Jeremy Brown is not letting him out of his sights. And look at that big jump there.
I hear you were calling that the Gomez jump yesterday?
Yep. They've the Gomez jump out there having fun, and they've all had their little tumbles off that from one time or another.
Yes, they have.
moseyed over to the Gomez pit and was chatting with him last night. And JP, I missed him, but Marcos was giving him a hard time. He's like, I'm out of here. I'm going home. He was a little mad, but he's going to be coming from the back of the pack, and we'll see how all that shakes out. But it's going to be very exciting. So it's been a great race thus far, but I haven't seen too much attrition set in. We don't have any rollovers. I haven't seen a single flat tire. They're running a smooth and clean race. But are we going to jinx them? There
now, how did
Look
John...
at this side-by-side. Brent Harrell and Cole Clark going for the pass. It looks like he may get it, so it's going to be a drag race. Oh, Cole Clark spins out a little bit. Brent Harrell saves it. But, man, what a great run through the monster alley there, Madsen.
Absolutely. Now, I'm curious, how was it determined the two sets of 10 for the 4,800?
From qualifying. So, yeah, just went down the line. Whoever was fastest got pole, and then it just went on from side by side. And then
so it seems to me that the best were in the second round, not the first round. So how did that happen?
Run the draw there. But, man, we got a great race here between Harrell and Clark.
Yeah.
And then since there's two prelims, basically if you get first, you're on the front row. If you get second, you're on the second row. Third row, and there on out.
Right.
And then your fastest single lap, whoever got the fastest single lap out of all of 4,800, obviously you're going to be in first. You get the pole position, and then it'll follow suit from there.
Ah, nice.
And there's the Gomez jump we were talking about just a moment ago. And it looks like Clark's right on Harrell's heels, and Jeremy Brown is trying to reel them all in. If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede here at the Prairie City SVRA, and we give a huge shout out to Brannick Motorsports, PCI Race Radios, METALCLOAK, and NORCAL Rock Racing. Without each and every one of them, we would not be racing here today. Ooh, Harrell goes wide. I think Clark's going to get him. Yes. Those 180s into the rocks is catching a few people. So Harrell's getting second spot. Clark gets that pass. Great run by him.
Well, yeah, well, that's hard to do. It's hard to do that sharp U-turn there. You know how to drift, which I never learned how to do. So
I've done it in the snow a few times. It's fun.
That's a little different.
A lot different. So Cole Clark out front. And then Brent Harrell, but Jeremy Brown's in the mix now. So 1, 2, 3 have stayed close. This is probably our closest race we've had yet. And they're pushing hard in the rocks. Remember, this is just prelim. Oh, Harrell's going to the inside, letting it all hang out, and it looks like he steals it back from Cole Clark. What a great run with Brent Harrell and Cole Clark. We got a race on our hands. This will be a race to the finish. We have 2 laps to go. They're out on lap number 5 of 6.
Well, that's the other beauty of being out here at Stampede is that the format's different. When we do NorCal Rock Racing, it's a lot of 3-lap races, 4-lap races.
Oh, okay.
John will probably get 30 races done in a day.
Jeez, that keeps you busy.
Between all the different classes, just getting a Heat 1, Heat 2, and then the main. So these longer lap races is more enjoyable, obviously, for the racers because they get more time in there. And, of course, for the spectators to be able to watch and see the attrition that happens and how much the field spreads out.
And that goes to show you what Ultra 4 is. It's an endurance race, but this is a short course, so it's a short course endurance. I mean, oh, man, it's going to be wild. I do think, like you were saying, this track's going to eat some cars up, and it's already taking its toll on a few of them.
Right.
Here we are at the PCI Gunite section, and Cole Clark's trying to push on Harrell. I'm sure that spotter stand is exciting right now. I'm sure they're hooting and hollering, and oh, man, it's getting busy. Ooh, Clark's trying to stick a nose in, but Harrell shuts the door. Now we're going to be heading into the Brannick boulders, and Harrell goes a little wide, but able to keep it in there.
He learned his lesson there.
Yep. Cole Clark was ready to stick a nose in, but Harrell was right where he wanted to be. Look at that huge wheel stand. They're starting to push a little harder through that Brannick boulders. As they hit the king kicker. Oh, Clark's dropped off pace a little bit. There he is. Okay. Just a second off. I was like, where'd he go?
Where'd he go? You never know. All it takes is a second for something to happen.
Looks like all 4 Nitto tires are holding up. on both the front two cars. How far back is Jeremy Jones? Brent Harrell's pushing. He does not want to let him out of his sights. And I believe the white flag will be flying for Brent Harrell and Cole Clark, and it is out. 1 lap to go for the 4800 prelim at number 2. Hitting the METALCLOAK gap jump. That's probably my favorite part of the course. Love it.
Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, yeah. So a great run. They may start running into lap traffic here, Mattson, I don't know.
That's the hard part. Start running lap traffic. You also just got to keep it together. You're in the lead. There is a gap. Keep it together. Keep it focused. Keep it fast.
And you want to save the car because this is just a prelim.
This
is not the main event. This is just to get you set up for the big race. There's no checks, no trophies on this one.
Yeah. But, you just don't think about that when you're racing.
Oh,
we used to put a little label in. There was an old guy, Randy Avery, used to race. Always put it. 80%, Randy, 80%. Keep it at 80. You don't need to go 100%. Throttle back. It's okay.
On my Jeep, I've been told, don't forget you got to drive this home, dummy.
Well, when I started racing, I didn't wash my car until it was able to get on to the trailer under its own power.
All right, I like that.
That took almost a year.
She used to race NORCAL a little bit and King of the Hammers, if I remember right.
Yeah,
right?
4500 class.
Yeah.
I had
Oh, Harold goes wide. Oh, he's able.
Lap
traffic.
Oh, there we go.
I believe that's Adam Dixon. So, Clark's trying to go to the outside, doing a little bit of a different run, pushing all he's got, but not quite enough to get around Harold yet. So we got about another 25 seconds of racing. We'll see if Harold can hold off Clark. Clark is pushing. And right now the fastest lap time is Brent Harrell with a 2:02.959. So looks like he should get the inside lane. Oh, lap traffic could be in a situation, but Brent Harrell, it looks like he's got it, as Andrew Gorman's right there in the mix, but Brent Harrell grabbing the checkered flag, and Cole Clark has a lot of smoke. Cole Clark may have an issue. Look at the smoke coming out of the back of there. Uh-oh. At least it happened on the last lap. I don't quite see it there, but coming around, I still see the smoke hanging in front of us.
And he's got a flat tire.
Yeah, he pushed all he had there till the end. And this is a Grand Prix style finish, so once the checkered flag goes for the first guy, doesn't matter what lap you're on, that's your last lap.
Right.
What a great race we just had. What a great morning of racing we've had, and we are just getting started. We still have lots yet to go. Up next should be the UTV Pro Mod, and then we'll do a little track maintenance and then kick out the Youth 170s. And then it'll be the 4400s. Yeah, and Cole Clark is actually racing up next, part of the Pro Mod, so he has to hop straight out of this car and into his other car. So you talk about keeping busy.
That is just dedication for you.
Yeah. Randy Rod came up and kind of told us that, hey, as soon as this race is over, he's hopping out. We're going to take it for him, and we've already got his UTV staged. So I don't know if he's going to run over or what, but he's got his hands full today. There's Johnny Valadez still cruising along. Tony Howard. There's Chad Jesse grabbing the checkers. And next across the line should be Johnny Valadez. And then Tony Howard not too far back. All on the lead lap. So Howard looks like he'll be on that 6th row. Johnny Valadez will be in row 5. Chad Jesse, row 4. Jeremy Brown, row 3. Cole Clark, row 2. And I think in the pole position should be Brent Harrell with a great, great run. But it was such a battle between Harrell and Clark. So we're going to throw some more water on this course and then kick out the 4900 Pro Modified class.
Well, thanks for letting me come up here and enjoy that race with you.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great time, and you're more than welcome to stay. But if you want to go hang out with some fans and get a little spectating in, you can hop out whenever you're ready.
I should probably go and hang out and eat with my other people.
All good.
I could stay in here all day in the nice air fan, went by legs.
Well, yesterday we didn't have the fan. Today the fan makes all the difference. It got hot. But it was a great time. But again, Mattson, thanks for everything you do with METALCLOAK, coming out here and supporting Ultra 4 USA, John Goodby and his NORCAL team. And again, you've been doing it for a long time. I love the METALCLOAK family you guys have made. And again, thanks for everything you do for us.
Well, it truly is our pleasure. And appreciate you being out here, Miles.
Yeah.
We'll
All good fun.
I'll come back and visit in a little bit.
Yeah, please do. So take a break, and we'll see you after a bit, Mattson. Thanks again.
Sounds good.
Mattson with METALCLOAK. Oh, and I see Cole Clark's car with maybe a couple flat tires and on the toe strap. So I saw smoke earlier. I don't know if that was an engine or not, but that's not looking good for old Cole Clark with multiple flat tires and on the toe strap. Hopefully they can get back that to the Jimmy's crew and get that car back in action, because he was on a mission.
Yes, he was. As soon as they took the checkered flag, he pulled off to the side. He didn't even go around and get in the lineup. Also, he's going to get into his next vehicle as well. So,
and we have another car on the strap. Is that Jeremy Brown, possibly? Trying to look through the list. It very possibly could. Can't quite see a number. I believe that's Jeremy Brown. Wow, so second and third place are on the strap. That's not looking good for them, but hopefully they can get back to the pits and get everything fixed up for the main.
Oh, yeah, because Jeremy Brown was over there behind the rock section, so,
Yeah, I don't know
very
what
interesting.
happened. But up next is the 4900 Pro Modified class. In a Pro Modified car, you can have hydraulic steering and aftermarket turbos. It is based on an OEM chassis, but aftermarket chassis are allowed with boat siding it. Must use stock suspension pickup points. Reinforcing is allowed. Must run full front plastics. Maximum of a 35-inch tire and 1,000 cc. So we have a little break in the action. We're going to throw it to a highlight from back here at the METALCLOAK Stampede from 2016. So check it out.
We're out here for every day, getting ready to turn it on at Stampede. you lucky deal.
All right, so we are live racing. Sorry about that, home for us announcing back here at the booth, but we are live racing for the Pro Mod 4900 UTV class, and in that number 1 spot was Paul Wolf taking off in the first row next to Travis Zollinger, and then we had Dustin Robbins, Cole Clark, and Scott Lesage.
Scott Lesage making his debut in that brand new car. He's custom built. It started as a Polaris, but man, it is an absolute work of art. And then Cole Clark, we just saw him in Jimmy's car. Now he's out there and getting a little squirrely. That was Zollinger, yeah.
He stuffed it into the little bit of a berm that's between that rhythm section, it looks like. Got a little off, but they did just do a decent amount of watering. I'm sure Cole Clark's probably wishing he had some water right now because he just came out of his race car back into this car.
Oh, I'm sure he took a quick chug of water for sure.
But Paul Wolf getting that hole shot out front going down the PCI gunite section.
And Dustin Robbins really looking good back there in that 3rd spot, coming all the way from Decatur, Alabama to come out here and play with us with all things UTV in that 4th position. But it is Paul Wolf out front once again in another class, and Cole Clark just battled for 6 laps, and now he's going to do it again.
Well, and we saw Cole Clark yesterday in that turn they just made do a little bit of a
tumble.
tumble.
Oh, Cole Clark's going on that inside. Looks like he's going to get a pass on Paul Wolf, and they are rubbing tires.
Up.
Man, Cole Clark's being a little bit aggressive, and we just saw his last car come off track with multiple flats and possibly a blown engine. So he's really laying it all on the line out here for the METALCLOAK Stampede.
And with him going through that section like he just did on that left-hand side, it's a little bit rougher section it looks like. And, he definitely is pushing it for sure, but first lap, you don't want to push it too hard, but Travis Zollinger back there in that 3rd position going through the Monster Alley. But right now it's all about Cole Clark and Paul Wolf coming through the start-finish line, completing lap number 1.
So Cole Clark out front, Paul Wolf in that 2nd spot, and then Travis Zollinger in 3rd position in that single-seat Can-Am.
Actually, Dustin Robbins.
Where is Zollinger?
Zollinger, it looked like he ended up possibly with a flat or something, because when he hit that berm, it looked a little funny. He is actually off course over there by the King Kicker.
Oh, that may be Scott Lesage over there, actually. Haven't seen him come through yet either.
All right, but right now we do have Paul Wolf chasing down Cole Clark in the rhythm section, getting ready to go through the Gomez jump.
So Cole Clark out front and Paul Wolf hot on his heels. This is going to be an awesome battle once again. We just saw Brent Harrell and Clark in the 4800 with an epic battle, and I think we're going to have just as good a one with Cole Clark and Paul Wolf. Ooh, Cole Clark getting a little squirrely. Paul Wolf right there to capitalize, but wasn't quite able to make it happen.
Now, mind you, like we were just saying, they did do a lot of watering, and it hasn't quite soaked all the way in yet, so there are going to be some of those slippery spots out there.
But the crew is doing an amazing job out here because it should be a lot dustier than it is. So between the heats, they keep on throwing that water down. It's making a great difference. It looks like Paul Wolf on the inside. It's going to be a drag race through the Brannock boulders, and they are bumping tires a little bit. I do believe Cole Clark's in the preferred line, so Paul Wolf follows suit, and they are all over the throttle. I don't know if these cars can handle the beating they're giving them.
Well, and in that Brannock Boulder section, a lot of the drivers have been staying right, and then at the end of it, they cut to the left, and so Cole Clark is just taking the left line the whole entire way. It's definitely the line that he's wanting to stay with, too, because he's doing amazing in it. And he's on the left-hand side. Paul's on the right. Paul's going to figure out which line is the best right now to try to get past Cole Clark.
Yeah, Paul Wolf with a lot of seat time, but so does Cole Clark. This is going to be fun to see as they head out for lap number 3. It's still Cole Clark out front with Paul Wolf hot on his heels. And not too far back is Dustin Robbins with all things UTV.
So yesterday, Paul Wolf was our number 1 qualifier for the Pro Mod class with a 2:03.019. Right now, Cole Clark, even though the lap time is not what matters, he is at a 2:03.639. So they're running
a huge bicycle. And Paul Wolf was right there to capitalize. There he is. So that's what it takes. These guys are running on the ragged edge. If they just hiccup a little bit, Paul Wolf was there and he was ready, and he took advantage of it.
Yeah, that's why you always have to be on your toes and watching what's going on with the driver in front of you. You learn what they're doing, and as soon as they make that mistake, exactly what Paul Wolf did, went right by him.
And took advantage. So Paul Wolf out front, up and over the Gomez jump, getting some huge air time.
Wow, what a race that's going on already between Paul Wolf and Cole Clark. There is quite a gap going. I'm hoping something's not up with Cole Clark, but, you know, he knows he's pushing it because he's bicycled. He took
yeah, they're pushing each other.
Yeah, he bicycled. He also, was really pushing it super hard in that first Brannick Boulder section. So really want to just save the car right now, because right now at least you're in the front row. You might not be on the pole, but at least you're in the front row.
And just think, Cole Clark's, could be a little bit tired because he just battled that last race and had, basically zero rest time in between. Looks like Chris Ray is back home tuned in. He's got his daughter out there having some fun.
Oh, there is Dustin Robbins right there. Dustin Robbins running at number 3 spot. Travis Zollinger, we still have not seen where he ended up, but that is on the other side. It is Scott Lesage on the tow rope. But where did
Scott
Zollinger
Lesage
go?
And Travis Zollinger dropped out on that first lap, so tough break for them. But it's still a battle up front between Paul Wolf and Cole Clark. And then not too far back is Dustin Robbins. So Dustin Robbins still close enough that if Clark or Wolf have an issue, they can be there to get in the mix.
And Paul Wolf has thrown down a faster lap time than his qualifying lap yesterday at a 2:02.975. So that goes to show you how hard he's actually pushing it, trying to stay out front right now and get that pole position for the main event.
And Paul Wolf never holds back as he heads through the washboard area into the rhythm section. This is such a fun part of the course. And Paul Wolf really starting to get in his groove right now.
I love it when they jump off that. They've already set up for that jump and know where they need to land and what direction the car needs to be put in.
But we've seen it bite a few people in that section also. Kevin Condon got bit, JP Gomez, John Bonanno. It's
that left-hand lane is the one that has the biter in it. So let's talk about Travis Zollinger for just a moment, though, because on the start in that section where they just went through, and the end of the rhythm section is where we did see him kind of hit that berm that's in between.
Swapped out a little bit.
So I'm wondering if something might have hurt his car in that section, because we haven't seen him since.
So Paul Wolf with a little bit of a lead now as he heads into the Brannick Boulders. So hopefully he's got a little bit more breathing room and they're not pushing each other through the rocks quite as hard. Because when they start doing that, that's when parts start falling off.
Look at that.
Look
he took the
look
middle
how
line.
Violent that is. Ouch.
The middle line is where those two boulders are right there in the middle. A lot of the drivers, they have been staying to the right hand and they cut across after those boulders, but he just decided to go right over the top of them.
And there was, Dustin Robbins coming into the screen. So Paul Wolf and his Can-Am, number 1018, with Wolf Racing out front. Looks like he'll be finishing lap number 4, heading out to lap number 5. So 2 laps yet to go for the Pro Modified Heat Race. Getting everything set up for the main event later on today. So Paul Wolf clicks off a lap time of 2:05 on that last time around, but he has the fastest lap of this race with a 2:02.975 on his third lap. And Paul Wolf gets a little wide on that one, but is able to keep her between the berms.
Yeah, that rhythm section back there is definitely a little bit of iffy, because that's where we've seen, as we keep saying, a few cars not land on their wheels. Cole Clark making his way through.
Trying to chase down. Look at the Gomez jump. I love watching this angle right here. They just kind of completely send it up here.
I remember in 2022 when we were out here, and you and I actually were over in that section when they were practicing.
Oh, I do remember that. That was a fun one to watch.
It was so much fun to watch. That was insane to see how far they actually launch.
Paul Wolf is pushing, and I know Hickman's in his ear saying, you got a little bit of lead, but don't let up. So there is Paul Wolf out front in the Brannick boulders.
Oh, and he took the middle line again.
Well,
he must like, well, he does come from the rock bouncing world, so that's just right up his alley.
But Cole Clark's not too far behind. They've been battling this whole time. But Cole took a little bit of a bicycle. Paul was right there. They've swapped back and forth a few times.
So Cole Clark, like we were saying, you know, he's not pushing it super hard right now because at least right now he is in that front row. There is Dustin Robbins making his way through the Brannick boulders, again, all the way from Alabama.
Yeah, Decatur, Alabama, with all things UTV in that Can-Am. Great to see him out there pushing strong through the Brannick boulders. He's been racing Ultra 4 with us for quite some time. And really
and his son
doing
Eli,
some big things, yeah.
His son Eli races in our 170s on the East Coast.
He made his Ultra 4 USA debut in Kentucky just a few months ago.
And there we do have the angle view of that finger looking down at it of Paul Wolf and Cole Clark.
Oh, and I missed it, Pam. The white flag is out for Paul Wolf, Cole Clark, and Dustin Robbins.
Wow.
So this is their last lap.
This went
fast. Yeah. It's been a great day of racing, and we are just getting started. These are all the prelims, getting everything ready for this afternoon's main events. We still have lots of racing yet to come, so if you're anywhere in the Sacramento area, come on out. Great spectating. I ran to the restroom just a minute ago and saw Joanne Cole. She's here on site, too.
Awesome.
Dave's mom's here checking everything out. Great to see her coming out and enjoying some racings. She was excited to be here.
This is a place to come watch for sure. You know, the short course, a great spectator, as we mentioned before. And speaking of, when I went off the show for a little bit, I went down and walked down and was talking with Rob Cook, and lots of spectators down in the area, which is awesome. And I only expect this to grow even more.
Oh, it's going to get bigger and better as we get into the main events for sure. Again, these are great racing, but again, save the car a little bit because this is just the prelim, getting everything set up. But, man, when you got somebody beside you, it's wide open.
Exactly.
It's hard to calm yourself down.
Especially going off the jumps. That's a little sketchy, open-wheel racing going off these jumps side by side. You want to make sure you have plenty of room in between you.
All right, just one more rock section to go for Mr. Paul Wolf. The checkered flag is in hand. Roy is ready to wave it. And Cole Clark pushing a little bit, but I don't think he's got enough. Checkered flag is out and flying, and Paul Wolf grabbing first place for the Pro Modified Prelim race. But right behind him is Cole Clark. So number 1, Paul Wolf. Number 2, Cole Clark. And still pushing strong. Going to grab that third position will be Dustin Robbins.
Dustin Robbins making his way through. He will be making that right-hand turn into the Monster Alley, and you can see that the parts of the course that's already a cold course, they're already throwing down the water, staying on top of it. Again, keep on top of the dust, keep it down. It's been a great job. The course has been awesome today.
And here comes Dustin Robbins grabbing that third position. Checkered flag is flying there at the METALCLOAK finish line. Congratulations to all three of those guys. Third place, Dustin Robbins. Second place, Cole Clark. And top is Paul Wolf. Looks like Chuck Mays is tuned in as well. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. And thank you, everybody, for tuning in on our Ultra 4 USA YouTube page. This has been the METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede with Ultra 4 USA. It has been some great prelim racing thus far. We still have a lot more yet to come. I am so stoked to watch the 4400. Obviously, I love each race. Don't get me wrong. But when you put unlimited horsepower, unlimited suspension, and some of the biggest names in our sport, it's going to get rowdy.
All right, so we would have had up the prelim of the Youth 1000, but we combined that earlier on with the stock class. So I think we're going to do some track maintenance if we're going on schedule here. Then we'll come back for the Youth 170 classes, and then we'll be moving on into our main events later on after our track maintenance, possibly scheduled lunch. We'll see how it all goes.
You never know, but hey, we're here to put on some racing. So if we got to skip lunch, that's not going to hurt my feelings.
We have all kinds of people tuning in, chiming in on our YouTube chat. Hunt Motorsports, they're also tuning in as well.
All right. Chad's all tuned in, huh?
Yes, saying great race, and lots of people. JT saying, let's go, Cole. We just saw Cole finish up in that number 2 spot.
Oh, that's Cade Rod's co-driver when he used to drive a 2-seat, but now he's in that single-seater.
Yeah, great show today watching this from our screen and from our view. So we have a screen in front of us watching where the cameras are showing us.
That we're supposed to be watching.
I've scrolled
but
off.
So much action's out there. We get caught watching the live action as well. But, man, what a great day it's been, Pam.
Yes, it has been awesome. But, yeah, I scroll off here and there and actually watch and look out at the track, which I try not to do. But actually right now, looking outside, I can see that there's some moto guys over on the motocross side.
Oh, out there on Hangtown having some fun?
Yes, it's creeping up temperature-wise. It's 80 degrees outside right now, but today we have a fan up here keeping us cool, and we're up here in the shade, but it's been a great day so far. Cannot wait for the main events later on.
Again, thank you for everybody for tuning in. This coverage of Ultra 4 USA for the METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede is presented by METALCLOAK and is brought to you by our official sponsors, Brannick Motorsports, PCI Race Radios, NORCAL Rock Racing, and by METALCLOAK. There's one of our water trucks out there. So again, everybody, thanks everybody for putting this on. Please support who supports the sport. Without all those amazing marketing partners, we would not be racing here in Northern California today. Doing a little slide shot there.
Yeah, they were watering in that washboard section.
It's getting a little dusty out here, but man, they are really throwing some water down and doing some great things out there. We have 4 water trucks running out there all over the course.
And it's really made a difference just bringing in the one extra water truck, because yesterday the dust was pretty. I mean, the drivers love this track. The only thing yesterday in the early hours was the dust. So ordered up another water truck, got it out here, and has made a huge difference.
And I see the little Youth 170s starting to line up.
So this is 3 classes combined in one.
Okay, I think you're right. I thought we were going to split them up, but I love putting them all out there at once. So, yes, we have the little guys and gals out there. They're going to have a great time. We have the limited, the modified, and the stock. So, there, like Pam, you just said, there will be 3 races all going on at the same time.
The tiny tots, I always call them my race kids. So we have in that first row, we have Wyatt Cotter and Caden Gamble.
In row number 2, we have Dom Allegri and Maggie Flores.
And in row number 3, we have Indigo Bartley and Cash Martinez.
In that next row, we have Hunter Biddle and Claire Dixon.
And then Peter Add, Hunter Valdez.
And coming from the back is Dalton Black.
And then just remember, you guys at home watching, 3 different classes racing all in one. If you do go to the live.ultra4racing.com, it will tell you what position they are in per class, but also their overall position, so you can know where they're sitting in their own class as well. So they're throwing a little bit of water down where the youth are getting ready to go through. They do not do the whole entire course. They don't do the gap jump, obviously. They go and they do the finger area, and then what they do is they cut right before the Gomez jump, and they cut across the track.
So it's probably about a 3/4 mile track for them, and they're out on their sight lap right now, making sure they know where the course goes. They did a little bit of practice yesterday and then qualified yesterday afternoon. And now it's their prelim, getting everything set up for their main event later on today. Again, it's the Youth 170, the future of our sport. Will be taking off here very soon as they finish their sight lap. Chris Elrod Bird himself is out there taking them for a little Sunday tour.
All right, and you can see right there, that's where they block off, because that's the Gomez jump. So they're making a left-hand turn right before they get to that, and there's a road that goes across it. So here we are. All right, while we are doing our sight lap, we're going to bring one of our racers in here that is unfortunately going to miss out on the main event today. Austin Thompson was not able to get that motor fixed, huh?
You said it was just a lifter. What happened?
I opened the motor up and then found out that there was more than just a lifter.
I was worried about that. I hate to hear that.
Yeah, it ended up floating the two valves and bending them.
Oh, wow.
And then
That's not good.
I'm pretty sure it bent the rod too.
So it's a complete rebuild now, huh?
Yeah, it was about time for a freshen up on that motor anyway. It's been in there for a couple of years. So.
All right.
So, Austin, how old are you again?
I'm 18. I just turned 18.
Okay, so you're 18 years old. You've been racing pretty much your whole life. You've been around it for sure.
Yep.
How long have you been working on your own engine like that, where you can open it up and be like, you know exactly what's going on or see the issues that are going on?
The first time I rebuilt an engine with my dad was when I think I was 5 years old.
See?
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And I always say, and you're probably going to hold me true to this, I always say the drivers that work on their own cars, or like you do, you can open up an engine and know what's going on. It makes you a better driver. So you know what you're feeling for, what might be hearing, with the engine and everything. Do you think that is a benefit of you knowing all that, especially since you've been doing it for so long?
Yeah, it 100% is a benefit for me.
Oh, it's a big advantage for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, it even comes down to suspension and everything too.
Yeah, I've been helping tune my own suspension, and I've gotten really, really close with it, but it's still not 100% right. But I know where the suspension is, so I like my suspension more on the stiffer side, so it corners better on short course, because that's what I grew up doing.
It makes a big difference, yeah.
Yeah. And my car's set up super low so that it is cornering really well.
And that's what's awesome, too. You know what you like. It's probably a completely different setup than what your dad runs as well. But did you start out in 170s?
Yeah, it's been a while.
170s.
I figured you did. I wasn't sure if you did start out in them or not, because I know at one point you were racing RS1 as well, correct?
I still am, actually.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, in the NORCAL series?
Yep.
Okay. I knew that you were in one, but yeah, it's just I like to pick the brain of the racers that grew up in the industry, have been racing for so long, just to see. And with you exactly knowing what happened with your engine, you said you went home and opened it up. There's not a lot of people that can go back to their shop and open it up and be like, oh.
And is that the OG UFO?
It is.
Yeah, that thing's been racing with us for a long time.
Yeah, 2014 when it was first debuted.
Awesome. And then, obviously Joe built that, and your dad, Brendan's been racing for a while, and then he passed the torch, and you're hopefully going to race it again. I know you will, but tough break there. Also, your dad had engine issues yesterday, too. Did you get him sorted out?
Yeah, he ended up tulipping some valves during qualifying, and we took his car home last night, too. We were up all night changing both heads on his car.
Oh, wow.
That's awful.
But is he good to go?
Yeah, he's good to go. We got it back together at 6:30 this morning.
Oh, wow.
You literally stayed up all night.
Oh, yeah.
Did you get a cat nap at all, or?
On the way down here.
Why, your dad was driving?
No, my uncle was towing the trailer.
All right.
Oh, well, there you go.
Oh, Uncle Joe, huh?
No, Uncle Justin.
Oh, Uncle Justin. All right. All the Thompsons are out here this weekend, huh?
Yep.
Well, Miles was talking earlier about your Uncle Joe was helping out Waylon Campbell with something with his car. And, I mean, it's when you talk about that with your whole entire family being so close by and having the means to help out the racers,
and
like that's
dedicated.
Awesome. Exactly, and dedicated. So it's really awesome to see everybody do that. But we have our 170s getting ready to go. I saw you coming in here and turning your transponder in, and I was just like, we got to get you on here.
Yeah.
Tough break, Austin. I hate to hear that, but at least you get to go root on the old man later, huh?
Yeah, I'm definitely bummed about it because I was looking forward to racing against Woody and Brett.
Yeah, that would have been a good battle.
Yeah.
Well, are you going to spot for your dad?
I'm not sure yet. I think we're too similar driving, so I think I'll get him a little upset.
So
you say, hey, go, Dad. You're telling him yesterday he didn't hit the gas hard enough.
I know.
Who normally spots for him?
My Uncle Colton does.
Okay. And then who spots for you?
My Uncle Colton.
Okay.
He's just the complete opposite of both of us, so he's the calming force with us when we're just when we have helmet head in the car for sure.
That's exactly what I say, helmet head. You put your brain bucket on. That's awesome, though, that you have somebody that is opposite of you that is able to calm you guys and get you to the finish line.
Yeah.
Except for this weekend for you. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, there's been a few times where I was just going through the rocks and ended up breaking the tie rods because I was trying to go too fast.
Pushing little stuff, huh?
Yep.
All right, Austin. Well, always a pleasure having you up here in the booth. We're getting ready to kick off the 170s, but thanks for everything. We'll see you around, buddy.
But first, a selfie.
Yep.
Thanks, Austin.
All right. Well, Austin Thompson, the son of Brendan Thompson, is officially out for the weekend, but we'll see his dad racing with us. So it looks like the 170s are getting ready to take off. So that means that the 4400 prelim number 1 should be next.
Yeah, so they
they'll
will
be lining up.
We will definitely hear them when they start moving their way over here.
So up next, the future of our sport. Youth 170 limited stock and open will all be racing at the same time. Again, I would absolutely go to live.ultra4racing.com because it's going to be tricky for us to keep everybody straight. So pick your favorite racer, and you can see on the left of your screen there what position they are in and in their class.
And they're just finishing up, throwing some water down over there. And what they're actually doing while we're racing the 170s, and the green flag is up, getting ready to drop, and we are game on. Wyatt Cotter getting the jump right off the start off of Caden Gamble, and that is Cash Martinez in that number 3 spot. As you can see right there, they are bypassing the METALCLOAK jump because they won't make it.
They wouldn't make it. They don't have enough suspension for that.
No.
So Caden Gamble in that second position right behind Cash Martinez, and it looks like Dom Allegri and Maggie Flores.
All right. We have about 5 of them that we can see right on screen right at this moment. Making their left-hand turn right there right before Gomez jump. And that is Wyatt Cotter out front. Wyatt Cotter, number 1 at King of the Hammers this year. Races all kinds of series. He does the UTV World Championships as well. But Wyatt Cotter out in front. Caden Gamble was running in that number 2 spot. We'll see them go bypass right there. They turn and they go left around the Brannig Boulders. Caden Gamble still sitting in that number 2 spot. Cash Martinez in that number 3 spot.
Caden actually threw in the mix at the Apex go-kart racing with us the other night. It was a lot of fun racing with him.
He was
so all
stoked.
smiles getting to race some of his heroes like Paul Wolf and Brent Harrell, Chuck Crossland, and I got in the mix with him.
I was going to say, maybe you.
Yeah, no, we had a great time out there. And look at these young guys and gals out there having an absolute time of their life. And it looks like it's still Cash Martinez out front.
No, Wyatt Cotter.
Oh, sorry. Wyatt Cotter. Then Caden Gamble.
Then it's Dom Allegri actually is at number 3 spot in the 1949. Maggie Flores.
Oh, Indigo Bartley.
All right.
And then Cash Martinez. So great run by these guys and gals.
Now, mind you, again at home, if you're watching this live and you don't know about the 170 classes, we are racing 3 different classes right now. We do have the limited class, a stock class, and an open class. And the open class obviously is a larger engine for these guys and gals, and so they are faster. So they are going to split up a little bit on race course as well. But Wyatt Cotter coming through with a 1:34.952 as his first lap. When yesterday in qualifying, his fastest lap was a 1:30.922, so 4 seconds off his fastest lap yesterday. But that's not what matters right now.
Wyatt Cotter is in that modified class out of NORCAL, California, with Cotter Boys Racing. And then Caden Gamble right behind him out of Tierra, New Mexico, with Bomb Tech Racing in the modified class as well. And then Dom Allegri, the 1949 out of Scotts Valley, California, with Cowboys and Kilos in the modified. Maggie Flores in the 247Y in the modified class as well, out of Houston, Texas, with Maggie Flores Racing. And then it's Indigo Bartley, the 101 part of modified, and out of Clements, California, with Wild One Racing. And then first is Cash Martinez in the limited class with Martinez Racing out of Pine Top, Arizona. And then in second place, it is Hunter Biddle out of Longmont, Colorado, with Hunter Racing.
All right, so it looks like Indigo Bartley just came through, completing lap number 2. But right now, the 2:12 of Wyatt Cotter on screen.
Oh, and Caden Gamble got a round for the lead, I believe.
Yes, it looks like he did. I didn't see it on screen, but yes, he did.
Looking at our timing right here. These young guys and gals are having a great time out there, having some fun. So Wyatt Cotter clicking off another lap. Looks like the white flag is out for Wyatt Cotter, Caden Gamble.
Dom
Allegri in that third spot. What a great run we have there. We've got some epic battles out there on course.
So Wyatt Cotter, Caden Gamble, Dom Allegri in the modified class. They are actually right now in position as they started the race as well. Cash Martinez is in that limited class in that number 1 spot. Hunter Biddle in number 2 out there on course. And then Claire Dixon's actually leading the stock class right now with Peter Abb. And then right behind Peter Abb is Hunter Valadez.
And Maggie Flores is still in the mix with Dalton Bleck as well. These young guys and gals are having the time of their life on this 4-lap race here at the METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede here at Prairie City SVRA. And Brian Trotter, our race director, set a new Tri-County world record of go-go-goes in the spotter stand. The parents are telling them, give it all they got. Absolutely love it. These parents are into it for sure.
And there is Caden Gamble. He'll be coming around taking that checkered flag here in just a moment with Wyatt Cotter out in front of him. So awesome job by these kiddos. As I always say, what do I call them? The tiny tots.
And the checkered flag is flying here at the METALCLOAK Stampede for Wyatt Cotter, grabbing that checkered flag. Great job by him. In second place goes to Caden Gamble.
All right, good job by these kids. Wyatt Cotter still at a 1:31 was his fastest lap of the race, but I always talk about lap times even though it doesn't matter right at this point. I just always like to see how they pan out to their qualifying times.
And third place goes to Dom Allegri. So 1, 2, 3 in the modified class is Wyatt Cotter, Caden Gamble, and Dom Allegri.
Cash Martinez, Indigo Bartley in that number 5 position.
So Cash Martinez getting first in his class. It's a little tricky up here. We're doing our best. I apologize.
I tend to do overalls. I try to do the separation of the classes, but I tend to do overalls on that. But we do have 3 classes out again, like I was saying, or like we were saying. All right, we had people tuning in, watching the 170s on our YouTube. Thank you guys so much. Again, here we have Indigo Bartley, 4th in class, 5th overall. We have a couple cars still out on course as soon as they come by and get that checkered flag.
Hunter Biddle and Claire Dixon should be coming here soon, along with Peter Abb, Maggie Flores, Hunter Valdez, and Dalton Bleck. And there it is, Hunter Biddle grabbing the checkered flag, getting 2nd position in his class.
All right, right now we would like to ask our 4,400 drivers to please make your way to staging.
They will be up next. The 4,400 prelim number 1 will be next on the track as we finish up. And Claire Dixon gets first in her class. Peter Abb gets 2nd in stock. Nice. We got some great young racers out there on course. Hunter Valadez, she just got that 3rd spot in her class. We just saw her dad, Johnny Valadez, out there racing in the 4,800 class.
And Peter's dad will be out later on racing as well.
And we saw Tom Biddle racing earlier. Dixon will be racing later on today as well. So lots of parents letting their kids come out there and have some fun.
All right, and here they are getting the cars off the track. We hold them in the infield until everybody's done and tow them all off of staging all at once.
Again, if you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede. We just rounded up the Youth 170 prelim. They'll be coming back later on today for their mains. But up next, prelim number 1 for the 4,400 big dogs, the biggest and baddest names in our sport. This is one you do not want to miss. So if you need to take a quick little break, I would do it now, because unlimited horsepower is about to hit the track.
We should have 19 cars taking the green flag for our 4,400, but we are doing in Prelim 1, Prelim 2.
Well, we had 19 originally,
with Shannon.
but Shannon
Yep,
dropped,
so.
and I'm hoping everybody else got back out there.
I completely forgot about that.
Oh, it happens. There's a
Such
lot
a
of stuff
bummer.
going on.
But you know what? He brought cookies because Shannon, I guess, is a very good baker.
He does a lot of stuff.
He's a very good cook, and we actually got cookies from him in registration the other day, and they were amazing. So Shannon's got to make sure he brings those cookies now to all the races.
You go.
So Shannon, if you're watching, don't forget we liked your cookies the other day, and bring us some more. But here we are. It's 82 degrees. It's creeping up slowly out here in Rancho Cordova, California, out here at Prairie City.
Again, a huge shout out to John Goodby and his NORCAL team, Chris, and the entire team out there doing amazing work, teamed up with Ultra 4 USA, all of our volunteers, the Ultra 4 USA staff, media, safety, fans, racers, USAC, and all of our marketing partners. Without each and every one of that piece of the puzzle, we could not make it happen and be here racing for the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede. Up next, we will be heading to Vegas to Reno. That is August 14th through the 17th. That'll be our second Western Series race that we've joined forces with Best in the Desert. And then we'll end up the year for the Nationals at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma, October 18th and the 19th. That's a fun course. It's got all the terrain that tests an Ultra 4 car to its limits. You know, we start out racing King of the Hammers. We're up here in NorCal. We've raced out in the Badlands. We're heading to Vegas to Reno. We've already been to Kentucky. We'll be racing in Crandon and then end up at the Crossbar Ranch. I mean, I love an Ultra 4 car. I love seeing an ultimate T-truck in the desert doing 120 miles an hour and 6-foot loops. That's amazing, right? Well, they can't crawl a mountain.
No.
I love, and then short course cars, they do what they do best. It's awesome. But then we throw the rocks in it. They can't handle that as well. So it's just fun seeing all the different things we throw at them, and these cars can take it to the limits.
I 100% agree with you, Miles, on all that. It's been awesome to watch these guys and go all over the United States, watching them all race in these different trains. But let's talk about Kentucky for just one moment before we introduce our guest in here. Kentucky was an amazing course. We have never raced there before. Another short course style. People thought it was going to be an easy one, but it actually was not. There was a lot of carnage
it ate
there.
some cars up, that's for sure.
Yes, it did.
So
all right.
joining us in the booth is none other than, oh my God, it's Justin Hall. How's it going, buddy?
What's happening, Miles? How's it going, Perry?
Oh, we're
it's
doing
wonderful.
great. You had a good race going.
Yeah, up until
you
it didn't. Yeah.
What happened?
Ended up losing a wheel. Broke the wheel in the Trials Rocks. I blew the turn getting into the Trials Rock 2 times in a row.
I saw you back up
It
once.
kind of frustrated me, and I hit something a little too hard than I should have.
Did you hit a rock?
Yeah,
He hit all the
pretty
rocks.
hard. Yeah, I hit all of them. I didn't miss one. I hit every single one of them. And when the wheel broke, it took out weirdly enough, it broke the bleeder on the caliper, so that I had no brakes, but I have a shutoff valve, so that I flipped the shutoff valve.
So you had front?
I had rear brakes.
Rear
It
brakes.
was the left
okay.
front that I broke, and then when I got out of the Trials Rocks, I looked down and I saw the tire flat and the wheel chunk missing out of it. I was like,
yeah, we'll worry about this later.
Yeah,
man.
I'll get through and just pull off to the side and worry about the 10 laps in the main, because 10 laps is a long
That's
time
a
out
long
here.
time. And you had to do, what was it, the rear end last night, right? Did you get that all taken care of?
Yeah,
WFO, yeah.
WFO came in clutch for me, and they opened their shop at, it was about 10:30 when we got over there.
Last night.
Wow.
Yeah, 10:30 last night, and Kevin Doobie, he rebuilt the diff for me, and we got it back in the car. I think I got back to the track at midnight. We got it back in the car and everything back on the ground by 1:30.
Wow, so it was a long night for you too, huh?
Yep. Went to bed at 2 and then woke up at like 5:36 and went racing.
Yeah, and here you are. And I believe this is the last race for that car, isn't it?
Yep, yeah. This is the last race for the 4500 car. I'm
Liberty Mountain Fab chassis? Yeah, okay.
Going to 4800 class. Working on putting together, like you said, Liberty Mountain Fab chassis.
And you're taking a lot of parts off of this car?
Pretty much the whole drivetrain, motor training transfer case, and the radiator is going in the new car.
Okay.
And the electronics, the PDMs, the ECU, the dash, like the switch panels.
All that adds up. So
yeah,
exactly.
Got it. So I have all that stuff. So, but yeah, switching to 4800, and it should be a good time. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a great time. And like you said, a 10-lap main, that's going to be pretty wild. Man, I've got a visual on K-Rod. He put a wing on. He's trying to copy old Paul Wolf. That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
I love it.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Justin, this has been a great weekend so far, and we're just getting started. Now we're going to do the prelims for the 4400. This is going to be a wild race, and then it's going to be the main events later on today. It's going to be a wild ride
It's going to be crazy.
I can't wait.
Yeah.
So, Justin, with who is going out right now, who do you think is going to come out on top? Do you have a guess?
It's such a stacked field. It's hard to tell.
It's super stacked in this heat.
Well,
honestly, I'm a huge Paul Wolf fan. The guy is probably one of the nicest humans that I've ever met. Willing to help everybody, and the guy is a just straight operator. Like that guy can flat drive.
I call him a machine.
Yeah. 100%. If you watch him run, it's probably one of the smoother guys out there on track. And as we all know, smooth is fast.
Smooth is fast, just like the other night at go-karts, right?
Yep, exactly, yeah.
Man, that was fun.
Oh, yeah. Red Hawk Casino, man. That was an awesome time. Could be put together for us to go out there and go run on those go-karts with the different elevation changes and whatnot.
At the Apex, it was a great time. And it was just fun chatting with everybody, and obviously the racing was a good time, too.
It's always fun hanging out with everybody.
Talking smack, you know?
It's always fun hanging out with everybody outside of the track.
And that's exactly what I told him. I said, out of the dirt, hanging out. You're still competitive and doing what we love to do and racing and have fun, but it's a completely different dynamic out there.
Yep, yeah, no, it gives, because a lot of us, we all live in drastically different places.
Right.
So a lot of guys are 14, 16 hours away. Like for me, I'm lucky, I'm 2.5 hours away. So we're able to get together and hang out, and it's like we never stopped hanging out because we're all such close friends out there.
All right, well, I saw this. So Paul Wolf was hiding behind K-Rod, so the wing I saw was Paul's.
Got it.
But from my vantage point, it was like, what is going on there? Oh, that's funny. So it is Paul Wolf, the number 1018 in that pole position out of Alton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing in that UFO. Side by side with him is going to be K-Rod out of Cortez, Colorado, with Jimmy's 4x4 and that Jimmy's 4x4 single-seat engine. Or single-seat machine. It's going to be a drag race. This is going to be a good one, Justin.
Yeah, it's looking forward to this one. Might let you guys get back there and go watch from the stands.
Awesome. We'll go enjoy. And
thank
Justin,
you very much,
pleasure
guys.
to see you. And we'll see you around. Best of luck later on today.
Yeah, we'll see you in the main.
Yep.
All right, here we are, getting ready to start. You can see the green flag in hand, but Paul Wolf, K-Rod out in front. This is I'm actually kind of nervous right now. I got a little nerves going.
Oh, yeah. So that front row is Paul Wolf and then K-Rod.
In that second row, Paul Horschel and Raul Gomez.
And that third row is Marcos Gomez and Cody Addington.
In that fourth row, James Mahoney and Mark Nicholson.
And coming from the back of the pack, just like he did at King of the Hammers, is JP Gomez, our current King of the Hammers champion. This is an absolutely stacked field. I can't wait to see how this one gets thrown down. It's going to be a wild one for sure.
All right, this literally, Miles, my nerves are
man.
so. I get like this for every race, but for some reason right now, the competition that's right there in that front row makes me a little bit nervous.
It's going to be a wild one for sure.
All right.
So Paul Wolf and K-Rod will be on absolute drag race heading towards that METALCLOAK gap jump. The crowd is out on their feet, all excited to watch them throw down here for the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede. And it is live racing, and it looks like Paul Wolf may have got the early jump over K-Rod, and it looks like he does. Gets the whole shot, and Paul Horschel on the outside going to be battling with K-Rod. And let's slick out there. They're getting a little slideways, but keeping it under control, and Paul Wolf saves that whole shot.
Wow, what a race already, just into turn number 1. It's so insane. 1,100 horsepower is what Paul Horschel has. 1150 in his car.
And a big block right there. Horschel is on a mission and letting it all hang out. We got another special guest. We have Rob Cook joining us on the booth. This is your home track. How you doing, buddy?
Man, doing pretty good, you guys. I appreciate you guys letting me come up here and do a little cameo.
Yeah, no,
well, you're
it's
the
a great
expert
time.
of this area.
Man, I don't know about expert, but I'll come up here and have fun with y'all.
Well, it's awesome right here, and showing off to our live crew. But look at this race that's already going on. We want to ask you in this first prelim, who would be your pick?
It's such a stacked field. It's so tough.
You know, Wolf is such a wheelman, dude. That guy can drive anything you put him in.
That is exactly right.
Super impressive. You know, Randy Rod and the Jimmy's team, I'm a big fan. So Cade, obviously, I like to see him. He's been having a lot of success lately.
Oh, he's been on fire. He's won back-to-back. Did he do a three-peat? I don't know. He's got his hands full this weekend.
I mean, anything's possible. You know how it goes.
But then you have all 3 Gomez brothers out here throwing up the mix. You know,
So,
they don't
funny.
hit all the races, but this is their home track,
This
and
is
they're
their
going to give it
backyard. This is their backyard, you know. They're shooting for covering that podium in 3 spots.
Oh,
you know?
Paul Horschel got
he's sideways. He's parallel parking.
You know,
you can't park there, buddy.
He's still testing out the front end of the design. So, sounds like our live show saw what we did not see, and he got pushed off, so he's sideways in those rocks.
And Paul Wolf out front, starting to pull away with a little bit of lead
Oh,
over
yeah,
Kane
he's
Rudd.
stretching it out for sure.
And then it's Raul Gomez, Cody Addington, and J.P. Gomez came from the back and is already in, it looks like, about 4th position.
But he started 91st at King of the Hammers or something and won?
From the back of the pack. What
So,
a great race we have unfolding on our hands. And look at this. Look how slick that first corner is.
Wow, look how wide. Is that Raul that got blown out on the turn
he
there?
went all the way around. Oh, we're getting some complete drift action.
James Mahoney's also up in that number 7 spot.
And a great shot of Paul Wolf as he hits the little roller sections. Such a cool little spot. Another car blew the corner. It's definitely slick, but we're trying to keep the dust down.
It's nice they opened up when they airing it out
at the Gomez jump.
When John and crew open up that finger back there, we don't normally run that for NorCal.
Oh, okay.
It adds about a half a mile to the track, and it's such a fast straightaway.
And those washboards right there really test the suspension, but these guys float over the top. But when we were here in 22, the Ultra 4 USA, we raced on that, and I think that's what they were saying is how they don't normally do that.
Yeah, they don't normally run it. And, you know, these guys, they're so fast. Those whoops don't even slow them down.
No, not even a bit. And there's Paul Wolf, our physical race leader, heading through the Brannock Boulders. And remember, normally these races are on adjusted time, but since it's short course, it is physical finish. So this is our heat race for the 4400s. They will be doing 7 laps compared to what we've been seeing earlier. So this is a 7-lap race for the 4400 unlimited cars.
That's good. He normally does bump the 4400 up. They usually make those guys
Paul's
work.
pushing. He's able to dive in.
Yeah, you know, that's the double-edged sword, right? With keeping the track nice and watered down, keep the dust down, but then traction is kind of like, is it there or is it not? You go into the corner and you're pushing with that front end. So,
but the course is the same for everybody, so it's equal playing field.
But
no, it's the same for everybody.
Throwing the water down, too, is a different thing, too, because they just threw it down there, only on lap number 2, so it's still soaking in.
Yeah, so we were watching them. So my crew and I are sitting down by that first jump, and, you know, everybody's coming hot off this turn.
And blowing the corner.
Man. And they water it right there, and it's like they got nothing, you know. But it's fun to watch them try to get it.
And to see him just hang it all out there and completely drift sideways It's been a great show all weekend as Paul Wolf still out front with Cade Rod trying to chase him down. Raul Gomez and JP Gomez has moved into that 4 spot. And then it's Cody Addington, Marcos Gomez, James Mahoney, Mark Nicholson, and Paul Horschel.
How did that happen? How did all the Gomez's end up in Prelim 1?
How is that?
That's wild. This is going to be...
It's not real good for what they're trying to do. If they all want to make it to the main, they should have spread those guys out a little.
Yeah, we got both Paul Wolf, Paul Horschel, all the Gomez's, Cade Rod. It's an absolutely stacked field.
And right here in that 7th and 8th spot is a couple local guys, Mahoney and Nicholson.
Yeah.
Nicholson's actually in an old Gomez car.
Yeah, that's the OG Gomez
it's not
car.
the old lady, but it's the OG.
Yep, it's been around. I remember Shannon Campbell baller of that car here at this race 3 or 4 years ago.
Absolutely, he did, yeah. Yep.
So it's great to see it still out here racing with us as we're back to the Brannick Boulders with Paul Wolf.
Paul Wolf in that UFO car, man. So since the...
Nick, we were just talking about it.
We just gave
Nicholson.
him props, and now he's on his lid, man.
Turtle.
Took her upside down.
We've seen a few turtles out there today.
Yeah, he's trying to tan the underside there, dry that dirt.
This is why branding your car with your sponsors is key to go all the way around, not just on the top.
Absolutely. Here we go. So he's got him right there in front of him.
Paul Wolf has to slow down. No passing. The yellow flag is out. So everybody down there in the monster alley as Nicholson's upside down, but Paul Wolf's still out front.
I have to say, that's the first person to roll at that rock section in the turn. Everybody's been rolling before the branding section.
Correct. And look at that lead, man. Look at the lead.
Paul Wolf's starting to get
K-Rod.
a commanding lead out there, but Cade Rod's playing it safe. Again, their spotters probably in their ears saying, hey, this is the prelim, run strong, but don't tear up the car.
Keep it together is the name of the game, right?
To finish first you must finish.
And Paul just ran his fastest lap, and he had to slow down for a caution, but his fastest lap of the race. Yep, a 2:01.515, which his qualifying was a 1:52, so slower, but it's amazing that he still ran his fastest lap with a caution out.
Has anybody gone faster? What's the fast lap so far?
Today?
I think that's it, a 2:01.
Yeah, that's quick, man. We were wondering
during race speed,
if somebody would get sub 2s on this.
Right.
You know?
Yesterday they did, but obviously you're driving a little different in the race, so... if we want to go
other
with
cars in the round.
If we want to go with the 170s, they did sub 2.
But they short course. They short course.
Yeah, they normally do.
There's Paul Wolf right there, but right now Paul Horschel is clicking another lap off right here in front of us.
Trying to catch up, man. That really set him back. You know, he was running 3rd.
He was.
Yeah. Now he's in 8th.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Wolf is doing great today. He's been very successful in the UTVs and in the 4400.
Yeah. We're with we have a couple with us down there that isn't familiar with Ultra 4, and they're like, man, who's this Wolf guy? He races a lot of classes.
Yeah. He races everything.
Yeah, he got their attention, and so.
Zollinger's right behind him on racing that many classes, except same vehicles, obviously.
Right.
You guys have Dan Wyrick as one of your locals, and he's been sharing that 4500 car with Wolf.
Absolutely, and Dan is such a great guy, man. That Patriot Off-Road, as I'm repping him right here, obviously.
Yeah.
Good dude. Him and his wife, good friends of ours,
Is Stacy here? I think she said she was going to come today, but I don't know if she's
down there chilling.
Okay.
Yep.
Have to go say hi.
We're back to that little local caution. We have Cade Rod, Raul Gomez, JP Gomez, and then Cody Addington.
Where's Marcos?
He's still pushing. He's just
he's
a little bit
down
off.
Addington.
Oh, I see. They just came out of the Brannick Boulders.
They did come out of the Brannick Boulders. There they are, right there, coming into that little King Kicker. Is that what you dubbed?
Yeah, the King Kicker. You like that?
Cody Addington just got a little sideways completely and almost lost it going into the King Kicker.
Man, what a completely stacked field for prelim number 1.
Cody has a passenger rear flat. That's what was making him drive.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Tough luck for Addington.
I gotta wonder if Horschel's got a flat too. Is he running strong over there?
He got bumped early on and got stuck in the Brannick Boulders.
Is he just playing catch up still?
I think so.
Yeah, it's pretty wild that those UFO cars. Thanks for correcting me.
Oh, all good.
Those UFO cars, man. Ever since Joe created that style, that chassis, that single seat,
it's amazing.
It's been so dominant out here at Prairie City.
For sure, there was James Mahoney cruising across the METALCLOAK gap jump.
You got to have a little love for Mahoney, man. He's got Faravani Senior's old car.
Man, when that car first got debuted, it was an absolute work of art. Ooh, that's JP Gomez. Our current King of the Hammers champion is out on course, sitting there in that fourth position trying to hunt down his brother, Raul Gomez.
So I know that is called Gomez Jump or Gomez Tree or whatever over there. Have every single one of them have an issue?
Not every single one of them. It initiated with a wintertime pond.
Oh, sorry. Look at
drag
this.
race between the brothers?
Yes. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I'd love to be in the spotter tower listening to them right now.
Yeah. Okay, so a pond?
There was a pond that Marcos ended up in to the right of the tree on the right, between the track and the fence line there. And, he was swimming.
Oh, okay. a Bailey Cole thing from Crandon.
JP, I think, had a tumble there, but I don't think Raul's ever had any issues in that area.
Oh, knock on wood.
Knock on wood.
There's wood and paper.
K-Rod's trying to chase down Paul Wolf, but right behind him it's the battle between Raul and JP Gomez.
So he has closed the gap. Wolf and Rod, they're a lot closer than they had.
Well, the top four is all on screen right now with Wolf, Rod, Raul, and JP Gomez. This is going to be a race to the finish. Remember, this is a 7-lap race. They were out on lap number 6. So next time around for Paul Wolf, it should be the white flag.
I mean, I can't help but notice that's 3 UFO cars and a Jimmy's car. That Jimmy's car is holding its own.
Yes, it
really is.
Oh, yeah, dude. Battling, dude. I love that. I'm a fan of the manufacturer battle.
Oh,
That's what we were talking about that earlier. It's awesome to see, especially like the UTVs, because there's so many different UTV classes as well, or manufacturers as well. It's so cool to see the battle. And Cody Addington's holding his own out here in front of us right now.
With a flat tire.
But he is holding up. Who is that behind him?
Mahoney.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that'd be a sketchy jump with a flat tire if he made it happen.
So Marcos did get around Cody. Now Cody's trying to hold off James.
Look, Raul, JP, and Marcos, 3, 4, and 5.
Yep. Do you know what transfers from this prelim?
Yes, basically, if you get first, you're in the first row. You get second, you get in the second row. They all go to the main, but basically your position is which row you're in.
So all 4400s make it to the main?
Yep, all of them are going in.
What about the 4800 classes?
Same.
They're all making it?
Yep.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so it's going to be...
There's nobody getting eliminated
nope.
to the starting position.
We're going to be able to send them all out on course for their main event. It's going to be a wild one.
So if they finish as it is right now, it would be Paul, and then Cade would be behind him, and then the prelim 2 would be the next prelim in the same order.
Gotcha.
Yes. And look at this, JP Gomez with the fastest lap of the day with a 157.750.
Wow.
Damn.
He just laid
Raul's
down
right
a
there
heater.
with him. What was Raul's, like a 158?
Raul's was a 159.
159.
Paul Wolf picked it up, though. He's now at a 157.
So Wolf just got the new fast time.
Oh, Raul just came through with a 155.
Okay,
so did JP.
All the fast times just keep getting faster and faster. Wow. So now it is Raul Gomez with the fastest time of the day.
With a 155.320. That's still 3 seconds off of Paul Wolf's time yesterday.
You got Raul and JP chasing down Cade Rod with the 157. They got 155s.
They're
Wolf with the
laying
157.
it down.
They're going to catch those guys if they have enough time.
Exactly. We'll have 7 laps, so they only have 1 lap to go. The white flag is out.
Yeah, the white flag is already out. We are on our 7th and final lap for our leaders. And it is a Grand Prix style finish, so once the checkered flies for number 1, it flies for the rest of the field.
I always watch, it's a habit to watch JP Gomez in that gunite section back there.
Yeah, because a few years back he hurt his back. Yeah.
Yep. He went into that thing full wood, man, and just bottomed out.
Yeah, completely cleared it and flat landed.
Yep.
What a great battle out front we have right now with Paul Wolf, Cade Rod, Raul Gomez, and JP Gomez. The top 4 are all within striking distance.
Man, look at those lap times. That is an impressive time.
It's crazy, isn't it?
These guys are on rails right now.
I would like to know what their lap times were last time we were here and raced the same style course in 2022.
It always changes a little bit. But
it does change a little bit.
And track conditions also, play a factor in it as well.
Oh, and look at that. The FPV Believe Cam drone is all over Paul Wolf, bringing us some amazing shots. And it looks like Paul Wolf should have it sealed up. He's through the Monster Alley. The checkered flag is out. Paul Wolf grabs the checkers number 1 in prelim number 1 at the METALCLOAK finish. And
that
number 2 goes to Cade Rod. Number 3 goes to Raul Gomez.
Oh,
Fourth place is JP.
Sorry, I had to interrupt a little bit. Paul Wolf ended up with a 1:53.130 as his fastest lap of this race.
That is smoking.
So 1 second off of his qualifying run from yesterday. Wow.
That's impressive.
Yes, very.
It's super
very
impressive.
It's impressive. We weren't sure if we were going to see that.
And there's Marcos Gomez in that 4th position heading through the Brannock Boulders. Then James Mahoney behind him. Then Paul Horschel. So it's still going to be a wild, wild race for the mains. Remember, this is prelim number 1 of... Oh, somebody's tire just fell off. I don't know whose that was. That was Paul Horschel.
Horschel, yeah.
Yeah, is he going to still... Yeah, he's going to try to go through the Brannock Boulders with 3 wheels on his wagon.
Well, the front
Did the
end...
whole wheel come off?
Yeah, the whole wheel.
The front end's going to pull him through it.
Hopefully. There's Marcos Gomez grabbing that 4th spot, and there is Paul Horschel with 3-wheel drive stuck in the Brannock Boulders. Tough break for him.
Literally.
Yeah, I love seeing him. We call that the Trials Rocks when it's a NORCAL race because it was built for like trials bikes.
Yeah, okay.
And it's been adapted to the 4-wheel drive area.
And I think his right rear or left rear is actually a little on fire
that's
in the
his
grass.
tire.
That's his tire smoking.
That's wild.
That's his tire on the other side of
That's
the wall.
how hot it
Yeah,
got.
keep an eye on that. Man,
So we'll
why
get
is
our
it so hot?
yeah, we'll get our
actually
fire
crew
right
over
now.
there.
Good call.
So what a tough break for Horschel. He had a strong run early, but had some issues. So we got a
water truck on
that
it. Perfect.
Put out quick and easy. Great job by our NORCAL Ultra 4 safety crew. Get him out.
As hot as that tire and wheel was, you got to wonder if it was the
bearing
brake assembly went with it.
yeah, brakes or bearing. Yeah. Tough break for Horschel, but a huge shout out to Paul Wolf in that 1st position. Number 2 goes to Cade Rod. And that 3rd spot, Raul Gomez.
In that 4th position, JP Gomez, and right behind him, Marcos Gomez.
And then James Mahoney, Paul Horschel. Well, and then Cody Addington. And we saw Mark Nicholson roll over early on. So that's how it's going to shake out. Remember, their place they finish is where which row they will be in. So if you finish 1st, row 1. Finish 4th, row 4. But it will be the fastest lap between the 2 heats who gets the inside lane.
Hey, a little bit of information on that heat right there. All the Gomez's cut their teeth at this track.
Yeah, home track.
There's a home track, got into the sport right here.
Mm-hmm.
Cody Addington, first time running the Red Dragon.
Was here.
Purchased it and raced it right here.
And he got 3rd place that race.
Got 3rd place. It was exciting with him and Lauren.
Oh, yeah, that was so wild.
I think he beat Lauren.
He did.
He did.
With the car he just bought from him.
With the car he just bought
that he only paid like half down.
I wonder if Lauren was second guessing that sale.
Oh,
that day,
100%.
and then the other one, what else was out there I noticed in that? Paul Horschel.
Yeah.
For me, first time meeting Paul, I think he was, I can't remember what state Paul's at. Idaho,
He's in Utah.
Utah.
Yeah, Park City.
He came here and debuted an IFS Jimmy's car.
I forgot he had a Jimmy's car. You're right.
I don't know if he did a fresh build or if he had Lauren's old car. I don't remember how it went down. But he debuted here, and I never knew who Paul was. That's how I met Paul.
Nice.
I used to do the tech and the announcing.
You're busy.
It was good, though. It was good because
then you can put a name and a face.
Yeah, just like you're calling out these chassis, their motors and the horsepower, how you do it. That's how I did that. You know, I did the tech, and so, yeah.
You know how I met Paul Horschel?
How?
On the podium at Crandon. Whenever I very first ever got on the mic, I was still new to Ultra 4, and that was my 2nd race working, and I met him on the podium.
Well, you're lucky because he's an easy guy to talk to.
Yeah.
He's a little quiet, a little timid, but man.
Until you get used.
You get him to warm up. Get him warm up. But Paul is chill dude.
He's a super great guy.
There goes your Nicholson. He's leaving on the
crane of shame.
Yep. The crane of shame.
He calls it the crane of shame. I call it the forks.
I call it an easy ride back to the
Isn't it a telehandler? Isn't it a telehandler or whatever?
I always call them Great Alls.
It's a little bit of both.
It's whatever we want to call it at this point.
Great Alls is actually a brand. It's just an oversized fork.
But they are awesome and great for recovery out here.
Material handler sounds better.
There we go. Out here, it's a car handler.
Man, how about the track crew today?
They're doing an amazing job, as usual.
The Ultra 4 and NORCAL team working together and just making it happen. And I was worried about dust, but they're doing such a great job on keeping on top of it.
Yesterday was an unfamiliar sight to me.
With all the dust, you're saying?
That was something that we don't normally have. I don't know what happened in the prep or the overnight and whatever happened. I don't know.
The heat.
I was, Bird and I are off-road club members, the Rock Zombies. So obviously I'm texting Bird, I'm ribbing him, giving him a hard time.
I don't know if
you have to poke the bear.
I love poking Bird too because he's a good one. He's a good friend and a good sport. So.
And he has no filter when he's telling you what he thinks.
Back to you. Yeah. So I was giving him a hard time, but it looks like whatever adjustments they made is working out great today.
Well, they added the water truck in, and they keep watering. Literally, as soon as that section of the track is cold, there's a water truck on it already. Is what they've been doing.
And they were watering up until it got dark last night too. They ripped it a little bit and dumped all the water they could, and it soaked in nice.
That's kind of been the secret with this place is if you hit it heavy the night before and then stay on top of it the next day, it'll hold it.
Yep, and it's so far so good.
Yeah, man, this is great. Your guys' production up here is impressive.
We're glad you came up here. You were a little worried earlier when I was talking to you.
I'm still a little worried.
I still get nervous every time.
I don't know why, man. You guys are smooth, man. You guys are good.
Well, I appreciate it. Yeah.
Our little hillbilly thing we got going here by ourselves, it works out, but this big show is something wild.
It's great, yeah. And again, thank you everybody for tuning in back home and all over the world to the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede. It's been a great show. We've invited Rob Cook, the local, on the mic for the next couple of races, and these are the big boys, the biggest and baddest names in the sport.
Yeah, it was just prior to me coming up here. I heard you guys had Mattson Breaking from METALCLOAK.
Mr. METALCLOAK.
Man, he used to race out here.
Yep.
He was fun to watch, man. The guy was he's pretty wild, dude. He had an old YJ converted to a little
4500 car.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. And that car's made the circuit itself. But man, he is a great dude. He's good for the sport. He's always there, willing to help out with John, whatever John needs. It's good to have METALCLOAK right here in town, and wanting to be part of what's going on. They're good people.
It's good to have the people in the sport behind us like we do, and especially somebody that used to actually race in it as well. So they know the sport, they know what's needed, and helping us out. And you guys, I know they sponsor NORCAL.
They've been sponsoring NORCAL for probably 10-ish years, I'm going to guess.
Oh, yeah, easily.
Have you been over to the METALCLOAK facility?
Yeah, I was there just recently for a car show that John Goodby threw. NORCAL threw a car show over there.
That place is absolutely amazing.
Oh, it's impressive, yeah. So the guy that runs their Cloakworks division, Scott Arts, him and I used to work together at Full Wheel Parts.
That's been a little bit.
Back when the Adler's family still owned it. Probably like late 90s, mid to late 90s. I got tired of putting on those IFS lists, man.
I'll bet.
Not my cup of tea.
All right, so prelim number 2.
Oh, a complete stacked field. We have on the pole position, we have Lauren Healy and teammate Vaughn Gittin Jr. That's going to be a drag race. And then it looks like it's Brett Harrell and Philip McGilton.
And then in the next row, we have Brendan Thompson and Waylon Campbell. And I can't make out.
That's Randy Burke, it looks like, and Edwin Abb.
Edwin Abb, Randy Burke, that
those
back
are
row.
The back row's a couple locals that race here a lot that get a mix up with the big dogs.
Didn't Randy Burke rolled yesterday in qualifying, I believe.
Oh, I got a quick little story. Randy Burke, first time I noticed him out here at NORCAL, what do you call it? Monster Alley?
Yeah, Monster Alley.
He came into Monster Alley. He was side to side with somebody. He thought he would race him through the rocks. That rock kicked him over on the right side, and he rail slid on his axles
like a skateboard,
like a skateboarder, until that axle hit that gap between those.
Oh, and then dead stop, I'll bet.
Carnage. Yeah, Randy
showing
Burke,
off
man,
a little
he had
bit,
sparks flying. Yeah, it was pretty wild. So I see what they're doing here. They put all the Gomez's in Heat 1.
Well, again, we didn't do it. That's just their qualifying time.
Oh, I know you guys did, yeah. But I'm just saying, look at Heat 1 with the Gomez's all together.
And now the fun havers.
Yeah. You read my mind.
Yeah.
You read my mind. Yeah.
It's going to be a great show up front for them, too. And then having all of them, we'll have 18-plus cars out on track at the same time for the main event.
So am I allowed to ask you guys who you taking in this heat?
Man, it's going to be tough.
I'm saying it's going to be...
I mean, it's
I love
anyone's
all these
game.
guys. I'm sorry, but don't get mad at me, people that are watching and listening. But I'm guessing either Healy or Harrell.
Oh, that's a good bet. But
You're
don't
going
forget
to
Waylon
H's.
Camsel's
I know,
in there.
but I know. I'm like, I hate
Vaughn,
doing
I
that.
don't know.
I don't ever usually say names. I
You
only
say names
times.
all day.
Like my picks.
Well, that's why I asked ahead. Am I allowed to ask you guys?
I'm in the same boat. I usually just root for everybody.
Yeah.
I am rooting for everybody.
When you're friends with all these guys
I know,
and you
it
want them
makes it
all
tough.
to succeed, yeah, you can't really pick a favorite. But I mean, how you can't hate on?
I don't know, but Brendan, this is his home.
Yeah,
But
I
he
gotta
had
say
the heads
nice things
off that
about
car.
Brendan gives me a hard time because I always pick on Brendan.
Yeah, you guys.
All in good fun, right?
I don't know if you got Vaughn though. I mean, Vaughn's already been out there once today with seat time, but so Lauren was too. But obviously running in the 170 or the Youth 1000 class with his son. I don't know.
What about McGilton?
He's still getting used to the car.
Yep, he's still getting used to
He
it.
is
But
getting used to that car, but that's
Brian Croft's
car.
old car, and it's definitely one to be threatened with for sure.
And Philip is a super fast racer too, so it's anybody's game. And I can't believe I actually said names because I never say my picks out loud.
Looks like Scott Pender's tuning in. He used to help us up in Reno years back. Great to see him watching some Ultra 4 racing. Thanks for tuning in, buddy.
So we got Horschel coming off the
I
track.
saw him, with a 3-wheel drive.
Well, this is not 3-wheel racing.
That's not yet.
This is an Ultra 3.
Exactly. We have Diesel Krintz also chiming in here from Charlotte. He's usually he races in our 4500 class in a Jeep. Does he have a LS in that?
Oh, yeah. No, he's got a Hemi.
Hemi.
Yeah,
that's
remember
right.
you got to stay.
Says he's at his favorite lunch spot, but he's not telling us what it is and what he's having.
You need to tell me, Diesel, because I could go there whenever I'm in Charlotte.
But
I love seeing this.
Yeah, thanks again to everybody tuning in all over. Looks like Jim Johnson's tuning in as well. Ready for heat number 2 for this prelim race.
Dykus, he's excited for Vegas to Reno. It's going to be fun. You were talking about that earlier, Miles. Our next one up on the list.
So almost noon, 85 degrees. I'd say the weather's cooperating today.
It's been creeping up.
It is. It's definitely creeping, but 85 is doable.
Oh, it's beautiful.
You see all the banners out there flapping in the wind, so
that's a good sign.
It'll keep the spectators here, and it'll keep the drivers happy. So
well, and last night after Miles and I sat here, it was so warm in here, and I was like, I think I'm going to go buy a fan, and I was like, John, do you have a fan that we can have?
Yeah, we brought it up there and made a big, big difference.
Yeah, you can turn that towards you.
No, I'm fine.
No, I'm right here.
Oh, I can turn it off then.
I was like, man, if I had a skirt on, this would be great.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Nah, this is awesome, man.
All right, the cars are moving.
They're coming out. Lauren Healy.
Lauren coming out hot.
Well,
side
you know
by
what?
side with Vaughn Gittin Jr.
So when they were coming down the lineup right here, I saw Vaughn. He was gassing it and braking it. And I'm like, what's he doing? Hopefully he's not having brake issues. Oh, my nerves again. Here goes my nerves again. Every race it does that, but...
Who's the builder of those fun hover cars? Is that
Triton Engineering,
right?
Yep, both of them. And actually, Vaughn is in Lauren's 2-seat because they sold his and they're building him an identical to the one he's driving. And Lauren is in the single-seat Triton with that Fortin transmission, that sequential. Man, that's a rocket ship.
You would know better than me. Both those cars look like they're really low slung right now.
Oh,
for the
yeah.
short course.
Oh, yeah. They do a lot of suspension setup.
Do they change them?
Oh, absolutely,
okay.
yeah. And on the 2-seat car, they can switch the front portals on it and have a lift kit or not.
Gotcha.
So there's a lot of cool tricks they can do out there.
Gotcha.
And then right behind him is Philip McGilton in that Jimmy's car, and then a Horschel-built car for Brett Harrell, and then a Campbell car, and then a UFO. That's a good question.
but really quick about Vaughn and Lauren.
JS Mobile Fab.
Vaughn and Lauren, this week, they were down at Glen Helen testing, so they were getting some short course testing.
And they both have the Fox live valves on there.
Yeah.
They're
game changer right there.
Absolute, technically amazing.
Yes.
Oh,
4400 prelim 2.
All right. I love seeing this. This is the most exciting part of the day. But Bird Chris Elrod. We call him, obviously.
Yeah.
Trying to call him by his actual name, but we all know him by Bird. But
he goes by Bird, man.
I didn't know his real name for a few years until last year.
Yeah, his brother, big rodeo guy, Roper, his brother nicknamed him Bird because of his chicken legs, man.
I asked him when I first met him, I'm like, okay, you got to tell me. I first met him at 20 Hammers, I think. I can't remember what year it was. And I was like, okay, tell me the story behind your nickname. And that's exactly what he told me, because my bird legs, my chicken legs.
That's right.
Man, this is going to be a great showing with Lauren Healy, number 67, out of Farmington, New Mexico, with Fun Haver Off-Road Team. Side by side with his teammate, Vaughn Gittin Jr., out of Concord, North Carolina, with Fun Haver Off-Road Team. Behind him is number 47, Philip McGilton, out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, with 47 Motorsports. And then it's the 4456 of Brett Harrell out of Almsville, Oregon, with Team Changeover. And then it's the 5150 of Brendan Thompson out of Grass Valley, California, with Outcast Racing. And the green flag is flying.
All right,
it's a drag race. Lauren Healy versus Vaughn
Looks
Gittin
like Vaughn
Jr.
had the whole shot.
Wow, side-by-side action. What a great jump we have there. And Lauren Healy does get the whole shot over teammate Vaughn Gittin Jr., and then it's still a drag race between Philip McGittin and Brett Harrell.
Look at that. Look
what
how tight
a
they
great start to this race. And there's Brendan Thompson. And where's Waylon Campbell? Oh, there he's coming in the screen.
You know my favorite part about the start of that race? The horsepower on our feet.
Oh, absolutely. So coming through the little chatter section into the off-rhythm section, side by side, that's a perfect shot to see those Triton Engineering cars work. So Monster Energy out front.
That's a pair of Campbell cars right there.
Yeah, Philip McGilton and Waylon Campbell in almost identical cars. It used to be Waylon and Levi. Levi's podiumed here before. Hate he couldn't make it out, but we'll see him around, I'm sure. But out front is Lauren Healy and Vaughn Gittin Jr., but look at Brett Harrell right there in the mix. And then it was Waylon Campbell, it looked like.
Look at that. They are so close together.
That is tight.
It's going to be interesting in the Brandick Boulders here.
Well, Lauren did tell me last night the line that he's taking, so let's see if he sticks with it.
Oh, Waylon goes a little wide, and Phil McGilton tries to stick a nose in, but he shuts the door.
Yep, that's it. Right, what Lauren just did. That's exactly last night what he said he's doing.
Right, switch to left.
Yep.
That's hard on equipment, though. They need to save these cars. This is a 7-lap race on this 1.5 mile 5-mile lap.
Yeah,
you saw McGilton getting into the back end of Waylon in that section right there. That what do you call the? What are you guys calling it?
The Brandick Boulders.
Brandick Boulders, yeah.
Oh, look at this! Almost
got
a
drag
pass.
race,
and it's still Lauren Healy out front, finishing lap number 1 of 7.
The Drift King against the King.
That's right.
Two-time King Lauren Healy still out front with that rocket ship.
Yeah. Vaughn. Vaughn's not going to let up on him either.
Look at the drift. He's getting the inside, getting that traction. That was a smooth move by Vaughn Gittin. He had that right front tire in that dry and just whipped that car right around. Ooh, it is tight back there between Lauren and Vaughn.
I wonder if Eric Davis is spotting for Vaughn. I know he said he was going to be spotting, but that'd be fun to listen to those guys too.
Yeah, the Fun Haver Off-Road Team is doing some great things out front, first and second.
They really did a great job on that section of the track.
Oh, it really did. I love how they're opposing rhythm sections.
Yes. Yeah.
So it just makes for great video. And look at the flyaway up there at the Gomez jump.
His front end lifted up.
And we're getting ready to drop down the PCI Gunite section.
Lauren is picking it up. He's getting a little squirrely out there.
Yeah. Like almost overdriving a little bit.
Yes, exactly.
He's pushing it to the limits. That's an absolute fact. There's Brett Harrell still in that third, and there's Waylon Campbell, then Philip McGilton, then Edwin Add, Randy Burke, and Brendan Thompson. Actually, Brendan Thompson, I don't see him moving. Not sure what happened there.
Looks like he's off.
Right down on the Gradle.
Yep.
Or the material handler.
Or the forklifts.
The forklift.
I hate to hear that for Brendan. He had engine issues. He swapped heads last night, but tough break. Hopefully we can get it figured out and make it back for the main event as we're back following Lauren Healy, 2-time King of the Hammers champion.
A little bit more of a gap between them now.
This drone coverage is impressive.
Oh, Believe Cam and Dusty Drone are doing amazing jobs teaming up with Take It Live. And Lauren Healy laying it all on the line. Bringing it here.
That was textbook around that tower turn.
Getting a little slideways there, but putting her down. So Lauren Healy, Monster Energy athlete out front. Talking about Monster, there is Waylon Campbell.
Looking good.
Oh, man. Smooth is fast.
He got himself a little gap between him and McGilton.
This is NorCal at its finest. Ryan Miller's tuned in, checking everything out.
Well, this is a good heat to tune into.
Russell Raven's tuned in, saying sorry can't be here. It's going to be an absolute stacked field here for the 2024 METALCLOAK NorCal Stampede. And look at the hang time they're getting up there, Rob.
I was just going to say the same thing. That is impressive.
They are just floating out there. They're going to have to get a parachute next time.
Do we have an idea of the speeds they're hitting on that?
That is a great question. I'm going to say 80-plus miles an hour.
I was thinking 80, 85.
Yeah,
right there,
that's a good one. We'll have to ask one that later. There's Vaughn Gittin really trucking along. And Lauren Healy has the fastest lap on this race with a 1:59.301. But remember, last time it was Raul Gomez with a 1:55. So that just goes to show you how hard they were pushing towards the end of that race.
Oh, yeah.
We are back into the Brannick Boulders. And Fun Haver Off-Road Team 1 and 2 having some fun. I'd love to. I wonder if they're on the same spotter channel or not. So Lauren Healy pushing strong. Already into Monster Alley. With Vaughn Gittin Jr. hot on his heels. Ooh, left and a right. Doing a little bit of drag racing through there.
Vaughn hasn't given up on trying to get the pass on that left side through the Monster Alley. He's really trying to get through there. When Lauren takes that right line, Vaughn's always trying that left pass.
Well, I mean, if you're following them, you're not going to pass it. No. So if they're trying left, you go right, and vice versa.
It's just amazing that Lauren must have a line to that right side because he keeps that right side.
Well, and Vaughn has a fastest lap time. Oh, actually, no. The last lap was faster than Lauren.
And then third and fourth, Brett Harrell and Waylon Campbell's a great race. And Philip McGilton's still in the mix.
Philip McGilton in that number 5 spot, picking up his lap. This last lap was his fastest lap at a 2:05.292.
Oh, I love the left and the right here with Vaughn and Lauren. Team Fun Haver. Out there pushing strong. Looks like Ron Prindle's tuned in. Thanks again, everybody, for tuning in to our Ultra 4 USA YouTube page. And again, a huge shout out to everybody that here on site. I know you all are having an amazing time as well. Got the Easy Up set up, got your lawn chair, a cooler full of frosty beverages, and enjoying the day.
Yeah, the vendor row down there was pretty much live action, man. There's
awesome.
Everybody's having a good time. The food vendors. It looked like the merchandise was flying off the shelves over there at the Ultra 4 trailer.
Roxy's selling all the things down there. You better hurry up.
She is. And if you're here on site, you get a little special treat if you spend so much over there. So if you're here and you want some merchandise, go get it from her.
And we are a little bit limited on the NorCal Stampede shirt. So if you're wanting one of those, I'd head over and talk to Roxy sooner than later.
Absolutely. I was there as soon as they opened this morning. My wife was in line getting us taken care of.
Perfect.
Anybody out here it's on site, NorCal Rock Racing merchandise booth is open also.
Yep, they're here.
And he's got these really cool sun hats.
I've seen you wear one of those before.
Yeah, I got it down there. I left it downstairs, but it's...
the microphone doesn't fit, does it?
No.
That's a great drone shot right there of Vaughn.
That is.
Vaughn chasing down teammate
Lauren Healy, who is still out front. They are out on lap number 5 of 7, so 2 more laps to go, and it looks like I saw Brendan Thompson on the crane of shame.
Brett Harrell running in that number 3 spot. His fastest lap was lap number 4 at a 1:59.156.
It's nice they extended that right-hander after the first jump. And usually it's a lot tighter around spectator point. But they brought that thing out real wide out there, and you can see how tight it still is for those drivers. So
especially when it's side by side.
Yeah.
Looks like Robert Craven's tuned in as well.
Also
man,
the
a lot
Fosters.
of people. Man, that's awesome.
Karen and Foz Foster.
Heck
They're
yeah.
they're timing
Miss seeing them around. There's some great photographers that follow the Ultra 4 circuit.
for quite a while at that.
But it's still about Lauren Healy, number 67 out front.
So Edwin Abb, is he still running as well? He has 3 laps under his belt.
Yep, he's a little off pace, but still moving.
That's that old Mike Boo Fishmouth Fabworks car.
Yeah, that one's been around a long time.
Yeah.
I love, we were just talking about Megan Miller's car a little bit earlier. It was with Pacheco, then Allington, and now Miller's got it. And,
and she drives the wheels off
Oh,
that
she
thing
does,
too.
yeah.
She's
Her
good.
and Derek make a great team.
They do make a great team, exactly.
And they represent exactly what METALCLOAK is all about.
Yeah.
And Lauren Healy's still pushing strong. Starting to get a little bit of lead and getting into some lap traffic. Looks like getting around Edwin Abb.
You know, I got to be honest with you. Other than KOH, if I'm not down there, I don't catch much of the live coverage, the footage. What I'm seeing in front of me is absolutely impressive.
Oh, the production team here does an amazing job. And it's just such a spectator-friendly spot here. We can catch. There's no downtime here.
No.
Definitely not. And that's what I love about short course racing personally is there's action all the time. We see it happening right in front of us all the time as well.
Next time around will be the white flag for Lauren Healy and Vaughn Gittin Jr. with Brett Harrell still in the mix.
Oh,
and
somebody just went off in front of us there. That is actually Edwin Abb, I believe, went left off of before the METALCLOAK gap jump.
Yeah, he's heading towards the hot pits. Tough break for him. But what a great run we have here for the prelim number 2 for the 4400s. The biggest and baddest names in our sport. Unlimited suspension, unlimited horsepower, and absolutely getting it done. What a great run we have. After this, we will be taking a track maintenance and a lunch break, and then we'll be back live racing at 12:30. So we'll give everybody a little bit of a break, but man, it's hard to take a break right now with all the action we have right here.
Yeah, with Healy, Gittin, and Harrell, 1, 2, 3, getting chased down by Campbell and McGilton. Man, this is good. I don't know though. I would take the 4400 prelim 1.
That was a wild one.
That
wasn't
was a good one. The Gomez's.
I would take it over this one. I mean, it was a better show. You got to admit,
It was a great show. These guys are putting on a show for us, but not like the Gomez's did and everybody
so
else.
That just goes to show you, wait till the main. When you mix these two races together, we have, I think, 18, hopefully 18 cars running. So we'll see about Brendan Thompson.
Who of these 2 prelims go to that LCQ?
There is no LCQ.
There is no?
Nope. We canceled that because we're just going to throw everybody in the main.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, we were able to.
I was wondering how that was being mixed in.
Well, it just depended on car count.
Gotcha.
Well, so
and
right
we
now,
have enough room.
Right now, if it finishes as is, it's Lauren Healy and who? Who finished? Was it Paul Wolf?
Paul Wolf.
Oh, it'll be Lauren and Paul.
Man,
it's always
Healy
a battle.
And Wolf show. Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be wild.
Yeah, no, those guys, it's not the first
look
rodeo.
at Lauren. Oh, Lauren looks like he might have spun out. I don't know if he was able to keep that under. He did spin out. So Vaughn Gittin Jr. does get around him.
See?
Oh, man. It's not over till it's over.
I jinxed him.
Persistence paid off.
So Vaughn Gittin Jr. smooth and consistent. But Lauren Healy, I'll bet you that lit a fire, so he's going to be pushing.
And if they're able to talk to each other car to car, I'd really like to be a fly on the wall right now.
No doubt.
I think we jinxed him, though, because we said the Wolf Healy show.
The Wolf Healy show.
Right before he spun out.
So Vaughn Gittin.
Right now, Vaughn Gittin's walking away with the win on the last lap.
Gomez jump as we speak.
That's a lot of lap left, though.
It is a lot of lap left. But look how far back Lauren is.
Oh, he is definitely off pace. Oh, no. This is terrible for Healy. So something is going on with Lauren Healy. Hopefully he can get it figured out. But going from first to starting from the back of the pack in the main, tough break for Lauren Healy. What a heartbreaker.
Yeah, Vaughn's already getting himself into that Brannick Boulders.
Yes, he is making that right-hand turn here.
That is a sharp right-hand turn, by the way.
Well, and that's where the majority of the rollovers have been.
Yeah, they high side, yeah. At NorCal, it's the hairpin coming into the Monster Alley. That'll get people almost every time.
Well, that one's a tight one too. I think when they're coming into that one, they're not as much speed, but down there by the Brannick boulders, they have more speed coming into the turn, and there's been some berm getting created right there.
And Vaughn, the Monster Energy athlete, heading into Monster Alley for the final time.
You see him carry that inside tire on
Oh, yeah, he was letting her all hang out. So Vaughn Gittin Jr., one turn to go. The Drift King grabs the checkered flag at the METALCLOAK finish line. Vaughn Gittin Jr. winning prelim number 2.
Well, so I chose Lauren and
Harold.
Brett.
Yep.
So Brett is second.
Brett's second, yeah.
So Brett Harrell has a great run going. He kept his own and kept the composure, so he'll be starting on that second row. Brett Harrell grabbing second place and gets a little crossed up there at the end.
Look at that Monster Alley. Guess who's coming?
Waylon Campbell.
Man, check that out. That's awesome.
We got such a stacked field, but the story of the day right now is Lauren Healy. What happened? He was running so great, so long, and pulled off the course as Waylon Campbell grabs third position. And here comes Philip McGilton, physical 4th place. So he'll be 4th off the line later on today.
Oh, but I think that was Cody Addington walking out of the grandstands.
So Edwin Abb was down. So, yeah, it looks like we're going to start winding down. Again, we're going to take a quick lunch break for about an hour. And don't forget to go check out all of our vendors. We have Ultra 4 USA for merchandise. King of the Hammers merchandise special there as well. They have NORCAL decals, all the food vendors, RC Country Hobbies, snow cones, hot dogs, and all the other vendors. So while we got a little downtime, go show them a little love. But it's been a great day of racing, and we are just now going to get into the mains here in about an hour. Well, Pam and Rob, it's been so much fun watching all the prelims. Prelims are over. Now it goes to mains. Now it goes all bets off. It's a finish. You're going for money. You're going for trophies. You're going for points. It's going to be a wild show.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of these guys, the points and what they're after the most. You know what I mean?
And let's talk about the points. Obviously, this is an Ultra 4 USA race. But NORCAL, we kind of can double dip and go for their points and their checks as well. So it's very important for both sides of the table.
Definitely, yeah. I heard we had a dozen or so, I think.
I think so.
NORCAL.
Yeah, which is pretty good. Because a lot of them race Ultra 4 as well, so it's a great place for them to come out here and race with some of the big dogs.
That's right. That's right. Yep. Yeah, I heard you talking about the vendor row. I was checking it out. The kids are all down there lining up for that snow cone, right?
Oh, there's snow cones down there?
There's snow cones down there. And so what you got to do is you got to know somebody who's camping on site. So you could get that little snow cone with an adult floater on it.
Nice. I like that.
That's after hours.
That's after hours, obviously. Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying. You give the awards out, snow cones before they close down. You know, get yourself in a nice adult.
Awesome. Well, speaking of awards, Miles, I know we're getting ready to take a break, but I'm going to go ahead and sign myself off so I can go get the awards ready. So I'm going to leave it up to you guys to close out the show for lunch break, and I'll be back after we're done.
Perfect. Thanks, Dave.
I want to thank both you and Pam for having me up here today.
Oh, it's been a pleasure. Like I said, we come to your home track. I wanted to involve you, buddy.
No, yeah. You know, it's funny because I've felt the pressure from our locals that are always trying to push to get me up here. And I'm like, man, I really enjoy
hanging out.
I don't get to do it very often.
I get that.
And not only that, but I mean, like I said yesterday, you and Pam have a dynamic between the two of you and how you complement each other. And I just felt like, I didn't want to get in the middle of that. And, you guys have all this technology that just makes it so interesting to me. I really appreciate you having me.
Having you up here, though, has been awesome. Us three all together was great,
I
too.
think it was a great fit, so cool, thanks for coming up.
Sometime in the future, I'd love to do it again.
Yeah, for sure.
This is cool, man. And I don't know, it's like I said, I was a little nervous. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, but here you're done, right? You're not nervous anymore.
But thank you for having me up here today.
You're very welcome. With your knowledge of the track and your local drivers, why wouldn't we have you up here? So
hey, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Absolutely.
Well, you and Miles get to close it.
We're going to sign it off right now with all three of us. So, again, I'm Miles Haskowitz alongside Mrs. Pam Hall and Rob Cook. We're going to take a 1-hour lunch break. We're going to throw some highlights, but don't go anywhere. 12:30 sharp, we start the main. So tune back in.
wheel.
Let's say you are not going to want to miss these next 12 laps.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier. If you've got your cell phones, you got your smartphones, start taking those pictures. Post, don't be afraid to post them on our Ultra 4 Facebook page or hashtag Ultra 4 Racing on Twitter, on all the different social medias. So feel free, start taking those pictures right now, and all race long. If you see something really cool, put it on our Facebook page.
And hashtag METALCLOAK Stampede 2018.
That's why we are here. And look at the lighting. I mean, the sun's starting to fade away. You couldn't ask for more of a perfect day. The weather's been great all week. It was a little bit windy yesterday, but today has been absolutely picture perfect.
I don't know where you come from, but yesterday's a little bit of windy.
I'm from the Midwest in Kansas, so it's a fairly normal day, but it was definitely too windy.
It was. We lost a few canopies out there for some of the other spectators, but it's been beautiful today. You're absolutely right.
So this is what we have been waiting for all weekend long. The 4,400 big boys are heading out on their last parade lap. They're heading out for 12 laps of wide open racing. JP Gomez getting ready to take off. We have green flag racing. JP Gomez taking the whole shot. Looks like Waylon dives in. So coming around is JP Gomez, Waylon Campbell, Jason Blanton, Mike Boo. The list goes on. They are hauling the mail towards that Holly EFI 180. And it still does look like it's JP Gomez out front. But boy, look at that. They're all over the course. 3 wide in certain sections. Scott, this is crazy.
Yeah, keep in mind, you're going to see some dust right about now because we've had such a long time between the last race and this race. So there wasn't the opportunity to go out there in opening ceremonies to water the tracks. You're going to see some dust.
And we just saw Levi Shirley sideways, almost kicking the K-rail right there. These guys are pushing the limits. Sounds like Matthew McCowan has already lost power steering. Getting a little tidbit through my PCI radio. There's a lot of action. We have 25 cars on course. This is going to be crazy. Gomez Brothers Racing with JP out front, starting to pull a little bit of a lead. Those narrow tires are still staying strong. So there's a great shot. JP Gomez, Waylon Campbell, Levi Shirley, Raul Gomez, Cody Addington, Nick Nelson, Andrew McLaughlin, Rick Waterbury, side by side Paul Horschel and Lauren Healy, Shannon Campbell, Darren Hickey, Mike Boo, Cody Wagner, Jason Blanton, Bailey Cole. Holy cow, we got a race on our hands.
Shannon Campbell starting at 21st spot, now approaching top 10. We haven't even completed one lap yet. Shannon Campbell's moving.
So the fastest lap time of the weekend, JP Gomez just turned a 1:51.974. JP's on a mission.
Well, you said earlier, these are the fastest guys. These are also the most aggressive drivers.
So we're out on our second lap. The fastest guys are proven to be fast. There's a great shot of Bailey Campbell. But look, JP Gomez starting to pull a little bit of a gap. We've got race cars all over this course. Sounds like Cody Wagner in the Red Dragon could be puffing a little smoke. That's not good.
Now keep in mind, watch these cars, how they're handling early in the race. Watch how they're flying through the air, how they're taking off these jumps, how they're landing, how they're handling the turning of the corners, how they're handling them through the rocks. The shocks will start to warm up. The fluid inside, the gases inside those shocks start to get hot, they bubble over, and they lose it. So all of a sudden the handling is going to go away. Also the tires get worn.
Sounds like we're getting a little information. Something's broke on the back of Lauren Healy's car, so we'll see what he can salvage out of this. I was really expecting him to be pushing hard, but look at that. Waylon Campbell, Levi Shirley in identical cars, neck and neck, pushing second and third place, starting to catch JP Gomez. And there's Raul in fourth place. Oh, man, this is a great race. I hope we don't have somebody pull all the way out. I want to have neck and neck racing the whole race.
Well, something else to keep in mind, the sun, you see shadows on the racetrack, and there's a lot of them, and they're long. Keep in mind, at certain parts of this racetrack, the cars make a turn, and they're looking straight into the sun. And then you throw in the dust. That could be for ugly conditions.
Well, so far, JP Gomez doesn't have any dust. He's had clean air this whole race. JP Gomez crossing and going into third place. We got a race going on. So number 1, JP Gomez. Number 2, Waylon Campbell. Number 3, Levi Shirley. 4, Raul Gomez. 5, Cody Addington. 6, Nick Nelson. These guys are pushing. Nick was our pole setter for the KMC qualifier, and he's not too far off pace. Looks like about 154 was the average for the fast guys.
How about Waylon Campbell's lap time? This time by 154.5, just off fast time of yesterday.
I'm hearing a rumor through my PCI radio. Bailey Campbell's in the hot pits. I'm not sure what's going on. We'll try to get a camera down there. But look at that. Waylon Campbell, Levi Shirley. It does look like we've had a little shift in the order. It's Waylon Campbell 1, Levi Shirley 2. I think JP Gomez in third. Fourth is Raul Gomez, so it's a battle, but we do have a lead change. Waylon Campbell out front. Last year's winner of the METALCLOAK Stampede in 2017, Levi Shirley, is currently in second place. These guys battled all year long last year, all the way to the end of the year. Identical cars, 2 young guns, grown up in the sport. I love seeing Waylon and Levi battling it out.
And right now I'm watching those cars, how they're handling, how they're hitting those jumps, how that suspension is dropping as they fly through the air, and now how they're coming through the rocks. Absolutely stout setups on both our lead cars.
Those Campbell chassis, IFS front, single seat, Nitto-powered machine. And we have a Gomez in the pit, so that's why he probably got out of first. Something's going on. The hot pits are proving to be hot. So it looks like 1, 2, 3 is Waylon Campbell, Levi Shirley, and Raul Gomez. Cody Addington's bumped his way into 4th place, and the Red Dragon, go Cody! But look at that, the top 3, Waylon Campbell, Levi Shirley, Raul Gomez, all within 1 second of each other. They all turned to right around a 153. Man, these guys are smoking. Look at that! Levi Shirley going for the pass, side-by-side action! Waylon Campbell closes the door!
Meanwhile, Shannon Campbell not only in the top 10, but right now running that 7th spot, right behind Waterbury and McLaughlin.
Waterbury's our fastest straight axle on course right now in 6th position, but the battle is 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Waylon Campbell, Levi Shirley, and Raul Gomez battling it out, all single-seat IFS machines. Heading into the Nitto berm. These guys are playing hard out there, giving it all they got. They're out on their 4th lap right now, out of 12. So they're about a 3rd way through this race of 12 laps. Look at those guys hanging it all out, giving it all they got, coming down the MBRP launch, getting ready to hit the KMC kicker section, head into the METALCLOAK rock section, into the Cloakwork rock section. These guys are going to be jumping. Let's see how hard they're pushing. That is JP just sneaking out to still be on the lead lap. So he got whatever he needed to get fixed. He's still out there, almost a lap behind, but stays on the lead lap. We'll see if Waylon, Levi, and Raul can catch him.
Kind of has calmed down a little bit. We're approaching the halfway point, or the midway point of this race. Currently on lap number 5, starting lap number 5, as our leaders go by. Again, Waylon Campbell, right there, has entered the fast lap time of yesterday qualifying, 1:52.9. Race conditions, Waylon Campbell running faster lap times than in qualifying.
Well, they are pushing each other to the limits, and I'm just looking at the list. Nick Nelson has dropped off pace, so I'm not sure what happened to him. He's had a great season. He is fast, but he's dropped off pace a little bit. There he was. I just see him on screen. Not sure what happened. Lauren Healy, Nick Nelson, neck and neck. It sounds like Raul Gomez just passed Levi Shirley. So 1 is Waylon Campbell, 2 Raul Gomez, 3 Levi Shirley. This is going to be a race to the finish. These guys are pushing. So now it's 1 Nitto, 2 Nitto, 3 Maxxis Tire. This is going to be a battle to the end.
And the spotters are very, very busy right now, talking to their drivers. Not so much telling them where to go on the track, what's working, what's not working, but letting them know, clear by 3, clear by 4, you got a guy right on you on the inside, outside. That's what these drivers want to know. Where's everybody else?
And how cool is this? Levi Shirley won this last year. He's in 3rd position. Waylon Campbell got 2nd last year. He's in the 1st position. So these 2 young guns are proving they deserve to be the fastest in the sport. Mattson, this is becoming to just being a great race. What's your thoughts, buddy?
Well, this is what we expected. There was no doubt that this was going to be a great race. The build-up we've seen the last 2 days, we know every one of them is out here to push it hard, and they are not disappointing us.
And just think, Waylon Campbell's out front, but Raul Gomez hot on his tail. Waylon's pretty quiet and conservative. Raul's, he's loud, he's having fun. You know, inside his helmet, he's having a blast, pushing, trying to catch Waylon. Look at that, on his tail. Levi's still in 3rd place.
And what's neat is they're running, you can watch them, especially in these aerial pictures, they're running completely different lines, our top 2 cars.
Well, you can't pass if you're in the same line, so he's trying inside, trying outside, trying to stay in control.
Remember, it's partly machine, it's partly driver, it's all mental. No matter what we're doing out there, we are pushing it hard, and you get that pressure on your backside. They're trying to push, make the leader make a mistake, get that pass.
And Levi Shirley's starting to push up on the back of Raul Gomez a little bit again. Waylon's starting to pull just a tick of a lead. This is racing. Ultra4Racing.com/live. This is the METALCLOAK Stampede.
The speeds that they're running right now are so fast that just one small mistake from our leader and 3rd place could have the lead. That's how fast they're going. It's not a matter of saving it and maintaining the lead. That's not going to happen right now.
So a quick rundown. Number 1, Waylon Campbell, Raul Gomez, Levi Shirley, Cody Addington, Shannon Campbell's in 5th spot, Andrew McLaughlin, Rick Waterbury, Darren Hinkie, Jason Blanton, Lauren Healy wrapping up the top 10. These guys are absolutely flying out there. There's a good shot of J.P. Gomez, who led a lot of the race early on, had to pull in the pits, but back on course. There's Bailey Campbell. She had to hit the pits, so lots of action in the hot pits, but they're getting their guys back out there, putting some laps in. And look how close Waylon Campbell, Raul Gomez are. Levi Shirley. That's Cody Addington's really hot and heavy in 4th place. Cody just turned a 152. Waylon with a 154. Raul a 154. Levi a 154. Cody Addington a 151. Cody Addington 3 seconds off the leaders, shaving some time off, so he's pushing the Red Dragon to its limits. Pretty cool to see Cody Addington up there in a brand new to him car.
It's a proven vehicle without a doubt. And if you're going to have a new vehicle inside your shop, that is the one to have right now.
And he has just done so well with that car. We're all proud of him. We've all known Cody for a while, and he has just done so well with that car today.
And that is the winningest car in Ultra 4 history to date. And Cody Addington, a new driver in there, is showing he's going to be a force to be reckoned with in the near future. But still out front, it is Waylon Campbell, Raul Gomez, and Levi Shirley. But Cody Addington's starting to reel them all in. He's starting to get into his rhythm. He's starting to get some more seat time. That guy is flying. Cody Addington is going to be pushing.
Well, when you talked about a little bit ago about all mental, it's a matter of the driver's confidence. They don't know what the track is like out there the first couple laps, so they're not going to go into charging into a corner and try to throw it sideways and do all kinds of things. It's also they don't know what their car is going to do. So it's like as the race goes on, they're going to get more confident, and it is, without a doubt, 100% mental.
Well, the beauty of Ultra 4 racing and the format we have out there is these guys get all this time to get used to this track so they can push it hard in this final race.
And here you go. Waylon Campbell's starting to creep up on his sister, Bailey Campbell, so we got some lap traffic coming into effect, coming into the rock section. Man, so they're starting to really battle it out there. It's still Waylon Campbell, Raul Gomez, Levi Shirley, Cody Addington, bumping tires. So did we just get a pass, it looks like?
Addington's gotten around Shirley. Cody Addington now moves up us, have gotten around Levi Shirley.
So number 1, Waylon Campbell. 2, Raul Gomez. 3, Cody Addington. 4, Levi Shirley. We've got a race on our hands. Cody is on a mission. 153 for Waylon, a 154 for Raul, a 153 for Cody, a 154 for Levi. 1 second splitting the top 4. They're starting to pull away with it. Levi Shirley, Cody Addington, Raul Gomez, and Waylon Campbell starting to run their own race. But don't forget, Shannon Campbell started towards the back. He's still in 5th place. You cannot give up on our only 3-time King of the Hammers, Shannon Campbell.
He's about 25 seconds back, but ran a faster lap time than the top 4.
This is short course racing, action-packed. Every second of every minute we got action on the field. Look at Raul all over Waylon Campbell, number 1 and 2. And he gets a little bicycle, keeps it under control, heading into the Nitto berm.
We are past halfway right now on lap number 8, in the middle of lap number 8. We're 12-lap race, past halfway. It's all downhill from here.
Speaking of downhill, they're getting ready to hit the MBRP downhill gap. There they go. Getting in some more lap traffic. This could come into effect. Levi Shirley still battling out 3rd and 4th place. There's a little bit of lap traffic between them in 1st and 2nd. So coming into the METALCLOAK rock section, it's still Waylon Campbell up front, starting to chase down JP. Right behind him is Raul, starting to find a little lap traffic. Cody Addington sticking a wheel in, does not make it stick. Cody Addington is all over Raul Gomez for 3rd place. I hear the crowd screaming, what just happened? Raul Gomez and Cody Addington battling it out. Raul's still up front in front of Cody, but Cody's not giving him any breaks. Waylon's starting to pull ahead just a little bit.
Is that smoke or dust? That may be a telltale sign. I think that might be a little bit of smoke starting to come out.
I see Cody Wagner, Mr. Laser Nut himself, still cruising around. So we still have Waylon Campbell up front. So there's Waylon Campbell up front, starting to pull a little bit of a lead. Look at him getting on two wheels. He is pushing that Monster Energy Nitto-backed machine to the limits. There's Raul, there's Cody Addington, Levi Shirley, still our top four. Starting to get some lap traffic. There's Waylon trying to get away around Cody Wagner. This is his first time racing short course. Closes the door. Waylon needs to get around Cody Wagner. It looks like he just did. And coming in hot, Raul's smoking through the METALCLOAK Rock section.
Still trying to figure out who it is out there showing smoke. It definitely was coming from the car, not dust being kicked up.
And that was awesome. You saw Cody Wagner driving on top of the back of Cody Wagner. He's lap traffic. Move out of the way. Number one is still Waylon Campbell, the 155. 2 is going to be Raul Gomez. Number 3, Cody Addington. Number 4, Levi Shirley. These guys are absolutely flying out there. Seconds are spreading the top leaders.
This is one of the greatest.
We got a race on our hands, my man.
This is one of the greatest races we've seen out here in 6 years.
Remember last year, Jason Shear about this time had half a lap lead, blew a motor, then Levi took advantage. Then it was Waylon Campbell, then Tom Ways. But today, Waylon Campbell is in the lead. Raul Gomez, Cody Addington, Levi Shirley, the top 4 are very close.
Oh, look at lap traffic. It definitely will decide. I believe there's just a few laps remaining. This could be decision of the race. Where to go, find that right line around lap traffic.
And this is right why we have spotters. They need to be telling their say, hey, the leaders are coming. Move over. We got the winning racers right behind you. Waylon Campbell, Raul Gomez, Cody Addington, Levi Shirley.
Lap traffic goes to the inside of the corners, now goes outside. Campbell gets by.
So heading into the MBRP launch, Waylon Campbell, Raul Gomez. There's Waylon, Mike Boo, lap traffic.
And lap traffic pulled back between now our leaders 1 and 2.
And how about Cody Addington, brand new in that Red Dragon, 3rd place.
You're absolutely right, though. When you get that, the spotters really need to help the drivers understand that there's lap traffic coming up on them. You don't know. All you hear is a motor behind you. You just want to hit harder and harder.
Look at the METALCLOAK Rock section. They are all over the place. Cody Addington is hot on Raul's tail. He is pushing the Red Dragon to his limits. We have got a race on our hands. Nitto 1, 2, 3 as it sits.
2 laps remaining. Just a tick less than 2 laps to go. Right now on lap number 11.
And I can see Chris Corbett right out there just anticipating. He's sitting 1, 2, and 3 with Nitto up front. He's pumped up.
He doesn't need a seat. He's standing up.
But we still got a lot of racing left to do. They're out on their 11th lap. They'll be getting the white flag. So we are out on our 11th lap. Next time around, they will be getting the white flag. It's still Waylon Campbell, Raul Gomez, Cody Addington, Levi Shirley walking away with it.
How about this? Right now in 4th place, we've got Levi Shirley. His lap time with 1 lap to go, I should say with 2 laps to go, is still faster than qualifying yesterday.
Well, that's Levi Shirley, though. He always goes faster. When it gets closer to the end, he pushes it. He pushes it harder and harder.
So there's Waylon Campbell on screen, our current leader, still battling with lap traffic. Waylon Campbell in that Monster Energy Nitto-powered machine. So there goes Waylon through, so he's starting to pull a little bit of gap. There's Cody Addington, Levi Shirley. I can't tell, was that Raul that just got past? I may be mistaken. We'll try to get some visual. So there's Waylon Campbell, 1. Cody Addington, maybe? Levi Shirley. Raul has dropped off pace. So number 1 is Waylon Campbell. Number 2, holy cow, Cody Addington. Then Levi Shirley. Cody Addington in second place. White flag a flying. Waylon Campbell, Cody Addington, and Levi Shirley.
Nearly identical lap times this time by for our top 2 drivers. 155.3, 155.5, and Levi Shirley still has the fastest lap of the race of the 154.9 this last time by.
So we're not sure. Raul was holding second steady, and he dropped off pace by about 10 seconds. Did he do a huge bicycle myth? We are not sure, but Waylon Campbell out front, Cody Addington hot on his heels. This is a cool race to see. Cody Addington, his first time in a hot rod buggy, is showing he deserves to be out front in the Red Dragon.
Waylon Campbell looking so strong, without a doubt. The 2 young guys running all in the top 5, kind of showing these guys out. Cody Addington, he knows it's going to be coming up this time by. He knows it's happening.
And look, he's catching Waylon Campbell. Cody Addington is pushing the Red Dragon to its limits. Waylon Campbell has led almost the entire race out front, but look, it's going to be down to the wire heading into the MBRP launch. It's going to be 1 Waylon Campbell, 2 Cody Addington. Levi Shirley is a little off pace, but there he comes into screen. 1, 2, and 3 within 5 seconds of each other. This is a race all the way to the finish. This is how we want this to happen.
The spotters are awfully busy right now talking to our top 3 drivers. One final time through the rock bed number 1. Going into the second rock bed. They're 1, 2, and 3. Bumper to bumper to bumper. One turn remaining.
Waylon Campbell, Lauren Ely. It's going to be a fight
going
for
for that pass.
They are side by side going into the finish line. Waylon Campbell may sneak it out. It's going to be down to the wire. Cody Addington, I think, locks are down. 1, Waylon Campbell. 2, Cody Addington. 3, Levi Shirley. Side by side to the finish line. That was one awesome race.
Oh, my God. I had
Shirley.
tickles going up my spine. That was such an amazing finish.
Levi Shirley's last lap time, 150.8.
So that is the fastest lap of the weekend. Levi Shirley, the 150 in that third position. Cody Addington, second. Waylon Campbell first. Obviously, this is all unofficial. We need to double check the trackers, make sure everything's going on. Sounds like we have a little bit of rollover coming out of the last rock section. That is Nick Nelson. Takes a tumble out of the Cloakworks rock section. Tough break for him. So we do have a yellow flag right there. 4th place, Shannon Campbell. 5th place, Raul Gomez. 6th place, Andrew McLaughlin. But how about Cody Addington and that brand new to him Red Dragon pulling off a second position, his first time ever in that car in an IFS machine. But the top dog, Waylon Campbell. Levi Shirley didn't go out without a fight. And there's a great shot of Cody Addington. He's getting high fives. That guy's all smiles. He cannot be happier right now. I promise you that, Scott.
Darren Hankey crosses the line, that 7th spot. Paul Horschel, 8th. Jeff McKinley will cross the line in 9th. And how about that? Shane Chinnick's car crosses the line in the top 10.
What a race we just had. That was the most action-packed Metal Cloak Stampede I can remember. Wow, what a race, Mattson.
Absolutely. That's what we all came out for. And to all those that are here today live, stick around for the award ceremony right after this race is over.
So once again, number 1, Waylon Campbell. Number 2, Cody Addington. And number 3, Levi Shirley. And that was the most epic finish we've had. Side by side, Cody Addington, Levi Shirley battling out 2nd and 3rd. Cody just inched her out. But Levi did put down the fastest lap of the weekend on that last lap. 150.8. Wow.
Well, that's what I was saying earlier. He historically comes out here, and that last 2-3 laps are faster than he'd ever done all weekend.
So how cool is that? Last year in the 2017 Metal Cloak Stampede, it was Levi Shirley 1, Waylon Campbell 2. This year it's a little reverse. Wayland does pull it out. Great racing by everybody. I'm glad everybody had a safe weekend. It was a huge success for the 2018 METALCLOAK Stampede.
That was a lot of traffic.
Man, what a great race, Mattson.
That was absolutely awesome. Miles, you did a great job. Scott, you did a great job. It was great having you guys out here, helping everybody at home know what was going on.
Thanks again, Mattson, for hopping up here and helping us. Man, what an exciting race.
He didn't help us, so there's no way we were going to get rid of him. He came up here for the best seat in the house, and Mattson, once again, we couldn't do it without you. Not only up here in the booth for the big race, but also this event right here. With
actually, I just came up to get something to drink, and you handed me a mic. What was I supposed to do?
Okay, you got me on that one, right? Yeah.
There was a great shot of side-by-side Waylon Campbell and Shannon Campbell. There's Levi Shirley. Crazy run today. How was it?
Oh, it was absolutely probably one of my favorite races, one that I will remember for the rest of my life. You have Wayland up front, Cody, you had Raul Gomez, just everybody pushing, everybody stacked up. It was just such a good day. I was just praying that Loretta would hold together, and I kind of sent it on that last lap, and obviously we got a quick lap out of the deal, but hey, I'm happy we're on the podium, and we're here in this great weather. So.
Well, you won this thing last year. You're third this year. You've proven yourself as a great driver. Yesterday was your birthday. This is a good present, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And while I'm here on the podium, I would like to make another quick announcement that it's been a horribly hard announcement to keep from my racing family. But come November, the Lucky Dog Racing family will be grown by one more.
Well, congratulations, holy cow. Miranda, congratulations. That's pretty cool, Levi. Third place, Levi Shirley.
Yep.
And up next, brand new in the Red Dragon, his first time ever driving a IFS car. He's owned this car for 2 days. Cody Addington, my bad. You had a great run out there, buddy. I do apologize, but you had a great run. That last run, you've made it into second place. What a great run!
Yeah, I'm stoked. This is so surreal. Like I said, Lauren came to me with this car offer that made sense. You know, it's ready. It's a bad car. He made this happen more or less through a bug in my head. I said, "Can I do it? Can I do it?" My girlfriend right here, Season, she had faith in me. So, some of my close family and friends, you know, they think I'm crazy, which is obviously, you know, somewhat true, but I have faith in myself that I could do this, and I'm stoked.
And like I said, you started off in a bone stock Toyota years ago, made it into King of the Hammers, went to a big car, and now you got an IFS. I remember you saying the first time you drove this thing in practice, I know what I'm missing out. These guys are cheating, and you proved that today.
Yeah, I mean, that car is an animal. The more laps that went on, I felt more comfortable in the car. I really didn't make a ton of mistakes. Levi and I bounced together a couple times. Wayland, I was right up his tail at the end, but, you know, I'm stoked. I really have no sponsors right now. This is a fresh start. You know, the Nitto tires held up great. Knee Deep Brewery helps me, but I would like to keep as many sponsors on that car that want to help me, and that's kind of was my goal with, you know, last minute. I'm not going to throw a wrap on it with a bunch of stuff that means nothing. I just had faith in myself and my friends and my family.
Well, give it up, Cody Addington. Everybody's pumped for you. Congratulations, second place, Cody Addington.
Heck yeah, guys. Thank you all. EM Motorsports comes out. So EM Motorsports come out. They kind of took me in as their little, their little child and helped me out here. He's got the stuff to get through the pit stuff, and I'm stoked. Seriously, I'm super pumped.
So congratulations, Cody Addington, number 2. So that leaves us our last guy, Waylon Campbell, Monster Energy sponsored Nitto Tire. What a great race we had today. That was probably the most action we've had in a very long time. It was a battle all the way from the beginning. Waylon Campbell, how was it out there, buddy?
It was awesome. I can't ever say I've led more than maybe 1 or 2 laps. I always get lucky and find my way to a front if I do, and that was awesome. I felt like I had a freaking target on my back the whole time, and I could see lights in my mirrors, and I couldn't tell who they were. I knew they were close and they were gaining, and it was an awesome race.
Well, as many races you've been on the podium, you cannot keep calling it luck. You're proving that you're fast. You're one of the young guns in the sport. Obviously your dad is your mentor. I've been following him ever since off-road, and you beat him today once again.
Yeah, no, that old girl, that freaking car, man, it's proven to be an awesome car. It's pretty outdated and a little rough nowadays, but it got me to the top, and my family and my friends who come out here and help me, and all of our sponsors that make this happen. I thank you. And special thanks to Monster, Nitto, Curry, Fox, ARB, and a lot more. Thanks, guys.
Well, congratulations, the 4400 Unlimited class. Levi Shirley, third. Second, Cody Addington. Top of the box, Waylon Campbell. What a great race we had on our hands today.
Dave Cole kind of always had faith in me too, and this whole thing, he calls me. I pulled the trigger on this car on Tuesday, and he calls me, and I'm in Home Depot trying to work, but this whole week I couldn't sleep. I couldn't get anything done, and he goes, "Is this true?" I said, "Yep." He goes, "Okay," and then I text Lauren. Lauren goes, "Yeah, he just called me too. He said you're going to be an animal in that car, and thanks for having faith in me and starting this series and watching me progress. I'm stoked."
So again, congratulations, Levi Shirley, Cody Addington, and Waylon Campbell.
Welcome back. We are about to kick off the main events. It's been a great weekend of racing thus far. So welcome everybody to the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede. This is going to be some of the best side-by-side, high-flying, short-course action with huge jumps, big turns, rock gardens, and this is Ultra 4 USA Racing at its finest. I am Miles Hasquist alongside Mrs. Pam Hall, and it's been a great weekend so far, but the anticipation has been building to this exact moment.
Yes, and as we were on our break going around and seeing the drivers and talking with the drivers, here we are now at the main events. It's all about what's going to happen here when we get started.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking about talking with the drivers, on our little lunch break, I made my rounds and went and checked on some of our heavy hitters that we saw have some issues. Lauren Healy, he slipped a belt. So when he spun out, he lost power steering. That's what happened, and then started overheating. So he pulled over early, saved the car, so he is okay. But he is definitely worried about making passes out here. He's like, it's such a stacked field that it's going to be really tough. He's going to have his
work cut out
for him. But if anybody could do it, it could be Lauren Healy. And then Cole Clark, remember at the end, you saw all that smoke?
Yes.
That was the transmission. He blew like a plug in the transmission. So that was a bunch of training fluid that came out. He is okay. The car is back in action. Got a little bit hot, but they were A-okay. Paul Horschel, you saw that left rear tire came off. They're already fixing this, coming back together. So he should be in good shape. We didn't see Ken Goodall in the 4400. He had a torque converter, the spline stripped on it, didn't have quite enough engagement. So it stripped it, boom, done. And they tried to find him, but there was such a special torque converter, they couldn't get it fixed. And then who else? Brendan Thompson, he pulled off early. Same thing, belt, just like Lauren Healy. So got it back in action. And we were correct about Waylon, that he took it over to Joe Thompson over at UFO last night. Again, Waylon Campbell chassis, right? Joe Thompson, UFO. Waylon called Joe Thompson last night at it was roughly 10 o'clock and said, hey, I got an issue. I need this weld. He's like, yep, no problem. I just got to the house. I'm going to turn around and head straight to the shop. So he went there and welded that up for Waylon Campbell and got him back in action.
But you know the thing about that? If it was the opposite, they would do the same thing.
Oh, yeah. I love that everybody was all hands on deck helping everybody in the pits. But also, I don't know if you noticed that Waylon dropped back a little bit on his run.
Yes.
He lost 2 spark plugs. So he was actually running on 6 cylinders. So
down that horsepower.
Everybody's having some issues. Oh, Megan Miller broke a steering ram.
Yes.
That's why she was pulled off earlier. They had one located. They're switching it just now. So they should be back. And obviously, look on screen. This is how it will be. The stock and the Youth 1K will be main event first, then the 45s, 46, and on down the line, building the anticipation for the 4400 main event. It's going to be a great afternoon of racing, so please, if you need to go anywhere, I'd do it right now. Go to the restroom, get your drinks, get your snacks ready. It's going to be a busy, fun afternoon of racing.
Yes, and it looks like we have staging up here to our left on our end. All the cars are lined up for this first main event for the 4900 UTV Stock and Youth 1000 class. And in that Youth 1000 class, we do have the youngster of Tice Healy that'll be going back out there again. I didn't get a chance to go over and talk to him to see what he was thinking about being out on the track with some of the heavy hitter names like Travis Zollinger. I mean, that's got to be pretty cool as a kid.
Absolutely. Yeah, I went over to Fun Haver and talked to Vaughn and Lauren for just a minute. I didn't see Tyus. I was hoping to see him, but I asked Lauren. He's like, oh, yeah, he's excited and ready to play. And they are heading that way. So we should be live racing here in just a moment. And, yes, I do see Dylan Trent. So that's great.
Good.
And, again, you cannot have a co-driver on a short course race except the Youth 1K. So Dylan Trent has Gage Dacus riding shotgun, and Tice Healy has his dad, two-time king Lauren Healy, riding shotgun. So making some great memories out there on course. So it looks like we are missing a car. I don't see John Bonanno. Oh, he took that huge tumble, so he did not get that car back in action. Hate to see that.
All right.
So in that pole position is number 20, Travis Zollinger out of Logan, Utah, with Zollinger Racing Products in his Can-Am Maverick R. Side by side, he'll be next to Rob Reno, the 4290 out of Fort Bragg, California, with Rob Reno Racing in his Can-Am X3. Right behind him will be the 4811 of Trent Roberts out of Clarksburg, California, with TWC Racing. And then we're going to do a little stagger start because that'll be the Youth K behind them, and it'll be Tice Healy in that pole position, number 67 out of Farmington, New Mexico, with Fun Haver Off-Road Team. Again, with his dad, Lauren, riding shotgun, and then Dylan Trent, number 14 out of Lake Tahoe, Nevada, with Trent Fabrication in his Brian Tilton Racing Can-Am. With Gage riding shotgun. I just saw Brian Tilton. It was great to see his face. I said, I see your car here. Why aren't you racing? He's like, well, I'm trying to sell it, but I guess if it doesn't sell, I'll race hammers again.
Hey, why not, right? You got the car, just go on and do it. But you can see our drone just took off, so it looks like we're going to be dropping that green flag here in just a moment.
This will be 2 separate races all at the same time. It will be the 4900 stock and the Youth 1K. They're both running this the same safety rules. Has to be an OEM chassis. Must use stock suspension pickup points. Reinforcing is allowed. Must run a front body and side plastics. Rear bed can be trimmed to fit a spare tire. Maximum of a 33-inch tire, and 1,000 cc is the max there as well. So it looks like we're getting all our ducks in a row. We did a little track maintenance, got a bunch of water on the course. It should be about picture perfect to go live racing for the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede. Again, a huge shout out to Brannick Motorsports, PCI Race Radios, METALCLOAK, and NORCAL Rock Racing. Without each and every one of those, we would not be here racing today. So please support who supports the sport. And it sounds like lots of chatter over the PCI Race Radios, Pam.
Yes, it is. And you can see our flagman definitely getting ready there, going to drop that green flag here in just a moment with Mr. Travis Zollinger right there on the pole position.
And the green flag is up. And we are live racing, and it's a drag race between Travis Zollinger and Rob Reno. And it looks like Travis Zollinger with the early lead up and over the METALCLOAK gap. What a great run. So Rob Reno tucks in behind along with Trent Roberts. And then we still have Tice Healy and Dylan Trent in the Youth 1K out back. So Zollinger with that early lead once again.
All right, so we do have 5 cars out on the race course.
And you can see a little bit of a speed difference between the first 3 and the second 2. The first 3 in the stock class and the second 2 are the Youth 1K. So Tice is 12, I believe. Dylan's about that age as well. Great to see him out here racing with us.
And Dylan's been racing quite a while as well because he races the NORCAL Rock Series as well. So it's a lot of seat time under these kids' belts and only growing into the larger cars. But look at the gap right now that Travis Zollinger already has.
He's got a pretty good gap over Rob Reno and Trent Roberts. And it looks like Tice and Dylan are side by side through the rhythm sections. They'll be hitting the Gomez jump here in just a moment.
It looks like Tice is out front.
Tice is out front with Dylan hot on his heels.
Look at that jump.
They're getting some hang time for them little guys. That's awesome. And it's just such a great spot because the Youth 170s is the future of our sport. Love watching them. But when they go from there to UTV racing, we had a gap. So Dave at King of the Hammers introduced this, and we've taken it on with Ultra 4 USA. It's a great fit for these young guys and gals come out here racing, and it's just another great stepping stone to keep everybody with forward momentum.
Exactly, and there we do see Travis Zollinger making his way through the Brannick boulders.
And look how smooth it looks. It's not smooth. Just saying there's a lot of good paths that are through here. All the I'm going to say nuisance rocks are kind of shoved to the side. Well, so there's a couple different tracks through there, but it's going to be interesting to see how it shakes out.
Well, and let's talk about that too, because the larger cars obviously went last. They will kick those rocks out of the way. So from when the time these guys were on the track first thing this morning to now, it's completely different through those rock sections.
Oh, absolutely. They change a little bit every single lap, and it is Travis Zollinger through Monster Alley in that brand new Maverick R with the Zollinger Racing products. He's been a part of Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers for a long time, and what a better place to test your equipment than here at Ultra 4, here at the METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede. So clicking off lap number 1 of 9 laps for these guys. So 9 laps for this main event. It's a 1.5-mile short course. They'll do 9 laps in total, so it's going to be a pretty wild show.
And there we see he's on the fast straightaway, going to make that 180 into that washboard section back in that finger area. And we were talking to Rob Cook earlier on, and he said that the NORCAL series doesn't normally race that. So they open it up for us. He said it gives about a half mile, which looks about right for sure. So add on to the race course for our guys.
It's sneaking up over 90 degrees. There's a little bit of breeze out here. It's absolutely perfect. Again, thank you to all of our attendees here on site and back at home for tuning in. This is going to be a great afternoon. We qualified yesterday and did the prelims this morning, but these are the main events. This is for the big checks, the trophies, and all the bragging rights. There's Rob Reno making his way through the roller rhythm section, trying to chase down Travis Zollinger.
Tice Healy has made his way through on his first lap, and Dylan Trent actually came through. He must have got past him at some point that we didn't see on the track.
So Dylan Trent's in first, and Tice Healy's in second in the Youth 1K. Nice. But up front, it is Travis Zollinger, Rob Reno, and then Trent Roberts for the 4900 stock and the Youth 1K, all racing at the same time. We'll do that with the Youth 170s. We'll have 3 races at the same time.
That is a great view right there. From our vantage point over here, we do not see that big dip, the saddle that he just went through, that Rob Reno went through before the PCI gunite section.
Just after, yeah.
Yeah, the drivers were talking about that. You can't see it from here, which is true, and they're like, it's a decent dip as well. So they do a little dip down in the saddle and up over the PCI gunite section. And I believe that is Zollinger that we just saw launch off of the Gomez jump.
It's a great time out here for the METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede. This is the UTV stock and 1K main event. They're racing 9 laps. Don't forget to get on your iPad or your phone and do live.ultra4racing.com to have the same timing we have here in the METALCLOAK studio. And then obviously go to the Ultra 4 YouTube and check that out. There's Dylan Trent heading into the Brannick Boulders. I believe he's still in the lead for the Youth 1K. Yep, there's Tice Healy not too far behind him. So there's probably about a 10 second or so gap between Dylan Trent and Tice Healy. Trent gets stuck, so he's going to he's bellied out.
He's going to have to back up.
You know what Lauren's telling him right now? Tice, go. We got him. He's backing up. Ooh, this is going to get interesting. Trent does make his way through.
Well, and you see that Lauren was telling him to probably stick with the line that he's been doing. But he didn't go onto the right side where Dylan just now got a little bit high-centered.
So Tice gets a little bit more real estate back in on Dylan Trent. Trent is obviously the son of Derek and Lisa Trent. Trent Fabrication themselves. And he is heading into Monster Alley.
He hasn't had much seat time on this track because he had some issues with his car. On the full track. This weekend,
he races NORCAL up here quite a bit. But this weekend he had some issues in practice, missed his prelim, but is able to come out here and put on a show. And so far, so good for Dylan Trent. But there's our physical race leader and overall, Travis Zollinger, number 20, in that Can-Am Maverick R as he enters the Brannick Boulders.
And he took that a little bit wide and made his articulation into that corner there just a little bit tighter than normal. But let's see what line he's going to be taking. See if he takes that center line like we saw Paul Wolf doing. He made a little bit of a left and cut across the rock
section. A little zigzag through there. They're starting to find their lines, and obviously you have to have a spotter for short course. So the spotter's in Travis's ear saying, hey, you got a pretty decent lead. Play it smart, play it smooth, and don't forget, he has to save this car for the Pro Mod race as well.
Exactly. Racing all 3 of our classes for our UTVs out here this weekend.
Obviously, you can race a stock car up. You can't race a Pro Mod or an Open down.
Correct.
So stock can race stock, Pro Mod, and Open. Pro Mod can race Pro Mod and Open, and Open can only race Open.
Making his way around this sweeping left-hand turn right here, right in front of us, actually, at the start-finish line.
He has got probably a minute lead now over Rob Reno and Trent Roberts.
Let's see. When he comes through, it'll definitely tell us that. But he made that right-hand turn going down the finger, going up into that 180. And you can see a lot of those cars that were back there in the background, I believe those are for Hangtown, but I'm not 100%. But lots of stuff going on next door to us as well. All right, Travis Zollinger launching again off of the Gomez jump.
With a commanding lead over the rest of the field. We'll see when Rob Reno and Trent Roberts come through, and here they are. So, a 42-second lead. Travis Zollinger really running his own pace. It is his race to lose for sure. So, again, he's got a spotter out there. Tell him, hey, you've got a great lead. Calm, cool, collective, but be smooth and get some seat time in out there. And I was talking to Travis a couple days ago about, running that Maverick R in 2 races. He's like, I think it's got it. But, Scott, it definitely makes me a little bit nervous because he's like basically, other than some A-arms and he's got his own wheels on there and some radius rods on the back, it's mainly a stock car outside of roll cage and safety materials.
Yeah, exactly. But you know what? Again, like we keep saying, and like you were just saying a little bit ago, who else and where else to test your product of your own business on your race car? So he's really putting this car to the test on this race course, racing it in 2 different ones.
And we'll flip back to Dylan Trent and Tice Healy. Dylan Trent still out front. We got a split time of about 30 seconds from Dylan Trent to Tice Healy. So a great race out back for the Youth 1K as well. But right now it's all about Travis Zollinger with a great run way out front for the Ultra 4 USA METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede here at the Prairie City SVRA. It is a 1.5 mile loop. They're out. The leader is out on lap number 5 of 9. So we are over the halfway mark right now for Travis Zollinger and the rest of the field. There's Dylan Trent with Gage riding shotgun. Out of Lake Tahoe, Nevada with Trent Fabrication. Getting some hang time off the Gomez jump.
That is such a great jump back there. I mean, we were watching it earlier with the 4400s. I think it was Paul Wolf got a little
they've
crooked
all
in the air.
taken a little kick off that one a little bit. If you hit it just right, it's perfect. But being at that speed, you never know. I think they're up over 80 miles an hour, the big cars.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a great fast section once they get out of the rhythm section there. But on there, we do have Trent Roberts, the 4811 going through our Monster Alley.
And let's talk about the track a little bit. Goodby and Bird and the NorCal crew have been out here all week tweaking this thing because when it's the course is always similar, but you have to build and remove all the jumps because it's a California state park, so for liability reasons and whatnot. So we come out here, they come out here, build a track so they can change up the jumps, the gap jumps, put them a little bit different places. And they've done an amazing job with building them and then maintaining. They've had the blade and the dozer out there, and the water trucks have been going non-stop. And here's Tice Healy, a little hung up in the rocks. So Travis Zollinger, learning. That's how you learn right there. So Travis Zollinger will have to get around Tice Healy here in just a minute. But again, I'll bet you the spotters are saying, hey, leaders are coming around. So here in just a moment, I'll bet you Tice Healy pulls over and lets old Zollinger around.
Exactly, and Zollinger has been running a steady pace of like a 2:19 during this race. I mean, he's not pushing it super hard. He does have a decent lead, but what he is doing is out there running his own race right now just to finish because, like you were saying earlier too, he has another race to do in that car later on.
So Tice Healy not too far behind Dylan Trent. It was, I think, 11 seconds last time. I'm going to guess it's about 8 now, so he's starting to reel in a little bit. So here comes Travis Zollinger getting ready to hit the METALCLOAK gap jump. And look at Tice and Zollinger just launching over it. So Zollinger will probably go to the inside. Yep, look at Tice. Pulls around the outside. Class act right there. Lauren is teaching his son the right way to race. Leaders are coming. Pull the outside. Let Zollinger go. Now get back to your race pace.
Well, and he is obviously faster. He's been racing longer with Travis Zollinger, but move out of the way because you're not racing against Travis Zollinger. You're racing your own race against Dylan, so you don't want to get in the way of the leaders.
Absolutely. Speak about Dylan. There he is on screen. Zollinger will be catching him here very shortly. So Tice Healy trying to reel in Dylan Trent. We'll see. He's still got a few laps to go.
Let's see, they had about a 10-second gap last time they came through. Tice was about 10 seconds behind Dylan.
And now we got a great battle for second and third with Rob Reno and Trent Roberts. There it is coming into the Monster Alley. So here's for second and third, and look at that, nose to tail.
Well, and too, the rocks, we've seen a lot of action in the rocks, and that's where
we
he's
got a
getting ready
pass
to take
coming
a pass.
out. No, I don't know.
It's a drag race.
He's trying. Obviously, Rob Reno on the inside has the preferred line, but Trent Roberts is not letting out. We will see Trent Roberts in the 4800 Legends class here in just a moment.
All right.
And on screen, Zollinger does get around Dylan Trent. Trent pulls off to the side and lets him around. And Rob Reno and Trent Roberts back to the finger, trying to give it all they got. Rob Reno is holding off Trent Roberts. We'll see if he's got enough to do what it takes. It's been a great weekend of racing, and we are just on our first main event, and it's side by side with Trent Roberts and Rob Reno. It looks like Roberts does get the pass. So Trent Roberts now in second place ahead of Rob Reno. And there is Dylan Trent with Tice Healy not too far behind. And we'll watch them go through the Monster Alley.
And like we said, we know that he always races out here with the NorCal Series, but this is great seat time as well, racing on an extra part of the course that they don't normally have out here.
And there's Trent Roberts' second and third position. Trent Roberts and Rob Reno heading down the PCI Gunite section.
All right, so let's see. Tice Healy's coming through behind Dylan Trent, but it's going to be just a little bit of a gap again. Now at only a 6-second gap. It was 10, so he's closing it.
Almost cut it in half. Tice Healy's starting to push, and that's probably something that Lauren's saying, hey, save the car. We're all right. We still got a lot of racing yet to do in this race. So now, they're out there on their, 5th, 6th lap out of 9. All right, we can turn it up a little bit. You got to save the car to have it at the end, and we still got a few laps to go, but I'll bet you they start turning it up just a little bit. And there's Trent Roberts and Rob Reno still battling out there. So second, third's a great battle as they hit the king kicker.
Well, and the bouncing around in those rocks is not easy on the body as well. Car or your human body.
Yeah. Person or vehicle? Yeah, both. That's a yes.
Yes.
I'll be honest, I was a little sore after the go-kart racing out there at the Apex at the Red Hot Casino. That was such a great time racing with all the racers out there, and fans got to get in the mix as well, and we had such a great time. That was our first time joining with them, and we hope to do that more and more in the future.
Are you included in the fan list?
Yes, I'm one of Ultra 4's biggest fans. I will promise you that. I've been around this sport for quite a long time, and I absolutely love it. The camaraderie, the sportsmanship, that it's nothing else. I'm a fan of, a gearhead's a gearhead, right? Well, you go to some of the roundy round or the drag races, and it's so cliquey. Mm-hmm. People are so secretive, and it's just odd. Yeah. And then you come out here, and everybody's out here helping everybody. So just one of those great things that everybody does. Absolutely love it.
And there we do have Trent Roberts, the 4811 that they were showing. So Travis Zollinger, they're still out in front there. Trent Roberts in second, Rob Reno third. And those are our 3 UTV stock racers. And then Dylan Trent and Tice Healy making their way around. They're actually keeping up pretty good on the lap counts,
they're doing great for those young sports. It's great to see them out there. I think it looks like it will be white flag next time around for Travis Zollinger. 2 laps to go. Remember, this is a Grand Prix finish. So once the white flag comes out, it's out for everybody, and same as the checkered. Once it flies once, the rest of the crowd gets it. And it's really getting close. It's down to 3 seconds between Trent and Healy.
He's definitely picking it up. I mean, last lap right now, he could possibly do it. Dylan right now needs to make sure he makes no mistakes because 3 seconds is not that much.
Yeah, we were setting up and getting everybody parked on Wednesday, and the Fun Haver team was showing up, and I said, hey, where's Lauren and Vaughn? He's like, oh, Vaughn's on his way, but actually Lauren is at a soccer game, so he's going to be a little bit late. So I'll bet you Savannah's tuning into this race, checking everything out. And I love that they let their kids do a little bit of everything between soccer and racing, and they just blend it all together, and it's just a great, great dynamic. Back to Dylan Trent and Gage. And how far back is Tice Healy? He's lost a couple seconds. It was down to 3. I'm going to say it's up to 5 or 6 now.
Dylan just got a little squirrely there for a second, but now, I don't even see him.
Trent, there he is. Tough break. That's almost where Lauren had to pull off also, so not sure what's going on. Tough break for Tice Healy. Had a great battle going on with Dylan, and that's just a heartbreaker. But I'll bet you Lauren's teaching them those lessons. This is racing. You can have the best days, you can have the worst days, but you just got to get through it. And it's like I said, if you're racing, you're going to learn that one way or the other. So he's coaching them through it, I'm sure.
Yes, exactly.
It's definitely frustrating every time, though.
I think that was back there by that finger area on the when they come around the finger
Yeah, the
area?
rhythm. There
yes,
they are
the
right
rhythm.
there. Yep,
Exactly.
the rhythm section. So he's pulled over the side and has a great viewing area, I guess, but tough break for
on the
Tice
last lap.
Healy.
On the last lap. That is such a bummer.
No, the last lap is right now. White flag is
out
for Travis Zollinger. So Travis Zollinger, a mile and a half to go. It looks like he's got this all but locked up. But it's his race to lose.
Look what happened to Lauren.
Yeah.
Earlier on.
And now his son Tice is having a little bit of issues. Tough break. But still great for him to be out there putting laps as he's coming by. And he should be passing Tice right about there he was. So a quick glimpse of them. So Travis Zollinger is out and running, heading towards that checkered flag. He's got it all but wrapped up for the 4900 stock class. And it looks like it is Dylan Trent that should win the Youth 1K. And you do have to complete 2/3 of the race to become eligible for trophies and points. And I'm pretty sure Tice has that. So he should have that second place. So for one of his first Ultra 4 regional races, Tice will still get a trophy and be all smiles out there.
Yes, and it's awesome to see, again, these kids out here doing this, having this stepping stone of a class before these kids go up into bigger vehicles, because Tice likes it, so he's having fun out there racing.
And he sees his dad do it all the time, so he's following in the footsteps.
Travis Zollinger should be in the rock section right now. He is over in the Brannick boulders, but right now that is Dylan Trent on screen. Here's Travis Zollinger making his way through.
The Brannick boulders. Brannick's been a huge supporter of Ultra 4 and King of the Hammers since almost the very beginning. Stan and Brandon and their whole Team Indiana team with Brannick Motorsports heavily involved, and they have grown their business as Ultra 4 has grown as well. So they've stuck with us through thick and thin, and love having the entire Brannick family being a part of Ultra 4 USA and King of the Hammers.
All right, here is our race leader making his way through Monster Alley, going through the one last left-hand sweeper to the finish line.
So the checkered flag is out, and Travis Zollinger locks her down for the 4900 stock class. Travis Zollinger is our winner for this one. How far back is Trent Roberts and Rob Reno?
It's exactly where I was going, is how far back are they?
And then Dylan Trent.
It looks like
there's Rob Reno, I believe.
Dylan Trent is making his way through the Brannick boulders.
So obviously he is a lap down, but that's still pretty impressive for that Youth 1K to be able to run with the big dogs. Obviously they are scored in time separately, but out on track, running with some big names. So Dylan Trent making his way through the Brannick boulders for this last time. And then he'll hit the king kicker. One more Monster Alley to go. And the checkered flag will be flying for him. And the Youth 1K, Dylan Trent's looking good, looking smooth, and looking fast. Could be a little bit of a race to the finish. There's
Depending
Trent
on the
Roberts.
rock section.
They're in different classes, so it doesn't really matter. But, hey, racing is racing. So we'll see what Trent Roberts does. Sees if he tries to. No, he's just going to follow him through. He probably knows, hey, this is a different class. This doesn't matter, but hey, let's have some fun. But they're gonna give us a drag race to the end. So Trent Roberts on the outside, trying to get around
Dylan Trent.
So Dylan Trent wins the Youth 1K, and Trent Roberts grabs second place in the 4900 stock class.
All right, and you can see they're already out there on the track maintenance when that was the UTV Stock Main and the UTV Youth 1000. And next up, we will be going into our 4500 class.
So 4500 class is staged. So 4600 class will be staging next. So they should be starting to head
they are
to
already
that one.
in.
Perfect.
Yep. You can see them right here outside our window.
So the 4500 will definitely be a fun one to watch as we see Rob Reno make it through Monster Alley. He'll be grabbing the checkered flag and getting that third position. And there he goes. Rob Reno grabbing the checkers in third spot. So third spot goes to Rob Reno. Second, Trent Roberts. First, Travis Zollinger.
And in the Youth 1000, Dylan Trent, we did see Tice Healy off to the side. So unfortunate for him, but like you were saying, they have him right there on the tow rope.
And I'm just going to guess, I don't know if it's a belt or what, but that's the most common issue they have.
More than likely.
So tough break for them, but they'll get back. They can't get, they'll figure it out. And then Lauren will be starting from the back of the pack. This is going to be a wild race. We have Brendan Thompson out back. We have Lauren Healy on the back. It's going to be wild. And all three Gomez's up front.
Exactly.
Both Pauls, Horschel, and Wolf, Waylon Campbell in the mix. This is going to make for a wild main event later on today for the 4400s. We need to give a huge shout out to all of our volunteers like this guy right here, part of the NorCal crew, helping out, pulling out Tice and Lauren Healy. Without each and every one of them, we could not make this possible. So thanks again to the volunteers, the Ultra 4 USA staff, all of the media, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and our marketing partners. We just wrapped up our first main event for the 4900 stock and a Youth 1K. Up next will be the 4500 modified class, and that pole position is Dan Wyrick, the number 218. Next to him will be Loden Goodall, the number 1950. And row number 2 is Steve Crawford next to John Rance. And then the third row coming from the back is Justin Hall and Jesse Balter. So the 4500 modified class, you can have two 2.5 inch shocks per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel. You have to have a mechanical steering of some sort. I've seen some pretty creative ways to do that. You can have up to a 37-inch DOT tire. What's a DOT tire? Well, that's the same thing you see on the Jeeps and the trucks driving down the road. Department of Transportation. It is a street legal tire, so it's not a race tire. Doesn't have the extra Kevlar. Doesn't have the sticky compound. And you have to have a front-mounted engine, but unlimited horsepower. And on that pole position, it is the 218 of Dan Wyrick out of Santa Rosa, California, with DW Racing, and that brand new UFO Toyota Tacoma with an LS7. Side by side is the 1950 of Logan Goodall out of Phoenix, Arizona, with Goodall Racing in a Stearns chassis with a zero gravity Klein LS7. Second row is the 4532 of Steve O. Crawford out of Paso Robles, California, with SC Firestorm Racing with an M&S Fab chassis with a stroked LS 408 with 550 horsepower. Next to him will be the 4531 of Sean Rance out of Farmington, New Mexico, with Mud Nut Racing and that beautiful 1976 Ford Bronco Jesse Hames fabrication chassis with a Richardson Performance 455 small block with 700 horsepower. That thing's been racing with us for a very long time. And in the back is Justin Hall, number 13 out of Morgan Hill, California, with Rock Hard Racing. And that 13 Fab single-seat Samurai making its last race ever in that chassis. And then next to him will be the 4533 of Jesse Balter out of Forestville, California, with Balter Built Racing and that beautiful 1953 Old School Willys. He built that in his garage. And he's got an LQ4 with Nitrous Express, another 700 horsepower machine. So we got a good one about to take off.
I wonder if it's bittersweet for Justin Hall right now.
Oh, I'll bet you're right. So they're getting them all staged up. We got Trotter over in the grandstands. Goodby's running around making sure everything's running smooth. Roy's got the flags in hand. Chris Elrod's getting everybody lined up there in scene. We got all our NorCal and Ultra 4 staff out on course running safety and running water trucks. And then, just as important, we got all our fans here on site, ready to watch some amazing short course racing here for the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede.
And look at that shot right there. That's a great view of when they actually get the green flag dropped and they take off. So Dan Wyrick on that pole position. Let's see if he ends up out front hole shot.
It's going to be a drag race here, and a little chatter over the PCI race radio. They're waiting for one water truck to finish his little loop, and then we should be live racing here very, very soon.
And that water truck they're waiting on just now was making his way through right past the METALCLOAK gap jump. So it's going to be nice and slippery in that first turn.
It's been interesting every time, but the drivers know it going into it. And again, like we were saying earlier, it's the same course for everybody. So it may be slick for the first guy, but it's also slick for every other one going on through.
Exactly.
Like you were saying, Pam, it's going to be a drag race between Dan Wyrick and Logan Goodall trying to get that whole shot. But Steve Crawford and John Rance are going to try to sneak in there too. And we are live racing. Who's going to get the whole shot? Dan Wyrick does get the early jump over the METALCLOAK gap.
All right, they do have a little bit of a gap between them because they were kind of close together there just a little bit, but Logan Goodall in that number 2 position. Getting into Wyrick just a little bit, but Wyrick held his ground.
Rubbins Racing, that was as clean as you could do with keeping your line. So Wyrick won, then Goodall, then Crawford, Justin Hall, Sean Rance, and Jesse Balter. Oh, Steve Crawford sticking a nose in, trying to get around Goodall, but was unable to make it stick.
This is where it's going to be fun watching them go through this.
Side-by-side action. This is what we were wanting to see all weekend. Goodall on the outside, baking the pass over Dan Wyrick, and look at that. It's a drag race heading towards the Gomez jump. Who's got the horsepower? I don't know. They are dead even, it looks like. Side by side.
We are watching it on the screen and live, so how
Wyrick
cool.
does get the jump on him, so he closes
Justin
a
Hall.
huge rollover by Justin Hall. Lands on all wheels, but loses a tire. Tough break for Justin Hall. Huge rollover. I hate to see that for him. He was really wanting to have fun on this last race in that car. And they're down through the PCI Gunite section.
Oh, look at how close it is still between Dan Wyrick and Logan Goodall.
What a great race we have on our hands. They're going to make that 180 and then head right in to the Brannick Boulders. With Dan Wyrick right out front. But you're right, Pam. Logan's hot on his heels.
Definitely 100% he is not going to give up. And Dan definitely won't give up as well either. He's going to keep pushing it. But right there we could just see that Logan Goodall, and look at the wheelies he's doing through these rocks.
Oh, he's giving it all he's got. That is an absolute fact. So Steve Crawford.
That's the most difficult part right now is and we see Sean is a little bit stuck.
Oh, he got on the K-roll for just a second. But again, I hate to hear that for Justin Hall. Waiting for an all clear for him to make sure he is okay.
All right, so we'll have a caution back there where Justin Hall is off course because the tire did fly off as well. But great view right there of Dan Wyrick making his way over the METALCLOAK gap jump. And let's see what we have going on here. Sean Rance is right out here in front of us as well. But Dan Wyrick in that number 1 spot, Logan Goodall 2nd, Steve Crawford 3rd, Jesse Balter 4th, John Rance in that 5th position.
And Dan Wyrick with a fast lap of a 2:19. Making some good work. And a lot of great racing action out there to be had. What a lot of fun we have. So Dan Wyrick out front. Logan Goodall right on his heels as they made it through the rhythm section, getting ready to hit the Gomez jump. But actually they're going to have to check up because that's where Justin Hall took that tumble. So it is a local caution right there. And speaking about Justin Hall, let's take a little recap. And here's what happened with Justin Hall. He just came over a little hot. Oh, and he touched a tire, so that's open wheel racing. Again, they both kind of hit. I think that's just the way the cars landed. Tough break for Justin Hall. I didn't see it live, but there you had it. He just kissed a tire with, I believe that was Steve Crawford, and it sent him for a tumble. Again, unintentionally.
Right. As like you just said, though, it's open wheel racing, and that's the chances that we all take when we do this open wheel racing. But it looks like they're going to have to go bring out
the crane of shame.
Crane of shame.
As you can see it there heading out towards Justin Hall. Once again, he lost a wheel in the last race.
I think they need to sell some advertisement on that thing. It's been used so much this weekend. Great view, though, right there of Dan Wyrick making his way out of the Brannig boulders, making his way through the King Kickers.
But Logan Goodall is not giving him any slack.
No,
so I know the spotters in Wyrick's ear saying, hey, he's still there. Hold your line, play it smart, drive smooth as you head into the Monster Alley.
It's about a 4.5 second gap on the last lap when they went through, but it looks like it's closed up a little bit.
I'm going to say it's going to be pretty consistent like that after he makes it through the rocks.
Yeah, because Dan Wyrick obviously just made it through a lot quicker, but we shall see here in just a moment because Logan Goodall is on the rail as soon as he steps out of the rocks.
And I don't see Steve Crawford, so it looks like that's going to put Jesse Balter in that third position. And it's a 5 second gap between Wyrick and Goodall right now. And then, yes, Jesse Balter moves into third. Where did Steve Crawford go? I see John Rance still moving, and we know Justin Hall took a tumble.
Well, there is quite a bit of dust over there on the other side of the track, so that could be where.
Steve Crawford.
You can see the car. He's stuck in the boulders.
In the Brannig boulders. But we are back to our leaders, Dan Wyrick, Logan Goodall, and Jesse Balter, making their way through the rhythm section, heading up towards where Justin Hall took his little tumble.
And Logan Goodall taking that outside line from our area here on the rhythm section.
So Sean Rance does move into fourth spot.
We still have the yellow flag over there as they are completing the recovery of Justin Hall.
Trying to get him safely off track. Looks like they should get him up the hill. Looks like they're doing a little daisy chain action. Because trying to drag a dead car with an axle dragging in the dirt can be pretty tricky from time to time.
Exactly.
And there's Steve Crawford. Great to see him still moving. So that puts him back in that fifth position.
He must have got high-centered because we could see the dust really good.
In the Brannig boulders, but still moving. Let's talk about still moving. There is Sean Rance Sr. And that old Bronco. He's been breaking that Bronco for probably 10-plus years. Great to see it still out there. He's taken a few pretty hard tumbles in it and found enough old body parts to make it happen. I remember it was Sturgis a couple years ago. He really wadded it up, and watched him rebuild that car on social media. And, they basically just found old body parts and made it look brand new again.
Yeah, that was Sturgis 2022, and he took that nasty, nasty tumble.
Right at the start-finish.
Dan Wyrick making his way around, getting ready to enter into Monster Alley.
I love the theme on that with Off-Road Patriot and the American flag up front. A great-looking, beautiful built UFO built by Joe Thompson. That's the same car you'll recognize that Paul Wolf has been racing on the Eastern Series with us.
And Jesse Balter was making his way around. He's closed up the gap a little bit between him and Logan Goodall. Dan Wyrick making his way through with the fastest lap for himself this race at a 2:24.450, but Logan Goodall just threw down at 2:22.109, so he is definitely trying to make his way up to that number one spot.
Trying to make moves, and he's down to less than a 3-second split between Wyrick and Goodall. So Goodall, you see there heading down the finger, and look at that. Goodall's really hot on his heels. So Wyrick's he's going to have his hands full here in a little bit.
He can't slack at all on his speed, and he better make sure he doesn't make any mistakes.
And I like Goodall's kind of setting up to go to that inside, and it's going to be a drag race again up towards the Gomez jump. And here's the picture perfect of that off rhythm section.
So at the end of that rhythm section, there's a little.
Oh, and it looks like
I think Goodall got it.
May have him, and he does. Goodall makes the pass with absolute raw horsepower, heading up the Gomez jump, getting ready to drop down the PCI gun eye section. What a great battle it's been between Goodall and Wyrick out front. So now Wyrick needs to take a deep breath, recollect himself, and then hammer down because Goodall's not letting up.
Well, this is where you sit there and you trail along as much as you can. Don't let him get too far from you. Keep that pressure on him because now Logan needs to make that mistake for Dan to get back up there. But you know that Logan is going to try his best, obviously, not to make any mistakes because now he's actually getting a decent gap between him and Wyrick.
And there is Goodall and Wyrick there in the Brannig boulders. You can see that's the hot pit section right there. So obviously there's not a whole lot of action down there. So the pit crew's able to go out there and be trackside in the middle. That is only for pit crew. It's a great spectator area everywhere except for in the middle. That is pit crew only right there.
At least they have some shade down there.
Exactly.
They wanted it.
There's Steve O'Crawford through the rhythm section, making his way up.
And talking about the hot pit section too, just speaking with the drivers, asking them, are you going to have anybody in the hot pits? And they're like, well, why would we? Some of them say, why would we? Because it's such a short course race, you're not going to win if you have to go in the hot pits. But then other people were like, well, what if there's 5 of us out there and all 5 of us get a flat tire?
No, Wyrick's coming to a complete stop right at the METALCLOAK start finish. Not sure what happened. Tough break for Wyrick. Hate to see that. He was pushing hard. So that puts Jesse Balter in that second position behind Logan Goodall. And we were talking about hot pits. I'll kind of finish my thought on that. That I remember 2 years ago, as Waylon Campbell went into the hot pits in third position, they changed it in under 1 minute and still stayed on the podium. So
was that here?
That was here. That was here. I believe 2 years ago. I remember that one for sure because I remember he was battling, had a flat tire, went in there. They changed it and did great. But what happened in Disney, Oklahoma a couple years ago, he bypassed the hot pits with a flat tire, and it was a longer lap, and that wheel and tire ruined his race. And he should have pulled in the hot pits, but didn't. So
that was
it's
Nationals,
strategy.
wasn't it?
Yep, that was Disney.
Oh, Disney.
Yeah,
that's
Disney,
right.
Oklahoma, which was Nationals.
22.
Probably.
Yep.
It all kind of blends together.
Exactly.
So there is.
Well, our Nationals were at Havasu last year, so yep.
Our leader, Logan Goodall. Getting ready to hit into the...
Steve Crawford is slowed down because of the caution, as you should be.
They are out on lap number 5 of 10. So this is going to be a long race. We still have a lot of racing yet to come. We're not even halfway through this race, Pam.
No, we're not. He has 6 laps to go, I think is what it says here.
Yeah, he's out on lap number 5 of 10.
And there's Steve Crawford.
1.5 mile short course. So Steve Crawford's still in that 4th position, trying to find Sean Rance.
All right, here we have Dan Wyrick getting towed off, hooked to the strap. Oh, and Logan got a little far right there.
Got in the berm a little bit.
Kicking up the dust. I don't know if you've been noticing, but every once in a while, not every single time they throw water down, but they're also throwing water down in the rocks areas.
It's not a bad idea.
Mm-hmm. Just makes them a little slippery.
Hey, that's all right.
Better than the dust.
So there's Logan Goodall heading around. You see that right rear tire kick up a little bit. He's still pushing strong. And Jesse Balter's still in the mix. A 15-second split between Logan Goodall and Jesse Balter.
Well, such a bummer for Dan Wyrick on not completing.
I love that car.
Yes, so Logan Goodall in that number 1 spot, Jesse Balter in 2nd, John Rance 3rd, Steve Crawford 4th, and we saw Dan Wyrick just now get hooked to the tow strap off race course, and then we did see Justin Hall earlier take that tumble past Gomez jump.
So being a short course race, you do not have to run a rear spare. You do not have to run a winch. But you must run a spotter in the stands and no co-driver.
Mm-hmm,
so
exactly.
Short course is a little bit. We got a few different rules that go out there for it, but it's also obviously all for safety issues.
Yes, exactly.
Here comes Sean Rance clicking off his 5th lap, heading out for 6 in that 3rd position. As Logan Goodall way out front.
Ooh, that was
a commanding lead.
Sorry, I looked outside off the screen again.
You squirreled on me again.
Oh, and there is Justin Hall's car. Does not look too hot.
Yeah, tough break for him.
What was it that happened to him in the prelim earlier?
He blew a tire and got a hole in the rim,
right.
and I think it took out a brake line or something. So
he turned off he has a switch for the reservoir.
So he's like, why destroy the car? Might as well just save it for the mains. Well, he destroyed it in both.
Yeah.
I hate to hear that for you, buddy. Justin Hall has been around the Ultra 4 and NorCal for a long time, and he's building a new Liberty Mountain Fab, so he's going to actually step up next season to 4,800 class, so that'll be fun to see him do something a little bit different.
And again, there is Goodall on course. And we have Mrs. Wyrick over here.
Oh, Dan Wyrick overheated. Well, yeah. Thank you,
Mrs.
Stacy.
Wyrick. Right, exactly. Bye.
So Dan's wife, Stacy, came up to the METALCLOAK studio and gave us a little heads up that he overheated and it just shut off. So tough break for Wyrick. He had a great run going until he didn't. That's the common theme around here.
Exactly. I mean, it's so hot outside and having some issues with the transmission and the overheating like that. Hopefully it just shut down before it got worse and actually hurt the engine. But that's unfortunate for Dan because he had a great run going for himself.
Yeah, had a lot of fun going on.
And there's Sean Rance making his way through the Brannick boulders.
And there's a lot of vendors out there. The Dirty Dogs just brought us a lemonade, so go check them out. They got hot dogs, they got lemonades, and everything in between. So lots of great vendors here on site. So thanks for hooking us up with a nice cold drink. If you're here in the stands, go check them out.
Great drone footage just now, as I believe that's Sean Rance that we're watching. He kicked the dirt and the rocks up towards the drone, and they completely avoided getting hit just now. But Sean Rance on screen going over the METALCLOAK jump.
In that old school 1976 Bronco. We've got a lot of Broncos that race with us now, but he was the OG Bronco guy back in the day. He's been racing, I believe, since 2012 in the Everyman Challenge.
And he's currently sitting in that number 3 spot.
Yeah, he could get a podium out of this deal.
He's no stranger to it. He gets on the podium quite a bit.
He's been around there and done that for sure.
This is amazing, Miles. I love it whenever we get stuff like this from the vendors and they get to test it out.
Yeah, go check out Dirty Dogs hot dogs. Got some great lemonade, great grub. And while we're talking about that, go check out Roxy with Ultra 4 USA at Mega Merch. She's got all the things, all the swag. They're running some King of the Hammer specials as well, so you can buy an event t-shirt and get some Hammer swag as well. I think they got some discounts going on, so check them out. As Logan Goodall comes completely sideways around the METALCLOAK start-finish, and he is on a mission and having fun, heading out for lap number 8 of 10.
He is definitely having fun, as we just saw him going through, but here we are again on screen with Sean Rance. Sean Rance is getting ready to enter into
the Brannick boulders.
I feel like he was just in those.
So Sean Rance putting that old Bronco to work.
All right, and there is our awesome drone pilots flying around getting some footage as well.
Sean Rance hitting the king kicker as we speak, and Jesse Balter clicks off another lap. You can go to live.ultra4racing.com for having to get the same timing we have here in the METALCLOAK studio.
And there is all of our fans in the background, all of the spectators in the background watching the racing. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. I hope you all are having fun. Everybody at home, again, thank you so much for tuning in. It's great to be able to show you guys all the action up here at NORCAL Stampede. Oh, it looks like Sean Rance's front right tire was wobbling just a little bit.
A little wiggly. I don't
Looked
know
a little
what's going
loose.
on there.
Hopefully it's not loose lug nuts. That seems to happen a lot. Not to him, just in general.
We'll see what happens. Hopefully we can keep it all together and keep on rocking and rolling.
Hopefully just rocking.
Yeah, no doubt. Looks like Nick McGuire and Anthony Riviera are tuning in. Thank you for checking out Ultra 4 USA for the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede here at the Prairie City SVRA, just outside of Rancho Cordova, California. These cars are the Swiss Army knife of off-road.
You just missed it.
Oh,
Did you see
saw it?
I thought you were looking down at your paperwork there. That was a pretty cool little gap jump.
Believe Cam does it again. I gave him a little tempt, and he did it earlier, and I hope to see it during the 4400s for sure.
How cool would it be if he could sit there, have them jump over, if there's a car not behind him, and then he picks up and follows them?
That'd be pretty tricky. These guys with
they're talented.
Believe Cam and Dusty Drone are out there giving us these great shots. Take it live, shooting it to the World Wide Web. We've got a great production crew behind the scenes here with Hammer King Productions.
And Sean Rentz, it looks like he might be slowing down a little bit. I'm not sure if he actually was or not, but it kind of looked like he might have been taking it a little bit more easy than he had been. Because right now, all he has to do is he's got 2 laps left, so he just needs to finish in front of Steve Crawford, and he'll be golden.
Wow, 10 laps is a long time for these guys out there battling. As Jesse Balter in that old 53 Willys pushing strong. Back to Sean Rance at the King Kicker.
Let's see what happens when he gets into the rock section here. He'll be making a right-hand turn into the Brannick boulders.
So I think it's going to be about probably 30-ish seconds split between Balter and Rance. It's just under a minute between Goodall and Balter. So Goodall still way out front with a commanding lead. And then it's Jesse Balter, John Rance, Steve Crawford. And we saw Dan Wyrick pull over, overheated, and Justin Hall took a huge tumble. So tough break for those two, but that's racing.
So between Jesse Balter and Logan Goodall, there is a 55-second gap.
Yeah, and I guess 30 seconds. It's actually 20 seconds between Balter and Rance.
Yes.
There's Steve Crawford hitting the King Kicker. He'll be heading into Monster Alley here momentarily for the 4,500 modified class.
Bouncing his way through.
His right front tire is not pulling. So he may have an axle shaft or a locker broken. So he has 3-wheel drive. The right front is not pulling for Steve Crawford. So that could be possibly why he was stuck in the Brannick boulders earlier.
Oh, that is true.
Everything else appears to be A-OK. Steve Crawford hitting the METALCLOAK gap.
All right, Steve Crawford is 41 seconds behind John Rance.
And Logan Goodall clicking off another lap. And the white flag is out for Logan Goodall. One more lap to go as he hits the METALCLOAK gap. Logan Goodall battled fiercely with Dan Wyrick early, but Dan Wyrick dropped out with an overheating issue. Tough break for him. So it's all Logan Goodall right here. And there's second place, so not too far off is Jesse Balter, and then back behind him is John Rance. And we'll see if Steve Crawford can make up any time on them.
Yes, we did see, like you were saying, his front wasn't pulling in. John Rance, I looked a little funky earlier, but he's out there still moving along, so hopefully all is okay. So right now we have to see. John Rance and Steve Crawford just need to get finished on this race on their last lap. But Logan Goodall doing an amazing job through the rhythm section. Got a little sideways there on that last little hop at the end of it, making his way to the Gomez jump.
And up next will be the 4,600 class. There's a lot of heavy hitters in that one, too. I'm very, very excited to see it.
A very, the 46?
4,600 stock class.
I was thinking of the 4,800 class, how large it is.
No, that one's got almost 20 in it, I believe. The stock class should have about 10.
Yes, 10.
And I believe it's Lauren Healy and Bailey Cole that'll be on that front row for the next race. That'll be exciting.
It is. They are sitting over here to our left. I can physically see them there. But here we have Logan Goodall making his way around for the last time in the Brannick boulders for the 4,500 main event out here for the NORCAL Stampede.
And what a great showing it has been. We got a great crowd here on site and back at home tuning in. So again, thank you to each and every one of you for enjoying Ultra 4 USA at its finest. John Goodby and his entire team here with Ultra 4 USA and NORCAL Rock Racing have put on a great track and a great show. There's the crowd behind us. And through Monster Alley, Logan Goodall for the final time, 10 seconds away from grabbing the checkered flag.
And on that backstretch, I could see Sean Rance, but here we have Logan Goodall coming around, taking the checkered flag.
Getting that first place for the METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede is Logan Goodall. What a great run by that young man. We know his dad, Ken Goodall, wishes he was out there racing, but he had that issue with his car. It was the torque converter stripped the splines in it, if I remember right.
Oh, look at this. You can't see it, Miles. Let's see if we can get to the screen. Going into the Brannick Boulders, we do have a battle going on right there between Jesse Balter and Sean
second
Rance.
And third place. There it is. That is the battle. That's second, third. Good catch, Pam.
Yeah, so
it's a battle through the Brannick Boulders.
There was a decent gap earlier on, but Sean Rance really picked it up, or something was going on with Jesse, and he had to slow down. Something's going on.
Well, you know they're on the last lap. Their spotter saying, go, go, go.
Exactly.
So Balter does edge out just a little bit. Sean Rance had a little bit of issue there towards the end of the Brannick Boulders. So Balter is in Monster Alley. How far back is John Rance? Is it going to be a battle to the finish? It looks like Balter should have it.
Sean Rance is definitely on the gas, though, going through Monster Alley, trying to make it some time. Oh, and he kind of kicked up and almost tipped a little too far over.
So the checkered flag flies. Second place goes to Jesse Balter. And right behind him is Sean Rance Sr. grabbing that third place. So it was a battle to the finish between Balter and Rance.
So as Logan Goodall was coming through, I was seeing at the distance it was Sean and Jesse going at it over at the Gomez jump.
So it looks like in that third position goes to Sean Rance Sr.
All right, and then the number one spot again, we have Logan Goodall.
And second place goes to Jesse Balter.
And in that third position, Sean Rance in the 45-31.
They're sitting there telling their little war stories off to the side. What a great race it was. And there's Steve Crawford coming through. He should grab that fourth spot. And then obviously Dan Wyrick and Justin Hall had to bow out early. Steve Crawford only in three-wheel drive will grab that fourth position for the 4,500 modified class. Cold course. They will retrieve a few vehicles, get some water on here. And up next is the 4,600 stock class.
And you know Logan Goodall has to be super pumped taking that first place right there. But Sean Rance coming into that number 3 spot as well was awesome to see. But we do have coming up in staging our next 10-lap race for our 4,600 cars. We have Lauren Healy on that pole with Bailey Cole next to him.
And row number 2 is John Williams and Brexton Glines.
And then row number 3 is Jesse Bennett and John Rance.
And that fourth row is Albert Contreras and Kaylin Myers.
And then in that 5th row is Tom Biddle and Megan Miller.
Megan Miller is our METALCLOAK sponsored driver of this race. Her and her husband Derek pour their heart and soul into this, into their program. You probably recognize that little Jeep. Pacheco used to race it, and then Dawson Allington had it for a little bit. I bumped into him in Horschel's pits just a little bit ago. Great to see him back out here at the track. And then, of course, Megan Miller got it and kind of have made it her own. Her and her husband Derek have a great program going on, and it's really fun to watch. What a great race we just wrapped up for the 4,500 modified class.
Once they have all the water thrown down on the track, we will get our 4,600s over down lower to where they will get taken out by our pace car. And I love how we do the standstill start here.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
All of our recovery crew getting reset after all of the issues they had to go and pull everybody out. We have a great crew out there that's on top of it. As soon as something happens, they're right there.
And we have Abe Gonzalez, part of our recovery crew you just talked about. He's sitting in the AC in the F-350, making sure everything's going good, watching the live show. Thanks for everything you do out there on course for us, buddy. So he's watching in style and keeping everybody safe.
I don't want to say this, Miles, because I love that patriotic, but he's on the forks of shame right now.
I know it. Poor luck for him.
Is that what you call it, the forks of shame?
It depends on the day, but yeah. The crane of shame.
Crane of shame. I'll call it the forks of shame.
While we wait for some more racing action to come, this coverage of Ultra 4 USA for the METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede is presented by METALCLOAK and is brought to you by your official sponsors, Brannick Motorsports, PCI Race Radios, NORCAL Rock Racing, and by METALCLOAK. So please support who supports the sport. Without all those wonderful marketing partners, we would not be racing here today for the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede here at Prairie City SVRA. Looks like we're trying to get reset for the 4600 stock class, so it'll be underway here in just a moment.
And there we have such a great drone footage right there over the top. That is Mr. Lauren Healy right there and Mr. Bailey Cole right next to him.
And Lauren Healy's car is actually driven by Vaughn Gittin Jr. today. So in that front row is Bailey Cole, number 13, out of Temecula, California, with Bailey Cole Racing in that Ford Bronco. Side by side with the 2567 driver record is Lauren Healy, but driven by Vaughn Gittin Jr. out of Farmington, New Mexico, with Fun Haver Off-Road Team in another Bronco. And then is John Williams, the 4623, out of Logan, Utah, with Crossfire Off-Road in his Ford Bronco. Then it's Brexton Glines, the 4689, out of American Fork, Utah, with Glines Motorsports in his Jeep TJ. And then it's Jesse Bennett, the 4695, out of Reno, Nevada, with JBM Racing in his 93 Jeep Cherokee. And then it's the 431 of John Rance out of Farmington, New Mexico, with Mud Nut Racing in his Bronco. And then it's the 4605 of Albert Contreras out of Compton, California, with Jeep Thrills Off-Road in his Jeep LJ. And then it's Kalen Myers, the 4629 out of Paradise, California, with Lovin' Every Minute of It in that little red Suzuki Samurai. And then it's the 4653 of Tom Biddle out of Longmont, Colorado, with Trail Rig Racing. in his 1986 Toyota pickup. And we are live racing drag race to the METALCLOAK gap jump is Bailey Cole and Vaughn Gittin Jr. It is Bailey Cole on the inside with the early advantage.
But let's see if he can hold on to it, because you can see Vaughn Gittin was just now looking.
That, a little inside, outside. No, Vaughn stays outside, but Bailey Cole does get the whole shot over Vaughn Gittin Jr. What a great run Bailey had on that inside run.
Well, and they did just water. Again, that is a very slippery turn in turn number 1 right there once they go over the METALCLOAK gap jump. So it looks like Bailey Cole's still out front, but Vaughn Gittin is trying to figure out which route he's going to try to get around him. But again, it's only lap number 1, and there are only 2 turns into this. You can't win the race in the first lap or the first turn. So great job going through the rhythm section. Bailey Cole and Vaughn Gittin actually went on the same line as him, which I was actually kind of surprised, but that might be his preferred line.
Yeah, because if you're following, you're not passing. So
right.
If he goes left, I'm going right. If he goes right, I'm going left. But hey, he's running his own race. This is a 10-lap race, 1.5-mile laps. And Bailey Cole and Vaughn Gittin Jr. out front once again as they head down the PCI gunite section. And look at that, just dropping down. The camera does not do it justice. That is a lot rougher than they make it look.
Yes, and Brexton Glines was sitting in that number 3 spot. I could see in the distance just a little bit ago, but John Williams was knocking at the back doors with him as well, because he's another Bronco as well. Let's see what's going on with that, but it does look like that Brexton Glines is still in that number 3 spot. Ooh, Vaughn Gittin had to do a heavy brake check on that downhill before he made the right-hand turn into the Brannick boulders.
So it is 1 Bailey Cole, 2 Vaughn Gittin Jr. driving for Lauren Healy. And we're talking about that you can have 1 fill-in driver per season. So Vaughn Gittin Jr. hopped in for Lauren Healy because Lauren Healy's riding with his son Tice in the 4900 stock class we just saw a little bit ago for the Youth 1K. So he let Vaughn Gittin take out the Bronco.
It looked like Bailey was
checked up just a second, but then right back on the throttle. So not sure what happened there, but he is back under forward momentum.
Yeah.
And Lauren Healy and Vaughn Gittin Jr. teammates right behind him. Keep getting their names mixed up, but that's all right. Everybody understands that, I'm sure.
Well,
There's
I was
Tom
thinking
Biddle, John Rance, John Williams.
Well, I was thinking earlier Vaughn Gittin. I thought I was saying Vaughn Gittin, and I was saying Lauren. So.
Oh yeah, we get them mixed up, but. They're coming around the METALCLOAK start-finish, clicking off lap number 1 of 10. So they're on their second lap. There's the METALCLOAK gap jump. Man, that's such a cool little area right in front of the grandstands. And look how packed the grandstands are, Pam. This place is awesome. I love the spectators here.
It's definitely packed over there, but you can't see all of them because they are in the shade. So... All right, and there we do see Bailey Cole going through that rhythm section. Let's see how far back Vaughn is. Where is Vaughn? Oh, there he's just a little bit behind him.
A little off pace, but Bailey Cole's got a great run. And let's go through the full field. We have Bailey Cole 1.
And Vaughn Gittin in that number 2 spot.
And number 3 is Brexton Glines.
In that 4th position, the 4605 of Albert Contreras.
In that 5th spot, the METALCLOAK sponsored vehicle, Megan Miller.
In 6th position, the 4695 of Jesse Bennett.
In 7th is John Rance.
In that 8th position, the 4623 of John Williams.
In 9th is Tom Biddle.
And let's see here, did Kaylin Myers actually? Yep, Kaylin Myers in the number 10 spot, the 4629. In number 10. And there is Bailey Cole making his way around after the PCI gunite section, going into the right-hand turn into the Brannick boulders.
And I'm just getting a little tidbit through my PCA race radio that when we started the race, Rance was actually in R for race, but it actually backed up. So he put her in gear and had it in reverse and took off backwards.
Whoopsies.
I missed that start, but he got it figured out.
Brain bucket. You put it on, and you were just thinking about going fast and going forward, and he was going the wrong way.
Well, remember, that's a 7-speed manual,
yes.
So he just slipped her in the wrong slot, but hey, he got it figured out. There is Bailey Cole in that Jegs Bronco.
And Bailey Cole, there is a little bit more of a gap between him and Vaughn Gittin, but we do have a lot of laps left here, so they're running a
10-lap
race. So we're only 2 into it.
So that's 15 miles of beating this car like it owes you money. You are wide open the entire time. Obviously, you check up for the rocks, but you're still on the gas going, oh, is that Megan Miller possibly?
It is Megan Miller.
Okay, she's moving, though. She just got stuck on a rock, got backed up. As Vaughn Gittin Jr. clears the METALCLOAK gap jump, trying to chase down Bailey Cole.
And we've seen a few cars have to back up in those boulder sections. I feel like the Brannick boulder section, the rocks are larger than they are over here in Monster Alley.
I would agree that larger and a little loose. Mm-hmm. And there's 2 separate sections in there, too.
Exactly.
So they really move around there. This Bronco that's on screen won the King of the Hammers earlier on this year with Bailey Cole at the helm. So it's definitely a Bronco that has it in it.
A winning Bronco. All right.
Vaughn Gittin Jr. still trying to chase down Bailey Cole. But Brexton Glines and Albert Contreras, Megan Miller, Jesse Bennett just moves into 5th. Then John Williams, John Rance, Tom Biddle, and Kaylin Myers.
And Bailey Cole, the last lap difference between Bailey and Vaughn Gittin was a 3.6 second difference. So that's not too bad of a gap, but it looks like they might be spaced out a little bit more this time, but those rock sections, it's all about your line in there.
I see on live.ultra4racing.com, Megan Miller is back in action. We saw her stopped in the Brannick boulders, but she is moving once again. It has been an amazing weekend out here. Thank you to each and every one of you for tuning in to the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede here at the Prairie City SVRA. It is a state park up here just outside of Sacramento. Absolutely beautiful, nestled in the base of the Sierra Nevada foothills. And Bailey Cole hitting the king kicker.
All right, Bailey Cole still out front as we see Vaughn. There he is. He's got a little bit more of a gap behind him at this point, but these rock sections right here, there he is closing it up just a little bit. All right, let's see what their lap times will be, because we do have Bailey Cole doing the sweeping left-hand turn through the start-finish line for another lap. And Vaughn Gittin just made it through, so he's roughly about 3.8 seconds, almost about the same time frame, roughly, gap difference. And then next up will be Brexton Glines coming around that left sweeping turn, but Bailey Cole right there on that finger section getting ready to go into that 180 turn.
Brexton Glines and his entire family has been out here all weekend long having some fun. And they are back to our leader, Bailey Cole, the number 13 Bronco, with Freight Factory on the side, who's been towing around mega merch all season long. So a huge shout out to Freight Factory for making that possible. You see Vaughn getting a little donkey kick landed and just kind of bunny hopped.
Yeah, that seems to be happening on that section back in the rhythm area. Miles, we have Albert Contreras is running in that number 4 spot, and John Williams is running in that 5th spot, not too far apart from each other. So another race is going on back in the field as well.
And then right behind him is Jesse Bennett, John Rance, Megan Miller, Tom Biddle, and Kaylin Myers. And so it's going to be interesting. Can Brexton Glines keep it together to stay on the podium? He's got to stay ahead of his friend, Albert Contreras.
Brexton Glines making his way through the Gomez jump.
And they're starting to spread out on us pretty good. And Bailey Cole with just starting to get a little bit more of a comfortable lead there. There's Jesse Bennett on the left side and John Rance on our right. Oh, nope. There's Vaughn right on Bailey's heels again.
He's definitely
picked it up.
That's what we keep talking about. The rock section, that's where they start closing up that gap just a little bit. But then it's the exit where, obviously, Bailey's back on the gas, and then he's going to close that gap up again in the next rock section.
Yeah, Bailey Cole over the king kicker with Vaughn Gittin Jr. hot on his heels. What a wonderful race we have on our hands. This is our first Ultra 4 Western Series of the year, and we are excited to be back. Up next is Vegas to Reno, August 14th through the 17th. We're teaming up with Best in the Desert. We'll have all of our classes, including the 4400s, racing in that one as well. And then we'll end up the year for the Nationals at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma, October 18th and the 19th. And we'll also run an Ultra 4 class at Crandon once again. There's Albert Contreras out of Compton, California. He's been racing Ultra 4 for a very long time. He was I believe it was back in 2018, he was the Sportsman of the Year.
And he's running a great race in that number 4 position.
Not too far behind John Williams.
No. And there we have our METALCLOAK sponsored athlete Megan Miller making her way through the King Kicker. She's going to be making her right-hand turn here in just a moment into the Brannick Boulders. And there's Megan Miller right there going into the Brannick Boulders.
And here we go, the METALCLOAK Jeep is making his way through. Megan Miller has done a great job all weekend long. We are almost to the halfway mark for the 4600 stock class. As she clicks off another lap, Megan Miller still running pretty strong.
She is running 27 seconds behind John Rance, and there's John Rance, speaking of, right on screen.
And remember, he took a good tumble out there, but it was able to get it back in track.
All right, here we do have Bailey Cole and Von Gittin Jr. in that rock section. They are in the Monster Alley. And John Rance making his way through Gomez Jump. He does have a little bit of dings on it, a little bit of injuries, but there is Bailey Cole making his way through, and here we have Von Gittin Jr. What a great shot jumping through the gap.
It's been so much fun out here racing all weekend long. We got another special guest. We have Lindsay hopping in the booth. We've been hanging out with Edwin Abt out there. How you been having some fun watching everything?
Oh, definitely. This is a local track to me. My family lives in this area, so I love coming out here and watching the races. And yeah, he proposed at KOH.
I remember that. That was pretty cool.
So yeah, this is a part of me now. It's exciting, and I just love it.
And it sounds like you have quite a bit of friends and family back home tuned in. You want to give anybody a shout out?
Oh yeah, definitely. Shout out to my mom, my dad, niece and nephew, Emma and Benny. Hey guys.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. It's been a great weekend, and Edwin's been racing with Ultra 4 for quite some time. Has worked his way in the ranks, through the ranks, and he stepped into the 4400 class. It's great to see him out here racing, and now he's got you hooked as well. It sounds like.
When are you getting a car then?
Oh, that's a good question. When am I getting one?
Oh, putting him on the spot, huh? We saw
maybe
Peter
he should
out
just
there
put
racing.
you in his car.
There you go.
And Bailey Cole starting to pull a little bit on Von Gittin Jr. We'll see if he can keep that lead going. But I saw the Brannick Boulders. There's going to be a little bit of lap. Or sorry, yeah, that's Brannick Boulders there. It's going to be a little bit of lap traffic coming up. So we'll see if that plays its toll to mix up the top two or not.
It looks like they are catching up to Megan Miller. But this rock section, this is where the Brannick Boulders is where Von keeps catching up to Bailey. But as soon as Bailey's out of the rocks, he's gone.
So it looks like Preston Glines is still in that third spot. Then it's John Williams, Albert Contreras, Jesse Bennett, and John Rance, followed by Megan Miller, Tom Biddle, and Kaylin Myers. Oh, Kaylin's actually, I don't know if he even started. I apologize about that.
I think he did. I think his time was going. Off. Yes, I think. I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure.
So there is Bailey Cole, our race leader. Well, Lindsay, have you had some fun out here?
Oh, definitely. Loving it.
What's been your favorite race so far?
So far, well, it hasn't happened yet.
Oh, okay. The main event,
She's got the answers
I
right
like
off.
that. Yeah, so you've been out in the crowd watching the racing?
Yes, I'm excited.
It's great spectating here, isn't it?
It is. I love it. I'm excited to see Peter race here soon.
Yeah, he's coming up here in just a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, Lindsay, it's been a pleasure. I'm actually going to hand this over to Edwin. I got a couple questions for him. So thanks for joining on, and it's been a great time.
Thank you for having me.
So there's Bailey Cole back in the lead once again.
And it looks like Von Gittin was about 5 seconds slower that last lap than Bailey Cole.
And there's Brexton Lines coming through the Monster Alley. So we do have Edwin Abt jumping in here. And I was talking to you about your strategy going into the main event. And it sounds like you have a rear main seal that's blown out, huh?
Yeah, rear main went out during practice yesterday, and it wasn't too bad, but kind of as the day progressed, it got worse and worse. And today we lost roughly 5 quarts in 3 laps during.
That's a lot.
Yeah, during prelims. So I'm in points running in NorCal. I don't want to give up on that, so we're going to put someone down in hot pit. Plan is to pull in a hot pit about halfway through the race and
dump a gallon of oil in.
Give it a gallon of oil and
see what happens. And here comes John Williams into the hot pit. Speaking about that, it looks like a left front flat tire.
This is the first person that we've seen go into the hot pits today to actually do something. Yes.
That's interesting. And then Edwin will be in there about halfway through dumping oil in. So obviously you can't check the oil, so you're just going to watch the oil pressure, I guess?
Right, watching oil pressure. As long as we got oil pressure, I'll keep pushing the car. But, yeah, I mean, we've got it figured out. It's losing roughly 1.5 quarts per lap right now.
Wow, that's a lot.
So you got the smoke signals coming out the back, huh?
Yep.
All right, so Bailey was behind Megan Miller, and now Vaughn caught up just a little bit, but now they're still going to be coming up into the traffic here again when they enter into the Monster Alley.
So, yeah.
We'll see. This is going to play a game right now.
Lap traffic can be interesting, and Bailey's trying all he can to try to get around Megan Miller. And Von Gittin is here. Ooh, look at Megan Miller doing a huge wheel stand on that METALCLOAK Jeep.
She's like, I'm not letting these boys pass me.
So Bailey Cole's starting to get her lead. Starting to get his lead back.
And
trying to get around Megan Miller. Yep.
All right.
Vaughn's still in the mix there.
So Megan Miller did this respectful thing as we were talking about earlier on.
Well, Edmund, it's a pleasure having you up here. I'll let you go down there because I know your son's getting ready to take off, so we'll root him on, and then best of luck during the main event, buddy.
Awesome. Thank you. Good to be here.
Absolutely. Thanks, Edwin and Lindsay. It has been a great weekend of racing, and we are in the middle of our main events. This is the 4600 stock class. And what is a stock class car? You have to have a stock OEM frame. Wheelbase must stay within 3 inches. Factory engine, but may be replaced with any available engine the same year, make, and model. Has to have a factory transmission, 35-inch DOT tires, single 2.5 shock per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel, mechanical steering, and factory-style suspension like leaf spring, coil spring, TTP. And a lot of these cars started off as daily drivers.
You just saw that was Megan Miller and Von Gittin going off the jump.
Side off the Gomez jump as they drop down the PCI gunite. There's our race leader, Bailey Cole. He is out on his 8th lap of 10. We'll see how it all shakes out, but it's looking good for Bailey Cole. But to finish first you must finish. This Bronco's got a lot of wins under its time out here. We'll see if they can add another one to this stable.
And just now we were watching him. He did that little left-hand jump that we were talking about. You have to be set up for it before you actually go off on it, because if not, it's not going to end very well. But Von Gittin trying his best to catch up to Bailey Cole. Megan Miller's keeping up behind them. She is a lap down from them, but she's doing a great job keeping up with them on the rest part of the course.
And if you remember right, Tom Biddle took a tumble during his prelim, so it's great to see him still out there running strong. As Von Gittin Jr. hits the king kicker.
Looks like his window, the weather stripping around the windows.
That's hilarious. Yeah, I think it is weather stripping. I had a brain fart there, but good call. But he's got that Bronco running strong. The number 13 of Bailey Cole with Vaughn Gittin Jr. trying to chase him down. That's been the battle for first and second the entire race.
Albert Contreras is still running in at number 4 position, but Bailey Cole and Vaughn Gittin coming through. Their time gap right now is a 4.4 second. It is closed just a little bit by about a second, so we'll see if Vaughn Gittin can pick it up and get past Bailey now.
Next time around, they will be getting the white flag, so it is 2 laps to go for Bailey Cole, Vaughn Gittin Jr. Brexton Glines still comfortably in that 3rd position, but Albert Contreras in 4th, John Rance in 5th, Megan Miller in that 6th position, then 7, Jesse Bennett, 8, John Williams, 9th, Tom Biddle.
And great run going on by Bailey Cole, making his way through that rhythm section.
You can see that little trash bag, the Yukon trash bag hanging off the back. He's done a little trail wheeling in that thing as well.
We see John Williams is back out of the hot pits, getting ready to go by us.
So that puts John Williams finishing lap number 7, heading out for lap number 8.
Bailey Cole in the back area where the PCI gunite is. And that is definitely smooth looking from the outside, but the drivers are saying it's not on the inside.
And there's John Williams you're just talking about, Pam. He did switch, stop in the hot pits and switch that tire, and he is back out on course.
Bailey Cole, he's taken that corner just a little bit wider that time. He didn't get that little hop jump that he's been doing.
He'll be heading into the Brannock Boulders with some lap traffic. We'll see if this affects his situation or not. Up next will be the UTV Open main event. So they are in staging as we speak. Up next, the UTV Open main. And there's Bailey Cole trying to get around Tom Biddle. Bailey's having to do a different line that he's used to, so that cost him a little bit of time. Did Vaughn get caught up? And look at Tom Biddle. He realizes in the way, pulls over. Class act.
Yes, that's exactly as you should do. If you know your spotter, that means your spotter's doing their job.
And we'll see Tom's son, Hunter Biddle, racing in the Youth 170s here in a little bit. Be racing Edwin Ab's son, Peter. There's the Jegs Ford Bronco putting those Yokohama tires to work. So the white flag should be out for Bailey Cole, finishing his 9th lap out of 10. And there it is at the METALCLOAK start finish. Getting ready to hit the METALCLOAK gap jump. Bailey Cole, 1 lap to go. And he's extended his lead a little bit over Vaughn Gittin.
Yes, he has. Vaughn's last lap was a 4.5 second lap, and he has slowed down by 4 seconds. So there's now an 8.3 second gap between Vaughn Gittin and Bailey Cole. So that's a decent sized lead on this last lap.
And then it's Brexton Glines has probably about a 40-second lead over Albert Contreras as they're pushing through for the 4600 main event. Bailey Cole is on his 10th lap. They have been beating these cars for a long time. This is in that little rhythm section. Get a little bit of hang time in the old Bronco. Remember when they debuted these at King of the Hammers a few years back? It was absolutely awesome. Ford Performance stepped up in a huge way and built quite a few of these for our racers, and man, they're still going.
And he's getting ready to possibly get into some lap traffic, so that might be a benefit to Vaughn Gittin if it actually does happen and come to that. But Bailey Cole right there on the back stretch of the PCI gunite section. And the fastest lap of the race has also been put down by Bailey Cole as well with a 2:28.992.
Vaughn Gittin had a 26.167 earlier.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah,
there it is.
So,
2:26.847, and Vaughn Gittin's fastest 2:26.167. Yep,
so
you're right.
Super fast by both. And now Bailey's starting to catch John Rance. But he still has a decent lead. Still waiting to see Vaughn Gittin Jr. come into screen.
But he also still has a lot of rocks to go through.
Oh, there he is behind him. Okay. So we still got a pretty good gap. One more rock section to go as Bailey Cole is about to hit the King Kicker. What a great run by Bailey Cole. We'll see if he can seal the deal. And so far, so good.
We'll see how these rocks go for him. But Bailey Cole sitting in that number 1 spot. Vaughn Gittin in that 2nd. Brexton Glines has been running in that 3rd position with Albert Contreras in that 4th position.
So through the Monster Alley Bailey Cole is looking like he's got it sealed up. The checkered flag is out, and it is flying for Bailey Cole at the METALCLOAK finish line, winning the 4600 stock class.
Awesome run by Bailey Cole, hopping out front right away and still out front from the green to the checkers.
And right behind him is Vaughn Gittin Jr. driving for his teammate Lauren Healy, grabbing second position. What a great run by Vaughn Gittin Jr. and especially by Bailey Cole. Now we're waiting for Brexton Glines. There's John Rance still cruising around. What a great race it was for the 4600 stock class. So there's Tom Biddle. He is a lap down, but since it's a Grand Prix finish race, once the checkered flag flies for one, it flies for the rest of the crowd. And there is Megan Miller, our METALCLOAK Jeep, out there giving it all she's got. And she's trying to make a pass for the crowd right in front of everybody. Megan Miller having some fun.
That was close. She almost kicked herself up the wrong direction.
What a great run by Megan Miller and Tom Biddle.
So Megan Miller coming through in that number 6 spot.
Tom Biddle made his way up into 8th. And now the flag flies for John Williams. He should get that 7th position.
And there is Brexton Glines. He is our current 3rd place racer on the Monster Alley, making his way around for the final left-hand turn.
So the flag is flying for Glines Motorsports as Brexton is all over the gas and grabs that 3rd position for the 4600 stock class. Here for the METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede.
And here comes Mr. Albert Contreras coming in, getting the checkered flag for himself as well, finishing in that number 4 spot.
Oh, and I can see it. I don't know if you can, but John Rance's hood is up, and he can't see a thing out of that Ford Bronco.
That's where the spotter is telling them where to go. That's called driving blind right there.
100%. He tried hitting the brakes, but it didn't quite flap down. Oh, there he goes.
He started in reverse. He should have just thrown it in reverse really quick.
Oh, he just missed it. But the hood was completely up. He hit the brakes and slammed the hood back down. But you'll see it flap. There it is.
It looks like his car's talking. He's got a belt or something, it looks like, hanging down out of the front underneath the hood. Oh, there we go. He is
blind coming around the final turn and not letting off the throttle. There may be a little bit of fire coming out of the hood, so we'll get him stopped and get him put out.
He's got to get that hood, put it in reverse.
John Rance having some fun out there.
That's one way of getting your hood down if it won't go. All right, so that will conclude our 4600 classes out here for the METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede. Bailey Cole in that number 1 position and Lauren Healy in 2nd.
And that 3rd position goes to Brexton Glines. So up next is the 4900 UTV Open. It's been a great day of racing thus far. We started out with qualifying yesterday. Then we had our prelims this morning. The main event started just after lunch with the 4900 stock class with Travis Zollinger getting that top spot. Then Trent Roberts and Rob Reno. In the 4900 Youth 1K was Dylan Trent, then Tice Healy. In the 4500 modified was Logan Goodall, Jesse Balter, and Sean Rance. And just wrapping up the 4600 stock class was Bailey Cole, Lauren Healy, and Brexton Glines. Up next is the 4900 UTV Open class. So getting stage up as we speak is the 4900 open class with Paul Wolf, number 1018 in that pole position, out of Alton, Illinois, with Wolf Racing in his Can-Am. Next to him will be the number 20 of Travis Zollinger out of Logan, Utah, with Zollinger Racing Products in his single-seat Can-Am. And then it's Jason Susi, the number 212 out of Tremont, Idaho, with Zollinger Racing Products in another Can-Am. And then the 646 of Shabs Piercy out of Great Britain with Team Synchro and Corey Willis's old car. And then Mark Welch was supposed to race this one, but we saw him take a bad tumble and was unable to get it back together. Hate to hear that for Mark Welch, but hey, that's part of racing. So we got 4 cars out there. And that front row, it's Paul Wolf, Travis Zollinger. Row number 2 is Jason Sushi and Shabs Piercy. This is the 4900 open class. Basically, the only rules is a 2,000cc max engine. Has to be a UTV engine. A lot of people run the Pro Rs in this one. And it's kind of a builder's class. Dream it, build it, and come race it. So this one is for the points. This is one for the checks.
This is exciting when having Travis Zollinger out there again on course, Paul Wolf out there on front. The question is, who do you think is going to get the whole shot?
It's going to be a dogfight between Zollinger and Wolf out front. That is an absolute fact. And it's so cool that Shabs Piercy comes all the way to Great Britain to come out to a regional race and coming out here racing.
All right. Looks like so far Paul Wolf is out in front. This first corner is going to be the tricky one, though, with the water being thrown down. Paul Wolf is still sticking it out front with Travis Zollinger in that number 2 spot.
So a great run out front, and then right behind him is Jason Sushi and Shabs Piercy. And once again, Paul Wolf with the early lead. That guy is an absolute wheel man. He gets behind anything and can really throw it down and lets us go-kart race.
I still think I still think he's a machine. But look at them going through the washboard section.
The washboard's almost smoothed out. It's almost not even there anymore. And now we got the side-by-side rhythm section that's opposite rotation. Really cool to see Zollinger and Wolf do that. And then it's Jason Sushi and Shabs Piercy.
It's a little bit of water right there you could see. Whoa, Travis
look at Zollinger launching it, getting some huge air.
Got a little sideways in the air, it looked like, too. But a great recovery by him. But here we have Paul Wolf making his way down through the PCI gunite section.
And Shabs Piercy had 0 seat time in that Can-Am until he got here to the racetrack. So to kind of watch him do practice, do his prelim, and now in the main, he's starting to figure that car out a little bit.
So is it his car? Or
I believe he bought it from Corey Willis.
Okay, so is he going to be taking it back over? I wonder.
That's a great question.
Or maybe keeping it here and coming and racing hammers with
I would assume he'd do hammers. That'd be my guess. Actually, I've talked to him about it. I'm pretty sure that's what I talked to a lot of the racers.
Nice view right there. Paul Wolf making his way through, having that front view and watching these guys go through the Brannick boulders. As we saw Shabs get a little bit sideways on the backside, making his way through. It's got to be difficult driving through those rocks with the dust because you can't see if you're going to hit one of the big boulders or not. This way you need to know your line.
Well, and Shabs Piercy's not used to driving from the correct side of the vehicle either.
Exactly. Exactly. But Travis Zollinger is not giving Paul Wolf any slack and staying right on the tail end of him when they were going through the rock sections just now.
And as they took off, we did see the water truck come through and spray a little water on it, so the drivers may not have noticed that it was a little slicker out there having some fun, but they're keeping it under control.
Unless their spotters told them, you better check up right there because there's now water.
You're right. The spotters, I keep forgetting about spotters in the stand. It's something a little different, but we do have that for short course racing. But Paul Wolf is running strong. And Travis Zollinger not too far back. Then Jason Sushi and Shabs Piercy should be coming into screen here momentarily. And there is our leader, Paul Wolf, the man, the myth, the legend.
All right, so Chris Ray's giving us some information. So Shab is having Brian Tilton prep the car for him. He's going to come back over for Thanksgiving weekend, which is a huge weekend out at Hammertown area in Johnson Valley. Chris is going to be storing the car for him, and it's going back to Brian for KOH prep.
Nice. All right. We saw Brian Tilton a little bit ago. He was coming here just kind of hanging out. He's got a car for sale if maybe wants a race-ready King of the Hammer's proven car. There's one here on sale, or on site for sale. It may be on sale. I don't know.
Well, thank you so much for that information. I love it whenever the live show is being listened to and we are having questions of what's going on with certain things, and we get the answers from the people that know it. So if you are also watching this right now, look at this. Look at the gap that's closing up between Paul Wolf and Travis Zollinger.
It's been a great race, and thanks again to everybody for tuning in back home on the Ultra 4 YouTube page. Thanks for keeping up prep. Do we have anybody asking any questions on there, Pam?
Only one person asked something about wanting to know if the 4400s were running at the Vegas Reno. And
yes, they are for sure. I think it's just the Youth 170s probably won't run, and maybe even the Youth 1Ks. I'm not sure about that.
My computer's thinking right now. It'll catch up here in a minute, but here we go. We have Paul Wolf, Travis Zollinger just made their way through Monster Alley, coming around, completing another lap.
So clicking off his second lap, heading out for his third out of 10, with Paul Wolf with a 3.5-second lead over Travis Zollinger.
Wow, Travis sends it off of that jump over there for the METALCLOAK gap.
He's definitely getting some bigger hang time than Wolf. And then Sushi clicks off a lap. He's 13 seconds behind Wolf and 9 seconds behind Zollinger. Remember, you can go to live.ultra4racing.com for the save live timing we have here in the METALCLOAK studio.
Again, Paul Wolf on screen. There's a 3.4-second gap between Paul Wolf and Travis Zollinger, but look at the kicking of the rear end of Paul Wolf's car when he was making his way through that rhythm section.
And Paul Wolf sends it over the Gomez jump. We'll see Zollinger right behind him. They're about similar hang time there. Heading towards the PCI Gunite section. Travis Zollinger trying to reel in Paul Wolf. Just doesn't quite have him in range yet. But like you said, Pam, it is a long race. We still have 7 more laps to go before the checkered flag flies for the 4900 UTV Open class. Jason Sushi still chugging along. Shavs Piercy still in the hunt. Mark Welch was unable to start this race. And he took a huge tumble during the prelim earlier.
Unfortunately, some of them have not been able to get their cars running. I'm going to step off for 1 second. I got to say hi to somebody that I haven't seen in a while, Miles.
All good. You usually ditch me. No, Brian Crofts and Bailey Campbell brought up Emery up here to have a little chat. We are watching the 4900 Open class with Paul Wolf out front and Travis Zollinger. What a great day of racing it has been, and we are not over yet. Paul Wolf hitting the METALCLOAK gap jump with Zollinger right behind him. Trying to set her up and keep on running. So Paul Wolf with a great run going right here. And we'll bring in Brian Cross real quick and have a chat with him. How's everything going, Brian?
That's going pretty good.
Yeah, it's been a great weekend, hasn't it? Yeah, tough break for Shannon, losing an engine, or oil pressure, which usually leads to the engine. Glad he didn't burn it down, but tough break.
Yeah, you know, it sucks, but he'll be back out, no problem, next week, ready to go.
And then Wayland had a water pump issue, but got it under control. And it sounded like he had some plug wire issues. Figured that out, so he'll be ready for the main, starting in that third row, I believe.
Yeah, he'll do really well. He's excited to be out here, so this is one of his favorite tracks.
Oh yeah, it's a fast one, it's a fun one. And then your old car, Philip McGilton's out here. I saw you over there chatting with him, giving him some tips and tunes, and he's learning the car.
Yeah, you know, it's a great car, as we all have seen, but it does have a a little underpowered. I mean, it's got a stock LSX in it, so it's not very fast.
So it's only got 600 horsepower?
It's only making 400 horsepower
Oh,
to the
it is
ground.
400. Oh,
yeah.
to the ground. So it's probably 6 at the crank.
Yeah, so
okay.
it's pretty underpowered, but the whole idea is to get some seat time this year, and hopefully he'll come out and he'll be up on top here soon.
Absolutely. Emery, you having fun? Big old smile from her. A little bit shy. That's all right. We'll get her up here one of these days. As Jason Sushi comes around, heading into the Brannick Boulders. So what's your favorite part of the track out there, Brian?
I like the big ski jump.
Yeah. Which one? There's a couple of them.
Well, the one up by the Gomez trees.
Okay, yep. That one, they are sending it. And I'm guessing the 4400s are hitting that, 80, 85 miles an hour? What do you think?
I'd say give or take 80 to 90 mile an hour.
Yeah, they are flying. Even these UTVs are getting some huge airtime out there.
The UTVs are just killing it. I mean, they are fast, and they are, smooth through the rocks.
And look at Believe Cam underneath Paul Wolf once again. That's so cool. I love that shot. Thank you to Believe Cam and Dusty Drone. The drone guys have been doing a great job this weekend. And this, as well as the entire production team with Take It Live and Hammer King Productions. Well, thanks, Brian, for the little insight. It's been fun chatting with you, but I think we're going to put Bailey Campbell in the hot seat for just a moment. But you can't say no now, can you? All right, Bailey. Oh, you got it on backwards. There we go. You got to flip around there. Sorry about that.
I'm a newbie.
Oh, you're good. Are you having fun out here, Bailey?
Yeah, so much fun.
Are you a little bumming you didn't bring the car? Well, I know you wanted to. You just didn't have the car quite ready. But I'm sure you're jonesing a little bit, aren't you?
I am. I'm going to have it ready for Vegas to Reno. I've never done that race. And,
that's a big race. And look, we got Emery here on screen with us.
There you are.
Look, you're on TV. Look at that big smile. I love it. I remember when my girls were that young. Enjoy every step. They grow up fast.
Absolutely. Yeah, she's enjoyed coming to the races since she was a baby. So.
Oh, yeah.
Huh.
And enjoying it. And you've been out here helping your brother out. Obviously, your dad had to leave early. Tough break there. But Waylon's still here in the fight.
Yep.
I think he's got a real chance.
Yeah, no, he's been doing great. Finally got the car squared away except for those dang plug wires earlier. But figured that out and wrapped up the car, and he's getting ready. So
absolutely. That'll be fun to watch. And where are you going to watch the race from?
The stands this time. I've been on the media side the last 2 days. So
all right.
I've been out there taking pictures and doing the other half of things that I like to do.
I get that. So now you just time to sit back, hang out with the family, and enjoy racing. I've talked to a few people. Obviously, when I come to races, it's all work. I still love it. It's a lot of fun. But every once in a while, you get that chill time where you just sit back, relax, and it's fun to enjoy it from time to time.
Yeah,
so
no, absolutely.
Take full advantage of it for sure.
Yes.
Who's your top pick for the 4400 main? You can't say Waylon. How about that?
Okay, if I can't say Waylon, I think Lauren is going to be hauling the mail coming from the back.
From the back,
yeah.
He's going to have his hands full for sure.
He's going to be on a mission, so I think that's going to be my pick. He's going to be full bore the whole time. Let's just hope he can keep the car together.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting.
It's going to be a great race.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it all shakes out. And most of the heavy hitters are here.
Yes.
It's going to be a great show. So, again, thanks to you and your entire team and family for coming out and racing with King of the Hammers and Ultra 4 for so long. And, again, I was talking about it earlier, watching you and Waylon grow up for the last, 15, almost 20 years from the XRA days through King of the Hammers and, following in your dad's footsteps. And now you're a true contender in Ultra 4. It's so cool.
Thanks, Miles. I appreciate that.
And, I'm going to say it one more time. I'm still waiting for a Queen of the Hammers. You've been so close so many times, and I'm always rooting for you.
Thanks, Miles. I want it really bad. It kills me. The last 2 years just haven't gone exactly how I want them to, and that the stars will align one day.
Absolutely. All right. Well, Emery's getting a little excited, so I'll let you get back to mom mode. But thanks for having a quick chat with me, Bailey.
Absolutely. Anytime.
So Bailey Campbell with Emery on her lap. And Brian over here on the side as well. They're enjoying some Ultra 4 racing, a little less stress without having their personal race cars here. And it's still Paul Wolf out front and Travis Zollinger doing some great work out front. There's Jason Susi. And then Shabs Piercy is still in the mix. They are all out on the lead lap. Well, Paul Wolf just came through, finishing 6th, heading out for lap number 7 of 10. So Paul is still out front. Looks like he's got about a 5-second lead over Travis Zollinger.
Wow, that's quite a lead that he has. That's probably the biggest gap I've seen so far.
It's still not that big. I mean, he's still within striking distance.
It's a spin out or an accidental get stuck in the rocks.
Or a
5
bicycle
seconds.
out of control. You never know.
Yes.
But it's starting to close up between Jason Sushi and Shabs Piercy as well. Looks like it's going to be about a 6-7 second split.
All right, let's see what we've got going on. We have Shabs has quite the crew watching again. Derek Alser's also excited to be watching our live feed once again. So we do have Paul Wolf in that number 1 spot, as you were saying, Miles. Travis Zollinger, Jason Sushi, Shabs Pearson, again, Mark Welch. Such an unfortunate for Mark Welch. He's from this area, I believe, correct?
Yeah, he's from the California side, I believe.
All right, and there is Jason right there going through the whoop section.
He's very close. He's out of Folsom, if I'm remembering right. So that's right down the road. I've heard a song about that one before.
Justin Hall. It's good to see Justin right here. He had that nasty tumble.
Oh, yeah. Let's have a chat about that one. I forgot we haven't talked since that one. So, oh, my God, Justin Hall took a tumble, didn't he?
Yeah, that was pretty brutal.
Yeah, and when it first happened, I was watching something. I just saw tires go up, and I was like, "Ooh, what happened?" And then we watched the replay, and it looks like you
and Crawford,
and Steve Crawford touched tires. It looked unintentional. I think you both went off the jump big, landed, and kind of just got squirrely enough, touched tires, and boom, game over. Nothing you could do.
No, yeah, I've watched the video a few times. It definitely is not intentional. I would never say that. Like, I don't think anyone intentionally would ever wreck a car like that. And I've known Steven for a long time. He's a really good guy. Just really unfortunate series of events.
Open wheel racing.
Yeah.
And racing happens, unfortunately. But the most important part is you're sitting right here talking to us, and you're okay.
Yeah, no,
and it didn't make you look any better.
Yeah, it doesn't help, so we're good on that. No, I didn't get knocked out. I remember everything, like vividly, everything that happened. So
every single turn.
Every single turn. And well, it was weird because you hit the ground, and then you're like,
I'm on all fours. You're like, sweet.
Well, you're like flying through the air, and you're like, huh, like, why am I not hitting the ground? And then all of a sudden hit the ground again, and then I landed on, like, right side, or landed on the wheels.
All 3 of them.
Yeah, all 3 of the wheels, yeah. one of them I think is still out there.
Ultra 3 hasn't happened yet.
we got to wait till February for that one. Yeah.
But yeah, such a bummer deal. I mean, both your races today didn't go your way, but that's racing.
It is. It's racing.
And to have this being its last race under its belt, it's a bummer.
It's pretty sad, yeah. It's very disappointing on my end.
So I was wondering if it was bittersweet for you to be out there.
Yeah, it was definitely
sad.
sad.
That was before the wreck.
I shed a tear after when I got back to the pit, and I was like, when they brought the car in, and it's totaled. There's the passenger compartment, like everything about that.
It's a single seat, so it's not passenger, right?
Yeah, whatever. The driver compartment. There
we go.
Yeah, the driver compartment is totally fine. Broke the left front off on the car, ripped the link out, bent the axle housing when it hit. Like, all the rear shocks are blown away.
Yeah, that's a tough break for sure.
It's bad.
So now, what's your plan with it? If this is its last race, do you take it home and start stripping it?
It's going to start getting stripped.
And then do you just hang the chassis from the rafters as is?
It's probably going to get turned into scrap metal, to be honest with you. It's kind of
Do you have a big shop at home?
No, I got 1,200 square feet.
I was thinking you could put it up, like he just said, hang it from the rafters, and that becomes your light rack, right?
That would be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. The roof of my shop's not that tall to be able to do that, though, sadly.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
It was a good thought.
Yeah, it was. It's not a bad thought.
And here comes Paul Wolf clicking off his 8th lap, heading for 9. So next time around, it'll be Paul Wolf grabbing the white flag. 2 laps to go for Paul Wolf and Travis Zollinger with a 5.5 second lead. It's going to be pretty interesting to see how it all shakes out. Paul Wolf's been on a mission. That guy doesn't lose much, does he?
I called it out for when you asked me about the 4,400 race. The guy's an operator. Like, you can't know if ands or buts about it. It's like Paul Wolf can drive.
I call him a machine.
That's it. Yeah, that was the terminology you used earlier. Yep.
Man on a mission, that is for sure, to drive anything that has 4 tires on it and an engine in it.
And he's
I don't know. He might do some motorcycles as well. I don't know.
He might be. Luckily for us, I think we're a little better at go-kart racing than he was.
Man, that was a good time.
That is true. He said he can't drive that.
Hey, I definitely will save that one forever.
Right. Oh,
bragging rights. I beat Paul Wolf. And that we're talking about the Apex the other night at go-karts. And, we went out there, and he was in our heat, and we battled, and we both beat Paul Wolf.
Yeah, we did. We both did. It made me feel pretty good. In go-karts. That's about all I did. Yeah.
But then Bailey Cole's over here laughing. He's like, I beat you all.
Yeah, he beat us all. So I'll let him get a turn on the mic.
All right. Well, Justin, glad you're all right. Tough break, but thanks for coming up and chatting with me.
I got one last thing to say. I'll give Bailey this. This weekend, he is the fastest 13 car out here.
Oh, look at him go, yeah.
We have an inside thing going back and forth with that one. So Bailey gets to be the fastest 13 this weekend.
And the most laps.
And the most laps, yeah. I think I only made 5 laps this weekend.
Yeah, no doubt.
So
you had a rough luck.
Been rough. So.
Oh, you guys, Paul Wolf just nose dove in on that.
On
with
the
his
King kicker?
Yes,
we just
he
watched
did.
That, yeah.
Well, thank you guys. Appreciate it, Miles.
All right, Justin Hall, thanks for everything, buddy.
Bye, Justin.
So next up, we'll bring Bailey Cole through. We got a few guests coming through. Thank you for that.
It's pretty awesome, though. That kicker, Paul Wolf, looks like the way he's kicking now. It's bringing the passenger rear up a little higher, and the white flag is out for Paul Wolf. One more lap to go.
And he is out, and right behind him is Travis Zollinger. Last time it was 5.8 seconds. Let's see what it is this time.
5.8 seconds.
Oh, nope, it moved up to 8 seconds.
Oh, look at what's going on. Jason Sushi right there and Shabs Pierce were battling it out in the rocks.
Nice. So third place is a battle between Sushi and Piercy.
Let's see if we can maybe go back to it because they are getting ready to go into the next rock section.
And there they are entering the Monster Alley. Shabs Piercy is all over. Oh, he's going for the pass in the rocks, and he is all throttle and gets it. How'd that car stay together?
Nice job by
That
Shabs.
right lane is super gnarly, too, because there's big boulders on both sides.
And these are UTVs. I guess they have about the same size tire as your Bronco.
Oh, really quick about the UTVs, the Jeepers Jamboree, the UTV Conquest that they are doing here coming up in July, they are giving away to our... We have 2 of them to give away. So it's an entry into the UTV Conquest, and it's going to be the, what is it again, Miles?
The UTV Conquest.
The Hard Charger Award is what they are doing.
We're giving 2 of those away.
Yes.
Bob Sweeney and his team are out here.
So Hard Charger Award. We just saw what's going on. We get to choose who those are going to be.
Maybe that beats Shabs Piercy because he charged hard through the Monster Alley right there.
Yes.
And that's Paul Wolf bouncing through those trial rocks.
He's got a great run going, man. It's down to the wire. We'll see how it shakes out. Was Zollinger starting to get on his heels a little bit?
Zollinger just got back.
Yes, he did.
And Bailey, you had such a great battle with Lauren Healy out there. That was a lot of fun, wasn't it?
Vaughn.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He just played a Pam.
Yep.
The other fun half.
Lauren Healy was driver of record, so that's what it kept showing on screen.
Okay.
But it was a good battle between
a super
you guys.
Battle. I was watching the mirrors the entire way through the race, and then got tangled with somebody going through the trials rocks.
A little lap traffic going on.
And I lost my mirror, and then I was like, well, he's not in my mirror anymore, so I think
so
I'm
you
okay.
have nothing to worry about.
Exactly.
But you had your spotter in the air, and the checkered flag does go for Paul Wolf and Travis Zollinger in that second position. What a great run by both of them.
And Percy is still just sending it.
Yes, he is. It was a 5-second gap between Paul Wolf and Travis Zollinger. Didn't seem like it was that much, but it was. But all that matters right now, Paul Wolf in that number 1 spot with Travis Zollinger in second. So who is it going to be? Does Shabs still keep... Oh, someone's coming to a stop.
That's Jason Sushi coming to the stop. He's back in action. Where'd Shabs Piercy? It looks like he
pulled off to the side of the road.
The pit, so he must have sent her a little bit too hard there.
Whoopsies.
So Jason Sushi should get that third position, it looks like. The checkered flag is out and will be flying at the METALCLOAK start-finish for Jason Sushi.
And again, all of these results that we are talking about, how they're coming in, they are unofficial until we are told they are official. But right now that does show Paul Wolf, number 1, Travis Zollinger in second, Jason Sushi in that third position. Wonder what happened with Shabs.
Well,
he sent it.
He sent a little too hard through the rocks, and I'm sure that had to be an issue. That looked a little rough.
But he made it all the way back around almost to the finish line, too, which is such a bummer.
It
so
looks
close.
like the king kicker might have got him.
Yeah.
Maybe going up in the air, staying on the gas, might have blown a belt or something right
Totally
there.
could have.
Oh, what a tough break, because it was so much fun watching him out there. Looks like they're going to go ahead and push him on into the pits.
Ooh, guess what's up next?
Is it the Legends cars up next?
Oh, this is going to be a good one. 20 cars out on the course at the same time. This is going to be wild, Bailey.
So unlimited racing is fun. But honestly, I think my favorite race to watch this weekend has been the Legends cars.
Because they are fairly similar. I mean, obviously, you can do whatever you want within reason. You have to have a single shock, 37-inch tire, front or rear-mounted engine.
Did the rear engine will get passed?
Yep, it did last year. So
and 2 seats.
It is 2 seats. Yep, side by side. 4,500, you can have a single seat like Justin Hall. He was hanging out with all his friends when he went through that tumble.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's a great – you've raced the 4,800 Legends class for quite some time, had some great success, and I was really hoping to see you out there this weekend, but
it was
happens.
real close to happening,
Yeah.
but we'll get him next time.
There you go.
No spoilers, but you might want to watch for us at Crandon.
Ooh, okay. In the Bronco and a 48.
We're looking at it, yeah.
I like it.
Nice.
Yeah, Crandon's always a fun one to go to. I mean, the big house, that says it all.
It says it all. And that place, there's nothing like that track. Turn 1 at 100 miles an hour.
Oh, that's got to get your blood pumping.
This one's not far off, though. I mean, this long sweeper going into the double gap jump.
Oh, yeah, just knowing the gap jumps there.
Yeah.
I mean, you made it look easy, but in the back of your head, you know if something happens, if you nosedive that, it's going to hurt.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to be honest, going into this weekend, I walked down there and we measured it off, and it's a 45-foot jump.
Okay, we were saying 30 to 45. All right.
Yep. And
wow.
It definitely got in my head a little bit. And then first practice rolled around, and I was like, first lap, if I'm going to do it, just do it. And
send it.
Made it super easy. John builds amazing jumps.
Oh,
and
yeah.
You can see it all over the course.
Yeah, John and his whole team
Bird.
with Bird, yeah,
Yep.
they do some great things.
All right. We will be bringing
who's
them.
going first off the line in 4,800?
Brent Harrell is in that pole position, number 56.
With Woody right next to him?
Yeah.
Yes.
Brent Harrell, Woody Rose. And then row 2 is Jacob Pacheco and Cole Clark. Row number 3 is Josh Bocci and Jeremy Brown.
That is going to be a gnarly race.
It's going to be wild. And then Travis Riley, Chad Jesse, Kevin Condon, Johnny Valadez, Chuck Crossland, Tony Howard, Trent Roberts, Andrew Gorman, Ross Glaive, Daniel Guttenberg, Luke Campman, Adam Dixon, and then from the back is Derek Summers, and Austin Thompson is not going to take a start because he has engine issues. So we'll have 19
Did he
cars.
not get that together?
No.
He took it apart last night to change the lifter.
Yeah.
It was valves, too.
It was valves.
He said they were he said they were bent and
Yeah.
possibly damaged the rods as well.
Yeah, so, and maybe the crank, maybe a bit crank. So
unfortunate.
Tough break for him, but we saw his dad having engine issues also. They worked on their cars till 6:30 this morning and then loaded them up and took a cat nap while their uncle towed them back out here. But they're out here. He slipped a belt during prelim, so he'll be coming from the back of the pack. And look at this, in car with Trent Roberts.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
We had
Trent
that
sends
for
it harder than anybody else.
He likes to get her done, doesn't he?
He likes the skinny pedal.
Yeah, we had this
Absolutely.
for the prelim earlier. It was really cool to see. I love watching the in car. I think there's a few other drivers that were supposed to have in car as well. But look at now, there's a rear camera
off
as
at
well.
Chuck Crossland. I don't know why we have it on the back of his. We don't see anybody.
Oh,
I'm just giving you a hard time, Chuck.
He's going to come up here and...
No, he's strapped in. He can't come up here.
After the race. I'm just kidding.
No, Chuck's definitely a class clown of Ultra 4. We love having him out here. He's always a good time, and he's got 1,150 horsepower, that twin turbo. Can you imagine that?
No. No, I couldn't. That thing's got to be a riot to drive. Just line it up and hold the gas and hope for the best.
Yeah, Ryan Miller's tuning in, said the 4,800, this is going to be an old school full throttle sin, old school NORCAL series event. It's going to be fun to watch.
Next, we're going to have to bring Yeoman out of retirement, Hal Hardaway, and just go.
You're going to have to bring a car?
That sounds good.
Cole Clark, we saw him. I don't know if you remember seeing him at the finish line. He had a big puff of smoke, but it was transmission plug or something popped out. And so no harm, no foul. They got it figured out, back in action. But Cole Clark was pushing hard all the way to the end, but got that second position.
I may be wrong, but this is Cole's first time in 4800, right?
Second time. Yeah.
Second time.
He
raced with us.
Indiana.
Yep.
Indiana? Okay.
Yep. But first time on short course in a 4800 car, and was battling it out with Woody Rose. So
he is a driver. So that entire field is solid. Like, you just keep looking back, and it's more and more drivers.
Yeah, 20 cars at a time.
I like how they're doing this because they have to do it this way because they can't start from over there because the field is so large. Half of the field will still be in staging.
Yeah, this is going to be a wild race. Again, you have about 30 seconds to get your drinks in line and get back in action. We are about to go live for the 4800 main event. This is going to be one of the wildest races you will see in a very long time, with the number 56 of Brent Harrell out of Almsville, Oregon, with team change order in that Horsel chassis, side by side with number 22 of Woody Rose out of Sparks, Nevada, with Trent Fabrication, that Trent Fab top shelf car, and then the 4812 of Jake Pacheco out of San Martin, California, with VP Racing, and that another Trent Fab car. And then the number 24 of Cole Clark out of Cortez, Colorado, with J4 and his Jimmy's 48P chassis. And then it's Josh Bocci, the number 44 out of Orangevale, California, with Havoc Racing in a Bocci-built chassis. And then it's Jeremy Brown, the number 50 out of Rio Linda, California, with Brown's Motorsports. And it looks like we're getting ready to take off. Bailey, Pam, this is going to be wild.
This is going to be wild, for sure. I'm so excited for this. Again, like you always say, Miles, I'm excited for every race, but with this class being so large, it's going to be an amazing race to watch.
And it's completely stacked.
Who do you guys think gets the whole shot between Woody and Harrell?
I think Harrell's got a little bit of horsepower.
But Woody's got a fresh motor.
Yeah, it's anyone's game.
And I don't think Woody knows how to lift off the gas pedal.
I don't either, to be honest.
I hope he lifts a little bit over the METALCLOAK gap jump.
I can guarantee you guys this we'll know here in about probably, a minute?
It sounds like they're making sure everybody is in place, putting a little bit more water down, trying to keep this course under control. And speaking about that, the NORCAL John Goodby Bird, they've kept this course perfect. I mean, obviously it's hot, it's dry. It is 96 degrees out, and the track's not dusted out. I mean, there's some dusty parts, but it's impressive.
Very little, though.
Yeah.
We were just out there, and after practice, I was a little worried because
practice
we were
was
getting
a little
that
interesting,
dusty.
But
and Goodby said he was going to make
they
it
ripped
snow the night before.
Yeah. It didn't happen.
It's been amazing, though.
There's the back of Chuck Crossland.
And it's that perfect right now where it's still a little bit tacky, but it allows the cars to slide really nice.
Oh, yeah.
It's
great
racing
traction
conditions.
Yeah, you just got off the course and won your class. That was a great one to watch.
It was awesome out there. And I think it was Bronco 1 and 2, and then
Brexton Glines. Yeah, right? he was running strong. That was great to see him.
They are hard chargers.
How long have you been racing that Bronco? Is that 3 years now?
3 years now.
Okay. Yep.
And man, it is so fun to build. It's kind of like my roots. I started in 4600,
and then you worked your way all the way up to the top and found yourself just loving the stock class.
Right.
Green flag is in hand. It is up. As soon as it drops, we are there. We are live racing for the 4800 Legends class, and it is
good launch from both of them.
Brent Harrell side by side with Woody Rose, Cole Clark, Jeremy Brown, Travis Riley, Chad Jesse. Wow. Oh, we got somebody sideways. Is that? I don't know, it was Chad Jesse, I believe, but it was able to keep her under control. So far, no damage has been done, but wow, what a stacked field we have here. But I do believe
got the lead by just a little bit, looks like.
Yeah, Brent Harrell out front. Then it's Woody Rose. And then it's Brent Harrell, then Cole Clark. Where is Woody Rose?
Are you sure? No. Oh, it is.
Yeah, that's Cole Clark in second position.
Where did Woody go?
What a great run. Oh, there's Woody. Okay, so he's in third.
Something's
and then Jeremy
wrong,
Brown.
He is way off pace.
I think he just must have had a bad... Ooh, look at Trent Roberts heading down, trying to chase down. Looks like Chuck Crossland. And another Trent Fab car, couldn't quite tell. But, yeah, look at Cole Clark all over Brent Harrell.
For it. And we're going right into that S turn.
Yeah, Woody Rose still in the mix.
Going into this next left-hander, too, it's getting really rutted, so you're going to see some cars get real sideways.
And this is another 10-lap race for the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede.
Oh, for the lead? I think Cole just got the lead.
Yes, he did. At the beginning of the Brannick Boulders, Cole Clark gets the lead. But remember, save those tires. These are DOT tires. This is the Brannick Motorsports Legends class. So they're pushing hard. Mm-hmm. And you just came off with 35-inch DOT tires, and that has to play something in your mind, right?
Oh,
in the rock sections, you got to save the tires.
100%. And these rocks, they look just big and round, but there's some sharp ones in there, too, if you're not careful.
All right, so Cole Clark making his way through the rocks, and he has a little bit of a gap on Brent.
And look, we're at the back of Chuck Crossland right now. You can see the roost, and we're now back on with Trent Roberts.
Oh, he's getting past the rocks.
Brown just got Woody, too, for third position as well.
Wow,
Something's
Jeremy
going
Brown.
on.
No, I don't think so. I think it's just good racing right now. I think Woody Rose is still pushing strong. I think he's playing the smart game and trying to save the car a little bit.
Looking at the car, I think he might be down a cylinder or two.
Okay.
Because if you look, he's not throwing it in quite as hard sideways. It doesn't look like he has all the power.
Look at that. Jeremy Brown went wide, and Woody gets back around, so we'll see.
And that sometimes is actually an advantage, especially in conditions like this where the course is a little slick. If you don't have all the horsepower, you actually take better racing lines.
And if you can take that inside line, there is a little bit more traction, as you saw. And look at Cole Clark starting to pull away a little bit with this.
He is on a mission.
Uh-oh. Does he have a float tire?
Well,
nope, I think he was off course just a tick.
Don't jinx him.
So Brent Harrell, and then Woody Rose, and then Jeremy Brown. But out front is Cole Clark, number 24. As they're heading up the Gomez jump. What a great run we have on our hands. And I do want to quote one of our off-road Hall of
Woody
Famers.
is off the track.
Oh, no. So you were right the whole time. There was something going on with Woody.
Because he's on it. When he's on it and his car's running right.
Yeah, no, he's definitely one of the fastest.
Exactly.
But we brought up Crandon a little bit ago, so I want to bring up a quote I heard from Sal Fish while we were talking in Crandon last year. He said, typical short course cars are like ballerinas. He said the Ultra 4 cars come out and they're like gladiators ready to battle. It was just such a cool thing to be talking with a hero of the sport like Sal Fish, and he came out and was just blown away with Ultra 4, and to have him be that excited about it, I was like, that is pretty cool to have something so close to our hearts.
And accurate, too.
Yeah,
like you watch these guys, and they're just elbows out, ready to brawl.
Well, and especially coming from him, who he is a desert world, those cars are amazing to a lot of us in our world. So for him to be impressed with our Ultra 4 cars is amazing.
And Brent Harrell still pushing strong as he heads into the Monster Alley with Jeremy Brown right on his heels.
So Brent Harrell running in that number 2
Whoa,
spot.
huge
See that
wheel
wheelie?
stand. He's pushing strong.
All right, Cole Clark coming through with a 2:10.767 time.
They're getting all sorts of slideways as they're heading towards the METALCLOAK start finish, clicking off lap number 2 of 10. 8 laps to go for our leaders.
And Brent Harrell is in 8 seconds behind Cole Clark and only 1.7 seconds behind Jeremy Brown.
8-second lead. That is super impressive. Kevin Condon in that 4 spot. Then it's Jacob Pacheco, Chuck Crossland, Chad Jesse, Josh Bocci, Johnny Valadez, Tony Howard, Travis Riley, Trent Roberts, and the list goes on. Wow, there's a lot of cars out on course. Action all over the course. Cole getting a little off course there, but
how did Cole do at Indiana?
How did he do? That's a great question. I think he had a good running. It's starting to blend together. I'm sorry.
They all stick together.
I know he podiumed, but I can't remember if it was in the UTV or the 4800. Who is that slowing down?
Definitely UTV. Somebody went into the...
2 people did not jump the rocks.
Huh. And that if they don't jump the rocks, you're supposed to stay to the left, which they did. But we haven't seen much of that. I wish I would have been paying a little closer attention. Looks like Jeremy Brown back on screen trying to chase down Brent Harrell. We'll see Brent's dad, Brett Harrell, coming out later on today.
And he is also fast.
Oh, man.
3rd place at Hammers this year.
Second place, right?
Second place?
I think so.
Okay. And won the Nationals
in Disney?
race.
Yeah.
Yep. Cole Clark did. He got 2nd place in the 4800 at Badlands. I knew he podiumed. I couldn't remember which class.
Yep, thank you for that.
So he's been doing very well in its 2 races so far.
Yeah, exactly.
But again, a wheelman's a wheelman between UT. I mean, look at Paul Wolf. Look at yourself. I mean, if it's got tires, you're going to.
He does have blue smoke coming out of his car right now, though.
That is not good.
Is that Cole Clark?
That is Cole Clark. Yep.
So he had transmission issues earlier. Yeah, it's puffing some smoke. I wonder if it's that same transmission issue he had on the last lap. This could be a heartbreaker for him.
He also carried a lot less speed through that corner. He wasn't nearly as sideways as he was before.
So I wonder if the spotters see
Brown
that.
stopped again and
got passed by a couple cars.
Yep.
Man, there's all kinds of action going on in this race.
There's Johnny Valadez, the number 1717.
Good to see Kevin Condon going. He rolled earlier on in the prelim race.
Yep.
And then Pacheco.
Yes, exactly.
He started in the stock class as well and has moved his way on through the ranks.
So Kevin Condon's running in that number 3 spot, so great job by him. Jacob.
But
that's going to be a big battle for third.
Chuck Crossland in the hot pits. Bummer for him.
Well, remember, he had an issue earlier, too. He got stuck in the rocks, and I think he lost a tire in the rocks earlier.
Yeah,
Can't remember.
tough break.
And that's the hard thing. These cars are almost as fast as even the 4400s on just raw speed because they're all running 700, 800 horsepower motors, the same as the 44 cars. And they don't have the suspension, they don't have the tires because they are on 37-inch DOTs. So it's really a driver's class because you have to drive to the elements.
I 100% agree with that. And a lot of these are retired 4400 cars, so it is a 4400 car, but limited suspension and tires.
Yep.
But there's a lot of specific built cars, just like Cole Clark, Brent Harrell, Kevin Condon, Pacheco. I guess most of these cars are. I guess most of these cars are specific built 4800s. And there's Chad Jesse.
Butter smooth over that whoop section right there.
And another Jimmy's chassis.
You know, running them, I was a little worried about that section too in the Bronco, and then started hitting it. First time I was about half throttle, and it was a little rough. And then the following lap, I just held it to the floor, and it actually got smoother. So that
you were getting a little bit of air time through there.
Mm-hmm.
And there, it looks like, I believe this is Trent Roberts.
Yes.
Look, peeling off a little mud off the front of his.
Something they don't normally have to do is run tear-offs,
right,
but
let's
smart
watch
to
this. 24, Cole Clark, our physical race leader. I don't see the smoke right now.
If you
maybe
look
a little bit.
Yes.
Yep. When he gets on the gas, there it is.
So I don't know if it's transmission or engine, but Cole Clark, man, we still have a lot of racing to go.
He's definitely babying
it a little bit. And he's just holding that inside line. He's not pushing the same way he was.
So they must be telling him in the spotter stand, hey, we see smoke, keep running, but take her easy, save the car. We're not even halfway through this race, but he's got a pretty good lead.
He does have a nice gap right now. And again, like we were talking about, sometimes when you go that little bit slower pace but hold the right lines, you end up actually faster.
Yeah, smooth is fast.
Smooth is fast.
And second place is Brent Harrell. Cole Clark has a 15-second lead over Brent Harrell. Wow.
I do have to point this out, though. Even though it looks like he's going slower, he's still running 2:08 laps.
Yeah,
that is very fast.
And Brent Harrell just did a 2:12, and it doesn't look like he's limping at all. So Cole Clark, smooth as fast.
But Jacob
that
Pacheco,
might be one of those things where he's seeing that inside groove is really good right now, so he's just holding it tight.
But Jacob Pacheco, he's also running the 2:08s as well, so he's making up some ground also.
Yep, they're right at that same pace.
Yep.
All right, we're getting an update. Thanks, Jason. Cole actually got 7th at Badlands. That was the qualifying. He got
the
second,
qualifying, okay.
Because he was on
Sorry
podium for UTV. No worries, all good.
I looked at the results and didn't even look at what exactly I was looking at. Oh, qualifying, if I would have read it. Read the whole thing.
Yeah.
I don't read the fine print.
I knew he was racing good, but I didn't think he was on the podium in 48.
I just went to that. Perfect. Okay.
So there's Trent Roberts back on car. I love the picture-in-picture here.
It is awesome. You get to watch how smooth his hands are, even over all this rough terrain.
And then how not smooth the rocks are.
Yeah. We're about to get a real fun picture right through here. Ooh, is he going to go for the pass?
Oh, he's trying to chase down. It looks like Johnny Valadez.
That was really smooth through there.
Yeah. Made quick work. And there's second position, Brent Harrell with Kevin Condon right there. Ooh, Jeremy Brown. No, that's Pacheco.
That is Pacheco and Condon. Oh, no, Pacheco stopped, and he's getting run into.
Wow, we got some battles going on. That's what you get with 20 cars out on course. And now
Woody
Cole
Rose
Clark
is going again, and he's actually passing Woody Rose.
Wow, well, we're not sure what happened to Woody, but he's slowing down again.
Yeah.
And Cole Clark's still moving, but I still see a little bit of puff of smoke out the back.
Something's just wrong with Woody's car. He stopped again right at the end of the turn.
I hate to see that for him. He's such a fast competitor.
Ooh, Condon's on the outside of Harrell.
So Condon's trying to push hard. He was pushing hard earlier, but had obviously... Ooh, Trent Roberts looks like a left front flat tire. Yep, he's getting soft. Oh, I hate to see that for him.
That's what we were talking about with those 37s, though. They're tough to keep inflated.
Yeah. Tough break, but lots of action everywhere we look. And it looks like that's Ross Clay being a little bit of lap traffic to Cole Clark. Cole Clark makes quick work, gets around him. So Cole Clark is in lap traffic. This could play its toll in some situations, especially in the rock sections.
He's running smooth, though, and it also, one of those things, if you put those cars in between you and the guys behind you, you can have that nice buffer even if it's a close race.
Oh, absolutely, as Cole Clark makes another pass.
There was definitely a couple times in that last 4600 race that I was trying to get the lap traffic at the right time, put them in between me and Vaughn in the rocks, and maybe squeak out a little bit more of a gap.
Man, that was such a great battle, and you got the lead early and never... Well, you were looking back the
I was
whole
looking
time.
back a lot.
But you had them in the rear view the entire time until you lost all your mirrors.
Yep. Ooh, Cole is in that same position right now with some lap traffic. It is wild how chewed up those rocks are getting, too.
Oh, and they're still moving.
A ton. We were going through lap to lap, and there'd be rocks about 2 or 3 bowling balls in size, and they would just get shifted around. Have to take a little bit different each time.
Looks like trying for the pass.
Ooh, Pacheco.
Pacheco's giving it all.
Oh, pushing hard. That's a rough end, though.
Oh, man.
Held it, though. Did he get the pass done?
I don't know. He may have lost a spot, actually.
Looks like Brown got him.
Wow, Jeremy Brown in the air at the king kicker gets around.
And now going for Harrell.
Oh, Harrell's got an issue.
Oh!
Lots of action out there. There's Tony Howard on screen.
Oh, no, Harrell stopped.
Brent Harrell is at a stop right before the Monster Alley. Tough break. Hopefully he can figure it out and get going.
Brown is officially in second and just run the fastest lap of the race at a 2:06.044.
Wow, what a great run by him. He is in full sin mood. Jeremy Brown is on a mission.
Cole is losing about 6 seconds a lap, but he has a 20-second lead, so that'll still hold him for quite a few laps, even if they go at this same pace.
Playing strategy right now. They're out on lap number 7 of 10. So basically 2.5 laps yet to go for our leaders of Cole Clark, Jeremy Brown, Jacob Pacheco. Wow. This is a great run. We'll switch back to Cole Clark as he's getting ready to drop down he just dropped down the PCI gunite section. So I wonder what that smoke was. Remember, he had transmission issues earlier, and there's Woody Rose still fighting whatever he's fighting. Tough break for that young man.
It must be electric, the way it seems intermittent like that.
Yeah. I don't know what's going on, but bummer. Oh, there's another car stuck on course.
Was that the number 44, maybe?
Was that Bossy?
No, just the number 4. Travis Riley.
Oh, Travis Ryler. Oh, bummer. I hate
the one guy that beat me in go-karts.
Yeah. One time. So Cole Clark still out front, but he's babysitting an issue. We're not quite sure what it is.
Let's see if it's smoking again this time.
Chuck
keeping
Crossland
it smooth,
just about lost it over the
METALCLOAK. Just a little bit of smoke.
Yeah. He's pushing about 70%, I'd say. Maybe 75.
And watching him drive, it does look like he's leaning right against the cushion. So I think maybe that lack of drifting is a strategy play, keeping the tires under the car and just keeping it smooth.
Yeah, Cole Clark running a great race out there.
Brown is going for a double lap traffic pass right now.
There is action everywhere you look. There's Johnny Valadez, the number 1717 with Telemetry Motorsports. And Jacob Pacheco clicks off his 7th lap. So in the lead right now is Cole Clark.
Pacheco just ran a smoking time as well at a 2:06.624.
So Cole Clark number 1, Jeremy Brown, number 2, and Jacob Pacheco in that 3rd position so far. But we still have 2.5 laps to go. They're out on, 2 laps. Yep. It's 2.5 laps, basically.
Yeah.
But what a great run they are having. They're out on their 8th lap.
Yes. So if Brown or Pacheco want to make something happen on Cole, they're going to have to really get a move on.
Yeah, because Cole Clark has 21 seconds over Jeremy Brown and only 2.5 seconds over Pacheco. And then Chad Jesse's in that number 4 spot with Slingen Motorsports.
Oh, Cole Clark's having to deal with some traffic issues.
Yeah, Travis Riley's stuck in there, and looks like that's Tony Howard that had the other side blocked, so trying to get everybody cleared out. Oh, looks like Riley may have had a fire. Looks like there's a bunch of fire extinguisher stuff on the ground. There's Tony Howard hitting the king kicker. Johnny Valadez in the monster alley. And here comes our race leader. 2 more laps to go for Cole Clark.
That would be Chucky launching it over the
METALCLOAK gap
jump. That looks like possibly Brown.
Oh, no, is he in the hot pits?
It's either Brown or Pacheco, I believe.
Those cars look very similar from this distance.
No, Pacheco is going through the rocks right now.
That was Brown. Wow, so that's going to put Pacheco into possibly 2nd place as we have him on screen. So Jacob Pacheco running a great race. 20 cars on the course at a time makes it very busy out there, Bailey.
Very, very busy. Pacheco's time also did not register.
Nope, it just clicked up. Yep. So Cole Clark won, and 25 seconds back. Now in 2nd position is Jacob Pacheco. Is Jeremy Brown going to be able to get out of the hot pits or not? I don't know. What a tough break. So now Chad Jesse could be in the mix. And Josh Boschi, Trent Roberts, Tony Howard, Luke Campman, Kevin Condon, Ross Glave, Adam Dixon.
Brown is coming out of the pits. It must have been a tire.
Wow.
Can he get back in that position?
He's one of the fastest ones out there. He does have the fastest lap of this race, so he has what it takes.
He is throwing it hard.
He's driving with a little bit of frustration now, and sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes it's not.
Sometimes you end up right back in the pit if you're not careful.
So Chad Jesse moves into 3rd, and then Jeremy Brown is going to be in that 4th position, but he is on a move. We'll see what kind of updates we have. It looks like Jeremy Brown is 11 seconds behind Chad Jesse, and he is on a mission.
He has 2 laps to get that podium position back.
Yeah, next time around for Cole Clark, we should see the white flag. And they are all giving it everything they have out here. And there's that smoke coming from Cole Clark. It's still moving, but it puffed again as they were starting to slow down this time. That's interesting.
It's interesting to see him still trucking along with that blue smoke. I mean, obviously he's not having an issue, but still out in front. But he now has a decent lead of 25.6 seconds over Jacob Pacheco.
And white flag is out for Cole Clark as he hits the METALCLOAK gap jump, and it's his race to lose.
I think Cole just brings it in smooth at this point.
Slow and steady right here. And there's
you know he's super pumped right now as well.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, as Crossland gets a little crossed up and catches the berm there, but keeps her under control.
Oh, Brown just pulled off a little bit. He's slowing down. White flag lap, though.
Man, this is getting shook up everywhere except for Cole Clark. So Jacob Pacheco's on his last lap as well, sitting in that second position. The 4812 out of San Martin, California with VP Racing, Jake Pacheco.
Right here in front of us, not on the camera right at this moment, Kevin Condon making a pass.
What an amazing weekend it has been for the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede. We are here at the Prairie City SVRA just outside of Rancho Cordova in Northern California. It's been a beautiful day of racing, and there's Cole Clark making his way towards the finish line. Is he going to be able to make it happen?
I'm not sure who that was right in front of us, but they were going through the monster alley and just gave themselves a flat tire.
That was Jeremy Brown attempting to pass Chad, and he just got a flat tire doing it.
Yes.
So that is our battle for third and fourth, so that may have cost the race for him. They were pushing hard.
Definitely pushing hard.
It is a left front flat, which is very tough around this track.
And look at this. Chad Jesse is pulling off. Not sure what's going on. Drama is out everywhere on
He's
course.
trying to get going again, though. Blowing all kinds of blue smoke, though. He might be able to get Brown with that flat tire. That'll be tight. Cole Clark is putting along at this point, making sure there's no mistakes.
And it sounds like 833 went wheel to wheel at the end of the finger, and we did get it live, so hopefully we can get a replay post of that one. But, man, great action all over the course out here, Bailey. It's been a great race.
Wild
so
racing.
Much fun, and action everywhere you look.
Cole's motor is
very hurting.
No,
So
and he's right here at the
at the
checkered
finish
flag.
line.
Is out, and it is barely moving. He does grab the
Oh,
checkered
and he's
flag.
fist pumping for sure.
Wow.
It is in full limp mode, but he made it happen.
Wow, that was pretty awesome to see him get to the finish, but he was fist pumping. You could see him going through the finish line.
You talk about burning it down, and that is just what it does as Jacob Pacheco grabs second place. And that was actually a lot closer than it should have been. Cole Clark
kept it interesting for us at the end there.
He gave it all he had.
And now he's standing on the roof.
Look at that. He is super soaked. Cole Clark, first place for his second race in the 4800 Legends class.
Now the big question is who's able to take home that podium, last spot on the podium.
Yeah, it's going to be between Chad Jesse and Jeremy Brown.
I don't see either of them. Oh, Jeremy Brown is coming over the king kicker right now.
Yes, so
and
where's
Chad
Chad
Jesse is coming out of the rocks.
Yes. So right now it looks like it's going to be Jeremy Brown with that left front flat tire.
It's still holding on, though. It hasn't fully disintegrated, but it is getting close. The good news, if he can make it through the rocks, the last turn is a left-hander, so he'll be able to stay on the gas.
Yep, and it looks like he has cleared the rocks. So Jeremy Brown looks like he's going to grab third place for the 4800 Legends class. And the flag flies, and he does. It is Jeremy Brown 3, Jacob Pacheco 2, and Cole Clark top of the box.
So there wasn't a lead change that race.
Wow.
But, oh my gosh, that second and third position.
Seriously,
all over the place.
all over the place, exactly. But Jeremy Brown getting through to the checkers with that tire being flat was pretty amazing. And we can see Woody is going again. He is over there in the rocks, so good to see that he's moving along.
He must have had some wiring issue or something.
It's so unfortunate because he started off really good, and then it just all of a sudden. And there is now some more in-car from Trent Roberts.
And I believe he may have a flat tire on that car as well.
He's
There's been a lot of attrition out there.
He's running in that sixth position.
Oh, and look, having to back up, so he's definitely having some kind of issues as he makes it on through.
Does look like all of his tires are inflated.
Yep, Chad Jesse snuck through and got that fourth position. And then Josh Bocci 5, Trent Roberts 6. What a great race we had there. Up next will be the UTV Pro Modified. So that'll be another great race. And then we'll do the Youth 170s and then the 4400 main event.
The big race.
And they're going to have their hands full trying to make a better race than we just watched. But we have so many great names. Gomez's, Healy, Paul
Gann
Wolf.
Jr., Paul Wolf.
Yeah.
I think every single entry.
And then the Campbells.
Every single entry into the 4400 class, it's anybody's game. I mean, obviously we're down, one car, I think? We're down one car, or we still have our 18 starting?
I
can't remember.
I think so.
So, I mean, it's anybody's ball game in the 4400 class with the lineup that we have.
I was reading down the list earlier, and it was literally all the big names right now.
Exactly.
And they all showed up.
Yeah, Cody Addington, don't forget about him. Brett Harrell, Brendan Thompson, Philip McGilton, Paul Horschel, Cade Rod. Oh, Cade Rod, how do we forget about him? He's been back-to-back winner, and his teammate Cole Clark just won this race. So, man, what an epic battle we have had.
Yeah, Cade Rod will be starting in that number 2 row, so it's going to be a very interesting race for sure. I think everybody will probably be on their toes for that one.
Whew, I'm out of breath. That was a good race.
Did Paul Wolf run a 152?
Yes, he
during
did.
the prelim.
No, that was his qualifying.
That was during the qualifying. Okay.
But still, a 152
around this track is
insane. Wow, that was good.
Jinx, you owe me a soda.
We'll settle up later.
Okay, deal.
So up next is the Pro Modified class, and that pole positions that once again is the 1018 of Paul Wolf. And then hopping into his next car is going to be Cole Clark, fresh off his win in the 48 Legends. And then the 311 out of Decatur, Alabama is Dustin Robbins.
So it is really hard to bet against Paul Wolf in this race.
But man.
Cole Clark coming right off a win, he's not going to want to take second.
He might be a little exhausted. That's the thing. So.
And then you got Zollinger, Scott Lesage.
Scott Lesage, that new car he built is absolutely beautiful.
He didn't finish the prelim either, so I'm not sure what happened.
He broke a primary.
Okay. So that's
clutch,
fixable.
So the
he
primary
was getting it fixed last night.
The clutch on it for the CVT on the belt driven.
Today he messed up the primary?
Yesterday.
Because he actually didn't finish. I don't think he finished today either.
Nope. He broke in the prelim. Not sure what happened there. And look, we're almost 100 degrees here for the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede.
I really like that they put that information up there, but I don't like seeing the temperature. But we do have a great crowd out here. Everybody is underneath the shade and hanging out as much as they can underneath the shade because it is warm out there.
Yeah, it's been a great day. Well, Bailey, always a pleasure. Thanks for coming up and giving us your insight. And again, congratulations on winning the 4600 stock class. What a great run you had out there. So much fun. And, buddy, it's always a pleasure. Great to see you.
Thank you very much. And
all right.
Very nice hanging out with you guys. See you guys soon.
Yes,
absolutely.
And
well,
congratulations.
Yep, Bailey Cole, the winner of the 4600 stock class. Well, I'm getting a little rumor that it could have been Pacheco possibly passing under caution. So, again, everything we do say is unofficial. We'll see what happens with that. I don't know. It could be interesting. But, Pam, again, it's been so much fun this weekend. We are racing. We have a couple more races to go. It's been an absolute blast. And speaking about that, we started out the week, we went to the Apex right here and did a little go-kart racing and had so much fun out there. We got a race with some of the best. Paul Wolf was in the mix. Chuck Crossland. I threw down a little bit and had so much fun out there, and what a great time.
Yeah,
you raced a little bit yourself too, right?
I had one race. I did
win a race.
They did that for you. They stuck there.
Yeah.
I think you photoshopped that.
That's not Photoshop, but that was just a heat race. Bailey Cole put on a clinic. I finished mid-pack during the main, but hey, I won a race against Paul Wolf and Brett Harrell and a bunch of them out there. I had an absolute blast.
Well, let's mention this. So Paul Wolf is a mission machine, can get in anything and race, but he said go-karts are not his thing. Maybe, Miles, go-karts are your thing. Because you went out one.
It was fun. And again, I like talking smack with everybody. And it's been a while since I've been in a car racing. And, man, I had an absolute blast. And, again, the Apex was such a cool event right there at the Red Hot Casino. And it was just so much fun, racing. And then after the race, chatting with everybody about the race. And the camaraderie, like you were saying, not in the dirt, but it's still the same vibe. And, man, just everybody had fun.
Yes, exactly. And we can see our tow rigs are getting people out of the way. We do have our next race that will be staging up here. They are staged. They just have to make their way down to the track here in just a moment. And I see that we have Paul Wolf, Dustin Robbins. I see Cole Clark's car moving. It'll all be about Travis Zollinger and if Scott Lesage was able to get his car back going because he did not finish the prelim.
So I'm getting some confirmation, or I'm hearing through the PCI race radio that Pacheco did pass during a caution, so we'll have to see if that shakes up the podium for the 4,800 class. Obviously, that won't affect Cole Clark, but is Jeremy Brown? I don't know how that's going to affect things, but again, everything we say is unofficial. We'll dot our I's and cross our T's and see how it all shakes out.
Exactly, and here we do have Scott Lesage making his way down to the start line, so that is really awesome to see.
Glad to see that. Yeah, he's had a couple. I mean, that car, he tried debuting at King of the Hammers, but it just wasn't quite ready yet. He took it out there just to do a little show off, but the car wasn't ready to race. And even when he brought it here, he's like, I just want to pass tech. I don't have time to tune the suspension and the clutching, and obviously he had clutching issues. But regardless, once he gets that car sorted, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Well, and you think about the clutches. The clutches are so key, and the weights of how they put in, or the weighting of the clutch as well. And so if it's not tuned and you're out here doing a short course style race where you need your clutch to be tuned a little bit different, it can be hard on it, and it was his primary and it went. So it's all about clutching on short course really with these guys because they're also belt driven.
Well, except for Travis Zollinger, he's in the new Maverick R, and it's got an actual transmission, so that could be a game changer. Yamaha's been doing that for a while and having great success, and now Can-Am stepped the game up, so we'll see. I've been very, very impressed with that Maverick R, and Travis Zollinger's rating basically a bone stock Maverick R against Paul Wolf and Cole Clark in this Pro Modified class. So he'll be taking off side by side with Dustin Robbins. So we'll see how it all shakes out.
Yeah, and let's talk about the Yamahas. We do have some drivers that do race with us with Yamahas. We've had the Van Eprens that race with us on the East Coast, and they do very well in them, but they also do short course, so they got those cars dialed in.
Oh, absolutely. So here is our 4900 Pro Mod. Sitting in that pole position, the number 1018 of Paul Wolf out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing in his Can-Am X3. Side by side with him will be the number 24 of Cole Clark out of Cortez, Colorado with J4 in that RMS-built custom Polaris RS1. And then it's the number 311 of Dustin Robbins out of Decatur, Alabama with Team All Things UTV in his Can-Am. And then the number 20 of Travis Zollinger out of Logan, Utah with Zollinger Racing Products with that Mav R. And then last but not least, the number 4932 of Scott Lesage out of Syracuse, Utah with Sage Alternatives with that custom single-seat Polaris RZR.
And we can see our water trucks are turning back in here, finishing up watering the race course. It's been a great race course out there for our drivers today. It's kind of comical to me right now, Miles. I'm watching Cole Clark, his winning car from the 4,800 class, getting put on the, what do you call it? The crane of shame, but he's over here staged in his Polaris. So it's pretty funny to watch this.
Yeah, I mean, he gave that car all it had. It smoked for about 8 laps out there, and he was moving at, I don't know, 15 miles an hour as he grabbed the checkered flag. If he would have had one more lap, I'm not sure if the car had it.
Yeah, I don't think, well, obviously he didn't because he barely made it across the finish line.
Well, the sun is out, not a cloud in the sky, almost 100 degrees, but I can't think of a better place to be than right here at the METALCLOAK Stampede for the NORCAL. It's been absolutely awesome here at Prairie City SVRA, and we are about to kick off the Pro Modified 4900. These are usually the fastest UTVs out here on course.
And they will be doing 10 laps as well for their main event. Our 4400s will also be doing 10 laps. So every main event out here is 10 laps except our Youth 170 classes, and they will be going here up next, actually, and they'll be doing 5 laps. So a 10-lap main, that's a lot of laps to get in. That's a lot of seat time.
And Paul Wolf's already done it a couple times out there.
Well, same with Cole Clark. I mean, he just hopped out of a car, and he's already back in a car. And with the 97-degree temperature out here, and you know when you're in those vehicles, you are just doing nothing but sweating, and it's all about hydration at that point. Stamina and hydration is what you need for sure out here in this kind of racing conditions with the heat. And you can see that our flags are not moving very much, so we don't really have a breeze outside right now.
Yeah, it's but again, they're keeping the track watered,
yes.
So the breeze doesn't matter to the racers too much as long as there's not a lot of dust. And so far, so good. John Goodby, Bird, and the entire NORCAL and Ultra 4 team has been doing an amazing job all weekend long. We have 3 more races to go. And they'll be wrapping this thing up. Up next is the Pro Modified, then we'll do the Youth 170s, and then the main event. The 4400 Unlimited class. Be taking off later this afternoon. We've started racing at 7:30 this morning. So we've been racing for 8 hours already.
So technically we have the Pro Mod main event coming up here in just a moment, the UTV 170s, and we're going to do driver introductions, which is going to be really cool to do, and then the 4400 main event, and then awards. Roughly about 30, 45 minutes after we're all done, we'll be doing our awards.
And again, thank you to everybody for staying tuned in all day long for the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede. It's been a wonderful day. I am Miles Hasquist alongside Mrs. Pam Hall. We've had a lot of guests up here, and it looks like the YouTube chat's been pretty busy, isn't it, Pam?
Yes, it has. People checking in and everything, and Carnage Corner coming up is what one person said about the last race.
Yes.
Let's see here. Jonathan Dawes. Oh, let's see. Who else? Dykus, Matt Holt.
Everybody's tuned in having some fun, huh?
Yeah, JT. Yeah, it's awesome. Thank you guys for watching again. I'm having a blast watching it from this end.
It's been a wonderful day, and thanks to everybody for all the compliments. The Take It Live, King of the Hammers, Hammer King production crew has done an amazing job. We have Believe Cam and Dusty Drone flying the drones out here and putting on one heck of a show.
Exactly. That's where I was going with that. All of our camera crew out here, we have some great shots out here. It's so easy to get the good shots on short course like this.
Oh, man. You can cover this entire place. And what a wonderful weekend it has been. This is our first Western Series race of the season. Up next will be the Vegas to Reno race, our second Western Series race. And then we'll pop over to Crandon for a quick little fun race and then finish up the year at Nationals at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma. And it looks like we're bringing them out. So Paul Wolf, number 1018, going to be drag racing against Cole Clark in that first row. Second row is Dustin Robbins and Travis Zollinger.
And then we did have Scott Lesage join us, so he got his car all fixed and back out here on course. Now we need to be paying attention to our next UTV class because we do have the Hard Charger Award for the entry for the UTV Conquest. It's taking place July 21st through 23rd up here on the Rubicon Trail here in California. It's two entries for 2 different race vehicles, but you're not racing, you're entering yourself, and you still have to have a UTV for it. But that is provided by the Jeepers Jamboree, so awesome for them to throw this out there. If you wanted to go on the Rubicon Trail there and you get this Hard Charger Award, why not go and do it for a free entry up there?
Absolutely, and it sounds like the PCI Race Radios, we're about to go hot. Green flag is up, and we are live racing Paul Wolf and Cole Clark. Who is going to get that whole shot? Looks like Paul Wolf may have pulled an early lead just a tick, and he does. But Cole Clark's on the inside, a little bit of rubbing there.
Yep.
But Paul Wolf's able to keep her under control, and Cole Clark in that second position. And then it goes to Dustin Robbins, Travis Zollinger, and Scott Lesage.
Scott Lesage is a little off pace there. Obviously, he's way behind. He was having issues earlier on, but right now let's just see if he can get that car to the finish line here in 10 laps.
So if battling for third is Dustin Robbins and Travis Zollinger. Looks like a good battle out back. But right now, once again, it's Paul Wolf and Cole Clark. Each race they have been in, they've been near the front.
Oh, and Travis Zollinger took that right-hand line in the prelim this morning. He did that, and he hit that berm, and he was a little close to it just now, as we saw.
And look at him launching up the Gomez jump, getting some huge air out there for this 10-lap race for the 4900 Pro Mod main event.
And there they are going down the PCI Gunite section. Paul Wolf out front, Cole Clark in second. So it's Can-Am, Polaris, Can-Am, Can-Am.
Man, yeah, what a good run they've got going. This has been some amazing action out here for the METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede with Ultra 4 USA. It's been so much fun. We are entering the Brannick Boulders with a huge wheel stand by Paul Wolf. Trying to get his way through there. Oh, man, they're pushing strong. Remember, 10-lap race, guys.
Pushing strong and hitting that belly pan. Don't want to pop any of the tires as well, but wow, they're pushing it hard.
As Wolf up and over the King Kicker.
All right, let's see what Paul Wolf does in this next rock section, because he does have a little bit of a lead right now if he's going to push it as hard as he did in the Brannick Boulders. But again, the Monster Alley is not... I don't think the rocks are as big.
Cole Clark went wide and had to back up, I believe, so that puts Dustin Robbins in second position. Good work for him.
And Dustin Robbins drifting his way around the corner.
You gets a little sideways there, but keeps her under control. As Paul Wolf is out front with a 7-second lead over Dustin Robbins. And then Cole Clark's a little ways back. Travis Zollinger still in the mix. And Scott Lesage is definitely off pace, fighting something on that car. Hate to see that for him because it's an absolutely beautiful car. So we see Wolf coming at us.
Going through that washboard section, entering into the rhythm section. This is where you got to know how to hit him so you don't... If you hit him a little too fast, you can bounce yourself off, kind of like he just did.
Yeah, he went a little wide there, was able to keep her under control. So there's Dustin Robbins with all things UTV, sitting in comfortably in that second position, and Cole Clark moved back to third. And I can't quite tell if Cole's having a little bit of issue or he's just kind of saving the car, because they all went a little harder than I anticipated on that first lap.
Oh, look at them, almost side by side right there on the backstretch, which is Cole Clark and Travis Zollinger.
Paul Wolf is a man on a mission. If he enters a race, he is all in. Oh. Is that right. Travis Zollinger trying to catch up to Cole Clark?
See the Mavar arms, the spider arms. But yes, that is him. Looking there, we do have Paul Wolf in the Brannick Boulders.
And then Dustin Robbins not too far back. Dustin Robbins is having a great race. He comes all the way from Decatur, Alabama. Great to see him out here playing with us with all things UTV. He's been helping out a lot of racers recently. I saw he was really giving the Youth 1K a lot of help and discounts out there, trying to get them to come racing. So,
well, and he has a kid that's racing in the 170s right now, Eli.
So he's really trying to help promote all that. So great shout out to Dustin Robbins and all things UTV. And it's still Paul Wolf out front, getting ready to click off another lap. Heading out for lap number 3 of 10 is Paul Wolf. And what kind of lead does he have over Dustin Robbins?
Let me look here.
4 seconds.
4-second lead, wow. So I was looking at our Badlands Brawl race that we were at in Indiana. And Dustin Robbins, actually, he was 5th place in this class. So great run by him there. And here he's now running in 2nd place out here at the NorCal Stampede.
Yeah, he's doing a great job out there having some fun. This is short course racing at its finest. So much action all over the course as we're watching Paul Wolf getting chased down by Dustin Robbins. And then it's Cole Clark, Travis Zollinger, and Scott Lesage. Again, a huge shout out to Brannick Motorsports, PCI Race Radios, METALCLOAK, and the NorCal Rock Racing Team. Without each and every one of them, it would be tough to come out here and go racing. So please support who supports the sport.
And Mr. Paul Wolf going down that PCI Gunite section. And what we were talking about earlier, it looks like it's smooth, but it's It's
not smooth at all. Yeah, like I said, it's got some natural rocks that they sprayed gunite over to keep them in place, and it's a pretty gnarly little section, but they're just skipping right down.
So Cole Clark is back there still battling it out with Travis Zollinger. So that'll make quite the battle. We do have Dustin Robbins right now entering into the Brannick boulders. Man, look at the way they just bounce around.
And look at the big rocks. Bailey was talking about that earlier. They just keep moving lap to lap. Obviously, there's the big, huge rocks that are embedded, but all those big nuisance rocks keep moving around on us.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a great shot of Scott Lesage. It is an absolute work of art there. As Dustin Robbins is still trying to reel in Paul Wolf. Again, this is where that spotter is super important to keep you on your pace. So it's a great battle up front with Paul Wolf and Dustin Robbins. Up next will be the Youth 170s, where we'll have 3 different races going on all at the same time as Paul Wolf clears the METALCLOAK gap jump.
Making his way down where he'll be making a 180 into that washboard section into the rhythm section as well.
Man, this track is held up. Look at it's almost getting some blue groove right in here towards the rhythm section.
Yeah, it does look like that for sure.
And the washboard's starting to smooth out pretty good. Another great shot of Paul Wolf in that Pro modified car. Trying to keep everything together.
They have 7 laps remaining out of our 10-lap race.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Paul Wolf, his fastest time of the race so far was a 2:09.001, but Dustin Robbins has thrown down a 2:08.498 in his last lap. So Dustin Robbins making up a little bit of ground on Paul Wolf.
And then Travis Zollinger has snuck into that third spot. So Cole Clark's lost a little bit of pace. Not sure exactly what's going on there, but hey, great run by Travis Zollinger getting that third position. And I believe that's him right there on screen, the number 20 of Travis Zollinger. And then flipping back to Paul Wolf in here, the Brannick boulders with Dustin Robbins not too far back.
Oh, and look at him. He was gassing it down. Obviously, you can see that there is a gap between the boulders, and I think that's a good strategy to have them set up like that.
Oh, I love it. They do a great job on building courses out here. And Dustin Robbins is trying to reel in old Paul Wolf. And again, the spotters in the stands, I'm sure they're keeping busy informing each other exactly what's going on. And Dustin Robbins, I think, is going to be sending it a little bit harder through the rocks as this race progresses. So they're going to be finishing up lap number 4, heading out for lap number 5. So still shy of halfway mark.
Dustin Robbins he's clicking off a little bit of space. Only a 1.9 second gap.
So he shaved over a second lead off. So Paul Wolf, there's Scott Lesage pulled over to the side. I hate to see that for anybody. He was definitely having some kind of mechanical issues, and it finally came in and bit him. Oh, he's moving a little bit, but obviously his race is basically over.
Such a bummer. New car blues. That's what happens. Travis Zollinger coming through with a 2:11.929, so he's picked up his speed as well because that was his fastest lap of the race so far for himself. Cole Clark coming through with a 2:14, so not sure what's going on with Cole. He's not as quick as he normally is. You know, he's going into the right-hand turn just now, and I physically was watching him. He wasn't spinning, so he must have some kind of maybe steering issues going on, or he might be only in two-wheel drive.
He's about 30 seconds back on our leaders, so tough break for him, but hey, that's part of racing.
But he's still out there trucking along because we still have 6 laps to go. Anything can happen.
And there's Travis Zollinger still making some moves in that Can-Am Maverick R. Paul Wolf and Dustin Robbins still battling out front, first and second in the Brannick boulders. This is the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede at the Prairie City SVRA in Rancho Cordova, California. As they're heading through the King Kicker. It's been a great day of racing. We still have to wrap this one up and 2 more big races yet to come. The Great All's definitely been busy today.
That's exactly what earlier on I was saying. Sponsorship right there.
Yeah.
It's getting so much use today. Now, we don't come to the NORCAL races. I'm wondering how often they have to get that thing out, because it's
I'm sure
every
it's
race.
out here. Absolutely.
Like if it's used as much is what I mean.
So we are at the halfway mark as we speak for Paul Wolf out front, being chased closely by Dustin Robbins with only about 2.5 seconds splitting our top 2. They are giving it all they got. This is a 1.5 mile lap. They are doing 10 laps. They're out on their 6th.
Paul Wolf making his way through that rhythm section. With the fastest time for Paul is a 2:02.704, and that was the last lap. You know Chris Hickman's on the radio telling him, Dustin Robbins is on your tail.
Oh, man, he is really pushing strong.
Yep, because Dustin Robbins also last lap was his fastest lap as well at a 2:03.106. So a 2.3 second difference on this last lap for Paul Wolf and Dustin Robbins.
Yeah, those two up front are really running strong. Travis Zollinger threw down a lap at 2:11. Cole Clark with a 2:14. And then Scott Lesage was a 2:31 for their fastest laps.
Nice breeze coming through the booth up here.
I'm not complaining a bit. It's nice, but it's a little roasty up here.
It's a little roasty, but you know what? Ask and you shall receive. We got a fan.
Yes, that makes a huge difference. As Paul Wolf, look at Dustin Robbins is pushing strong through the rock sections as he hits the king kicker. Dustin Robbins just gets around Paul Wolf. Paul Wolf pulled over.
Oh,
Paul Wolf is having issues right at the entrance of the hot pits. Not sure what just happened. Dustin Robbins takes over the lead. With all things UTV, he has got an amazing run going, and Paul Wolf, who has led every single race he has entered, is pulled off and I don't see him crawling out of the car yet. Not sure what happened. Tough break for Paul Wolf, but it looks like it's looking good for Dustin Robbins out of Decatur, Alabama.
These guys running belts. You never know what it is, but when they come to a sudden stop like that, and usually it's a belt issue, because the belts, they can shred apart and just tear up that whole entire clutch cage area. Or the clutch housing, I should say.
Yeah,
but
tough break for Wolf.
Dustin Robbins making his way through the 180 on that finger section going into the washboard section. And we do see Scott Lesage is on the side. Now Paul Wolf is on the side.
So that puts Travis Zollinger in that second position. How far back is Cole Clark? Cole Clark is a lap down, so he may be pulled over somewhere too. So right now it's Dustin Robbins 1, Travis Zollinger 2. And we're not sure if anybody else is moving.
This has been a tough race for these guys.
The attrition is setting in very heavy here. It has been a race for sure. Wow, only 2 cars remaining. Dustin Robbins and Travis Zollinger.
And we
have to do 2/3 of the race, so I don't think Paul Wolf, Cole Clark, and Scott Lesage are going to make the cut.
And we have 4 laps to go as well.
Yeah, you'd have to do basically 6.6 laps. So, yeah, tough break for Paul Wolf, Cole Clark, and Scott Lesage.
Been a tough one for sure today. Talk about attrition.
Oh, man, it is set in heavy. So now you know that Dustin Robbins' spotter saying, hey, there's only 1 car on the track other than you moving. Take your time, be smart, play it safe, but keep having fun.
Exactly.
Man, this is just shown to be an extremely tough race. So Zollinger's still pushing strong in the Maverick car.
We'll see if these 2 guys finish. I mean, right now, they're so spread apart from each other, all they need to do is finish. Paul Wolf is getting towed off over by our recovery crew.
Dustin Robbins clicks off another lap. He's definitely slowing down, which would exactly what I would do.
Yeah, exactly.
He just ran a 2:12, so that's about 10 seconds off his normal fast lap, but still very respectable.
There's Travis Zollinger making his way through, and back again on the rhythm section, we do have Dustin Robbins going through the washboard.
And Travis Zollinger getting completely slideways there, heading towards the METALCLOAK gap jump. How much fun are they having out there? All of it.
Launching off of the Gomez jump.
Don't forget Roxy with big merch is down there.
They were busy down there.
Yeah, go check her out. She's selling all the things. They've got some King of the Hammers specialty deals out there as well. A few event T-shirts are left, I do believe.
I know she was running some King of the Hammers specials as well, and had little surprises for people whenever they purchased a certain amount, so that was really fun. I'm sure she sold a ton of it too. Not probably Mandy's sweatshirts.
Not this weekend. I don't need any of those.
You can see the rocks moving around that you're talking about, Miles, when he was going through them just now.
Dustin Robbins with all things UTV is out front and looking good out of Decatur, Alabama with his Can-Am. With all things UTV, Full Throttle Power Sports, all things Bronco, Apex Powder Coating, Schofield Performance, Wayland Speed, MRT, Vision Wheels, and Double E Racing. He's been racing with us since 2017, and it's going to be very exciting for him if he can lock down this win here at the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede.
Mr. Dustin Robbins right there going around the big sweeping turn to the start-finish line, and that will click off another lap, so we have 2 laps remaining. He'll get the white flag next time.
Next time around, as he hits the METALCLOAK gap jump once again. 2 cars remaining moving out on course, and that's Dustin Robbins and Travis Zollinger. We'll see how far back Zollinger is. I'm going to guess about that 30-second mark or so. Don't forget, for timing, go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same timing we have here in the METALCLOAK studio. And he is right on the mark, 29.2 seconds back behind Dustin Robbins.
But look at, he just clicked off his fastest lap of the race so far at a 2:06.640. There is quite a gap in it. I mean, Dustin would have to do something really wrong for Travis to close that gap, but then again, there are still
anything can happen.
I should not say that because I feel like I jinx these drivers.
There's our Blade out there ready to do some track maintenance and or cleanup later on this evening. Dustin Robbins makes quick work over the PCI Gunite section. What a wonderful weekend it has been. Lots of racing action and still 2 big races yet to come. The future of our sport in the 170 class is up next, and then the 4400 main event.
Yes, our 170s will be doing 5 laps, and then when we get into our 4400s, they will be doing 10 laps as well. But Dustin Robbins, again, making his way through the King Kicker. His car kind of matches the color.
Yeah. It's a great-looking Can-Am. He's got a couple different race cars.
Mm-hmm.
This is more of his short course setup. And he is on the gas. The white flag will be flying for Dustin Robbins. 1 more lap to go. Can he seal the deal?
Just keep a steady pace is what I would be doing right now.
Absolutely. And Travis Zollinger is trying to make his moves, but I don't think there's enough time here. So he's comfortably in that second position. But remember, he's in basically a bone stock Can-Am Maverick car. And Dustin Robbins in a full-on Pro Mod car for sure.
All right, Travis Zollinger, 2:08.581. So he slowed down 2 seconds on that lap. But again, unless Dustin Robbins does something really bad, spins out, goes off course, something, that's the only thing that's going to hurt him from winning this race.
But anything could happen.
Yes, so true. Racing happens all the time. So Travis Zollinger making his way around that 180, going into the washboard section. And Dustin Robbins up at the farthest point of the track. We actually can see it from the booth live as well, right past the Gomez jump, and he's going down the PCI Gunite. But back to Travis Zollinger, getting ready to jump off of the Gomez jump.
So many great features out on this 1.5-mile lap. It's been a wonderful weekend joining forces with NorCal with Ultra 4 USA here at the METALCLOAK Stampede. We had just shy of 100 competitors sign up for this one. Great showing for the Western Series. And you can see he's in the Brannick Boulders. So after he clears that, one more rock section to go, and the checkered flag will be out for Dustin Robbins as long as he can keep his car together. Here comes Travis Zollinger. And there he goes. Dustin Robbins over the King Kicker. He'll be heading through Monster Alley as we speak. And then one more big turn to go, and the checkered flag is out. Roy's got it in hand, and he is through. Dustin Robbins winning another race with Ultra 4 USA here for the 2024 METALCLOAK Stampede. First place goes to Dustin Robbins, and not too far behind him will be Travis Zollinger.
So nice run by Dustin Robbins.
And again, I think you have to complete 2/3 of the race to be a contender. So I think we're just going to do first and second for this race. Again, everything is unofficial. We'll dot our I's and cross our T's. But there goes Travis Zollinger grabbing second place. Great run by everybody out there. Up next will be the UTV Limited Stock and Open.
For our 170 kids class, our Tiny Tots, the future of our sport. They'll be coming up here in just a moment. I'm sure they'll be throwing down a little bit of water out there, but I do see the kids over here all lined up and ready to go. They are definitely going to water the part of the race course that is not normally ran, that is only being ran for the 170 class. So they run the majority of the race course except the Gomez jump area. They do not run the rock sections as well. There is a bypass around that. So they turn left right before our Gomez jump. But our water trucks are out getting the track all ready for the kids class. But congratulations to Dustin Robbins on his win right now, unofficially, in our 4900 open class, or modified class. Again, up next for our METALCLOAK NorCal Stampede is our Youth 170 Limited, Stock, and Open class. We're out here in Rancho Cordova, California. Currently 97 degrees outside, so it's nice and warm. Everybody's sitting up underneath the shade. Hopefully you guys are all staying hydrated. We will be going live here in just a few moments as soon as we get the course all cleared off in the water trucks doing their jobs and getting the course all watered down, keeping the dust down.
So while we wait for the Youth 170s, we're going to throw a highlight from 2019. Welcome back to the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede here at the Pretty City SVRAs, presented by METALCLOAK, featuring Ultra 4 USA. I am Miles Hasquist alongside Mrs. Pam Hall, and we are about to kick off the Youth 170 Limited Stock and Open. It'll be a 5-lap race on this 3/4 of a mile lap. They skip all the rocks, and it's going to be a great one to watch. And then up next, we'll do the driver introductions and then kick off the 4,400 main event. So 2 big laps, races to go, and we are off with the Youth 170s. Wyatt Cotter out front first, and then Caden Gamble. Caden Gamble gets the early shot, but Cotter gets him on that one. And then Indigo Bartley, Dom Allegri, Cash Martinez, Maggie Flores, Claire Dixon, Hunter Biddle, Hunter Valadez, Peter Abt, and Dalton Bleck. We have 11 young guys and gals racing 3 different classes, so we'll have to keep you honest on that. We do have the limited stock and open for this 5-lap main event. And Wyatt Cotter got the early lead, and then I believe it's Caden Gamble, then Indigo Bartley, Dom Allegri, and Cash Martinez all running strong in that lead lap. And what a great race we have here. This is the future of our sport. The Youth 170s are up and running. And it looks like Jess just sent me a little post that her and Shannon have already got the engine pulled out of Shannon's car. So tough break for that. Hate to see it. Wish you were here to race, but we completely understand. And it is Wyatt Cotter out front, and then it is Caden Gamble, and then it looks like Cash Martinez. Oh, there's Maggie Flores in the mix, I believe. We'll see when they come across the METALCLOAK start-finish. What a great day of racing it has been. It is Wyatt Cotter in that first position. And then it's Caden Gamble, Dom Allegri, Cash Martinez, Indigo Bartley, Maggie Flores, and Hunter Biddle. And then and then Claire Dixon and Hunter Valadez. She's got a great run going so far. We saw her dad, Peter Abt, and then Dalton Bleck. So all 11 cars are out on course, Pam.
Awesome to see the kids out again. I love this class, the future of the sport. One of my favorites, I always call them my little tiny tots, but here we are out here with... We had all 11 start again?
Yeah, all 11 took the course. And 4,400 class needs to head towards staging. You guys are up next. The main event is about to go down. So 4,400, please head towards staging. We are going to kick this one off right after the Youth 170s.
And here we have Wyatt Cotter in that number 1 spot. Caden Gamble in second. 2.3 seconds behind Wyatt Cotter, and then Dom Allegri, Cash Martinez. Great run out there for these kids. And then we also have Indigo Bartley, Maggie Flores, but right now we are watching the number 22 on screen.
The 212, I believe.
Oh, yep, you're right,
That's
212. Looks like 22.
Cotter out of NORCAL, California, with Cotter Boys Racing in his Polaris. And then behind him is the number 26 of Caden Gamble out of Tierras, New Mexico, with Bomb Tech Racing. And then in that third position, it is Dom Allegri, the number 1949 out of Scotts Valley, California, with Cowboys and Kilos. And then it's the 101 of Indigo Bartley. She's only 9 years old and running strong out of Clements, California, with Wild One Racing. Waiting for a couple more to cross over the METALCLOAK start-finish.
And they have 3 laps remaining out of their 5 that they are racing today.
Maggie Flores, number 247 out of Houston, Texas, with Maggie Flores Racing. And then Hunter Biddle, the number 107 out of Longmont, Colorado, with Hunter Racing. Then we have Claire Dixon, the 339 out of Santa Cruz, California, with Dixon Racing. And then Hunter Valadez, the 222 out of Aguadulce, California, with Telemetry Motorsports.
Oh, we just saw a little bit wide on here. Caden Gamble went wider. I believe that's Cash Martinez that was trying to cut it a little too soon.
And then third in class, 10th overall, Peter Abt, the number 575 out of Santa Maria, California, with Abt Motorsports. And in the back, still having fun, the number 777 of Dalton Bleck.
And in front of Dalton, I believe that's Peter.
Yep, they're both in the stock class, I do believe. Out there having fun. And Wyatt Cotter is over halfway through, out on lap number 4 of 5 for the Youth 170 main event. Wyatt Cotter is in the modified class.
Oh, Cash Martinez looks like he might be having a little bit of issues going on. Indigo Bartley just actually passed right here at the start-finish line, but he is not on it like he normally is, and he's always a contender out here.
So in modified 1, it's Wyatt Cotter 2, Caden Gamble 3, Dom Allegri 4, Indigo Bartley in 5, Maggie Flores in leading his class is Cash Martinez in that first position.
And speaking of Maggie Flores, she's right there on screen coming up to, I believe that is Cash Martinez possibly in front of her.
And there's Caden Gamble out front. Still pushing strong.
Caden Gamble with Dom Allegri right on his tail. And Dom is
sticking a nose in. But this is some good racing by these young guys and gals out here.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying to stick that nose in. We've been seeing the bigger cars doing that all day long. But look at this. Caden Gamble went a little wider, and that opened up the door for Dom, and it didn't take it.
Hits the gas. They put a brand new engine in Caden Gamble's earlier this week. They finished it up Tuesday night and finally got a little bit more power under the hood. I guess it's behind
under the
him.
Trunk.
Yeah. And there's Caden Gamble. Number 26, running strong.
Oh, look at his visor. Did you see that?
Yeah, has quite a bit of mud on it.
I don't know if he must not have tear-offs on or just hasn't pulled one yet, but he definitely has a lot of mud on his visor for sure.
And
Dom Allegri getting a little crooked there.
And Pam, the white flag is out for Wyatt Cotter, Caden Gamble, Dom Allegri, Indigo Bartley, Cash Martinez. What a great race we have had here. So much fun.
Cash Martinez is having some issues. I'm sorry, I totally looked off screen because that is Hunter Biddle that we're watching, but Cash Martinez went a little crooked right here, right in front of us, and looks like he's having some major issues.
But he's still moving right along.
Yes, he is. Keep going for those points for sure. But there we do have Caden Gamble, Dom Allegri right there making that left-hand turn, coming into some lap traffic though, so Dom and Caden are actually racing in the same class against each other, so this lap traffic is going to definitely be a factor.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they can get around Peter Abt and Dalton Bleck. So this definitely slowing them up. They are nose to tail.
This is where spotters are telling them where they need to be going, or these guys, spotters,
should be telling them slow down a little bit.
Slow down or hold your line.
Yeah, leaders are coming. Oh, and Caden Gamble does a little inside-outside. So does Dom Allegri. And they're right by the king kicker. Caden Gamble does get around Peter Abt. And looks like Dom Allegri's going to overtake him as well. Remember, that is lap traffic. Caden Gamble and Dom Allegri are on the lead lap, but Wyatt Cotter got the whole shot and has not looked back yet.
And speaking of Wyatt Cotter, he is coming through right now, getting the checkered flag, so Wyatt Cotter in that number 1 spot.
What a great race. Wyatt Cotter grabbing the checkered flag, and it looks like it's going to be Caden Gamble, second place, and Dom Allegri in that third position. And now that the checkered flag has flown, and it's fly for the rest of the field with a Grand Prix finish. So Peter Abt and Dalton Bleck. Peter Abt may sneak onto the podium for the stock class. We'll see. So Indigo Bartley grabs 4th position. And then Cash Martinez wins his class, getting that number 1 spot. In the limiteds, we still have to see how the stock class shakes out. There's a few of them still out there running, having fun. Hunter Biddle, Maggie Flores, Claire Dixon, and Hunter Valadez still out on course.
So good job by these kiddos of Wyatt Cotter, Caden Gamble, and Dom Allegri in the 1, 2, and 3 spots. Of course, everything is unofficial until it's official. Unofficially official.
Something like that. So Hunter Biddle's coming along, and Maggie Flores not too far back, and Claire Dixon. And then Hunter Valadez. So it looks like the checkered flag is coming out for Hunter Biddle, I believe.
And Maggie
he will
Flores.
get second place. Oh, no. He's a lap down. Sorry. So he gets
got
fifth place.
second in his class.
Oh, I was right. Okay.
Yes, and Maggie Flores, she got 5th place in her class with 7th overall. She was right behind Hunter.
Still waiting for Claire Dixon and Hunter Valadez. And there goes Claire Dixon grabbing the checkered flag, getting 1st place in the stock class. And then Hunter Valadez looks like will lock down that second position. And then Peter Abbott in that third for stock. So a great run by all these young guys and gals. Great racing by all of these young. The future of our sport was out there getting to race on the same track as the heroes of our sport. I'm sure Trotter was busy in the spotter stands with all the parents saying, go, 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 setting some records out here.
Exactly. So we do see the 170s coming off, of course. But I can hear some horsepower off in the distance, so our 4400s will be coming up next.
So much fun was had out there. It was great to watch. So that means up next, the 4400 main event. We are going to pull out the entire field onto the course, let them get out of the car, get on top of their roof, and do a driver introduction. And then let them do a little half a lap, cool down, and then start the race. So if you need to take a break, now is your time. The 4400 main event, the biggest and baddest names of our sport, will be taking the field here very soon. So thanks again for everybody tuning in. This coverage of Ultra 4 USA for the METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede is presented by METALCLOAK and is brought to you by your official sponsors, Brannick Motorsports, PCI Race Radios, NORCAL Rock Racing, and by METALCLOAK. So again, thanks to each and every one of them. So please support who supports the sport. So while we wait for the 4400 main event, we have a highlight video from back in 2016. So sit back and enjoy before we kick off the 4400 main event.
We're out here in Prairie City getting ready to turn it on at Stampede.
consistent wins, it's going to be a lucky deal. tell you the truth, I think I just got lucky.
And welcome back. We are here in Cordova, California for our first Western Series race presented by METALCLOAK for the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede featuring Ultra 4 USA. I am Miles Hasquis alongside Mrs. Pam Hall. And up next is the main event, the 4400 Unlimited class. The biggest and baddest names in our sport. Unlimited suspension, unlimited horsepower, and it is going to be one heck of a show, Pam. I cannot wait to get this party started.
I can't either, but before we get this party started, the water trucks are still out on course. The drivers are going to come on out here. We're going to line them up, and we're going to do driver introductions, which is going to be super cool. We want the drivers out of their vehicles as well, so it's going to be cool to see that. We haven't really done that
it's
at
been
our
a while,
regionals.
yeah.
Yes.
We've done it a couple times up in at the Reno Nationals. I remember doing that back in the day. So yeah, this is just something a little different that John does at his races. I'm like, yeah, that sounds great.
I think we should definitely do it for sure.
Let the fans see who their favorite racers are. I see RDP out there in the middle of the track getting ready to get some great photos for us.
He gets amazing photos and amazing video footage as well. But we do have a lot of people chiming in. Thank you again. I see Casey Shears wanting to know what the finishing order is. We'll be letting that all out, but you can go to live.ultra4racing.com to see the results for our classes. But again, everything is unofficial until it is official.
Yeah, there's 3 different classes going on at the same time, so I'm going to apologize. I do not have that one memorized.
We don't.
But we started this morning with the 4900 stock class, and it was Travis Zollinger top box, then Trent Roberts, and then Rob Reno. And then the 4900 Youth 1K was Dylan Trent, and then Lauren Healy. In the 4900 Open UTV was Paul Wolf, Travis Zollinger, and Jason Susi. And the 49 Pro Mod was Dustin Robbins and Travis Zollinger. And the 4500 modified class was Logan Goodall, Jesse Balter, and Sean Rance. And the 4600 stock class was Bailey Cole first. Second was Lauren Healy. Third was Brexton Glines. And we still have to see how it shakes out with the 4800 class, but I'm pretty sure Cole Clark is that top position. We'll see how it shakes out between Jacob Pacheco and Jeremy Brown.
Let's see here. I am pulling up the unofficial results for our UTV 170 class, our limited class. Cash Martinez in that number 1 spot and Hunter Biddle in second. In the UTV 170 modified class, it was Wyatt Cotter in that number 1 spot, the 26 of Caden Gamble in second, and the 1949 of Dom Allegri in that number 3 spot. And in the UTV 170 stock class, the 339 of Claire Dixon in that number 1 spot, the 2222 Hunter Valadez in that number 2 spot, and the number 3 spot, the 575 of Peter Abbs. So that is what our unofficial finishing results for all of our UTV 170 youth class, our little tiny tots that just came off course, doing 5 laps out there in this fun heat that we're all racing in. But you know what? When you're on that race course, it doesn't matter.
Cotton is tuned in, rooting on her son, Cade Rod, who has won back-to-back. Can he make a three-peat? It's going to be exciting. He's coming off that second row. It's going to be interesting to see how it all shakes out. These cars are the Swiss Army knife of off-road. We started out at King of the Hammers. We are up here in Northern California at the Stampede. We've already raced in Badlands. Up next is Vegas to Reno. We did another short course in Kentucky. We'll check out Crandon and then end up at the Crossbar Ranch for our nationals. We race up mountains. We do some short course, jumps, tight trees, mud, dust, desert, whoops. These cars can do it all, and they do it all well. And look at the easy ups lined up, ready for the 4400 main event. Such a great spectator-friendly track out here, and it's going to be a great spectacle. So again, thank you everybody for here on site, for coming out and watching, and especially everybody back home for tuning in to the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede here at the Prairie City SVRA. It sounds like we're going to start heading them this way.
That coming from Chris Elrod, who is down in staging, does our
lineup. He does
official
a lot of
stuff down there. Jeremy Dickinson, who is up here with us right now, also helps out with the lineup and everything as well, and pretty much anything and everything we can help out with around here.
Brian Trotter's out in the spotter stand. John Goodby's probably driving around the air conditioning, getting everything checked out.
All right, let's see here. So we will be having these guys here in just a minute getting lined up.
And real quick, we have another special guest, Dustin Robbins, who just won the Pro Modified class. How was it out there, buddy?
Man, it was really, we had a battle royale going, I think.
Yeah, it was a great show out there. And, man, the attrition really set in heavy out there. Such a great – look at that kid out there waving at us. But the attrition got heavy. It was so much fun. What a wild show.
We played our cards all weekend, only put in the pressure when it mattered, and it paid off. I believe everybody else exhausted their machines all weekend. And
so you were playing the attrition game then,
I was playing not attrition on my car game.
You were trying to save the car till the end.
That's right. If I had an issue out there during qualifying or prelim or whatever, I would just start pre-running.
Well, basically, too, I mean, when it came down to it at the end of that race, all you had to do was finish.
That's right. You know, but
it sucks.
Well, I got to see Paul Wolf's pace, and we were making car lengths on him. And
yeah, you were keeping up with him for a little bit.
We heard a lot of chatter. The chatter in the over in the spotter stand was pretty rowdy.
Oh, I guess you could probably overhear the other spotters in your ear, huh?
I think there was a little bit of nerve there, and there was blood in the water, you know, and I hate that he went out with a belt, but, you know, we definitely take the win. But we definitely see the pace, though.
Absolutely. Well, Dustin, always a pleasure. And coming all the way from Decatur, Alabama to come up here and getting that win, you got to be pretty excited.
Man, yeah, taking the money and the hardware back to Decatur, Alabama is going to be awesome.
Well, absolutely. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. Good job, Dustin. Always a pleasure, my buddy. So we're going to bring all these cars out on course, get the drivers out of their vehicles, and we'll do a driver's introduction for the biggest and baddest names in our sport.
I have to tell you, Miles, I'm super excited for this because I've never been at one of our races whenever we've done this. So I'm really stoked that we are doing this right now. And thank you, everybody, for watching at home. If you want to go on Facebook, on the Ultra 4 USA Facebook page, share the link to this race right now. It'll take them directly to our Ultra 4 USA YouTube because you guys are not going to want to miss out on this race.
And I believe we will have 17 cars taking the green flag. And it looks like we're about ready to do our driver introductions. We'll give a couple more minutes. No, it looks like they're about ready. So let's start on that pole position. The number 1018 of Paul Wolf out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing.
And in that number 2 position, Vaughn Gittin Jr. out of Concord, North Carolina with Fun Haver Off-Road.
Starting in that 3rd position is Cade Rod, number 7, back-to-back wins out of Cortez, Colorado with Jimmy's 4x4.
And in that number 4 position, Raul Gomez right here from his home track, the number 83 two-time king, Gomez Brothers Racing.
And number 4th was Brett Harrell, the number 4456 out of Almsville, Oregon with Team Change Order.
And then we have J.P. Gomez in the number 82 out of Cameron Park, California with Gomez Brothers Racing.
And in that 6th position was Waylon Campbell out of Gilbert, Arizona with Campbell Racing.
And then Philip McGilton in the number 47 out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama with the 47 Motorsports out in the 8th position.
And 7th is 82 J.P. Gomez out of Cameron Park, California with Gomez Brothers Racing.
And then we have Marcos Gomez, the number 86, out of Lotus, California with Gomez Brothers Racing.
And that 10th position, number 67, Lauren Healy out of Farmington, New Mexico with Fun Haver Off-Road Team.
And then next up is James Mahoney in the number 308 out of Colfax, California with Mahoney Racing.
In number 12 is Edwin Abt, the number 4475 out of Santa Maria, California, with Abt Motorsports.
And then next up is Paul Horschel, the number 19 out of Park City, Utah, with Horschel Motorsports.
In the number 14th position, number 4469, Randy Burke out of Paradise, California, with Randy Burke Off-Road Racing.
And then in that the 15th position, Cody Addington, the number 888 out of Forest Hill, California, with ADD Racing.
In that 16th position, the number 5150, Brendan Thompson out of Grass Valley, California, with Outcast Racing.
And then in the 17th position, Mark Nicholson, the 1177 out of Grass Valley, California, with Moves Motorsports.
And that is all of our 17 competitors will be taking the green flag. And we are about to go. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to kick this one off. Gentlemen, get back in your cars, start your engines. We are about to go live racing for the 4400 main event. So we will give these drivers a few minutes to get back in the car, get all their safety gear back on, and then we'll start this 10-lap main event. It is going to be one heck of a show out here for the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede. We are here at the Prairie City SVRA on this 836-acre state park in the base of the Sierra Nevada foothills, just 20 miles east of downtown Sacramento. Hangtown AMA track is right next door. Rancho Cordova population is roughly 80,000 people. Elevation is about 120 feet here, and it is going to be one heck of a show. I absolutely love it here for the METALCLOAK Stampede with NORCAL Rock Racing featuring Ultra 4 USA. "17 cars getting ready to take off with Paul Wolf and Vaughn Gittin Jr. on the pole out front. It is going to be one show to watch. So again, you have just a few more minutes. If you need some drinks or anything else, I would do that as we speak. It is about to go down.
All right, all of the drivers getting back in their safety gear. Actually, they weren't in their safety gear when they came out, so they're going to get in their safety gear, and they will be getting back all lined up as they are right now, and we will be live racing.
We have been qualifying, practicing, and doing prelims all weekend long with every single class, and it has led up to this one final race for the 4400 main event. It is going to be one heck of a show with 17 of the biggest and baddest names in the sport out there battling on this 10-lap race. And we have Lauren Healy and Brendan Thompson towards the back. This is going to be very interesting to see how it shakes out.
It is definitely going to be very interesting because these guys are not, they're heavy hitters, and they're going to push it because you want to win this race. Obviously, they had some issues in the qualifying run, or the prelim, I should say, earlier on. So it's now going to be how hard are they going to push it, because we've seen so much attrition throughout the day in all of the other races, and there are going to be 18 cars out there on course. 19 cars, actually, so it's going to be interesting to see what is going on.
And if you remember earlier, Lauren Healy pulled off with a serpentine belt. He lost the steering, spun out, got the car a little hot. He was able to fix that and get it back and going. Remember, Horschel lost the rear of this car, and what a great run he had there. Going until he didn't. The tire fell off. He got it back on. Waylon Campbell welded up a water pump earlier. Ken Goodall has stripped the splines on his Torquever. He is not racing. Brendan Thompson lost a belt. So the attrition has been pretty heavy out there, but glad to hear most everybody got everything figured back out and back and running. And agreeing, a tough break for Shannon Campbell. Losing that engine early on in practice. He's already back home, has that engine pulled, and getting ready for the next one.
All right, so we'll be going live racing here in just a little bit. Right now we have a medical issue in the pits, but that's a good reminder right now to make sure you're drinking your water. And as soon as that's all cleared, we'll get back going here on live racing. All right, and here it looks like we are going to be cleared, so we'll be going back racing. The ambulance is heading back to where it needs to be going.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a heat issue out there, so the medic had to go check it out real quick, but looks like he is heading back towards the hot pits. So we do have medics on site.
And we can't be live racing unless they're here, so we had to wait for them to come back over here.
Well, Pam, we've been building the anticipation all weekend long, and the drivers are in their cars getting all strapped in, getting all their safety gear ready. And we are getting really close to kicking this off.
We'll see if anybody uses the hot pits on this time around in this race. I mean, we've had to use them quite a bit. We do have all of our spotters over in the stands as they have to be there. You cannot be on the race course unless you have a spotter. But here we are, everybody out here that's watching. I am super stoked for this race to happen. I'm sure you guys are as well. And everybody at home, thank you so much again for tuning in. And like I said, if you have your Facebook pages, make sure you're sharing and telling people to come watch this race onto the Ultra 4 USA YouTube page. But we will be going live here in just a few moments for our 4400 main event out here for the METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede.
So just hearing over our PCI race radio, it sounds like the medic's handling that heat issue and should be heading back towards the hot pit. So we should be live racing here in about 3 to 4 minutes. So our drivers should be crawling back in their cars, getting all strapped up, and we should be live racing here very, very soon. And we have people tuning in all over the world. I saw Moose was tuned in, Robert Nucky, so all the way from Australia. Some of our Australian volunteers that come across to help us volunteer at King of the Hammers are watching Ultra 4 USA today. So great to see them tuning in. Thanks a lot, guys.
Also, Jonathan Terhune, he has just landed back in the USA, and he is back in time just to watch the final race. So thanks for tuning in, Jonathan, and everybody else all over the world that is watching this race. It's going to be a great one. We do have a stacked field out here. A total of 17 cars will be taking the green flag.
Again, safety first. So we had to, take care of a few situations off and on the day. It has been a very hot one, and it is no exception right now. 97 degrees and very minimal wind. Not a cloud in the sky. It is absolutely gorgeous.
Kevin is watching from Show Low, Arizona, and he is super stoked that this is going to be a great race.
Yeah, this is going to be one to watch. Don't forget to tune in to live.ultra4racing.com for the live timing. And then thank you, everybody back home, for tuning in to the Ultra 4 USA YouTube page. And all the fans here on site. It's going to be a great show. All the vendors came out in full force supporting Ultra 4 USA. We got snow cones. We've got Dirty Dogs selling some great lemonade and hot dogs. Mega merch. Roxy's down there selling all the things. The NORCAL, they're selling some swag. So after this race, go check them out. We still have some stuff going on for sale. Looks like the wind's actually starting to pick up a little bit. I see a little mini dust devil out there in the middle, kicking up some grass and some dirt.
Oh, yeah, look at that, a little dust devil out there. I do have to say this is pretty fun watching the comments coming through. Thank you guys for throwing them out there. Let's see here. Kev Dog said he's across the freeway. It's just too darn hot to come out here and watch. But at least you're watching. Thanks. We've got some people watching from the pits as well. So we're still throwing water down right now because we don't want this track to dry up. That is for sure. So as soon as we get that ambulance back in place of where it will be, as soon as the safety is taken care of. But again, everybody that is out here on site, please try to keep in the shade if you can. I know it's been a hot day out here so far. Go get some water, drink some hydration. We have people from Sweden watching.
Awesome. All the way everywhere.
Yeah. Jess Campbell, we know Shannon had to leave, so they're back home already tearing down Shannon's car. Mark Livingston from Mexico.
Tim Hooper with Fuelworks tuning in. Got some Disney Oklahomans rooting on Rufus Racing.
There are trees here, so if Chip was here, he might end up a part of the Gomez tree.
And I do hear some horsepower starting to fire up, so I think we'll take them on a little mini parade lap.
You can see the spotters are headed back to the spotter stand. Sometimes these drivers, of course, the heavy horsepower and the speed that these guys do, it's just best to have somebody with you as you are getting back latched in your vehicle.
Getting all your final safety checks in line.
Because one of the items that is required to race is one of those neck harness or a Hans device or hybrid from Simpson. So what they do is sometimes they're a little difficult to latch yourself, and you can sometimes need a little bit of help with that.
Casey Shear is tuned in. Casey Shear, obviously the brother of Jason Shear, three-time king. He's raced King of the Hammers with us quite some time, but he had to took a pretty good tumble a few years back in Reno. Took it some time off for medical issues, obviously. So great to see him still being a part of the Ultra 4 family. And the wind actually is starting to pick up. I can see the King Arch out back just got blown over just this second.
Yep.
We'll see if it'll stand itself back up or not.
We also have people that are up at the Overland Expo up in Oregon and watching it. So, Rosie, thanks for tuning in. I know you have one of your drivers out here getting ready to race.
Oh, that's probably Brendan Thompson, huh? Yeah. Max is representing.
Yes, she's up at she wanted to come here, but she's a busy woman. You can't always be every place at the same time, which sometimes we wish we had clones and could do so.
Absolutely, yeah. Ron Prindle tuned in. Lee O'Donnell 23. We got everybody tuned in to the 4400 main event. And they are coming in. Chris Elrod's walking the line. It is Paul Wolf versus Vaughn Gittin Jr. And that second line, Cade Rod, Brett Harrell.
And that third line, Raul Gomez and Waylon Campbell.
Fourth row, J.P. Gomez and Philip McGilton.
And that fifth row, Marcos Gomez and Lauren Healy.
Then James Mahoney and Edwin Abb.
And Paul Horschel, Randy Burke.
Cody Addington and Brendan Thompson.
And Mark Nicholson will be our last car on the course. As we know, Shannon Campbell had an issue and it's already home and has the motor out, it sounds like. So, and Kenneth Goodall was not able to make the race as well. So here we are getting ready to take the green flag here in just a moment.
Wow, we have been building this anticipation up all week long, and we are here. 17 cars about to take off for the 4400 main event. Remember, this is a physical finish race. So being up front for Paul Wolf and Vaughn Gittin Jr. is extremely important for them right now. This is going to be one to watch.
All right, look at that view right there. Man, if we could only get right on their face, but then again, their visor would be covering their eyes, so we couldn't see the anticipation
I'm
of
gonna
that
guess
green
there's
flag.
probably 1,500 horsepower getting ready to take off.
1,500, yeah? That's not much.
Oh, 15,000. I forgot a zero.
I thought you were trying to do your whole Miles Smart Aleck thing to see if I'd catch on.
No,
I was like,
I blew that one.
No, because Paul Horschel only has, 1150 in his.
Yeah, only 1150.
Only 1150, the largest horsepower, but still. When you said 1,500, I'm like, there's way more horsepower out there than that.
And again, don't forget about Cade Rod. He has not lost the 4,400 race yet, and we are off and running. Paul Wolf with an early jump over Vaughn Gittin Jr., and Cade Rod is right behind him, and look at this Believe Cam drone. And a huge...
Vaughn Gittin just went over in turn number one, and he's already
landed on his wheels. What is going on? That is a wild start to this race. Look at the dust out there. What a great start to this race, a wild start to this race.
Very wild start to this race. So here we have Paul Wolf, though, out in that number one spot, going through the washboard section.
So Paul Wolf, Brett Harrell. Out front, man, the dust is getting a little thick out there.
Wow, and we just watered, too, so it's amazing to see the dust that we have out there.
What a wild start to this race. This is going to be a dogfight. Paul Wolf starting to pull away a little bit with an early lead, and Brett Harrell's in that second position. Then Waylon Campbell, Lauren Healy. Lauren Healy moved from 10th to 4th right away, and then Cade Rod moved back to 5th. J.P. Gomez, our current King of the Hammers champion.
Well, I mean, you could see that it was a little bit of a cluster right there in turn number one, and you can see that it's wet down there. There has been water put down, so.
But having 17 cars heading to one spot, it's going to be interesting, and that it was. So Paul Wolf in the Brannick Boulders out front. He has done an amazing job all weekend long.
We have another car turtled right before the Brannick Boulders.
And so Brett Harrell second, Waylon Campbell third. Is that a Fairvani? I can't tell. It's a single-seat car.
Yeah, I couldn't quite tell if our drone was to go over into that area. We might be able to get it, but we haven't had a rollover there in quite a while today. But that was the number one spot for it earlier on and yesterday. So Paul Wolf out front coming around to complete lap number one.
Oh, and Lauren Healy just made a pass in the Monster Alley to get third position over Waylon Campbell. So Lauren Healy started in 10th and now is already into that third position. And Vaughn Gittin Jr. was on the front row, had that little issue in the first row, but he is still holding strong in that 6th spot. So let's run through the leaderboard. We have Paul Wolf.
We have Brett Harrell.
Lauren Healy.
And Waylon Campbell.
J.P. Gomez.
And Vaughn Gittin Jr.
Marcos Gomez.
Philip McGilton.
Raul Gomez.
Brendan Thompson.
Paul Horschel.
James Mahoney.
Cody Addington.
And then that is all that has completed
Where is
lap
Cade
1.
Rod? So that must have been Cade Rod that's upside down.
Oh,
that is a
single seat.
terrible luck for him.
Yeah, because I have not seen him go through. But look at Paul Wolf is kind of getting a little bit of a decent lead out in front of Brett Harrell.
Remember, this is a 10-lap race, 1.5-mile laps. This is going to be an absolute dogfight. And talking to Lauren Healy, he started back in 10th. He was nervous about making some passes, but he went from 10th to 2nd, all in a lap and a half. What a great run by him so far.
So we are physically watching. It was Cade Rod that did get turned over on his lid.
I hate to see that for Cade Rod. He is up and moving, but he is about to be in front of Paul Wolf. So Lauren Healy is hot on his heels. And look at Lauren Healy trying to make a pass in the Brannick Boulders.
It's going to be a Lauren Wolf show again.
We've had some epic battles between Paul Wolf and Lauren Healy, and this one is going to be one as well. And it looks like J.P. Gomez just moves into 3rd position.
Wow.
And this is J.P. Gomez's home track. He is a cinder. Our current king is on a charge trying to chase down Lauren Healy and Paul Wolf. Pam, this is going to be a great fight all the way to the end.
Yes, so Paul Wolf, Lauren Healy, J.P. Gomez, Waylon Campbell trying to make a pass right there on Brett Harrell. And then Vaughn Gittin Jr. is already back up in, the number 6 spot after rolling over.
And look at this. Lauren Healy just threw down a 156 lap. That's the fastest lap under race conditions today. Wow, what a smoking run by Lauren Healy trying to chase down Paul Wolf. But J.P. Gomez in 3rd, Brett Harrell in 4th. And Waylon Campbell. Oh.
We are on a red flag over here.
Complete red flag. Vaughn Gittin Jr.'s pulled off. We've got some carnage going out there. Not sure exactly what's going on, but I see Vaughn Gittin pulled over. So we do have a red flag. So that means everybody stops. When we do re-rack them, it'll be on the last completed full lap for everybody. So as it holds, we'll have to see how it all shakes out. But we do have the medics heading to hot pits, so we will see what's going on. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We'll keep you as informed as we can. But an entire red course caution. Again, thank you, everybody, for their patience. We do have a medical situation on course. We are dealing with that situation as we speak. So while we handle this, we'll wait to restart the entire field. It is a full red course caution. We will re-rack the entire field after we get everything squared away. Again, thank you, everybody, for your patience while we take care of this situation. Again, we do have a medical situation out on course we are checking out. So we're going to take a break from the action and let everything calm down a little bit and get everything checked out. So we're going to throw it to a quick little highlight while we wait for everything to get squared away.
We're out here in Prairie City getting ready to turn it on at Stampede.
resistant winds is going to be a lucky deal. Hoping that would kind of hold him off, and to tell you the truth, I think I just got lucky.
I will give you a quick little update. Our driver that was involved in the situation is coherent and talking with medics. We are evaluating the situation. Obviously, racing is dangerous. We want to check everything out as best we can, but everybody is coherent, and we are addressing the situation. So we will be back soon, getting everybody re-racked, but we just want to make sure everybody is okay. Again, thank you, everybody, for your patience. Safety is our number one concern for all of our racers out on course, as well as our fans in the stands. So while we evaluate the situation a little bit more, we're going to step away and throw it to another highlight reel.
We're out here in Prairie City getting ready to turn it on at Stampede. Whoever finishes this and wins it is going to be a lucky deal. ran in Lauren's line, hoping that he would kind of hold him off. And to tell you the truth, I think I just got lucky.
Welcome back to the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede. I'll give you a quick little update. Driver is okay. He was checked out by medical. It was Philip McGilton. Took a bad little hit. He was seeing stars for just a second, but he was up and walking. Medic did check him out. He is okay, but keep him in our thoughts and prayers. Well, we will have him checked out further after the race, but he is up and about and walking, so I do apologize. That was a scare for us all, but thank goodness Philip McGilton is up and walking and A-OK. So we are going to re-rack the entire field. And the way this works is we're going to re-rack them after their last lap of everybody fully completing a lap. So we'll get that re-racked and see what that looks like. Timing is actively working on that. I think they've got a good handle on it. So once we figure that out, it'll be another green flag racing. So I believe we'll have, is it one lap down or 2 laps down? I can't quite figure that out.
We only had, I believe, 6 cars that actually completed that lap just now. So they're going to re-rack like you were talking about. So
I think they'll have 8 laps to
correct,
go. Okay.
Should be.
All right. Well, again, thank you, everybody, for your patience. Again, safety first. Philip McGilton took a hard hit but is up and walking. Medics checked him out. We will get a better evaluation here after the race. Again, thank you, everybody, for your patience. We will be back racing here soon, but we got to get everybody re-racked as they came through on their last lap. That's why we wait for everybody in the field to get put back in their position. We'll switch it back to another highlight and be back to racing here soon for the 2024 METALCLOAK Stampede.
Yes, so what we have to do right now is we'll get them all lined back up.
We are still trying to evaluate everything out on course. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. Again, safety first. Philip McGilton is okay. He was checked out by medical. So now we're just talking to all the drivers, making sure everybody is okay. And we're going to re-rack from the last entire lap. I believe we'll have, 8 laps to go after we get this thing squared away one time. We started this race, it was a 10-lap race, had the first lap, a little bit of action, a little bit of carnage, and then we had it all break loose there and had to get the medics involved. So, again, thank you, everybody, for your patience. It does sound like Philip McGilton is okay, so now we need to re-rack the field. Again, thank you for your patience. We will re-rack the field and go back to racing here as soon as we can. John Goodby and the entire Ultra 4 and NORCAL team is handling the situation, so I know we are in good hands. So I'm going to lay out for just a minute, and the 4400 will be kicking off here very shortly as soon as we can get everything lined back out. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. So we just saw Vaughn getting in the pits, and they made him put his flat tire back on because he did change that tire under red flag. So he'll have to start this race with a flat tire and then debate if he wants to go back in and change that. Again, we're trying to follow the rules to a T out here to make it black and white. So we're trying to do our best to keep everybody on an equal playing field. I know we have people tuned in all over the world, and yeah, my phone got busy there for a little bit, so I do apologize not getting back to everybody, but I was trying to figure out what was going on as well, because, yeah, got a little scary there for a moment, but again, Philip McGilton is okay. He's checked out by medical. They will evaluate him more after the race, but he was up and walking, so we'll get the racers all re-racked and back racing as soon as we can. It has been a 10-hour day as we speak, and we'll try to get this race back and going, get some awards going as well. It's been an amazing day, so thanks again for everybody tuning in. We'll get this sorted as quickly as we can. Thank you once again for your patience. So while we wait to restart this race, let's take a little quick look at the start of the race we just had here about 20 minutes ago. Take a look. This is from the drone's perspective. That believe Cam FPV is down low, watching it.
Oh, Vaughn Gittin just went over in turn number 1.
And so much action went into that first corner. was a pretty wild start to the race. We'll see how it shakes out for this next restart. So I did get confirmation we only finished one full lap, so it'll be 9 laps once we kick off the 4,400 race once again. We only completed one full lap with everybody, so it'll be a 9-lap race once we restart the 4,400. So there is still a lot of racing yet to come. And Vaughn Gittin Jr. does have that flat tire. So Paul Wolf will definitely have the advantage there. Again, I don't have the actual scoring in front of me. We're going to re-rack everything. It looks like I have John Goodby heading up here, so we'll get him on the mic here in just a moment to give his explanation to see what all happened. It was a wild turn of events. John, you've been busy the last 15 minutes, and again, thank goodness Philip McGilton was okay.
Yeah, Philip's he's going to be okay. He's just getting checked out. Lots of moving parts in this situation.
Why are you so out of breath?
I like cookies. So on a restart from a red, we go back to the last full completed lap. We had a little bit of miscommunication there, and some cars moved around. But with the re-rack correct, Vaughn Gittin Jr. is starting with a flat tire that he had on that current lap.
Yeah, we saw him head in the pits and change it under red. So I saw you guys say, hey, nope, that's it. You have to restart with that flat tire, and fair is fair.
Yeah, there's some miscommunication there, but we got it all figured out. We'll single file start them at their last.
Okay, single file. I like that.
Just like in Kentucky, like we did. We had a red card situation. We're going to keep it consistent all year long.
Red flag situation.
Red flag situation. I can't talk. Sorry, guys.
All good. Been a long day.
So we're going to re-rack them single file as they came across in their last completed lap.
So with that means we only completed one lap, so we'll have 9 laps to go, right?
Correct, 9 laps to go.
Wow.
So Vaughn's going to start with a flat tire. Cade Rod's going to get a give me, start in the rear.
Because he took
He rolled.
So actually, he gets lucky on this one.
Yeah, and unfortunately, we have some unsportsmanlike conduct out there, and one of the cars pulled off the course. So I guess we'll deal with that in another situation. But and also Raul Gomez is going to take a rear start also because he took a tire right in the red flag area, and he doesn't want to be red carded. He wants to just race, so he's going to do rear start also. So
all right.
I think we're cooking with grease, guys. We're going to make the best decisions we can on the what the information we have, and this is how we're going to restart this bad boy. And you guys are about to watch the fastest guys lay it down because now they're single file and they're really hyped up.
Yeah, well, thanks. Obviously, I was rambling up here trying to do my best with my guessing. So thanks, John, for coming up here and giving us the official understanding of everything. Because there, like you said, a lot of moving parts all at once.
There's a lot of moving parts, and and the rule book doesn't explain everything you need to do to detail. And all we can do is add to it more than the term we learn. I mean, 17 years of doing events. I think I've had 5 red cards and 2 this year. So red flags restarts. So. Yeah, I mean, medical happens. We're racing. We're all going fast. Everyone's taking chances. Phil's going to be okay. He was moving all his parts, cohered.
And he was walking, right?
He was walking. He got out of the car himself. So he'll probably go get checked out because that's what we do. Make sure he's medically sound. But, yeah, we're going to get him re-racked here. And unfortunately, the track's going to be a little rough. We lost a lot of water. We were holding on to it the best we could with the amount of heat and the breeze that came up. But these guys are all professionals, and hopefully we got them racked the way they need to be off the last official lap, and we're getting there.
Okay, looks like it. Yeah, so you can go to live.ultra4racing.com. Timing does have it up there. Paul Wolf up front. We did see Brett Harrell pull off course, and then it'll be Lauren Healy, Wayland Campbell, J.P. Gomez, Vaughn Gittin starting with that flat tire. Marcos Gomez, Philip McGilton did drop out, obviously, for that medical issue. And then Raul Gomez, Brendan Thompson, Paul Horschel, James Mahoney, Cody Addington, Edwin Add, Mark Nicholson, and Cade Rod will be coming back. Oh, and you did say Raul's going to take a rear start as well.
He's going to take a rear start, too. He pulled in during the first issue of the red flag, so it's a little gray area there. They want to make it fair, so he'd rather race from the back and do what he does.
It's going to be interesting, and with 9 laps to go, it's going to be one heck of a dogfight out there. The first corner was very, very interesting, and yeah, it's going to be fun. Cade Rod, we saw him take that little tumble. He's trying to get a 3-peat out here, but he's going to have his hands full coming from the back.
He got the lucky dog pass. I think that's what they call that in some other racing, yeah. So it's going to be interesting.
So my question is, why is Vaughn still in the back and not in the position? Because wasn't he up pretty close to the front, or did he do a gray area too?
Looks like he made a change.
Vaughn stopped on course in the correct spot, and we let him come in and change tire. So we put him back out there to take the tire off. So he is back on the same conditioned vehicle.
Okay. All right, so as we are sitting here and getting everybody all re-racked, they're going through the list over there, making sure everybody's in their correct orders.
And again, thank you, John Goodby, for your explanation. The official announcement from Ultra 4, USA, Mr. John Goodby. And now it looks like Paul Wolf is up front. Then Lauren Healy, Wayland Campbell, let her have it. Okay, it does sound like we are going to wait 10 minutes for a transport. We are going to go ahead and take McGilton out there and get him a little further checked out. Again, he is okay, but definitely better safe than sorry. So we are transporting him, so we will have to go into a 10-minute safety delay. Gives us a little more time to get everybody re-racked and ready to rock and roll. Again, thank you for our patience. We are going to get everything going, but the medical situation is going back, so we're going to check it all out, and we're going to throw back to another highlight. Again, thank you for your patience.
finishes this and wins it, it's going to be a lucky deal. To tell you the truth, I think I just got lucky.
Thank you for staying with us with Ultra 4 USA for the METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede. We are still waiting for our medical transit. Against Philip McGilton is okay, but we're just double checking, making sure everybody's okay. And we'll get everybody lined up and racing here as soon as we can. Thank you again for all of your patience. It does sound like medical is getting closer. We do have everybody re-racked. Vaughn does have his flat tire back on, as well as Raul. And I just got an update. It's actually Darian Gomez filling in for Raul. So everybody looks like they are in their correct positions. We're just waiting for medical to get back on site so we can go live racing for 9 laps in the 4400 main event. Again, we are doing our absolute best, keeping it as fair as we can for everybody. But again, safety first. Philip McGilton took a hard hit, so we got him checked out. Everything was okay. And then, he decided medical decided they need to take him in now. Again, better safe than sorry. So again, thank you for your patience. We are waiting for medical and be back live racing as soon as we can. Sounds like medical is on site, so we'll wait till they get to their correct location. And we should be a few minutes away from kicking off the 4400 main event once again. And the top, it is Paul Wolf, Lauren Healy, Wayland Campbell, J.P. Gomez, Vaughn Gittin Jr. with a flat tire, Marcos Gomez, Philip McGilton is out of this one. Raul goes driven by Darian. Then it's Brendan Thompson, Paul Horschel, James Mahoney, Cody Addington, Edwin Abb, Mark Nicholson, and getting the lucky dog card is Cade Rod. He'll be starting at the rear of this pack, so we still have a lot of great racing yet to happen. And I do have physical eyes on our medics. They are pulling onto the course, heading towards the hot pits. And it sounds like timing is ready. Again, thank you everybody for your patience. Obviously, safety is our number one concern. It has been an amazing weekend here at the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede. Teams arrived at 10 a.m. Thursday morning. We got everybody settled in. Did some practice Friday morning, qualified Friday afternoon. We went racing this morning at 7:30 a.m. with the prelims. And then we've been racing the main events all day, and we are here for the 4400 main event. Looks like medics are parking. We're just getting the final word from everybody. Make sure everything is back in order.
All right, went down there, walked the line, gave the drivers some water because it is definitely warm out here. We want to make sure that we are all staying hydrated as we are getting all lined up here. You can see on your screen Paul Wolf out there in that front spot.
And remember, we did only finish one full lap. So that's where we went back to, is where they crossed the METALCLOAK start-finish after their first lap. So we do have 9 laps to go on this 1.5-mile racetrack here at the Prairie City SVRA. Our next race up is Vegas to Reno, August 14th through the 17th for our second Western Series race, teaming up with Best in the Desert. And we'll do a fun stop with Crandon, Wisconsin over Labor Day weekend, and then rounding out the national championship there at the Crossbar Ranch in Davis, Oklahoma, October 18th through the 19th.
And let's talk about Davis, Oklahoma for just a moment since we have some time here. We talked about it earlier on, but in Davis, Oklahoma, you have a little bit of everything that you can possibly have, except you really don't have sand dunes there, but you have everything from desert-style looking course. You have the rocks, the big rock hills that you can climb there, water crossings and everything else. So Davis, Oklahoma will be exciting to be back there for our nationals this year. Again, thank you everybody for tuning into our live feed on YouTube. We are getting it all situated. As you guys can see, we'll be going back live racing as soon as we have the okay.
We are bringing back Brett Harrell into that second position, so we had to send Lauren out to make a little bit of room. So it will be Paul Wolf, Brett Harrell, Lauren Healy, Waylon Campbell, J.P. Gomez, Vaughn Gittin Jr., Marcos Gomez, Raul Gomez, driven by Darian, Brendan Thompson, Paul Horschel, James Mahoney, Cody Addington, Edwin Abb, Mark Nicholson, and Cade Rod. We'll have 15 cars out there battling for 9 laps for the 4,400 main. Should be taking off here very, very shortly. And I'm hearing everybody clear out their engines. We've been sitting here for a little bit. Again, thank you everybody for your patience. Medical is back on scene. We are about re-racked and get ready to get this main event kicked off once again. So we are resetting, getting scoring and the flat tires sorted out, and it looks like we do have that situation. Looks like Brian Trotter is heading back to the spotters tower. Chris Elrod's heading up there. I'm getting the green flag, it sounds like, over the PCI race radios. We are getting close to kicking off the 4400 once again.
All right, Miles, these guys have been sitting there.
The green flag is up. We are about to go live racing, and we are...
Oh, no. Paul Wolf's car looks like it is not starting. So that is very unfortunate for Paul Wolf. It did not start up and go. Wow.
That was another wild start to this restart.
All right, so not sure what's going on. He ended up pulling off the course just now, but it was not moving on the start. Looks like he's going to head out and exit the track.
And it looks like that's JP Gomez, our current King of the Hammers champion. That is out front. There's Vaughn Gittin Jr., Paul Horschel, and a whole list of others out there running strong out here for the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede.
All right, and it looks like that is JP Gomez, I believe, that's entering into the Brannick Boulders.
Our physical race leader and our current King of the Hammers champion, JP Gomez, out front. Looks like then it's Vaughn Gittin Jr., but remember, Vaughn's got a flat tire.
Yeah, he'll have to go into the hot pits to get that changed out, but here we have JP Gomez going over the King kicker.
And JP Gomez entering Monster Alley.
It looks like Waylon Campbell is physically in that number 2 spot, getting ready to make that right-hand turn into Monster Alley. And it looks like we have Marcos Gomez, then Lauren Healy, then Paul Horschel, Cade Rod, Brendan Thompson, Cody Addington.
And Lauren Healy just spun out a little bit, was able to get it back under control.
It almost looks like he has a passenger rear flat himself.
You are right. Left rear flat for Lauren Healy, trying to get around Marcos Gomez. And we have another red flag situation.
Wow, okay, so we have over here in the right-hand turn, right before you're going into the Monster Alley, it looks like they're just stopped because of the red flag right there.
Yeah, there's a lot of action that went down on that restart, so we're going to get everything sorted out, re-rack the field to where we had it, because we did not get a completed lap out there. So we will re-rack the field once again. What a wild turn of events. The emotions are running high. The anxiety is there. So another re-rack. We will rack them and stack them and start again. It'll be another 9-lap race.
Not sure what happened with Wolf's car right off the start. I mean, he obviously wasn't moving, and then all of a sudden he started up and then went off of course.
What a wild start to this race. So many situations has happened, but again, we're doing the best that we can to make a fair and safe race out here. Red flag once again. We will restack and get everybody back out there and running. So give us a little time while we restack the field and get everything back in action. Obviously, the emotions are running high. The adrenaline is pumping, but we should get everything re-racked and start this 9-lap race once again. Obviously, it all started out with a medical situation that Philip McGilton is okay, so I'm so glad to hear that. Our thoughts and prayers are with him while he's getting further checked out with medical. So let's let Ultra 4 USA and our timing get everything squared back away. We'll get everything re-racked once again. Thanks for staying tuned in for the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede. Trotter, Goodby, and Ultra 4 USA team is down there actively sorting out the situation. Looks like they're sending up Paul Wolf once again to that #1 spot, and I do believe they're going to restack it exactly the way we took off the last time because we did not complete a full lap. Again, I'm waiting for the official word, but that's my take on it. There's obviously lots of moving parts right now, so they're a little busy getting everything situated. Once I hear, I'll give it to you. Again, I know it's been a little bit of a hectic start. I do apologize. We are doing our absolute best to bring you the best racing action here with Ultra 4. So I'm going to lay out for just a moment and wait on some more information. So getting lots of questions out there. Again, the way I believe it is working is we did not complete a full lap before the red flag came out again. So we are going back to the original starting order of completion lap number 1, and we will do a complete restart of this race. So the team is actively handling the situation, but I do believe it'll be a complete restart. know it's been a little bit of a crazy start here. Again, thank you for your patience. Looks like Chris Elrod is walking the line, getting a thumbs up from everybody. I hear everybody starting up, so it looks like we will be live racing again. And I do see Raul Gomez and Vaughn Gittin Jr. at the back of the pack. So we're pointing at everybody, making sure everybody is ready to rock and roll. Looks like the green flag is up and ready. And here we go, back live racing. Paul Wolf, Brett Harrell, Lauren Healy, Waylon Campbell, JP Gomez. What a wild start to this race. Let's see if we can get through lap number 2 technically clean. There was a 10-lap race. We finished one, and then we just had a couple situations that we got all sorted out.
And we are back going. There was a little bit of contact right there with Lauren Healy, and I can't quite make out exactly who it was, but they are still wheel side down and still moving along. They're actually running in the 3rd and 4th position.
So it is Paul Wolf out front with Brett Harrell right behind him. Then Lauren Healy and Waylon Campbell. What a wild, wild start to this race, but we are back live, and it looks like everything is going good. Lauren Healy in that 3rd position, then JP Gomez, Paul Horschel, Darian Gomez, Cody Addington, Vaughn Gittin Jr.
I see Waylon Campbell also with Paul Horschel. All right, so Brett Harrell still in that number 2 position. Looks like Vaughn Gittin's trying to make a pass in the PCI Gunite section.
And he does not get around Brett Harrell, and that is Lauren Healy's old car, so he's trying to chase down one of his own. We'll see how it shakes out, but it is Paul Wolf out front, then Lauren Healy, then Brett Harrell, then Lauren Healy, and Waylon Campbell. And Paul Wolf blows the berm a little bit, but able to jump right back into the Brannock boulders.
And we were talking about that earlier, Miles. Everybody, that it was creating a berm right there, and we just saw how big the berm actually got because it was flat at one point, and Paul Wolf just popped up over it.
Oh, and look at JP Gomez trying to get around Lauren Healy, but Lauren Healy shuts the door. So there hasn't been a whole lot of passing out there.
Oh,
look at Look at the back. Vaughn Gittin and Cade and Darian and Cody Addington. There is action all over the race course.
Oh, and Lauren just was making a pass over Brett Harrell in that corner and got a little tangled up.
Contact was made between Brett Harrell and Lauren Healy. So now it's number 1, Paul Wolf. Number 2, Lauren Healy. 3 goes to J.P. Gomez. 4, Brett Harrell. And it's going to be very close between Waylon Campbell and Marcos Gomez. Paul Horschel, Vaughn Gittin Jr., Darian Gomez, Cade Rod, and Cody Addington. And in the back is Mark Nicholson. So it looks like everybody is still moving. So we have finished lap number 2 of 10. 8 more laps to go here for the 4,400 main event during the METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede at the Prairie City SVRA. Thanks again for everybody for staying tuned in. I know it got a little wild there for a little bit, but obviously safety first. We got everything going. Had a little mishap on the restart, got everything going, and we are back racing for the 4,400 main event. And it is an absolute dogfight up front between Paul Wolf, Lauren Healy, and J.P. Gomez.
Yes, and you can see that it's right back to where it was before we had that red flag earlier on with Lauren Healy chasing down Paul Wolf.
It's been a crazy turn of events out here for the METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede. And Ultra 4 USA is out on course. Brett Harrell did lose a couple positions, but still looks like he's moving strong as Paul Wolf is going into the Brannick boulders.
I thought he was going to blow that berm there just a little bit again.
So Paul Wolf in the Mario Kart still looking strong out front, but Lauren Healy and that Triton Engineering machine is right hot on his heels. And look at him getting a little slideways trying to chase down Paul Wolf. This is going to be a race to the finish.
Yeah, we do see Lauren Healy up and over making that right-hand turn into the Brannick boulders.
And now they are heading into the Monster Alley. Getting ready to click off another lap, and Lauren is all over the throttle. Did you see that rock that got kicked out?
Yes, exactly. That's what I was getting ready to say. He hit a gnarly rock. Hopefully that didn't hurt his Bronco in any way.
So it looks like Paul Wolf just kicked off a 158, and Lauren Healy with a 156. J.P. Gomez with a 157. What a great 156 for Lauren Healy. What a smoking run. He is on a mission, but he can't quite get around Paul Wolf yet.
Well, and we do know that the 152 was the fastest lap of the day yesterday in qualifying, which got Paul Wolf on that pole position.
Look at this. They were trying to look on the inside, and yes, Lauren Healy trying to overtake Paul Wolf. Paul Wolf is not giving up yet. What a great shot through the rhythm section.
Lauren Healy got around.
Lauren Healy, but he gets a little crossed up, able to save it. Yes, Lauren Healy gets the pass over Paul Wolf. So we'll see if Paul Wolf will be able to chase him down, or if Lauren Healy is going to walk away with it.
Did he just lose his hood?
Something.
Lauren Healy lost the front clip of his car. I think it was his hood flew off, or one of his panels. There is a piece of the Fun Haver Bronco on course.
It was the back right behind the window. So
there we go.
Well, they're giving it all they got out here on course. So Lauren Healy 1, Paul Wolf 2, and J.P. Gomez here on his home track in that third position.
And this is where the drivers start over-driving and making mistakes, and this is where it's going to come down to driving skill.
Oh, and look at this, neck and neck going into the Brannick boulders, and Paul Wolf does check just a little bit for Lauren Healy. And our current king, J.P. Gomez, is in that third position, chasing down two-time king Lauren Healy and Paul Wolf. So the top three are starting to pull a little bit of a gap over the rest of the field, but Brett Harrell is still in the mix. Oh, no, in fourth position is Paul Horschel. Wow. Okay, Brett Harrell is now in that fifth spot, it looks like.
Yes, J.P. Gomez in third, Paul Horschel fourth, Brett Harrell in that fifth position with Waylon Campbell and then Vaughn Gittin Jr.
So clicking off lap number 4, heading out for lap number 5. Lauren Healy and Paul Wolf with a 154, almost identical lap times. And J.P. Gomez is in the mix as well.
Yeah,
Lauren Healy with a 154. So 2 seconds faster than Paul Wolf. Wow. Remember, go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same live timing we have here in the METALCLOAK studio. And tough break for Brendan Thompson. He wasn't able to start the restack. And Lauren Healy's getting a little crossed up there. Is something going on? I don't know.
Well, he did hit that rock earlier on, but that's, again, he could be overdriving his vehicle.
But he's definitely getting enough hang time out there. He's still on pace as Paul Wolf sends it over the Gomez jump, trying to chase down. And there is J.P. Gomez, our current King of the Hammers champion. So the top three is Lauren Healy, Paul Wolf, and J.P. Gomez. And then Paul Horschel in that physical fourth position. And yeah, lap traffic could start playing its toll out here. What a crazy turn of events. This has been one heck of a race to watch.
And Paul Wolf is on the tail again of Lauren Healy. And you can see Lauren Healy bouncing around violently in that car, in his truck.
Again, we're doing our best to keep everything under control.
Paul Horschel, sorry, I'm looking out above, but he just almost rolled going into the Bronco boulders, or the Brannick boulders, and saved it.
On timing, I'm not sure if Paul Horschel's on the lead lap or not. We'll have to get confirmation on that.
That was me scrolling off and looking far out away from our screen that we have here, but there we do have Lauren Healy going through with a 154.972. Paul Wolf now has the fastest lap again of 154. And here we have, so 154.496. So Paul Wolf now has the fastest lap of the race, but that does not matter on this race. It is all about where you finish physically on race course.
And it looks like Paul Horschel is having some issues. Not sure what's going on, but it is out front. Lauren Healy, Paul Wolf, J.P. Gomez, Brett Harrell, Waylon Campbell, Raul Gomez, driven by his son Darian, Vaughn Gittin Jr., and Cade Rod.
So watching Lauren Healy's Bronco, he's got something going on in his suspension. It almost looks like his shocks are not wanting to work, and it's flattening out pretty low, just from my perspective of what I'm seeing. But his Bronco is now a little bit lower, and look at it sitting on the front of the car.
And look at this, Paul Wolf down the PCI Gunite section, fighting a little bit of lap traffic.
But wait until you see Lauren Healy's car. There's something going on with Lauren Healy. As you can, that's Vaughn.
And Cade Rod. There's Paul Horschel, who's off pace a little bit.
Okay, there, Lauren Healy will be coming on screen. There he is.
Still being chased by Paul Wolf.
See, it looks like it's a little bit compressed in the front, like it hasn't been doing. I could be wrong, though.
I can't quite tell what's going on.
But there we have
still
Paul Wolf.
A great fight up front at the Lauren Healy and Paul Wolf show. But guess who's there to capitalize if they have an issue? J.P. Gomez in that third spot. And the top three are starting to pull a little bit of a lead as they get back into lap traffic. Edwin Am is getting passed by Lauren Healy, or trying to.
This is where Edwin will definitely he was having issues as well, so he's not going to be pushing his car super hard. He will not definitely hold up the leaders.
Not on purpose. Edwin Av, remember, he's got a rear main leaking a bunch of oil, so he's going to pull into the hot pits and dump in a gallon of oil here. And wow, what a great run. So Lauren Healy just threw down another 154. Paul Wolf with a 155. J.P. Gomez with a 156. And then Brett Harrell in that fourth position. And he gets a lap time of 159. So our top three starting to pull away with a little bit of a lead. This is a wild race. This will be a race to the finish. 6 laps completed, 4 to go for the 4,400 main event for the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede here at the Prairie City SVRA.
So Lauren Healy's running very consistently right now in the 154 time range of his lap times. Paul Wolf was almost a little bit, about a second slower on the last lap time, but J.P. Gomez in that third spot, Brett Harrell fourth, Waylon Campbell fifth, Vaughn Gittin Jr. in that sixth position, Raul Gomez seventh, Cade Rod eighth, Marcos Gomez in that ninth position, and Cody Addington in 10th.
We've got people tuned in all over the world. My PH buddies are out there tuning in, watching all the action. Thanks for tuning in, guys. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a wild race, but it's going to be a dogfight between Lauren Healy and Paul Wolf, 1 and 2 out front, and it'll be all out on the line. So it's going to be one heck of a show.
Let's see what's going on here.
So Paul Wolf is trying to chase down two-time king Lauren Healy, and it is going to be a dogfight to the finish. Oh, a huge bicycle by Paul Wolf. He's going to have to back up. So this is going to give Lauren Healy a little bit of a lead here. And JP Gomez is going to be knocking on Paul Wolf's door. So here we are, completing lap number 7, heading out for lap number 8. 3 laps to go for the 4400 main event. And they are giving it all they got. We saw Paul Wolf with that bicycle, so now Lauren Healy's got a little bit of breathing room, but that means JP is starting to knock on Paul Wolf's door, and JP is on a mission.
JP is only 4.6 seconds slower than Paul Wolf, and Paul Wolf is now 6 seconds slower than Lauren Healy.
This is a great, great race. Brett Harrell is still in that 4th position.
Brett Harrell running super fast times as well at a 1:58.044. On that last lap, it was his fastest lap of the race so far. And Darian Gomez going through, driving for Raul Gomez. He's running in that number 8 spot.
What an absolutely crazy turn of events. Thanks again for everybody for tuning in on our Ultra 4 YouTube page. It has been a wild weekend, and this is a great way to finish with an amazing race up front between Lauren Healy, Paul Wolf, and JP Gomez. It's still anybody's race. Can these cars last another 2.5 laps at this pace?
I'm telling you, I think something's up with Lauren Healy's suspension, but he's definitely not letting up, and he's not going to.
You keep saying that, Pam, but his lap times aren't showing it.
No, I know, that's what I'm saying, but it looks like it physically on his car, but I'm not sure.
He is all over the throttle, so I don't know. Lauren Healy out front.
He just lost a little bit more of his body panel.
That doesn't matter. That just makes him a little bit lighter out there. And Paul Wolf is still in the mix. So we got about I'm going to say a 4-second spread between Lauren Healy and Paul Wolf, and then a 4-second spread between Paul Wolf and JP Gomez.
Wow.
We'll see what it looks like as they come through, as they click off another lap. So they're finishing lap number 8, 2 laps to go. Next time around for Lauren Healy, it should be the white flag as JP Gomez clicking off a lap as well, getting ready to hit the METALCLOAK gap jump. As we flip back to on screen with Lauren Healy at the back little finger.
So Paul Wolf, his last lap time was a 1:53.450. He's definitely trying to pick it up. He's wanting to get past Lauren Healy.
Is that the fastest time of the day?
Day.
Paul Wolf with a 1:53.450. We saw him have that little bicycle, but that just gave him a little more grit and determination.
And back in the pack a little bit farther, we'll probably see that here in just a little bit. We have a battle going on right here at the start-finish line between Waylon Campbell and Cade Rod. But right there on screen, that is Lauren Healy being followed by Paul Wolf. They did have a 4-second gap, and now we're seeing Von Gittin Jr. as well. He will be making his way up into the U-turn into the rhythm section.
Let's run through the entire field real quick, Pam. Out front is Lauren Healy.
In 2nd position, Paul Wolf.
3rd, JP Gomez.
In that 4th position, Brett Harrell.
5th is Von Gittin Jr.
And then that 6th position, Waylon Campbell.
7th is Cade Rod.
8th position, Raul Gomez.
9th is Marcos Gomez.
10th position, Cody Addington.
11th, Paul Horschel.
And in that 12th position, Edwin Abb.
And Marcos Gomez just moves into 9th, so it's a great race
thus far. Oh, look at this.
Far.
We have, who is that stopped in the rocks?
Mark Nichols.
Oh, wow.
So a little bit of lap traffic. We'll see if that gave Paul Wolf any advantage trying to chase down Lauren Healy. Looks like it did, because it was a 4-second split. Now it's down to about 2 seconds, so they hit the King Kicker, heading towards the Monster Alley as our monster athlete, Lauren Healy out front, but
Paul Wolf taking the left-hand
trying
lane.
to catch him. And the white flag is out for Lauren Healy and Paul Wolf. 1 more lap to go, about 2 more minutes. We'll see what happens when the checker flies next time around. And JP Gomez is about 10 seconds off the pace, so the race is absolutely up front between Lauren Healy and Paul Wolf. It's been an absolute dogfight the entire time. Wow, Pam.
I'm just letting you talk because I can't get a word in, so I'm letting you be all excited here.
I got to take a breath. Too much action going.
Paul Wolf is only 1.7 seconds behind Lauren Healy. Got JP Gomez, who's actually 15 seconds behind, but on screen we do see Lauren Healy making his way through that washboard section and now into the rhythm section. And Paul Wolf is going to take the same line as Lauren Healy, but he's chasing him down. But he, again, is a little bit farther back than that 1.7 seconds.
Lauren Healy is all over the throttle. That Triton Engineering Ford Performance Power with that sequential transmission, being chased down by Paul Wolf and his UFO. Coming down the PCI gunite section for the last time. Lauren Healy's still out front. Paul Wolf right behind him.
Paul Wolf, it looked like he kind of jumped over all of the gunite and just kind of landed at the bottom, but it was a smooth little transition. But Paul Wolf was definitely hunting down Lauren Healy.
They're heading into the Brannick Boulders for the last time. And it looks like we may have lap traffic coming into the finish. We'll see if that affects anything or not.
You should have seen. Look at Paul Wolf is on Lauren Healy's tail, and he was wheeling it out.
So they hit the king kicker. One more rock section to go. Is Paul Wolf going to go in full send mode through Monster Alley? It is going to be a drag race, nose to tail. And yes, Paul Wolf and Lauren Healy, an absolute drag race. And Paul Wolf with a huge kicker.
Oh, and something happened. His blew his engine or something. It looked like he had some.
So the checkered flag is out. Lauren Healy grabs first place, and something happened to Paul Wolf. We'll see if he can make it to second position.
He went off when he landed. Something obviously happened. There was a little bit of white smoke that came out. Wow.
I don't know if he has much steering. I don't know what's going on. Is JP Gomez going to be able to get that second position? It's going to be wild. Paul Wolf is limping.
My goodness.
And it is going to be down to the wire. I think JP Gomez may have just stole second position. Wow, and it looks like it was down to the wire. I believe it's Lauren Healy 1, JP Gomez 2, and Paul Wolf in that third position. What a wild turn of events. Again, everything is unofficial. We need to dot our I's and cross our T's. But what a wild, wild race we had, Pam.
That was an insane race, an insane ending. Whenever you was saying, was Paul Wolf going to go full send? The answer is yes to that. He always goes into full send mode. But whatever it was happening, it ended up showing, obviously, the white smoke. But we do still have Waylon Campbell is now in our Monster Alley coming through for his finish. Waylon Campbell's running in that number 7 spot. So right now we have Von Gittin Jr. that's came in. He's in that number 6 spot. And then in 5th position, Cade Rod. In that 4th position, Brett Harrell. 3rd position, Paul Wolf, JP Gomez in that 2nd, and Lauren Healy in that number 1 spot.
What a wild, wild race. Sorry I got a little bit amped up, but the action was all over the course.
There we go, a race to the end, and that was between, I believe, Marcos Gomez and Darian Gomez.
Yeah, they had a race all the way to the end. What a wild, wild time that was.
Cody Addington making his way through Monster Alley. We still have a couple cars on course to finish out. So good job by our drivers out here today. It has been one wild event going on. So I lost my brain. My brain left. Cody Addington in that number 10 spot. Paul Horschel in the 11th position.
Another great weekend, or another great event in the books for the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede. We started off this morning with the 4900 stock class with Travis Sollinger up front, then Trent Roberts and Rob Reno. In the 4900 Youth 1K was Dylan Trent and Tice Healy. In the 4900 open class was Paul Wolf, Travis Sollinger, and Jason Susi. In the 4900 Pro Modified class was Dustin Robbins and Travis Sollinger. In the 4500 class was Logan Goodall, Jesse Balter, and Sean Rance. In the 4600 class was Bailey Cole, Lauren Healy, and Brexton Glines. In the 4800 class was Cole Clark, Jacob Pacheco, and Jeremy Brown. In the 4400 main event, looks like it's going to be Lauren Healy, JP Gomez, and Paul Wolf. Again, everything is unofficial till the officials dot their I's and cross their T's. But again, thank you everybody for tuning in to the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede. So we do need to wait to make everything official, but we will hopefully get some awards going down here very shortly. Well, Pam, it's been a great day of racing. We started yesterday with practice and qualifying. We've been racing all day long. It has been just over 11 hours of racing, some great action, a little bit of drama, but so much fun, wasn't it?
It was a great day of racing for sure. A little warm out here, but we got it done. You know, a lot of action out on the race course. Unfortunate that we had to have a medical, and he is okay, but they're just going to get some further stuff checked out. Amanda been speaking with her, his girlfriend, and she is saying that she's on her way to him. But definitely an exciting day of racing as well. That last race had everybody on race course out here being spectators were on their toes.
Man, yeah, Pam, it's been so much fun. Thank you for being in the booth with me once again. We've had a lot of great guest hosts up here, and what a great race it was. It's a lot of crazy turn of events out there, but I, again, had so much fun working with you again, and, man, what a great show it was.
It was definitely a great show. Like I was just saying, this whole day of racing has been exciting. We've had a lot of hiccups and everything, but you just get through them. But what it is about today, exciting day of racing.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for tuning in to the 2024 METALCLOAK NORCAL Stampede. We are going to sign off for racing, but stay tuned for the awards. We are here at Prairie City SVRA in Cordova, California. From the entire broadcast crew here at Ultra 4 USA, I am Miles Haskins alongside Mrs. Pam Hall. Thank you, and we'll see you up next for awards.